Chapter 231 Rewind. Second class. Dead. All dead? To be honest. Although this result was expected by Zhu Sergio, he still sighed in his heart. He touched his chin and began to reflect and summarize, reviewing all the details of the battle just now. Instructor Mo came forward from the side and said, "Do you have anything else to say?" "There are many things to say. Instructor, can you help me analyze the mistakes and omissions in my command just now?" Instructor Mo didn't expect Zhu Sergio to still think about the problems in the makeup exam. Failure in the makeup exam means becoming an experimental subject. Hasn't he realized this yet? "I am not your instructor now," Instructor Mo said. "You have now become an experimental subject. But if you want to know, I can tell you something." Zhu Sergio nodded. "In order to improve my survival rate in the subsequent experiments." "Please tell me." Instructor Mo got it. This guy anticipated the result of failing the makeup exam, and also anticipated the experiment with the alien worms just now. So he wanted to get his advice in the end to improve his future survival rate. He sighed inwardly, and was a little speechless. "Since you are not sure, why don't you not mention the initiative to make up the exam from the beginning? You are only in the first class. How can you learn anything useful?" He thought Zhu Sergio had discovered some terrible loopholes. But it turned out that he was thinking too much. Just now there was an obvious bait tactic opportunity, and other experimental subjects knew how to use it better than you. But you still insisted on your own opinion. Why didn't you adopt that suggestion? The correct approach is as they said. Wait until the alien worms start to eat and then attack. This is a very practical tactic. Practical? That means commonly used. Zhu Sergio sighed inwardly. These experimental subjects have long been accustomed to trying their best to survive in various experiments. The experimental subjects, who can sacrifice the lives of their teammates in exchange for the opportunity to attack alien insects, are also ruthless. Presumably, this bait tactic is the experience summarized through repeated experiments. Instructor Mo still has a lot to say. Taking this opportunity, he made Zhu Sergio a negative example again and gave a lesson on the spot. Also, there are problems with the route you chose. In my opinion, you can choose another more circuitous route. I wonder if you have noticed that the Zerg's attack relies heavily on wide areas, and the trees in the south are obviously denser. So you can go there. Your division of the functions of 30 people is still too rough. This should be the focus of the next few classes. How can it be done by just grouping? What after the grouping? Should more detailed deployment be made based on each person's ability? If Zerg are found, do you have a plan? How detailed is your plan? Considering that Zerg attack from all directions, you should. If you have not taken intelligence analysis classes, you will not be able to grasp the standards for Zerg to attack humans. You don't know what kind of people are more delicious in the eyes of Zerg. In fact, the more frightened the experimental subjects are, the more they can arouse the appetite of Zerg. Have you ever thought that the standards for choosing the captain of the command are too different from your own decision-making style? In the face of death, not every experimental subject can strictly follow orders, especially those who cannot understand your orders. So instead of choosing an experienced test subject, it is better to choose a test subject that matches your compatibility as a temporary commander. If you really want to strictly guard against alien insects, you still have to pay attention to observing the surroundings. The purpose of the reconnaissance team is both reconnaissance and bait. You can also divide the reconnaissance team to explore in various directions. For example, have you ever analyzed the frequency of alien insects in the forest during class? Instructor Mo said a lot. While the candidates listened carefully, Zhu Sergio was also constantly reviewing the mistakes made by Instructor Mo in his mind. Many things cannot be learned by just listening. If you want to learn, you can only use more practice. Zhu Sergio temporarily forced himself to write it down, and prepared to summarize it in the next week. Instructor Mo was so dry-mouthed after talking for a long time that he touched his mobile phone. No response. He frowned slightly. Long before he started to review and correct Zhu Sergio, he sent a message to the head of the headquarters, directly informing her that Zhu Sergio had failed the makeup exam. The purpose of his talking so much just now was to wait for a message or call from the head of the headquarters, because he suspected that Zhu Sergio had something worth noting, but there was no message or call. It was as if he had tacitly accepted the result. Is it just like that? The strongest newcomer of the headquarters this year has become an experimental subject? So why did the head of the headquarters show his concern for this kid when he selected all the courses? Is there really no deep meaning behind everything? By the way, this is too fast. It set a record. Zhu Shizhou is the first student in history who has achieved the result of failing the makeup exam in the first class at the same time. There is no one like him before, and there will be no one like him after. This is the strongest rookie student of this class. What the hell? I made so many mistakes. Copying others is just copying others. If you don't understand the essence of command, you can't fight at all. Zhu Shizhou sighed. That's right. If you don't understand the essence of command, you can't fight at all, huh? Instructor Imo raised his head and looked at Zhu Shizhou suspiciously. In front of the expressionless crowd, Zhu Shizhou's expression was particularly vivid. Oh, I forgot to pretend. But forget it. It's meaningless anyway, Zhu Shizhou said, grabbed his neck with one hand, and smiled at the instructor. Goodbye. I hope you can teach me more next time. In the stunned eyes of Instructor Imo, Zhu Shizhou tore his throat. Back to the day before, Zhu Shizhou still chose all courses. In order to avoid triggering the butterfly effect, Zhu Shizhou tried to keep the same conversation and reaction as in the previous round. But he spent the time in the room summarizing and reflecting. Summarizing the mistakes made in the previous round. And also made a plan for the command class of this round. Once again, during the command class on the second day, Zhu Shizhou still induced other students to choose the B-type experimental subjects. And still left the A-type experimental subjects to Su Chan. Last round, Instructor Imo said that the fear of the experimental subjects would make the alien insects feel more delicious. So the B-type experimental subjects were indeed weaker and more likely to be targeted by the alien insects. After selecting the experimental subjects of the previous round, Zhu Shizhou spoke lightly to the communication mobile phone. All experimental subjects, report your respective abilities in the order of numbers. I will divide you into groups. As soon as these words came out, the subjects' minds suddenly became active. In previous experiments, the Black Soldier organization would consciously train them in a targeted manner, resulting in the fact that the skills they mastered were very biased. At the same time, because they had played the same role in the team for a long time, and were used to seeing teammates with the same role die one after another, they always felt that the mortality rate of the role they were assigned to was higher. The reconnaissance team believed that the support team always played a supporting role in the end. So they wanted to be the support team. The support team believed that the emergency mobile team had an easier position in the team than them, and they did not need to pay attention to the replacement problem after casualties all the time. So they wanted to be the emergency mobile team. The emergency mobile team felt that the command team, which was always protected in the team, was the safest. So they wanted to be the command team. The command team believed that they needed to concentrate on paying attention to the slightest movement in the whole field, which was too restrictive. So they wanted to be the assault team. The assault team thought that the reconnaissance team's reconnaissance mission was easy. So they wanted to be the reconnaissance team. This was their thinking. So that in the last round, almost every experimental subject changed his original role positioning, which led to the death of all teammates. Similarly, this round, an experimental subject stood up and repeated what he said to Zhu Shizhou in the last round. My observation ability is excellent. I am more suitable to be a reconnaissance team. Excellent? You are excellent at nothing. Last round, you didn't find anything. Zhu Shizhou cursed in his heart and said lightly, you are not suitable to be a reconnaissance team. The experimental subject still tried to fool around. Lao Lang's previous remarks had already spread among the experimental subjects. He knew that the person talking to him was the new student commander, and thought that this was not a simple trick. After hearing Zhu Shizhou's words, the experimental subject said, I have rich experience in reconnaissance. Zhu Shizhou's unchanged voice interrupted the subject's words. Speak carefully. I am interested in reconnaissance. The subject thought Zhu Shizhou didn't hear clearly and really wanted to say it again. However, Zhu Shizhou's voice was full of indifference, like a machine. And he continued to interrupt him. If you don't want to die, you can say it again. I emphasize it one last time. Please speak carefully. The subject's words were stuck. Zhu Shizhou asked indifferently. Speak. What are you suitable for? The subject was scared, facing Zhu Shizhou's unchanged voice. He swallowed his saliva and was a little terrified. The air was dead silent for a long time. Zhu Shizhou said, I will only give you 3 seconds to think. 3. Strike team. The subject was scared and said quickly, I am suitable for the assault team. Zhu Shizhou said expressionlessly. Very good. Next one. On the podium, Instructor Imo had been observing Zhu Shizhou's actions and nodded in appreciation. Zhu Shizhou's decisive and efficient behavior stood out among the students. The other students were still playing a question-and-answer game with the experimental subjects. But Zhu Shizhou directly threatened them with death and forced them to divide into groups. He is worthy of being the strongest new student of this class. Just like the test assessment, this guy can always find the simplest and most efficient way to solve the problem. He is indeed a rare talent. Chapter 232 Super God Shot. Everything is the same as the last round. After entering, Su Chan took Lao Lang and the others to find Zhu Shizhou's team. Alien insects judge food based on pheromones. I don't recommend that we act with this team. Like the last round, Lao Lang expressed his concerns to the communicator. Su Chan was about to speak, and at this time Zhu Shizhou took Su Chan's communication phone and said to Lao Lang, "You will be the temporary commander of the next battle." Lao Lang heard that the voice in the communicator turned into a male voice, and was a little stunned for a while. I am the commander of the other team in front of you. Lao Lang understood immediately that Zhu Shizhou and Su Chan must be in a cooperative relationship. And then, they decided to let the two teams meet up without knowing anything, so as to better deal with the upcoming alien insect crisis. However, alas, sir, Old Wolf sighed. No, the two teams joining together will only attract more attention from the Zerg. They will definitely attack us first, Zhu Shizhou said directly. There are 24 other teams participating in this experiment with us. They are the other experimental subjects you saw in the White Room before. They came in from various entrances in the forest. We are just two of them. Old Wolf thought for a while. The meaning of the young man in the communicator was very clear. Other teams might also attract the attention of the Zerg. This was something he had not expected before, since everyone was separated after leaving the room. He thought that they were entering the Death Forest in batches in order. Unexpectedly, all the new commanders were participating in a real-life battle royale together. The Old Wolf calmed down his anger and said, "According to my guess, there won't be too many Zerg in the Death Forest. At most 3 to 5. Of course, this is just my judgment. There is no actual basis. You can believe it or not. At the same time, I think that other teams will attract 1 or 2 at most." Guessed half right, Zhu Shizhou muttered in his heart. In the last round, their team of 60 encountered 5 Zerg, while each of the other teams encountered at least 1 Zerg. Zhu Shizhou calculated the total number and said directly, "As far as I know, the number of Zerg in the forest has exceeded 30. What? The Old Wolf was terrified. Don't worry. I just want to ask you one question. If you lead a team of 60 people and encounter Zerg, can you take this opportunity to eliminate 5 Zerg while trying to save the team as much as possible? This number is more clear." Old Wolf hesitated. It's hard to say. Even if it can be done, there is no way to save everyone. What if I tell you the possible location of the Zerg? Old Wolf's eyes lit up. In that case, I am 80% sure that I can save everyone. Well, what if I tell you the time of the Zerg attack? 90%. Old Wolf answered, but thought to himself, how could this be predicted? The former is easy to say. After all, there may be surveillance footage when the new trainee commands them. But the latter, the time of the Zerg attack, only God can know. This success rate is enough, Zhu Shizhou said. Meet up with my team now. Our 2 teams will be combined into a brigade, and you will be in charge of temporary command. You can make temporary deployments based on your own judgment. I will control the general direction. After all, your performance is related to my course score, so you need to protect everyone as much as possible. After saying that, he looked at the time. The previous conversation wasted a little time, and now the Zerg may have noticed their team. He needs to let this team stay at the rendezvous point temporarily, just like the previous round, which is 1 kilometer deep into the forest. In this way, the Zerg will be lured to attack them. If Lao Lang didn't brag, then he will succeed in this wave. Not only did he know the location of the first alien insect, he could even be accurate to within 1 second. However, the alien insects moved too fast, and 1 second was too long for them. So Zhu Shizhou would only tell Lao Lang the approximate location and time of the alien insects, so that Lao Lang could save the time to judge. Su Chan, who was standing by, watched the communication between Zhu Shizhou and Lao Lang. I understand, Su Chan said. In order to suppress the suspicion of the experimental subjects and make them obey your command, you directly told them false information. They don't know the whole picture, so they will naturally think that what you said is true. so it is possible to make them obey your orders 100%. Zhu Shurjiu was silent. The other students were naturally paying attention to Zhu Shurjiu's operation at all times. And they suddenly realized it after listening. So that's it. They were still thinking about how to subdue these experimental subjects, and make them obey their commands in the ever-changing battle. But Zhu Shurjiu had already done it first. As long as they were given true or false information that they could not verify, they would choose to obey. As a result, many students followed Zhu Shurjiu's example and started communicating with the experimental subjects. However, Zhu Shurjiu knew that if other students really followed his example, they would basically be courting death, because the intelligence he had was real intelligence, while the intelligence held by other students was groundless and would only pit their experimental subjects. The two teams successfully merged according to Zhu Shurjiu's idea. Without saying anything, Lao Lang adjusted the position of the large team. The assault team is standing too far forward. It is easy to create a gap. Emergency mobile team, don't block the attack route of the support team. It is easy to cause accidental injuries. The support team should open up the support space, and they are too concentrated in one direction. So they should be divided into 2 or 3 people in a group and stand in the outer positions of the 4 directions. Zhu Shurjiu didn't know whether Lao Lang's adjustment would change the timing and direction of the alien insects. But it was obvious that Lao Lang's adjustment was more reasonable. Although Zhu Shurjiu didn't understand anything now, he could clearly feel that the formation set by Lao Lang was more pleasing to the eye than his. This was the difference in experience between Lao Lang and Zhu Shurjiu. He looked at the time. It was almost time. The alien insects were about to appear. Zhu Shurjiu said to Lao Lang, "Do you feel it?" Lao Lang asked. "What?" The moment he finished speaking, Lao Lang, whose sixth sense was always fully open, tensed up instantly. An indescribable sense of danger descended upon his heart. This was the intuition of danger trained through many experiments. Yes, it was this feeling. There were alien insects watching them in secret, waiting for an opportunity to strike. And it was a sign of death that they were about to attack. Zhu Shurjiu anticipated this feeling before he, who was at the scene, did. Old Wolf was not surprised but happy, because it meant that what Zhu Shurjiu said was correct. In fact, he did not believe it completely before. After all, Zhu Shurjiu was just a new student, who knew whether the information he gave was true or false. So Old Wolf was still half believing and half doubting before. But now, he directly raised his trust to the maximum. "Commander, tell me where the alien Zerg will appear." Old Wolf was alert to the surroundings and asked the communicator, "Wait a little longer. Don't expose the abnormality. First, the alien Zerg will send one as bait to lure you to shoot." Old Wolf's eyebrows jumped, and he said confidently, "This is useless, because we have made a good division of responsibilities. The first one to shoot must be me, followed by the assault team, the emergency mobile team, and the last support team." Zhu Shurjiu almost showed a weird expression. In the last round, it was because everyone fired randomly that the alien Zerg's bait tactics were successful, and their team was killed. "Well, you did a good job," Zhu Shurjiu praised lightly. "Thank you for the compliment." "Sir." Old Wolf acted like a lackey. But in his heart, he didn't care about Zhu Shurjiu's compliment. "The Zerg are about to take action," Zhu Shurjiu suddenly said. "My sixth sense also has a sign." "How long will it take?" Old Wolf asked. 5 seconds later. "Fuck." Zhu Shurjiu didn't give Old Wolf any time to react, and quickly said, "In my judgment, the first Zerg will appear in the sky. It's about 20 meters in front of you." "No. Wait. Listen to me." 2 seconds later. "Attack the direction of the sky that is 75 degrees from the horizontal direction. The Zerg will appear at that position." 2 seconds? Zhu Shurjiu roared like a ghost. "There's only 1 second left. Now! Shoot! Shoot!" Lao Lang didn't have any time to think about the rationality of it. Zhu Shurjiu's roar occupied his brain in just 5 seconds. He didn't have any room for independent judgment. He raised his gun and shot at the sky without thinking. The direction and angle of this shot were from Zhu Shurjiu, and the more subtle adjustments were all based on his sixth sense. At the same time, Lao Lang's heart was cold. How could he hit the target? If this new commander could see the direction of the alien Zerg based on the surveillance footage, then how could he guess the time of the alien Zerg attack now? It's impossible to guess. He's not a god fuck. God. However, at this moment, an experimental subject suddenly exclaimed, "Fuck. Awesome." An experimental subject who knew Lao Lang shouted in surprise. Lao Lang? Your shot was amazing. What? Lao Lang noticed something was wrong. And looked closely. Wow! It hit! It actually hit? The alien insect was blasted to pieces by the white laser, and fell on the ground in front of it, twitching continuously. Although it was not completely dead, this shot directly killed it accurately without wasting any time. It was simply an amazing shot, like a crazy knife. Lao Lang was so shocked that his scalp was numb, and he was completely confused. Others didn't know what this shot was about. But could he not know what this shot was? This shot was fired by his sixth sense, and the commander's advanced position and time. There was no other fancy speculation, and the commander didn't give him any time to think, urging him to complete this shot without thinking. At this time, Zhu Shurjio's faint voice sounded. Is this shot cool? Lao Lang took a breath of cold air. Damn. This is awesome. Sir, I was wrong to question you before. I will listen to you from now on. Chapter 233 Known Results. Reasoning against them. The team commanded by Zhu Shurjio completed the killing of the first alien insect. This was a result that was extremely in line with everyone's expectations. However, no one understood it, including Instructor Mo. He was also confused. Instructor Mo had been observing Zhu Shurjio, and saw that Zhu Shurjio accurately grasped the psychology of the experimental subjects, gave them a sense of oppression, and divided the experimental subjects into groups. So far, he was quite satisfied. But later, Su Chan led her team directly towards Zhu Shurjio, and he felt that this was simply stupid. For their black soldier organization, this class was to train the students' abilities, but for the alien insects in the alien insect forest, the experimental subjects they released were just for them to eat. They didn't think that the gathering of meals would pose any threat to them. Instead, they felt that the meals were sensible and knew to gather together to eat them. This was the result of the analysis of the alien insect psychological analysis expert. Therefore, Instructor Mo thought that their operation was simply giving away their lives. Just think about it. The alien insects will definitely target Zhu Shurjio and his group first, and will gather in groups of 3 or 2 to attack them together, because they are the most delicious food gathering point in the entire forest. This is simply a hellish disaster for the new students. Then Zhu Shurjio's temporary command power to Lao Lang was indeed a correct operation. But what the hell is it to confidently convey wrong information to him? Instructor Mo could only make the same judgment as Su Chan, thinking that Zhu Shurjio used this method to suppress these experimental subjects. In his opinion, this was another stupid move, because wrong intelligence on the battlefield would only kill the experimental subject. The correct way to pass the level is actually very simple. That is to continuously release bait tactics. Use human lives to exchange for the chance for other experimental subjects to escape and counterattack. Instructor Mo believes that Zhu Shurjio will definitely lose this time. However, just now Zhu Shurjio actually accurately predicted the location where the alien insects would attack. He also forced the old wolf, who had no time to think, to fire that shot directly. How did he do this? Is there any clue that he didn't notice that made Zhu Shurjio judge that the alien insects would appear there? Since he was still in the actual combat exercise, Instructor Mo suppressed his curiosity and didn't speak. However, Su Chan asked directly, "How did you do it?" Instructor Mo looked at Zhu Shurjio. "I spent the whole day yesterday in my room studying information about Zerg, and I also found a lot of short films about Zerg on the computer. After studying, I found that the most common tactic used by Zerg is bait tactics. They like to lure the black soldiers to shoot first, so as to create opportunities for other Zerg to attack the black soldiers whose guns are cooling down. In addition, you may not have noticed that the experimental subject I commanded was the captain of the experimental subject team during our visit to the Zerg the day before yesterday. He is capable of fighting against the Zerg, and now I just give him room to play. It's not surprising to kill a Zerg. It's not surprising." Instructor Mo twitched his mouth. Su Chan was more and more convinced that this man could bring her hope of survival. So she continued to ask, "Then why, you can judge that the Zerg will appear at that time and place?" "Because I tried to put myself in the perspective of the Zerg," Zhu Shurjio said firmly. "In the eyes of the Zerg, the number 15 experiment that communicated with me was the commander. With the Zerg's limited wisdom, they could also judge that it was best to defeat the commander first, and then attack the other experiment subjects." At this point, Zhu Shurjio looked at Instructor Mo. Instructor Mo hesitated for a while, then nodded expressionlessly. "That's right. It is indeed very common in actual combat." Sure enough, Zhu Shizhou confirmed his thoughts. Because in the previous round, the first person to die in the team was Lao Lang. After Lao Lang was pierced through the chest, the other experiment subjects died one after another. So this was just Zhu Shizhou's guess. And this guess was confirmed at this time. Zhu Shizhou continued. So, I think the Zerg will attack number 15 first. But from which direction? I don't know if you have noticed that there are other Zerg hiding in another place. The other students didn't see it at all. But Instructor Mo knew it. But he didn't expect Zhu Shizhou to see it too. Zhu Shizhou said. It's right behind these experimental subjects. Although I'm not at the scene, I can judge the direction of the alien insects through the reactions of the experimental subjects. Because the experimental subjects have a sixth sense. Once the alien insects move, they will be alert. And I noticed that the experimental subjects in the back are obviously more nervous, while the experimental subjects walking in front are not moving. So I guess that the alien insects are hiding in a dark place behind the whole team. Because of this, I brought in the perspective of the Zerg, and thought that if the Zerg wanted to implement the bait tactic and cooperate with each other, the most likely direction of attack would be the front. Combined with what was said before, the Zerg's primary target of attack is number 15. So I analyzed that the Zerg would appear in the sky above number 15. Seeing the big picture from the small details, Zhu Shizhou once again demonstrated his amazing ability to see the big picture from the small details. The other students were no longer surprised. What about the time? How did you judge the time of the Zerg attack? Su Chan continued to ask. Everyone thought. Yes. Accurate to the second. Zhu Shizhou actually accurately judged the time of the alien insect attack. How did he do this? This is also very simple. Because I always pay attention to the reactions of all the experimental subjects. They became tense in an instant, which proves that the alien insects are likely to launch an attack. In addition, I noticed the reaction of number 15 when he participated in the experiment. I estimated that the warning time from his sixth sense to the time when the alien insects appeared was about 5 seconds. In other words, I actually judged the time when the alien insects appeared based on the reaction of number 15's sixth sense. The students gradually understood everything. That's it. Behind a seemingly magical operation, there are so many details that they didn't notice. It was only at this time that they knew that the experimental subject number 15 was actually the experimental subject when they visited the alien insects the day before yesterday. Facing the attack of the alien insects, Zhu Shizhou used the experiment of the day before as a reference and number 15's reaction as a basis to judge the time when the alien insects appeared. This is a detail that even Instructor Mo could not have thought of. Instructor Mo was shocked and decided to review the recordings he had made the day before yesterday after class. He was an instructor, but no student paid more attention to details. Little did he know that this was basically all Zhu Shizhou's nonsense. It sounded well-founded, but it was actually nonsense. He had tried to infer the known truth through the results on the cruise ship. Some details could make it sound reasonable. And Zhu Shizhou did it now. This directly fooled the others and confused the instructors. Sure enough, what happened next was just as Zhu Shizhou expected. Seeing that the bait plan failed, the Zerg chose to attack directly after lying dormant for a while. Everyone saw that the assault unit on guard at the back of the team was obviously startled, and then raised their guns and shot white lasers at the back. There were actually Zerg ambushing at the back of the team. Everything was just as Zhu Shizhou expected. Chapter 234. How many times do I have to go back? This time, Zhu Shizhou persisted for half an hour. Although they were all wiped out, Lao Lang's performance surprised Zhu Shizhou. With his cooperation, Lao Lang fired a super shot and successfully killed the first alien Zerg. Then facing other alien Zerg ambushed in the rear, Lao Lang commanded in a measured way. And the formation he arranged made the alien Zerg have no chance to take advantage. Then he paid the price of 5 lives and successfully killed 4 ambushed alien Zerg. After successfully killing, Lao Lang sighed. Sir, I didn't achieve 0 casualties. However, Zhu Shizhou said, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. If he can't achieve 0 casualties, he will keep going back, which has no effect on him, until a certain round. If Lao Lang can complete the whole process with 0 casualties, he will still choose to go back. But after going back, he will no longer give Lao Lang any chance to perform. He would understand and remember all of Lao Lang's commands, and then follow the strategy Lao Lang gave to achieve his own results. In short, he copied the strategy directly. In this round, after successfully killing 4 Zergs, Lao Lang and his team continued to move forward. Originally, Lao Lang trusted Zhu Shizhou very much, thinking that Zhu Shizhou would give him intelligence as before, so that he could kill the Zergs. However, he did not. Zhu Shizhou only said one sentence. From now on, move forward 3 kilometers. No need for a reconnaissance team. Lao Lang was shocked when he heard this order. Sir, no reconnaissance? Isn't 3 kilometers too long? Zhu Shizhou said confidently. I have confirmed that the wave of Zerg we encountered just now was the last wave of Zerg in a large area. There are no other Zerg ambushes ahead, so we should continue to move forward quickly. Believe me. Lao Lang laughed loudly. Sir, I really believe it. He had to believe it, because when Zhu Shizhou ordered him to shoot that super shot that shocked his eyes, he also successfully made him have a strong sense of trust in Zhu Shizhou's judgment. So under this sense of trust, Lao Lang did not send out a reconnaissance team to conduct reconnaissance, but directly led the team forward. It was after this that the annihilation of Lao Lang and others made Zhu Shizhou realize people's sixth sense can deceive people, because Lao Lang and others won a hearty victory. Their subconscious mind believed that the intelligence held by their commander was correct, and would give them timely and accurate warnings after the alien insects appeared. The instructor said before that the actual principle of the sixth sense comes from the fact that the human brain subconsciously captures the surrounding pheromones while integrating all aspects of the information in the depths of the brain to process it by itself. In other words, if they really believe in Zhu Shizhou's judgment and directly regard no alien insects ahead as correct information, then their subconscious mind will also be deceived, and this information will also be included in the judgment, thus turning a blind eye to the impending danger. Now, Lao Lang and the others were deceived. So when 3 alien insects suddenly appeared, Lao Lang didn't even react, and was pierced through the chest by the alien insects flying at high speed. Then, with the on-the-spot command dead, this team composed of unknown experimental subjects naturally had no tacit cooperation, and was easily defeated by the alien insects, and died one after another in the random shooting. Start high and end low. Instructor Mo thought so. Super God at the beginning, Super Ghost in the later stage. It can be said that Zhu Shizhou's order was quite confusing. He couldn't figure out why Zhu Shizhou asked Lao Lang to give up reconnaissance and move forward directly, and also told Lao Lang that there were no alien insects 3 kilometers ahead. Originally, he was wondering if there was any deep meaning that he didn't expect, but it turned out that there was no. Zhu Shizhou's order directly wiped out the team. However, even so, Zhu Shizhou's team persisted the longest time among all the experimental subjects, reaching half an hour. And the student, who was second only to Zhu Shizhou, persisted for 26 minutes. Instructor Mo thought it was nothing, but Zhu Shizhou knew that the longest persistence of other students in the previous round was only 20 minutes. In other words, his operation in this round directly attracted the firepower of alien insects, allowing a team to avoid being wiped out at 20 minutes. Instructor Mo failed to understand Zhu Shizhou's intention. He immediately criticized Zhu Shizhou's operation as a negative example, and pointed out several places where Zhu Shizhou was obviously unreasonable. One of them was that Zhu Shizhou's actions were too risky. If he made a mistake in his guess, it would easily lead to the end of the whole group. There were many other small details that Zhu Shizhou himself did not notice during the whole process. For example, Zhu Shizhou only knew about the wrong information that disturbed his sixth sense. It must be said that Instructor Mo understood what command was better than Lao Lang. Lao Lang's command ability came from actual combat, and some places were quite rough, while Instructor Mo's command ability grew from combining theory with practice, and was meticulous and systematic. Anyway, both of them beat Zhu Shizhou. So Zhu Shizhou was like a sponge that absorbed water everywhere, absorbing a little from Lao Lang and a little from Instructor Mo. While other students were still in the process of understanding, his command experience was growing. Today's class ends here. Go back and summarize it yourself. Get out of class dismissed. Instructor Mo announced the end of the get out of class. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou, like in the previous round, stopped in front of Instructor Mo. Instructor, I want to apply for a makeup exam. The result of the makeup exam was bleak. Zhu Shizhou only lasted 15 minutes. In the makeup exam of the previous round, Zhu Shizhou at least lasted 20 minutes. But now, in order to avoid the death ending of the previous round, he chose another route, and ended up with an earlier shattered ending. Zhu Shizhou was a little speechless. This proved that if all the replay factors were put aside, and he knew nothing about the intelligence. His true level was only 15 minutes. After understanding this, under the equally speechless gaze of Instructor Imo, they went back to the game again. A new cycle began. Why did Zhu Shizhou choose to let Lao Lang and his team abandon the reconnaissance team and continue to move forward in the last round? It was because he wanted to confirm which section of the road was dangerous, and which section was safe in the shortest possible time and in the most efficient way. If it was confirmed to be safe, then there would be no need to send out a reconnaissance team to explore this round. So, after once again replicating the superb operation of the last round, Zhu Shizhou once again, like a god, directly pointed out the location where the alien insects that attacked everyone would appear at a certain time, which shocked Lao Lang and his team again, and successfully killed the alien insects with 0 casualties. Lao Lang almost knelt down to Zhu Shizhou. Is this a new guy? It's amazing. After achieving 0 casualties in the first encounter, all the experimental subjects were immediately convinced by Zhu Shizhou. This time, Zhu Shizhou said to Lao Lang, "Advance about 2 kilometers." Although Lao Lang was surprised, he did not question it like in the previous round. Obviously, compared with the mindless advancement of 3 kilometers, he could still accept the distance of 2 kilometers. And Zhu Shizhou led them to kill a total of 5 alien insects with 0 casualties. There is no more convincing order than this. As long as you believe in the commander, you can live. They realized this truth after only one battle. Regardless of whether they felt pain in their hearts and the Black Soldier organization, they just wanted to survive. So under Zhu Shizhou's order, they mindlessly advanced 2 kilometers. Until Zhu Shizhou suddenly said, "There is an alien insect ambushed about 300 meters away from you at 10 o'clock ahead. There are 2 alien insects 500 meters away at 1 o'clock ahead." At this time, their sixth sense was back online and returned to normal level. Zhu Shizhou's calm words made them obey the order involuntarily. "Lao Lang, you will continue to command from now on. According to my speculation, the alien insect at the 10 o'clock direction is likely to attack your support group first. After you fight, the 2 alien insects at 1 o'clock will come and attack from your right side." This time, Zhu Shizhou did not give an exact time, because the instructor could see that the sixth sense of these experimental subjects had been disturbed by Zhu Shizhou. It would not be appropriate to use the sixth sense of Lao Lang and others to predict the timing of the appearance of alien insects. So he only talked about the possible development direction. However, Lao Lang is worthy of being a senior experimental subject who has been strong in the Black Soldier organization for a year. He directly regarded Zhu Shizhou's speculation as a 100% correct premise and combined it with the sixth sense to command. The first alien insect was discovered by Lao Lang. At the moment it flew out, Lao Lang once again showed his nerve-twitching shot and hit the alien insect's leg. As the alien insect flew out in a spin, the assault team made up the second shot and killed the alien insect directly. Lao Lang roared, "It's not over yet. Pay attention to the right. There are 2 alien insects ready to attack." It must be said that with advanced preparation, the large group of 60 experimental subjects is not afraid of 3 or 2 alien insects at all. Lao Lang's command is quite in place, and Zhu Shizhou is frantically memorizing the current scene. This time, Lao Lang and others directly advanced half of the distance on the large map. The alien insects obviously also discovered that although Lao Lang and others are numerous, they are really not easy to mess with. Dangerous pheromones echoed on their bodies, which made the alien insects also stay away. On the other hand, other teams can successfully attack without any effort. It can be said that Lao Lang and his team are delicious meals, but they are expensive and require the Zerg to pay more. Other teams are small meals, which are cheaper and more cost-effective. The stubborn Zerg are still attacking Lao Lang, and the smarter Zerg have already set their sights on other teams. However, after many sporadic attempts, many stubborn Zerg have also summarized strategies to attack Lao Lang and others. The attack failed because the number was too small. Then, the number should be larger. That's what the Zerg thought. So, when Lao Lang and others reached the middle of the forest, they encountered a wave of Zerg that other teams could not imagine. 20 or 30 Zerg flew quickly in the sky, leaving after images. When a large number of Zerg appeared, all the experimental subjects were desperate, and even Zhu Shizhou could not regain their confidence. They had never seen so many Zerg in their lives. Zhu Shizhou had never seen it either. He thought that there were 30 Zerg in this forest, but he didn't expect that the number was far more than that. He was almost desperate. This is the first lesson for a newbie? How many times do you need to go back to conquer this Zerg forest? Chapter 235 Su Feng is the source of all evil in the anti-Black Soldier organization. Dying again and again. Dying repeatedly. This is Zhu Shurjio's current situation. He can no longer remember how many times he has died. He only feels that a long time has passed, and can only estimate a rough number. Seems to be a month? It's about this number. He was stuck in the first class for a whole month. This number directly crushed all the times he had to rewind before joining the Black Soldier organization. Is it so difficult? The first class is so difficult. What about the subsequent courses? After a certain rewind, Zhu Shurjio almost doubted his life. On the day of class selection, he stayed in his room and wrote dozens of pages full of strategies for the alien insect forest. Any one of them can allow any team to advance to the middle of the forest. During the continuous rewind for a month, he was thinking about the enemy strategy every moment. But he could never get through the encirclement of the 24 alien insects. It was really limited in ability. It was not his ability that was limited, but the ability of the group of experimental subjects was limited. It was okay to face 1 or 2 Zergs, but to face so many Zergs, using bronze-level characters was far from enough. The previous idea of killing Zergs accurately by rewinding and trial and error was just a luxury. If 2 Zergs attacked together, he would not be able to command. At most, he could only save the life of one of them. And there was no way to operate with a team of 60 people. The best result was that he successfully killed 10 Zergs in the middle of the forest, and then the whole team was wiped out. At this moment, it was the second day after joining the Black Soldier organization. It was the day for course selection. Zhu Shurjio stayed in the room and went crazy. There were countless pieces of paper scattered on the floor, with various words densely written on them, which made people daunted. Zhu Shurjio scratched his hair with one hand, and still bent over the desk with the other hand to write the strategy, until his door was knocked. Come in. The door is not locked. Zhu Shurjio's frown relaxed, and his face became expressionless in an instant. This skilled expression change is comparable to that of an actor. He has mastered this skill in more than 30 replays. He knew that it was Instructor Mo who knocked on his door. Not only that, he could also predict what Instructor Mo would say to him. Instructor Mo was ordered by the head of the command to come and persuade Zhu Shurjio to give up the idea of choosing all courses. He knew every sentence of the following conversation. Instructor Mo walked in. Zhu Shurjio, huh? Zhu Shurjio said calmly, while writing the strategy guide. Don't worry about the paper on the ground. Instructor Mo. Just get straight to the point. Speaking of the point. Oh, by the way, I want to talk about course selection. Instructor Mo said, as he picked up the strategy guide Zhu Shurjio had written from the ground. If you want to persuade me not to choose all the courses, please allow me to refuse. You are now watching my preview of tomorrow's course. You can regard this as my meaningless caution. You can also regard it as my preview of the course. Zhu Shurjio did not even let Instructor Mo ask questions, and directly answered his questions. This was the most concise direction of this conversation that Zhu Shurjio had tried after several replays. Instructor Mo shook his head and disagreed. Want to learn how to fight against alien insects just by reading a book? This is as unrealistic as dreaming. Zhu Shurjio didn't care what Instructor Mo was thinking. He would have to replay the game in the end anyway. With the new replay, he would refresh all of Instructor Mo's memories. If he was sure that this was the last replay, he wouldn't be so bold to expose the strategy he wrote. Instructor Mo simply glanced at it and put it down. He didn't see anything. The whole content looked like I killed the tiger with a slide tackle, which made people want to laugh. You will know what cruelty is tomorrow. Instructor Mo sneered slightly, threw down the paper in his hand, and asked Zhu Shurjio, Are you sure you don't change your course selection? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Shurjio answered without raising his head, as if he had predicted it. I'm sure. Okay. Instructor Mo nodded. The conversation ended here. Instructor Mo walked into Zhu Shurjio's room and said only a few words. Zhu Shurjio had long been accustomed to this result. Zhu Shurjio had been bored for more than 30 times, and the conversation was repeated more than 10 times. But he still couldn't think of any other strategies that could be used. Wait! After struggling for a while, Zhu Shurjio suddenly called out to Instructor Mo, who had already stepped out of the door. Instructor Mo turned around and asked, What? Are you going to change the course? No. I have a question. Zhu Shurjio was very confused now, hesitating whether to speak or not. Instructor Mo stared at Zhu Shurjio for a while. Zhu Shurjio sighed inwardly. and then asked, "Instructor Mo, do you know how Commander Su performed in the first class?" Every time he replayed, he would combine the guidance of Instructor Mo and spend a day summarizing the mistakes he made and preparing detailed measures to avoid mistakes in advance. However, no matter how hard he thought, he could not think of a way out. So inevitably, there was a question lingering in his mind. Was Su Feng's first command class so difficult at that time? In fact, he died too many times and felt that there were so many alien insects in the forest that there was no solution. In more than 30 death replays, he tried to reduce the number of people in the team in batches to reduce the attention of the alien insects, and also tried to take a long detour. But the result was useless. Lao Lang is a very important character. He has determined this. If the team is divided into batches, even if he knows all the accurate intelligence, he can't make the experimental subject perfectly execute his strategy. The only experimental subject who can truly execute orders meticulously without any doubt is Lao Lang. And the other experimental subjects are more willing to listen to Lao Lang's words. If he gives them orders directly, then no matter how shocked they are verbally at the accuracy of his orders, they will always be suspicious the next time they shoot. And hesitation becomes an opportunity for alien insects to attack. Zhu Shizhou almost always fail because of this. The two sides have opposing positions. How could these experimental subjects completely trust him? In comparison, Lao Lang is the weird one. So, he really wants to know how Su Feng did it. Now, he finally couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Instructor Mo raised his eyebrows. "I won't introduce the content of the command class." "Right? No need to introduce it. I've already seen it yesterday." "It's almost like that," Zhu Shizhou said vaguely. "Yesterday." Ah. Zhu Shizhou wanted to cry, but had no tears. This yesterday was already a month ago for him. Instructor Mo nodded and said, "You only know the tip of the iceberg. Do you think there are few Zergs in the Zerg forest now?" "No. There are actually a lot. The reason why the team was able to pass through the Zerg forest yesterday was because we made it convenient for demonstration, and specially marked out an area with only a few Zergs for them to demonstrate to you. In fact, there are at least hundreds of Zergs in the Zerg forest." Zhu Shizhou showed no expression. He had expected this fact. Instructor Mo thought Zhu Shizhou had no reaction because of the emotional erasure. So he continued, "Su Feng is my senior, so I only know a little about him. I can only tell you that when he joined the organization 10 years ago, the organization had not yet captured and cultivated so many alien insects." Zhu Shizhou was a little disappointed. "In other words, he took a simple course?" "Uh-huh. Simple?" Instructor Mo sneered. "You have to know that the organization had not yet started to deliberately cultivate and capture high-quality experimental subjects." Zhu Shizhou was stunned. At that time, Su Feng's class went into battle in person. After a period of training, with only training experience but no actual combat experience, they entered the Zerg forest to take actual combat command classes. As an aside, the reason why you can now sit in the classroom safely and give orders to the experimental subjects is because Su Feng proposed reform suggestions after graduation. He proposed a plan to cultivate experimental subjects, deliberately and secretly propagated the ideas of the anti-black soldier organization in the outside world, and acted ruthlessly, allowing those organizations to look for talents and develop organizations in a few years with hatred for the black soldier organization. And then, our black soldier organization is responsible for capturing those talents with potential who have grown up as experimental subjects. Directly save a lot of resources and time. Fuck. Zhu Shizhou was shocked. Damn. Su Feng. You dog. You are the source of all evil that gave birth to the anti-black soldier organization? Chapter 236 Apply for a Fight. Su Feng is the source of all evil that led to the birth of the anti-black soldier organization. If Su Feng had not promoted the anti-black soldier organization's ideas to the outside world, there would not be today's experimental subjects. The far-reaching planning directly affected the way the black soldier organization trained commanders. From the beginning, the new students had to enter the alien insect forest in person to now being able to learn how to command in a safe way like playing a game. All of which were the result of Su Feng's influence. Zhu Shizhou could only say awesome silently. However, he also thought of a possibility. Su Feng's class went on the field in person, which was completely different from their current situation. Going on the field in person meant extremely high control over the team and zero delay reaction speed to deal with alien insects. There was no need to worry about the experimental subjects resisting orders, and he could directly execute his own orders. Then, can he apply to command the class in person? Zhu Shurjiu was thinking about this when Instructor Mo said, "In short, Commander Su has created such a favorable environment for you to train yourself. Just to improve the survival rate of new students. You should cherish it. Instead of randomly choosing courses. In history, no one has ever passed all the courses." The topic returned to course selection. Instructor Mo's purpose has always been clear. That is, to persuade Zhu Shurjiu to give up the plan of choosing all courses. Zhu Shurjiu's purpose is not on the same channel as Instructor Mo. He just pondered for a moment, then opened his mouth and asked a question that surprised Instructor Mo. "Instructor Mo, can I apply to command the command class tomorrow?" "What?" Even though Instructor Mo was such a calm person, he couldn't think about this question at this moment. Zhu Shurjiu calmly repeated, "I want to personally command." Instructor Mo didn't expect that his few words would directly cause Zhu Shurjiu to have such a bad idea. "Personally command? Do you want to listen to what you are saying?" "First of all, the experimental subjects hate the Black Soldier organization to the core. If you appear in front of them, they will all want you dead. Secondly, you are a newcomer with no experience and have never touched a gun. You actually said that you want to personally command? It was just like a joke. I don't need to know so much. Can't I just ask a little?" Instructor Mo subconsciously wanted to say no. However, before he said it, he suddenly thought of the minister who specifically asked him to persuade Zhu Shurjiu to give up all the courses, which shows how much the minister cares about Zhu Shurjiu. And there must be some reason he doesn't know about this attention. Could it be that this unknown reason is what Zhu Shurjiu relies on? Instructor Mo hesitated, then answered, "I need to ask the minister." Zhu Shurjiu nodded and said please. He had known it for a long time. Instructor Mo came here to persuade him because of the order of the head of the headquarters. But why did the head pay so much attention to him? The only reason Zhu Shurjiu could think of was Su Feng. Su Feng once said that the communication of Illuminescent Island was cut off from the outside world, and he could not contact Zhu Shurjiu, who was on Illuminescent Island. Zhu Shurjiu only believed half of it. He was more willing to believe that Su Feng had other means to confirm his condition, such as the head of the headquarters. "Now I propose to personally command." Others cannot understand, but Su Feng must understand. Throwing this question to Instructor Mo is precisely to let Instructor Mo contact the head of the command, so that the head of the command can contact Su Feng, and Su Feng knows what to do. Instructor Mo did not avoid Zhu Shurjiu, but called the head in front of Zhu Shurjiu. The call was quickly connected, and Instructor Mo directly explained Zhu Shurjiu's intention. After a moment of silence, the head of the command replied lightly, "Okay." Zhu Shurjiu raised his eyebrows. The head of the command agreed without hanging up the phone, which proved that she did not contact Su Feng and decided on her own that the fate that might lead to his death. This means that the head of the command was either specifically told by Su Feng, or the intelligence she learned from Su Feng made her make this judgment, or she did not care about his life at all, or she was very optimistic about his performance in the test assessment. Which one is it? The head of the command, who was far away on the other side of the island, looked at the recommendation letter that Su Feng had submitted long ago. Every new student needs to be recommended by an organizer for the assessment on the island. But for other students, the organizers considered them available after the assessment, and then sent out black soldiers to coerce and bribe those new students to sign a confidentiality agreement. During the whole process, those students should not know that they were recommended to enter the island. However, Su Feng is different. Su Feng has the right to recommend, but he has never used it. Zhu Shurjiu is the first one. She knows that Su Feng, who is on the front line, has no time to inspect newcomers, let alone recommend someone to the island. Therefore, how Zhu Shurjiu appeared was already quite clear. Zhu Shurjiu must be Su Feng's pawn. Su Feng wanted to use Zhu Shurjiu to achieve a certain plan. She still couldn't see the plan clearly, but she was sure that there must be something fishy about it. Now Zhu Shurjiu proposed to personally command the game without any training foundation. Was it Su Feng's intention or Zhu Shurjiu's own initiative? After hanging up the phone, Instructor Mo was a little bit unbelievable. The minister agreed. "Thank you." Zhu Shurjiu nodded calmly, and Instructor Mo didn't notice anything unusual. Instructor Mo shook his head and said, "I don't know how many things I don't know about this, and why the minister agreed to your request. But I really don't think you can pass the first class tomorrow." Because? Instructor Mo stopped talking halfway. Because talking more would cause the students to lose their motivation and fail to perform to their limit. In the first class, the organization actually didn't want the students to pass at all. It's not that they deliberately increased the difficulty, but that the students themselves couldn't command the experimental subjects to pass the alien insect forest in the first class. Due to the lack of knowledge and experience, the students missed too many things, and they had no foundation. So the original course arrangement was to teach in stages. The organization allowed students to borrow points to buy experimental subjects because it was considered that no newcomers could complete the first stage of learning in the first class. After the students were able to remotely command the team through the forest in the first stage, the organization would arrange for the students to enter the second stage of learning. That is, to personally participate in actual combat. Now Zhu Shurjiu wanted to skip the novice tutorial without knowing anything and go to the second stage of the course content. How could this not scare Instructor Mo? You will definitely die. Instructor Mo did not persuade him anymore, but just said so. Zhu Shurjiu's answer was also very simple. If I die, it proves that I am nothing. Chapter 237. You die first. Wait for me to become a god. The next day, the students did not see Zhu Shurjiu come to class in the command class. They had all heard about Zhu Shurjiu's full selection of courses. And when they saw Zhu Shurjiu not coming to class, they couldn't help but speculate. Sure enough, he went to other classes. 7 departments have classes at the same time. There is no way to solve this problem. It's a good opportunity to see how many points you will lose for missing a class. The students talked about it, thinking that Zhu Shurjiu finally chose to skip the command class and go to other classes. Su Chan thought so too, and called Zhu Shurjiu directly at 7:59. The call was quickly connected, and Zhu Shurjiu's familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Where are you? Su Chan asked. It was very quiet on the other end of the phone, as if Zhu Shurjiu did not go to other departments' courses. Zhu Shurjiu said, You will know in a while. In short, you need to cooperate with me in this class. You need to select 30 experimental subjects as quickly as possible. I will tell you the numbers. Although Su Chan was puzzled from what Zhu Shurjiu said, it seemed that he did not skip class. But she could not see Zhu Shurjiu at the scene, and she really didn't know where Zhu Shurjiu was. So, where is Zhu Shurjiu? Outside the white room. After giving instructions to Su Chan, Zhu Shurjiu hung up the phone. At this moment, he was wearing a standard black soldier suit, a helmet, a gas mask, and a combat uniform. Except that he did not have a gun in his hand. Everything else was the same as the black soldiers. He took a deep breath and walked into the white room. Another one. The subjects, who had already arrived at the scene, were no longer surprised. The one who appeared in front of the subjects was naturally Zhu Shurjiu. But unlike the other subjects, he was not escorted by any black soldiers. The other subjects were all escorted by black soldiers. So they were naturally curious about Zhu Shurjiu's situation. Why were they all subjects? But you were so special? And more importantly, Zhu Shurjiu did not wear a number plate on his chest. So as soon as Zhu Shurjiu entered the crowd, a subject came up to him curiously. Hey, brother, what are you doing? Zhu Shurjiu shook his head, pushed away the subject who came up, and walked straight to the direction of Lao Lang in his memory. Lao Lang was telling the other subjects about the information he had. We will be assigned to the new recruits of the headquarters of the Black Soldier Organization in a group of 30, but in this game, the new recruits are players, and we are the characters they control. At this time, Zhu Shurjiu suddenly stood up and interrupted Lao Lang. Is there a possibility that the commander of the new students will personally go down? Old Wolf paused and looked in the direction of the sound. The experimental subjects made way for Zhu Shurjiu, and Zhu Shurjiu appeared in front of Old Wolf. Old Wolf didn't know who Zhu Shurjiu was. Many people at the scene didn't know each other, so he didn't know Zhu Shurjiu either. Haha. You think too much. This is impossible. Old Wolf sneered. To put it bluntly, we are the experimental subjects for the new students to command, so that they can quickly obtain tools for growth. If the tools are broken, just replace them with a batch of tools. The new students don't know anything, and we expect them to risk their lives and go down in person. Don't be kidding. The other test subjects laughed at what Lao Lang said, and the stupid question Zhu Shurjiu asked. How is it possible? Brother, this is your first day as a test subject, right? How could you ask this question? Don't be so naive. The people in the Black Soldier Organization are a bunch of emotionless monsters. They only consider the most rational results. Alas, we are all going to die in this experiment, Lao Lang said indifferently. Hee hee. In this experiment, We have to obey the stupid orders of the new trainees of the stupid command department to fight against the alien insects and die. You can imagine what kind of weird and stupid outrageous orders these new trainees, who have never come into contact with alien insects, will give. A desperate atmosphere suddenly lingered over the test subjects. Then, Lao Lang saw that Zhu Shizhou didn't react at all, and looked at him. There was no number plate on him. So he asked a question. By the way, who are you? Zhu Shizhou replied indifferently. What a coincidence. I am the new trainee of the stupid command department you mentioned. Dead silence. In the entire white room, you could hear a pin drop. Old Wolf broke out in a cold sweat. After a while, Old Wolf, feeling dry mouth and tongue, swallowed his saliva and said, Brother, this joke is not funny. Zhu Shizhou nodded. It is indeed not funny. The next second, Zhu Shizhou took out his mobile phone to check the time. The time is up. You can choose a number. The experimental subjects looked at Zhu Shizhou holding the mobile phone, and were shocked. Old Wolf was slapped in the face. But the experimental subjects did not care about Old Wolf's feelings. They all looked at Zhu Shizhou in shock. In their shocked eyes, Zhu Shizhou quickly selected 30 experimental subjects manually. Su Chan, who had received Zhu Shizhou's prompt in advance, also quickly selected her experimental subjects. The black soldiers with guns standing by the side of the white room separated the selected experimental subjects. As Lao Lang said, they were divided into teams of 30. Lao Lang was selected by Su Chan to join another team, while Zhu Shizhou stood in front of the 30 experimental subjects he selected, staring at them indifferently. The terrified experimental subjects trembled, and some of the experimental subjects, who had laughed at Zhu Shizhou or cursed the black soldier organization before, hid behind the crowd, fearing that Zhu Shizhou would notice them. In this case, Zhu Shizhou said, if you are wiped out in this experiment, I will die too. I will not receive any preferential treatment. The experimental subjects did not speak, but they all showed shocked and surprised eyes. So in order to maximize efficiency and ensure the survival rate of the team, I need to clearly deploy and divide the functions of each member of the entire team. Secondly, I need to make it clear that you must obey my orders 100%. If you can't obey 100%, I will shoot you immediately. For a moment, the experimental subjects cursed in their hearts. I am the command group in this experiment. No matter how difficult it is for you to understand my orders, you must execute them without any thought. Do you understand? Understood. A sparse voice sounded. The voice is too soft. I can't hear it. I understand. You want to pass the experiment with such a low voice? I understand. Zhu Shizhou looked at everyone indifferently and nodded. Good. Very energetic. In the command class classroom, Instructor Mo explained to the students. Before the class, he specifically applied to me to personally command the experimental subjects. If you also intend to do so, you can also apply to do so. I have no objection. The students who understood the situation shook their heads. They all felt that Zhu Shizhou's operation was too outrageous. If their emotions had not been wiped out, they would be shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. After rational analysis, they all felt that Zhu Shizhou was purely looking for death. Su Chan thought of Zhu Shizhou's instructions to her before the class. She felt that Zhu Shizhou must have something to rely on. Otherwise he would not do so, let alone remind her to be prepared to select experimental subjects. The experiment started soon. Zhu Shizhou and others were taken out of the white room, and the black soldiers were guarding them from all sides to prevent them from escaping or rioting. Zhu Shizhou ignored the whispers behind him and walked in front. Apart from the rollback, he had one biggest advantage over other students. That is, his body had been strengthened twice. The first time was the secondary black soldier potion injected by Su Feng, and the second time was the potion injected after joining the organization. The two potions made Zhu Shizhou's body far superior to ordinary people. But even so, he was still a long way behind the experimental subjects. The bodies of the experimental subjects were all close to the physiological limit of the human body, and they were able to develop the sixth sense. But Zhu Shizhou could not develop the sixth sense. In addition, he had never touched a gun before, so it was a bit difficult for him to be super god as soon as he came on the field. In the early stage, he still had to rely on the power of the old wolf. He took the experimental subjects to the entrance of the forest to receive the guns, and Zhu Shizhou also received one. The experimental subjects looked at Zhu Shizhou fiddling with the guns and asked them how to use the guns. They were a little upset for a while. You haven't even touched a gun. Who gave you the courage to go down and fight against the alien insects with us? In their opinion, Zhu Shurjiu would undoubtedly become a pig teammate. Let's go! After getting familiar with the guns a little, Zhu Shurjiu arranged the formation for the experimental subjects. No matter how upset the experimental subjects were, they had to admit that Zhu Shurjiu was at the scene and had the guns that could kill them in an instant. The deterrent power had reached its peak. No one wanted to resist, because no one wanted to die. For now, they had to obey the orders of this new commander. Zhu Shurjiu didn't tell them that he was just an ordinary college student before he came to the island. If he told them, they would probably be even more desperate and collapsed. Not long after entering the forest, Zhu Shurjiu suddenly stared at an experimental subject casually. Number 28. Shoot at the sky. Number 28 didn't ask why, and shot directly at the sky with a bitter face. Not fast enough. Be faster next time. Don't think about why. Just follow my orders. React at the first time. And shoot at the first time. Zhu Shurjiu said. This is just the first order. In order for you to obey my orders more quickly in the future, I will let you shoot from time to time. If you don't shoot according to my wishes, then I will shoot you. Death threat. Everyone's sixth sense told them that this guy was serious. The test subjects were all disappointed. In this absolute oppression, Su Chan ordered Lao Lang and his team to meet up with Zhu Shurjiu. When Lao Lang saw Zhu Shurjiu and his team, he was worried and said to Zhu Shurjiu, Sir, I don't recommend. You don't recommend acting together. Because the Zerg use pheromones to determine food. The more people we have, the more conspicuous we will be in this forest. The Zerg will definitely target us. Right? Lao Lang was stunned. Yes. Zhu Shurjiu walked over and patted Lao Lang on the shoulder. From now on, I am the supreme commander of the two teams, and you are the secondary commander. I understand what you want to say, but what you don't know is that there are hundreds of Zerg in this forest. Not to mention the far ones. There are still 20 to 30 Zerg waiting for them in the middle of the forest. How far are they? You guys die a few times first, and then wait for me to become a god. Chapter 238 20 Deaths. Zhu Shurjiu has never used a gun. There is no doubt about that. Let alone laser weapons. He has never even touched ordinary firearms in society. So it is undoubtedly a joke to expect him to master the shooting skills of firearms perfectly from the beginning. However, laser weapons are different from ordinary firearms. Ordinary firearms use gunpowder to drive bullets, while laser weapons are beam energy weapons driven by electricity. Its nature determines that this weapon itself has no recoil. So Zhu Shurjiu does not need to worry about recoil causing shooting deviation. He only needs to worry about whether he can get the timing right and aim in the right direction. This undoubtedly reduces the difficulty of learning for Zhu Shurjiu. It is known that the alien worm will appear in a certain place at a certain time. Just shoot in that direction. Which sounds very simple. However, the problem is that the movement speed of the alien worm is comparable to that of bullets. Even if there is a difference of 0.1 seconds, the position of the alien worm will be greatly deviated. What is the concept of 0.1 seconds? You should know that a blink of an eye by humans is only 2 to 4 seconds. This is a shorter time than a blink of an eye. The reason why Zhu Shurjiu was able to perfectly command Lao Lang to kill the alien insects before was because Zhu Shurjiu was off the field, and he had a mobile phone in his hand that could check the time. And Lao Lang had a sixth sense that could be used for prediction. All these combined allowed Lao Lang to complete the super shot. But now, Zhu Shurjiu has never touched a gun. Secondly, he can't judge the time. Thirdly, he has no sixth sense. And fourthly, he needs to worry about whether his existence will cause a butterfly effect that will cause the direction of the alien insects to deviate. Because of this, Zhu Shurjiu died 20 times. What does it feel like to die in the mouth of alien Zerg? Zhu Shurjiu can only say that it is a feeling of despair that is unimaginable. Commanding outside the field and fighting with alien Zerg in person, and dying in the field are completely different feelings. When he first encountered alien Zerg, Zhu Shurjiu made a blind estimate based on the time, and then fired a shot in a specific direction. However, the time when the alien Zerg appeared was 1 second later, and the direction also had a large deviation. Don't shoot randomly. Sir! The old wolf roared and fired a shot at the sky, but also missed the alien Zerg. Fortunately, there was the assault unit, and the assault units reacted immediately. Driven by the sixth sense, they successfully predicted the position of the alien Zerg and achieved the result of killing the alien Zerg under firepower coverage. Everyone felt relaxed at once. This is human instinct, and cannot be restrained. After encountering a tense and exciting event, people will instinctively have such a relaxation process. This is normal. But Zhu Shizhou knew that this first alien worm was just a bait. His experience of dying more than 30 times before told him the direction where the alien worm would appear, which was deeply imprinted in his mind. Therefore, Zhu Shizhou followed Lao Long's words without thinking and shouted, "Right behind. There will be more alien worms attacking from the rear. Use your sixth sense to judge." What? When everyone's heart was once again lifted by the dangerous atmosphere, they also reacted. It was Zhu Shizhou who fired the first shot and accurately judged the direction where the alien worm appeared. And the time of this first shot was a full second earlier than Lao Lang. Lao Lang also reacted at this time. Zhu Shizhou's random shooting on the battlefield just now did cause a lot of interference to his shooting. But looking back, Zhu Shizhou's judgment was not inaccurate. Lao Lang wanted to ask Zhu Shizhou how he did it. But Zhu Shizhou was destined not to answer him, because in the next second, Zhu Shizhou died. The alien insects really appeared from behind. But the target they attacked was completely different from what Zhu Shizhou expected. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards him. Then they pierced his chest at a speed that Zhu Shizhou could not react to at all. After his chest was pierced, Zhu Shizhou did not die immediately. At first, he felt nothing. But his body suddenly felt empty, as if something was missing. When he looked down in astonishment, he found that there was a huge hole in his chest, and the surrounding experimental subjects were all looking at this side, as if they had not expected this result. Then, there was a severe pain, when blood leaked out of his body like a fountain. His consciousness gradually blurred. Too fast. The alien insects are really too fast. I had no real feeling before. But now Zhu Shizhou finally had a personal experience. It was a kind of extreme despair that made people die without even noticing. How could there be such a fast creature? Can humans really fight against such a creature? Without the sixth sense, Zhu Shizhou seemed to be playing a rubbish game where the protagonist would die at the speed of light at a certain point in time. The target of the Zerg attack was not Lao Lang, but him. This almost made Zhu Shizhou want to curse out loud, because this very likely means that the only information he got from his more than 30 deaths before was the number of Zerg, and the location and time of the Zerg's appearance may have more deviations. Thinking about it carefully, this is actually very reasonable, because the commander in the eyes of the Zerg has changed from Lao Lang to him. So the target of attack has also become him. The first Zerg's target was Old Wolf, because Old Wolf was giving orders. After the bait Zerg died, the Zerg directly judged that he was the real commander. This was the intelligence level of the Zerg. After cursing in his heart, Zhu Shizhou was finally glad. Fortunately, he could use the cheat to rewind. It didn't matter if the enemy's actions changed, as long as he used his body to remember everything. Even if he didn't have a sixth sense, he could do it as if he had a sixth sense. After dying 2 or 3 times, Zhu Shizhou discovered that the biggest advantage of personally commanding was déjà vu. Zhu Shizhou originally planned to attack the Zerg according to the biological clock. But when the Zerg was about to appear, the fact that everything had already happened in his memory made Zhu Shizhou adjust the time of his shooting without thinking. This was a decision that he didn't even have time to think about. It was a completely conditioned reflex shot. He didn't need to go through the process of trying to time it. He just used déjà vu, and suddenly felt that it was at this time that the Zerg should appear. So he fired the gun the moment the Zerg appeared. Don't shoot randomly, sir. Lao Lang fired the gun almost a few tenths of a second after Zhu Shizhou, and roared like he did in the previous rounds after Zhu Shizhou fired the gun. Zhu Shizhou still missed the target with this shot. But it was not a matter of time, but a matter of aiming. Zhu Shizhou's judgment of time was not wrong at all. The Zerg did appear at that time. The time difference between his sixth sense and Lao Lang's was only a few tenths of a second. In other words, at this moment, Zhu Shizhou's sense of déjà vu. It replaced the sixth sense and played the same role. The other slightly worse test subjects didn't even react, and the sixth sense hadn't taken effect yet. The assault department fired as in the previous rounds, and the white laser directly annihilated most of the alien insect's body. The first alien insect was not difficult at all, and was directly eliminated. Then, Zhu Shizhou shouted the same lines as in the previous round. Right behind. There will be more alien insects attacking from the rear. Everyone was surprised, and they couldn't help but be shocked by Zhu Shizhou's decisiveness and accuracy in firing the first shot just now, perfectly predicting the time when the alien insects appeared. Except for the lack of shooting accuracy. The rest of his performance was like a qualified commander. Is this guy really a new student? Everyone didn't have time to think more. In this ever-changing battlefield, their doubts only lasted for a moment and were thrown behind them. Because they cared more about their own lives. Zhu Shurjiu didn't want to die either. The sense of déjà vu became stronger and stronger. The death that had already happened once made Zhu Shurjiu remember the moment when his chest was pierced deeply, knowing that the alien insects would appear right behind him. Zhu Shurjiu didn't have time to judge more. 3, 2, 1. Turn around. Shoot directly. Without any aiming. The sense of déjà vu in his body forced his adrenaline to surge, stimulating Zhu Shurjiu to pull the trigger. It was as if the time of the whole world had slowed down. He could feel his own breathing, could sense the slight touch of the wind on his skin, and could feel every muscle in his body trembling because of his rapid turn. And memories appeared like a revolving lantern. Zhu Shurjiu's tense fingers pulled the trigger as he turned around, and the white laser shot out like a streak. Clang! The gun in his hand made a faint sound of being overwhelmed. This was not because the laser was shot out. It was because the alien insect touched his gun. Zhu Shurjiu turned around and fired a shot, accurately annihilating the alien insect that was close at hand, but at an extremely close distance. It used the mass inertia of its half-broken body to press the gun, and directly hit Zhu Shurjiu's chest. This time, Zhu Shurjiu's chest was not pierced by the alien insect, but his ribs were broken. The broken ribs directly pierced the lung lobe, and Zhu Shurjiu flew out, while the alien insect hit his chest like a cannonball that had lost its power, smashing his chest into a dent and deeply embedded in his chest. Blood gushed out of his mouth between breaths. Suffocation and severe pain came, and Zhu Shurjiu's eyes went black. I have to say, this was a rather painful death. Zhu Shurjiu had experienced quite a few such painful deaths in the 20 times. Death rollback death rollback death. Zhu Shurjiu had died 20 times. 20 deaths represent more than 20 days. Zhu Shurjiu was already able to accurately aim within 100 meters. This range was enough, because the position of each appearance of the alien insect must be within 100 meters. So once Zhu Shurjiu used his sense of déjà vu to remember the time, the next rollback would be the death date of the alien insect. Moreover, Zhu Shurjiu was not fighting alone. He was also accompanied by Lao Lang and others. Although Lao Lang and others did not have Zhu Shurjiu's abnormal ability to accurately judge the time and position of the appearance of the alien insect, they could not resist Zhu Shurjiu's initiative to tell them. Originally, he did not personally fight in the battle. Lao Lang and others were able to reach the middle of the forest under his command. Now the mobility is even more terrifying. Zhu Shurjiu only needs to accurately kill a certain Zerg that will cause casualties or defeat the entire team. Zhu Shurjiu does not need to worry about other Zerg that will be killed. Other experimental subjects will fight automatically. In the 20th replay, Zhu Shurjiu has led the team to kill through the Zerg defense network in the middle of the forest. Other Zergs that saw the situation was not good died or fled, except for a scar on Zhu Shurjiu's chest caused by the Zerg's legs. Everything else was perfect. The experimental subjects were originally ready to celebrate after surviving the disaster, but they saw Zhu Shurjiu shaking his head and holding the gun to his chin. Boom! Chapter 239 Killing with Ease. For the 21st time, Zhu Shurjiu looked numb. After repeating the same line several times before, he finally waited for Lao Lang. Sir, I don't recommend. It was the same words. Zhu Shurjiu was almost tired of hearing them. He interrupted Lao Lang calmly. I know that the Zerg will target us. He used 20 deaths to simplify this sentence. He found that reducing the dialogue to a certain extent would not affect the subsequent development at all. So he simply tried to reduce the length of the dialogue every time to avoid wasting saliva. Lao Lang looked at the experimental subjects behind him, feeling sad, and thinking madly, you know that you let us come to die? In his judgment, Zhu Shurjiu is a fool who knows there is a tiger in the mountain, but still goes to the tiger mountain. And he doesn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. Now he doesn't let anyone talk, and insists on letting the two teams meet up. Lao Lang sighed in his heart. This is the stupidity of the new students. What he said to other experimental subjects before was true. Commander, if the alien insects appear, Zhu Shurjiu said lightly, it doesn't matter. I will take action. Lao Lang was choked. He cursed in his heart. What a hammer you use. Originally, he wanted to say that if the alien insects appeared, they, the experimental subjects, might not be able to protect him. But he didn't expect Zhu Shizhou to say it doesn't matter. I will take action. Who said that the human race has no emperors? It's true. In this near collapse and madness, after the two teams merged, Lao Lang wanted to recommend himself as the temporary command captain in order to ensure the survival rate of the team. However, Zhu Shizhou seemed to have anticipated his thoughts and said indifferently to the other test subjects, I am the only one in charge of this experiment. If you don't obey my orders, you will die. Either die in his hands or die in the mouth of the alien insects. Lao Lang had no expression on his face. Well, it seems that today is the end of his life. After Zhu Shizhou finished speaking to the other test subjects, he glanced at Lao Lang. In the 20 replays, he had already discovered that if he gave Lao Lang temporary command, Lao Lang's performance would be slightly better. But if he deprived him of his command, Lao Lang's condition would decline and fall to the same level as other test subjects. After that, starting from the time he killed the first alien insect, Lao Lang's condition would rise again. 20 replays were not enough for Zhu Shizhou to understand the status of everyone. But Zhu Shizhou had already figured out the ups and downs of key figures. Not only Lao Lang, but also other experimental subjects in the team who occasionally perform well are on Zhu Shizhou's list of key concerns. After repeated adjustments, Zhu Shizhou already knows how to deal with them in order to maximize the potential of this team. Zhu Shizhou doesn't know the principle, nor does he need to know. When playing games, you can use team skills and know what the effects of team skills are. Who would read the literary description of skills word by word? After seizing Lao Lang's temporary command, the entire 60-person team was deployed by Zhu Shizhou. He directly and shamelessly copied Lao Lang's configuration plan. How many groups are there in total? What position in which team? And what means to use for exploration are all under Zhu Shizhou's control. Zhu Shizhou ignored the reconnaissance team sent to investigate the danger. All the intelligence was in his mind, and the reconnaissance team was just pretending. Zhu Shizhou would even deliberately ask the reconnaissance team to go to some places that were known to be absolutely safe to scout, in order to ensure their survival rate as much as possible. So, the assault team must be careful later, especially number 98. I think you can relax a little. Zhu Shizhou was still giving a long speech to the experimental subjects. But at this moment, all the experimental subjects were shocked. They sensed the danger with their sixth sense. Cold sweat ran down Lao Lang's forehead. Damn it. The alien insects must be nearby. And you are still giving a speech here? The experimental subjects' attention was no longer on Zhu Shizhou. They all thought that he was simply a pig teammate. Little did they know that Zhu Shizhou's behavior was intentional. The sixth sense in Lao Lang's heart became stronger. The omen of death was like a mountain pressing down on his heart. In an instant, he raised his gun in despair, and finally couldn't help but roar loudly. Everyone pay attention. Alien insects. Instantly, a white light flashed in the air. At the same time, a black shadow flew out with the explosion of a tree, as if it was specially welcoming the beautiful white light in the sky. It accurately caught up head-on. Boom! The body of the alien insect was annihilated, hitting the bullseye. The effect of this shot was no less than the super shot that Lao Lang shot the first time. And even better, because the situation was too unexpected. Everyone thought they were going to die in the previous second. But the next second, the alien insect appeared. And before they felt the danger, the alien insect was accurately killed by a shot. Who was it? I thought Lao Lang was already the strongest among the experimental subjects present. But there was someone stronger than him. Who is it? Everyone looked back suddenly, and saw Zhu Shizhou in the center of the team, who calmly put away his gun. Everyone, pay attention. There are still alien insects. Zhu Shizhou said this calmly, as if the person who fired the shocking shot just now was not him. But the experimental subjects, who had never looked away from the back, knew clearly that the shot was indeed fired by Zhu Shizhou. The scene was dead silent for a while. And then before everyone could make an uproar, Lao Lang widened his eyes. The danger of the sixth sense had not disappeared. He then shouted to everyone, "It's not over yet," when Lao Lang roared the first word. Zhu Shizhou had already turned around and raised the gun in his hand. When the second word reached the mouths of the experimental subjects, Zhu Shizhou used all his strength, as if he wanted to break the trigger, and pulled the trigger in his hand. At this time, the 1-second cooling of the gun had ended, and white light gathered from the muzzle and burst out. When Lao Lang roared the third word, Zhu Shizhou directly tried his best to throw the gun to the side. The whole person suddenly leaned back and fell. At the same time, an alien insect whose body was annihilated by the white light relied on its own mass inertia to rub Zhu Shurjio's chest, flashed past Zhu Shurjio's face, and fell heavily on the ground behind. At this moment, all the test subjects barely raised their guns. The whole process from Zhu Shurjio turning around to firing a shot and avoiding the impact of the dead alien insects was no more than 0.5 seconds. The time left for the test subjects to use their sixth sense to predict the shooting was only 0.1 second. The test subjects were shocked by Zhu Shurjio's super shot just a moment ago. And at this moment, they witnessed an even more perverted shot. Even Lao Lang was unable to react. And he fired after Zhu Shurjio. But his shot was in vain. Before the other test subjects could be shocked, they heard Zhu Shurjio's voice shoot. His last shot only killed one alien Zerg. And there were 3 more alien Zerg that needed to be dealt with by the test subjects. Zhu Shurjio knew that if he didn't shout this word, the test subjects would miss the best opportunity to kill the alien Zerg in shock. And 2 or 3 people would die in the end. But if he shouted this word, the test subjects would all survive. Zhu Shurjio was not worried at all, because there were 60 test subjects present, and it only took 5 seconds to deal with 3 alien Zerg. The test subjects fired wildly in fear. Zhu Shurjio lay on the ground and counted silently. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After counting, he got up from the ground, looking at the whole scene. The battle was over. Zhu Shurjio patted the dust on his body like nothing happened in the shocked eyes of the test subjects, and walked over to pick up the gun. After looking around at everyone, he said lightly, "Everyone keep moving forward." Chapter 240 Killing Insects Today. As everyone continued to move forward, the old wolf's surprise became more and more intense. Who exactly is this new student? Under Zhu Shurjio's command, the experimental subjects moved forward in an orderly manner, and at the same time, he kept spitting out orders in a sophisticated manner. He didn't look like a newcomer who was in contact with alien insects for the first time. This also made him wonder why you were so skilled. What the old wolf didn't know was that Zhu Shurjio at this time was based on 20 replays. And he copied the old wolf's orders and made fine adjustments to the orders according to the actual situation. So now Zhu Shurjio is equivalent to another old wolf in the world. And some orders are even more efficient than the old wolf's decision. Although the other experimental subjects didn't speak, they basically recognized Zhu Shurjio's performance and began to subconsciously regard Zhu Shurjio as a real commander. This is why Zhu Shurjio must copy the answers. The experimental subjects believe in the person who can lead them to live. And the more sophisticated Zhu Shurjio is, the more they will trust him. Report: there are traces of alien insect activity at 2 o'clock ahead. We found alien insect excrement. About 5 kilograms. There are also dark red bloodstains on the tree trunks. After inspection, we think it should be the remnants from a few months ago. Zhu Shurjio listened to the reconnaissance intelligence sent by the reconnaissance team, which was exactly the same as the previous rounds. Nodded and said, "The 2 o'clock direction ahead is the habitat of alien insects. And the number of alien insects is unknown. What do you think? Should we go there to kill the insects? Or take a detour?" The test subjects showed fear on their faces. "Sir, can we take a detour? There is no need to do such a risky thing." "That's right. The number of Zerg is unknown. I'm worried that we will be wiped out." "Sir, I don't think we should sacrifice our lives for a moment of fame." Yes, it's better to be safe." The subject said so, and even Lao Lang thought so in his heart. "But, is this really okay?" Zhu Shurjio asked. The subjects were stunned. In the hearts of all the subjects, there are questions that they dare not even think about. And this question comes from their initial belief in joining the anti-black soldier organization. It's a bit ridiculous. Most of them join the anti-black soldier organization not to fight against the black soldier, but to save the world. The damn bugs are unscrupulously feeding on humans in the world, eroding human civilization bit by bit, and even forcing the black soldier organization to go to the end. And decided to let go and attack the enemy of the world. And what did they do before that? They wanted to stop the black soldier wholeheartedly, because they believed that humans were not ready to face the enemy of the world. As a result, nothing was done. They hated their own powerlessness, hated the black soldier organization's strength, hated the Zerg that forced humans to the path of self-destruction, hated the enemies of the world hovering over Jiancheng, and hated the weakness of humans. If humans were strong enough to wantonly manipulate the Zerg, then the end of humanity today would definitely not be like this. And the Black Soldier Organization and the Anti-Black Soldier Organization would definitely be able to cooperate and win together. The Black Soldier organization did act ruthlessly and decisively. Even though they were weak and had a deep hatred for the Black Soldier organization, they had to admit that the enemy of humans was always the Zerg. Is it really okay like this? Zhu Shurjiu waved his hand, asking everyone to stop, and repeated the question in a light voice. As the test subjects looked at each other, some of them began to echo Zhu Shurjiu's question in their hearts. All your strength is a joke in front of the Black Soldier organization. The organization has never set its sights on you. No matter how much hatred and indignation you have in your heart, you have to admit that you are absolutely garbage. Zhu Shurjiu stood still and stated a fact that made everyone angry. Suddenly, a group of test subjects burst into anger. They felt humiliated. However, what Zhu Shurjiu said was right. They have been fighting against the Black Soldier organization, but they have never done anything. Just like rats in the sewer, the Black Soldier organization will step on them when they are in the mood, and will not even look at them when they are not in the mood. This makes their previous behavior look ridiculous to the extreme. You are so weak that you don't have the courage to resist. Haha. Don't look at me with that aggrieved look. You know what I said is the truth. You think you will die if you resist. So you suppress the desire to resist, and are willing to be a coward who can't do anything. You will also comfort yourself privately by saying that I am not resisting. But I will wait for the right time to resist. Day and night. I can only dream that I can overthrow the Black Soldier organization, trample the Black Soldier organization under my feet, and save the world by the way. Ha! This is your AQ spirit. Right? Really optimistic. I have to say that you are good at relieving the suffering in your heart. You are so weak. But you also have big dreams. But dreams are just dreams, and you can never put them into practice. Zhu Shurjiu's eyes revealed a hint of mockery, and the words he uttered made all the experimental subjects feel ashamed. But at the same time, they still couldn't refute it, because it was all true. They became experimental subjects precisely because they didn't have the courage to resist. After becoming experimental subjects, they lived in fear every day, fearing that they would die in a certain experiment, and could only do their best to survive until death. Then what? Suddenly, it seemed that some experimental subjects couldn't stand Zhu Shurjiu's blatant ridicule, and asked back with clenched fists and gritted teeth, "Is there anything wrong with us wanting to live? Why do we have to die for this damn Black Soldier organization? You said these just to make us go with you to kill insects. Why should we do such a stupid thing?" Zhu Shurjiu pretended to be surprised. "So this is how you comfort yourself?" Hearing Zhu Shurjiu's words, the subject's brain seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer. Zhu Shurjiu said, "Haha. You can only comfort yourself like this in secret. You know, I want to laugh. When the Black Soldier organization was fighting against the Zerg, you were fighting against the Black Soldier organization. When you were captured as experimental subjects, you still lived on while fantasizing about defeating the Black Soldier organization. Have you ever focused on the Zerg?" The subjects opened their mouths. Obviously, everyone's physical fitness was close to the limit. But at this time, they all looked pale. The psychological defense line was being disintegrated and shattered by Zhu Shurjiu. "To be honest, I look down on you, because it can be deduced logically that the test subjects standing in front of me alive are all test subjects who are willing to become cowards. The test subjects who dared to resist are all dead." Old Wolf clenched his fist silently at this time. That's right. The test subjects who resisted are all dead. He recalled what happened when he and other comrades were captured by the Black Soldier organization. That day, the Black Soldier who captured them only asked them one question. "Who of you wants to resist?" Then his comrade stood up. But his head was smashed by a punch, and the scarlet blood splashed on his face, which scared him silly. After killing his comrades with ease, the Black Soldier asked expressionlessly, "Who else wants to resist?" At that time, Lao Lang was so frightened that he couldn't even move his hands and feet. And one of his predecessors, who brought him into the organization and trained him, patted Lao Lang on the shoulder and said, "You can't be a coward all your life." So, the predecessor stood up, but was killed in seconds. From that time on, Lao Lang gave up all his insistence and was determined to be a survivor. However, is this really right? Zhu Shurjiu's words were like a sharp sword, directly and mercilessly piercing through their hypocritical masks, showing their inner hearts, so that they can see what kind of virtue they are. The reason why you don't resist the Black Soldier organization is because you don't have the power. Right? Yes, they don't have the power to resist the Black Soldier organization. This became their excuse to escape. You think you can fight against the Black Soldier organization just because you have the power? No. Face the reality. You can't. Even if you have the power. You will run away and put all your strength into escaping. Do you think I'm just talking nonsense? Look at yourselves. Zhu Shizhou looked indifferently at the people present, who were almost shaken by his heart-piercing words. You clearly have the power to kill the Zerg. But you dare not face them. This is the essence of your cowardice. Zerg represent the humiliation of mankind. Any resistance of ordinary humans is a fucking joke in front of those damn Zerg. But what about you? Your body is close to the physiological limit of humans. You killed several Zerg under my command before. But you can only passively respond to the enemy. You will never take the initiative to stand up and fight against the Zerg. Even if you have the ability to kill Zerg, you will continue to retreat because of the thought of death. That's what you think. Right? Tell me. How long are you going to wait? Zerg that treat humans as food symbolizes the humiliation of mankind. Are you willing to live under this humiliation and keep finding excuses to comfort yourself? Treating retreat as courage is stupid. Treasure as dormancy is sad. Treasure fantasy as the future is ridiculous. You retreat even at this time. When are you going to stand up? The faces of the experimental subjects turned red. And the blood rushed up. I really want to curse. At this moment, a call came directly to Zhu Shizhou's mobile phone. Zhu Shizhou picked up the phone and took a look. It was an unfamiliar number. When he answered it, it turned out to be Instructor Mo. What are you going to do? Are you rebelling? Instructor Mo's words were full of coldness. Zhu Shizhou turned on the speakerphone. So the experimental subjects heard what Instructor Mo said. The test subjects were ashamed and angry. And also confused. Zhu Shizhou glanced at everyone. Gave them a meaningful look. Then shook his head and replied, No. I want to kill the insects. After that, he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, he even turned off his phone. Zhu Shizhou said to everyone, You all know that I didn't have to leave. This experiment about your life is actually just a lesson for me. But you know, what I want to do is not only to pass this lesson. I want to do more. I want to lead you all through the level. I want to let you see that the powerful alien insects in your eyes are shit in front of me. I want to give you back the courage you abandoned. Those who are willing to stand up. Stand up for me. Those who are unwilling to stand up. Just stay in the team and continue to be cowards. Dreaming your spring and autumn dreams. Today, my only goal is to kill through this forest and kill insects. Chapter 241 Killing Like Crazy. Instructor Mo was completely dumbfounded. What was Zhu Shizhou going to do? He was so blatant. Openly rebelling in the first class after joining the Black Soldier organization? Not only that, when he called him, he directly hung up his phone. Which was simply arrogant to the extreme. He also heard Zhu Shizhou's remarks just now. But it was really hard to judge whether Zhu Shizhou's remarks were intended to arouse the combat potential of the experimental subjects, or to arouse the experimental subjects' resistance thinking. But what is certain is that his words directly made the experimental subjects go berserk. The experimental subjects, who used to be timid in the face of alien insects, were just like taking stimulants. There must be something wrong with this person. Instructor Mo's eyes gradually became suspicious. But at this moment, Suchan spoke. So that's it. Zhu Shizhou is so calculating. Instructor Mo looked at Suchan in surprise. Suchan said, Zhu Shizhou's words seemed to be a declaration of rebellion. But in fact, he was using this to assimilate everyone's thoughts and put his position together with the positions of the experimental subjects. In this way, the experimental subjects will fight for him wholeheartedly. No. The experimental subjects probably think that all their fearlessness is for themselves. Zhu Shizhou accurately grasped the minds of the experimental subjects, and then forcibly instilled in these experimental subjects the belief of fighting the alien insects to the end. He didn't want to rebel. He wanted to use these experimental subjects. Instructor Mo certainly had such a guess. But before Suchan spoke, he actually suspected that Zhu Shizhou wanted to rebel. Both opposing viewpoints are possible. If no one supports a certain viewpoint, thinking alone will only go deeper in one direction. But what if someone stands up to support one of the viewpoints? It must be admitted that Su Chan's words directly made Instructor Mo's suspicion fade. Although there are still doubts, Zhu Shizhou's behavior has a reasonable basis. So he decided to wait until the end of this class. Who knows whether Zhu Shizhou can survive? Only Zhu Shizhou who survives is worth doubting. And Zhu Shizhou who is dead is not worth his attention. Thinking of this, Instructor Mo felt at ease. Suchan stared at the picture deeply. Zhu Shizhou's propaganda of rebellion just now was not what she expected at all. And Zhu Shizhou did not greet her in advance. But she immediately realized that her situation became dangerous because of Zhu Shizhou when Instructor Mo doubted it. If Zhu Shizhou is really a rebel, then what kind of person is she who can't wait to meet Zhu Shizhou and get close to him after joining the organization? Her interests have long been tied to Zhu Shizhou. So just now, she directly pointed out Instructor Mo's suspicion and put another point of view on the surface. All of which are to cover up Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou, what are you going to do? Su Chan stared at the screen indifferently. Number 67. Right front in 3 seconds. Number 25. Retreat. Crouch. Those who believe in me will live. And those who don't will die. Don't doubt. Don't think. Do everything I say. Number 33. You exchange positions with number 169. You are responsible for vigilance. And number 169 covers the support group. 2 left. Good. Nice shot. Very good. Keep it up. Zhu Shizhou kept speaking in the experimental team, issuing instructions one after another. He had memorized every detail in the 20 replays, including the speech just now. The tone, timing and content were all carefully designed by Zhu Shizhou. After 20 deaths, he would carefully carve out this speech in the room every time. Which sentence might make the experimental subject despair? Which sentence would make the experimental subject indignant? And which sentence could maximize the potential of the experimental subject? All in Zhu Shizhou's calculations. The seemingly casual words were actually a performance for Zhu Shizhou. Using body language and even a look, he was inducing the experimental subjects. The experimental subjects thought they were meeting for the first time. But in fact Zhu Shizhou had seen them 20 times, and had a few words with most of them. Zhu Shizhou directly used his team's skills to the limit. Even the phone call from Instructor Mo just now was taken into account by Zhu Shizhou. And he used it to give the test subjects a hint that he was actually a potential rebel. But what was the truth? If Instructor Mo reported this matter, he could have just slapped them in the face with his performance of passing the level with 0 combat losses. At this moment, most of the test subjects exerted their strongest strength ever, and their sixth sense was fully activated, with Zhu Shizhou's instructions that were so accurate that they were abnormal. They all felt that they were simply ridiculously strong. And the Zerg? So weak. Really so weak. They were caught up like a target, hit by their predictions, and then turned into a mutilated corpse. They killed like crazy. They didn't need to think about the meaning behind the order. At first, they were a little hesitant, but they encountered 2 or 3 waves of alien insects along the way. As a result, they were able to fight the alien insects without difficulty under Zhu Shizhou's orders. They were like knowing the taste of life. And they let go of their hearts and minds, and no longer doubted the orders of this new commander. Cool. It was so cool. They had never fought as hard as they did today. As long as they obeyed Zhu Shizhou's orders, they could kill the alien insects that made them despair and think they were invincible one by one like killing chickens and dogs. All the way to the middle of the forest. They had given up thinking and turned into tools that could only execute orders like black soldiers. This was also Zhu Shizhou's true intention. He knew that these people's physical fitness and various combat skills were already comparable to those of black soldiers. But their emotions that had not yet been wiped out made it impossible for them to perfectly and meticulously execute his orders. On the other hand, if these people can give up thinking and subconsciously execute his orders, then they can become the same as the black soldiers. At this moment, they are officially black soldiers. Not only the test subjects are killing like crazy, but even Zhu Shizhou is killing like crazy. There is no other calculation in his mind. Along the way, he only reflects on the actual combat commands he has experienced in his mind, and makes arrangements for every test subject within his sight. As long as the battle starts, his orders will not stop. After killing 2 or 3 waves of alien insects, everyone has reached the middle of the forest. Here is the point with the most alien insects, which is easy for them to be wiped out. Here, Zhu Shizhou died 20 times. Every day for the past 20 days. He has to rack his brains to capture this place. The last round was almost perfect. What about this round? Everyone be alert. Zhu Shizhou roared at the test subjects. The test subjects knew that the battle was about to begin again. Because every time it was like this. Before the battle was about to start, Zhu Shizhou would give a warning earlier than their sixth sense. No one knew how he did it. But at this moment, They had already given up thinking and trusted Zhu Shizhou unconditionally after repeated victories. Assault Team. Old Wolf. 10 o'clock in front of the left. 25 meters. Shoot. Chapter 242. This boy defies the heavens. He is like a god. Under Zhu Shizhou's roaring command, Laolong's first shot directly kicked off the fierce battle. White light flashed across the sky like lightning. And at the same time, an alien insect appeared accurately at the position that Zhu Shizhou had already expected. Zhu Shizhou's reminder made the first alien insect appear harmless. Laolong's crazy sixth sense of death omen cooperated with Zhu Shizhou's warning to achieve a precise strike. Zhu Shizhou did not shoot himself because he was at risk of failure. But 20 deaths told Zhu Shizhou that Laolong was really strong. The first shot here must be fired by Laolong himself to ensure that it was foolproof. Every time he returned to the game, Laolong never made a mistake under his command. As the sixth sense of death omen of the experimental subjects became stronger, a terrifying scene appeared. More than 20 alien insects shot out from all directions, flying back and forth in the sky, leaving a trail of afterimages like black lightning, which made all the experimental subjects so frightened that goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. Too many! Too many! The experimental subjects were terrified in their hearts. It was true that they had a great time killing before, but each wave of alien insects they encountered under Zhu Shizhou's command before was at most 4 or 5. And the least was only 1. But now, the dense number directly made some of the experimental subjects' brains blank. The first shot fired by Laolong directly killed an alien insect. And Zhu Shizhou followed closely and spoke loudly. Only 23 left. Hearing Zhu Shizhou's usual calm voice, for some reason, the experimental subjects all calmed down, although their reason told them that 23 alien insects could only be eliminated by an elite black army of more than 100 people. What could they do? Zhu Shizhou had already defeated all their reason when they encountered alien insect attacks in the previous waves. The various commands of this new commander seemed magical and terrifying to them. And at the same time, the calmness of everything being under control always shocked them and made them feel at ease. Although they knew that Zhu Shizhou's calmness might be the effect of the potion, they were indeed affected by the unparalleled calmness emanating from Zhu Shizhou. And their performance also exceeded the ordinary level. Just like now, when the experimental subjects were still terrified and thinking about how many alien insects there were, Zhu Shizhou actually reported the number directly. The movement speed of alien insects exceeded the limit of human dynamic vision. How did Zhu Shizhou count it? No one knew. But no one doubted the truth of this number. As Zhu Shizhou said before, don't doubt or think. Those who believe in him will live. And those who don't believe in him will die. They have rushed to 0 losses until now, which is enough to prove Zhu Shizhou's strength. Just a moment after Zhu Shizhou reported the number, they gave up thinking just like before. They knew that since Zhu Shizhou could report the number, it proved that everything was under his control. The alien insects did not attack rashly. Zhu Shizhou knew that it was the first shot of the old wolf that shattered the confidence of the alien insects. If the old wolf did not fire the first shot, the alien insects would rush up directly and kill at least half of them. And then the experimental subjects would be forced to fight back. And after killing 10 alien insects, they would fall into a miserable end of annihilation. Assault Team. Emergency Mobile Team. Move inward. Support Team. Follow up. Number 77. Stand still. As soon as Zhu Shizhou gave the order, the experimental subjects executed it without thinking. And Zhu Shizhou, after counting a few seconds, suddenly raised his gun and aimed at number 77. What? Number 77's eyes widened. Zhu Shizhou pulled the trigger, and a white light came in an instant. While firing this shot, Zhu Shizhou squatted down without thinking. In an instant, an alien insect flew over his head. If he didn't squat down, the alien insect would undoubtedly pierce his chest directly. The other test subjects followed Zhu Shizhou's shot, and saw that a Zerg that was originally going to attack number 77 was shot by him with half of its body. The white light brushed number 77's chest and blew away the flying Zerg, leaving only a charred trace in the air in front of number 77 that looked like a falling meteorite. 22 of them. It turned out that Zhu Shizhou's shot was not aimed at destroying number 77, but at using number 77 as bait to lure the Zerg into the trap. Then he was sure that the Zerg would appear in front of number 77, and he bombarded number 77 in the direction of number 77 while commanding the assault team and the support team to make way. What if the Zerg did not appear? What if the shot missed? What if there was a time error? The test subjects had no time to think. They didn't know that Zhu Shizhou had accidentally killed his teammates at least 10 times. The shot just now was purely based on feeling. And Zhu Shizhou was not 100% sure. If he felt that there was a deviation, he would directly choose to restart. Zhu Shizhou's squatting action after shooting was even more amazing. He directly used himself as bait. It was as if he could predict the future. He planned 3 steps at a time and expected that the alien insects would attack him when his gun entered the 1-second cooldown period. And then he squatted to dodge the attack. No one knows how Zhu Shizhou did it. If this question is thrown to Zhu Shizhou, then his answer would actually be very simple: give enough lead time. The reason why humans cannot dodge the attacks of alien insects is purely because the lead time for dodging is not enough. The attack of alien insects often only takes a moment, and the warning time of human sixth sense is vague. Zhu Shizhou relied on the death rollback to achieve the result of successful dodging with sufficient lead time. He knew that too much lead time would not work, because if too much lead time is given, the alien insects will change their flight trajectory in the air. So his dodge this time showed his perfect sense of timing. After squatting down, the other test subjects barely realized how awesome Zhu Shizhou's shot was. And they didn't even have time to notice that Zhu Shizhou successfully dodged the attack of the alien insects. At the same time, Zhu Shizhou's voice quickly sounded. Number 77. Attack 10 meters above my head. Shoot. At this time, number 77 reacted, pulled the trigger without understanding the meaning, and fired a shot directly. One shot accurately killed 21. The remains of another alien insect fell from the air, and was about to fall next to Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou rolled in the direction of the alien insect's fall, and the alien insect's corpse blocked Zhu Shizhou's chest in the air. At the same time, a black shadow flashed in front of his chest. The falling alien insect corpse was rushed away by the black shadow, and it actually directly served as Zhu Shizhou's shield, blocking the alien insect's attack for a moment. Zhu Shizhou was so overjoyed that he immediately turned sideways. A perfectly intact alien insect carrying the remains of another alien insect slid past him. Finally succeeded. Zhu Shizhou was ecstatic. He used the corpse of an alien insect to block the attack of another alien insect, which was a brilliant move that no one could have imagined, not to mention reacting. The other test subjects could not see clearly how shocking the details were. Little did they know that this was his first success. In the previous 20 deaths, his best result was that everyone killed all the alien insects. But here he was still scratched by the alien insect on his chest because he did not dodge in time. Only 21 left. Zhu Shizhou's words shocked the test subjects again. 10 seconds into the game, he killed 3 of them? Too strong. Too strong. Too strong. Because he was so strong. This was the only thought that lingered in their minds. How could there be such a strong man? The alien insects were flying in the air in a dazzling manner, and they only felt desperate. But Zhu Shizhou made the alien insects disappear into ashes while chatting and laughing. Every command was extremely accurate, and he was even able to dodge the attacks of 2 alien insects in succession without any gaps. It was simply ridiculous. Some of the experimental subjects, who were not paying attention to this side, didn't even know what happened, and the number of alien insects was directly reduced to 21. Zhu Shizhou's gun cooldown period was over at this time, and he raised his hand without thinking and fired a shot at the sky. A dead alien insect hit the ground like hail in winter. 20! Fuck! At this moment, Zhu Shizhou was as strong as a god in their eyes. An indescribable extraordinary aura reverberated around him, and the feedback from their sixth sense was that if a god appeared in front of him, he could kill the god. In the classroom, Instructor Mo was so shocked that he couldn't hold back the indifferent expression on his face. This is already beyond imagination. Zhu Shizhou's performance looks really awesome to outsiders, and even more awesome to insiders. He really didn't expect that Zhu Shizhou could kill alien insects like killing chickens. Are humans so strong? Instructor Mo has never seen how the strongest human being performs when facing alien insects. But Zhu Shizhou's performance has successfully refreshed his cognition. You know, before this, he always thought that humans would be so weak that they could only struggle desperately when facing alien insects, and that Zhu Shizhou would definitely die when facing alien insects. In the previous few waves, it can be assumed that Zhu Shizhou's command ability is sharp, and most of the time it was the experimental subjects who took action. But this wave of 3 alien insects in 10 seconds is not justifiable. He is already convinced that Zhu Shizhou is not an ordinary person. The head of the command must have some information that he doesn't know. and only agreed to let him go into the forest to command the experimental subjects in person when he was sure that Zhu Shizhou could pass the first class. But this doesn't make sense. Instructor Mo felt that the reason why his rational thinking was defeated was that Zhu Shizhou didn't activate his sixth sense at all. Existing science proves that if a person's physical fitness is not close to the physiological limit, then there is no way to activate the sixth sense. Without the sixth sense, he will be a target without any ability to fight back in front of alien insects. And he may not even know how he died until he died. He can be sure that Zhu Shizhou has not reached his physiological limit at all, let alone activated his sixth sense. Then the question is, how did this kid dodge the attack of alien insects? Without activating the sixth sense, he can kill alien insects like killing chickens and dogs, killing 3 in 10 seconds. Then when he activates the sixth sense, won't he be the strongest human being? Oh, I'm wrong. Not just 3 in 10 seconds. Within a minute of his thinking, the number of alien insects in the picture has been reduced to 15. Instructor Mo was shocked again. This kid is amazing. Chapter 243. Clear the game without any casualties. The minister's suspicion. It took only 5 minutes to end the battle. The 60-man team led by Zhu Shizhou was like a god descending from heaven. No, the real god was only Zhu Shizhou. He looked up at the sky, standing in the middle of the forest among the corpses of alien insects, with a large open space around him left by the experimental subjects. As if mortals were supporting the birth of a new god. The experimental subjects had been numb in the continuous shock. Zhu Shizhou did not issue the next order as before, and the crowd did not urge him. In his absent-minded expression looking up at the sky, no one knew that Zhu Shizhou wanted to cry. This feeling was like playing a difficult game for a long time. And the boss that could not be beaten no matter how hard he tried was suddenly defeated under his peak operation. The feeling of being moved and the more than 50 deaths before and after made his hands holding the gun tremble slightly. Nearly 2 months of depression disappeared at this moment. During this period, he had to constantly face the self-questioning of can I really get through? And he had to start over again and again in endless doubts, racking his brains to perform at his peak level in various details that ordinary people could not even think of. When he killed the last alien insect, he didn't want to do anything anymore. You know, before this, Zhu Shizhou couldn't even be sure whether the route he chose to pass the level was correct. The reason why he kept going back was that he wanted to confirm that he could really kill insects efficiently by going back. If endless replays couldn't make him kill insects efficiently, then what he said when he was caught by Su Feng, becoming the strongest human being, it's just a joke. When he really killed 24 alien insects in just 5 minutes, Zhu Shizhou finally felt at ease. His success was related to the fate of mankind and meant that mankind had taken a big step forward. If you can do it once, you can do it countless times. After this step, what should you do next? Zhu Shizhou calmly retracted his gaze from the sky and looked at the experimental subjects. The fear that they had when they first participated in the experiment was no longer visible in the eyes of the experimental subjects, but only trust in him. This trust has nothing to do with position. It is just a pure trust that he can lead them through the level without damage. Just kidding. 24 alien insects were killed in 5 minutes. What else can't this man do? Zhu Shizhou stepped forward, stepped on the corpse of an alien insect, pointed his gun forward. Gentlemen, go forward. It's time to pass the experiment. The first class ended perfectly. Zhu Shizhou was originally prepared to be attacked by more alien insects, but it didn't happen. Killing 24 zergs in 5 minutes was also a deterrent to the other zergs in the forest, especially since the 60 of them still had strong pheromones released when the zergs died. Humans couldn't smell the scent, but the zergs knew that these people were killers, and they were killers who specialized in killing zergs. Thanks to the zergs' wisdom and their tactical retreat, otherwise Zhu Shizhou would have to face more setbacks. Zhu Shizhou led everyone all the way to the edge of the forest. They didn't encounter any zergs. This situation was so abnormal that it surprised the experimental subjects. However, after the surprise came endless joy. They finally passed the experiment. They thought they would all die here today, but they didn't expect to meet a commander with extraordinary ability. They couldn't help but sigh at their luck. Then, at the edge of the forest, everyone saw the fully armed black soldiers. There were hundreds of them at a glance. Everyone stopped. The black soldiers had no expression on their faces, staring at them indifferently, as if staring at an inanimate object. But from the number, it can be seen that these black soldiers were obviously on guard against them. Zhu Shizhou naturally knew how amazing his performance in the forest was. It was not unreasonable for the organization to send the black soldiers to wait for them at the edge of the forest. While he was sighing in his heart, he wanted to try something. Zhu Shurjiu looked at the black soldiers, and then he raised his gun. In the shocked eyes of the experimental subjects, he pulled the trigger. However, a gust of wind blew, and nothing happened. Zhu Shurjiu blinked and murmured, "Sure enough, I can't shoot." Some of the uninformed experimental subjects were shocked and tried the guns in their hands. As expected, they couldn't shoot anything, as if they had been drained of energy. Zhu Shurjiu knew that Instructor Mo had told them that it was not that the energy was drained, but that the electronic components in the guns were remotely disabled. After confirming this, he threw the gun to the ground and walked out of the edge of the forest without even looking at the experimental subjects who fought side by side with him. "Let's go. I'm going to leave Kid out of class early." The experimental subjects looked at Zhu Shurjiu's back as he was escorted away by the black soldiers without looking back, and their eyes were dim. Such a powerful man turned out to be a member of the Black Soldier organization. Lao Lang took off his mask and sighed. "I hope I can meet this commander again in the next experiment." It was so exciting to kill the alien insects this time. The experimental subjects all thought in their hearts. Yes. However, not all experimental subjects can have such good luck. Who will survive, and who will die when everyone meets next time? After completing the first class, Zhu Shurjiu left these experimental subjects behind. If he didn't do this, he would really harm them. What he will face next is an uncertain future. Of course, he knows that his performance is amazing. Perhaps the original purpose of designing this class was not to allow people to complete the class in one class. But he showed extraordinary ability without any command foundation, and even killed the alien insects directly, so that they dared not show up in front of him. In this case, it is almost predictable that he will be investigated. But what will be the result after the investigation? He is Su Feng's man. He was betting that the head of the headquarters knew this. If the head of the headquarters did know this, then he would be safe and sound. But if the head of the headquarters didn't know, he would be in danger and might even be suspected of being a spy from other organizations. Zhu Shurjiu had anticipated these two results, so he could judge whether the head of the headquarters knew part of the truth by the organization's reaction to him. If it was the former, then he could act bolder and show his talent unscrupulously. All his weird behaviors would be directly blamed on Su Feng, and Su Feng would endorse everything. But if it was the latter, then he would need to be cautious and show his strength little by little in a step-by-step manner. Two possibilities. Two routes. Which one? At this time, in a room unknown to Zhu Shurjiu, the head of the command center pressed his slender fingers on the screen on the desktop with an expressionless face. The screen showed Zhu Shurjiu's command and counterattack against the alien insects, which was slowed down 10 times by the high-speed camera. Pulling the progress bar back, she finally stopped the progress bar at the time when Zhu Shurjiu made dangerous remarks to the experimental subjects. Zhu Shurjiu inside was coldly saying, "To regard retreat as courage is stupid. To regard cowardice as dormancy is sad. To regard fantasy as the future is ridiculous." A radical statement that perfectly fits Su Feng's radical ideas. After a long silence, she murmured, "Su Feng. Zhu Shurjiu, what do you want to do?" Chapter 244 True Perfection. Nothing happened. Zhu Shurjiu was waiting for the organization to send someone to find him, and was ready to commit suicide and rewind the game. But nothing happened. No, it's not quite accurate to say that nothing happened. To be more precise, his name once again spread throughout the entire circle of new students of the same class. According to rumors, a genius emerged among the commanders of the new students. When the rest of the students were wiped out in the first quarter, he directly led 2 teams of experimental subjects to pass the alien insect forest. This is not the end. If it was just like this, everyone could still imagine that he used bait to create vitality, and then passed the level by any means. However, the news that came to their ears later directly shattered all their previous speculations. Zhu Shurjiu passed the level with 0 combat damage. All the experimental subjects, not even one was injured. What it looked like when entering the forest, it was still the same when it came out, without even a scratch on the body. Is 0 combat damage enough? No, it's not enough. Not only was there no casualties, but Zhu Shurjiu personally took charge of the battle before his 6th sense was activated. And then, he used his extraordinary and abnormal command ability to kill his way through the forest. He did it honorably. Above board. This man killed 1/3 of the Zerg stock in the Zerg forest. He killed so many that the other Zerg didn't even dare to show up in front of him. So they understood that this man was a genius. A superstar destined to shine. A legendary figure destined to rise like Su Feng. And they were witnessing the rise of this legend. That's what they said. Luo Suyi said this to Zhu Shizhou on the phone. In the room, Zhu Shizhou listened to Luo Suyi's voice on the other end of the phone and felt a little embarrassed. Luo Suyi said, "You can take a look at the department group chat. And there are legends about you everywhere. Not only are the new students talking about you, but even the old students are shocked. And I heard from the old students that the video of you clearing the alien insect forest may be edited into a documentary and broadcast. What is this? A doomsday reality show?" Zhu Shizhou shook his head, embarrassed and a little unsure of what to say. I see. No one knew that he was stuck in the first class for 50 days. Even Luo Suyi's voice felt unfamiliar because he hadn't heard it for too long. He died more than 50 times. But the only thing he got in return was a super performance in the first class. He had no doubt that if the Black Soldier organization added some more alien insects into the forest and let him try again, he might shock everyone's jaws from another extreme. But who told him to cheat? Cheating is fun. And it's fun to keep cheating. When he is the only one in the world who has a cheat, then this cheat is his unique talent. Maybe one day in the future he will be able to be so strong even without cheating. But at least now, he has to use this cheat. Luo Suyi didn't care about his calmness and said, "You asked me to watch you before. Just to let me watch this? You don't have to do such a dangerous thing. It's too risky to do it yourself. What if you have an accident?" Zhu Shizhou interrupted Luo Suyi's words. "There will definitely be no accidents. I am sure that I can get through the forest 100%. This man is so confident that he seems not to be boasting, but to be stating a truth." Luo Suyi was speechless by this confidence. After a while, she asked, "What are you going to do next?" "Next? Death. Only death." Back to the course selection day again. Zhu Shizhou, who has selected all courses, once again faces the conversation of Instructor Mo. But this time, Zhu Shizhou listened to Instructor Mo's long speech and heard Instructor Mo say, "I don't care about other classes, but don't be absent from my first class tomorrow." He shook his head and asked, "Will you fail the course if you are absent?" The instructor was choked by this question, and then answered stiffly, "No, but if you skip class, you will be directly judged as unable to pass the first class. 30 experimental subjects, each of which will be deducted 10 points. And you will be deducted 300 points. At the same time, you will also be deducted points for skipping classes. The specific amount depends on my mood." In response, Zhu Shizhou said, "There is no difference." Instructor Mo's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean? If I'm not mistaken, there are more than just a few Zerg in the Zerg forest. If there are only a few Zerg in such a vast forest, why do we need to let each student select 30 test subjects? When you visited the Zerg before, you said that except for emotions, the test subjects have reached the standard of Black Soldiers in all aspects. Right? There are 26 students in total. 780 test subjects. How many Zerg do we need to put in the Zerg forest to make it difficult?" Zhu Shizhou was like a fortune teller, unraveling his reasoning logic, and then said, "My conservative estimate is that there should be hundreds of them." Instructor Mo's pupils trembled slightly. The class hasn't even started yet. But this kid has successfully estimated the number of alien insects in the alien insect forest without knowing anything. Although it's just a guess, not a conclusive reasoning. It's really extraordinary to be able to see the whole picture with the lack of information. He deserves to be the strongest newcomer of this class. Instructor Mo said calmly. "So, you chose to skip class tomorrow because of the number of alien insects?" Zhu Shizhou shook his head. "No. I just said that there is no difference between skipping class and not skipping class. Among the 780 experimental subjects, how many will be able to work together to fight? Everyone has their own ideas. Before they really see the power of alien insects, the students will not cooperate with each other." This sentence is correct. Instructor Mo has led so many classes of students, and there are very few students who decided to gather all the members in the first class. In my opinion, the most effective way to pass the first class is to gather all 780 test subjects together, and then disrupt them and reorganize them. Ensure that when facing the attack of alien insects, the test subjects can be evenly consumed, and finally ensure that all students can pass the level together. If a team insists on breaking through the level head-on, and is strong enough to make it to the end, the best result is to be besieged and wiped out by a large number of alien insects. The alien insect encirclement in the middle of the forest directly made Zhu Shizhou see through this. After so many deaths, Zhu Shizhou has surpassed other students, and has figured out the routines and correct strategies of the command class like a prophet. It can be said that this should be the most traditional strategy, which does not require any command ability, and can ensure that most students can keep the test subjects alive as much as possible. That is, winning by numbers. It is not necessary for students to have extraordinary command ability from the beginning. Even if the experimental subjects are stupid, they are at least as capable as the black soldiers. Unless the alien insects can gather all together, it is basically impossible to wipe out the army of 780 black soldiers. And I also think that the alien insects themselves have the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. If they judge that they are not defeated, they will definitely choose to retreat. In the end, the alien insects that attack these 780 experimental subjects are likely to be very few. Zhu Shizhou led 60 experimental subjects to the end, and he could not see even a single alien insect in the second half, which just proved this point. Instructor Mo was shocked. He opened his mouth and could not say a word. Zhu Shizhou was right. He had a good grasp of the current situation, and what he speculated was basically correct in his opinion. It was so accurate that Instructor Mo even thought that he had already taken the class. He even speculated the correct strategy before the class started. Instructor Mo only had two things to say. Outrageous. So I won't go to class tomorrow. Because now it's almost impossible for other students to follow my command and cooperate with me. The 30 experimental subjects I command will die tomorrow. So is there any point in me going to class tomorrow? Very good. That makes sense. Instructor Mo wanted to speak, but Zhu Shizhou continued. Besides, I'm not going to skip class completely. I can ask other students, such as Su Chan, to help me record the video, so that I can roughly understand the class mode of the command class. After the experimental subjects of other students are used up, my experimental subjects will remain because of my absence from class. If I take action at that time, I will be more confident of passing the course. Zhu Shizhou kept his expressionless face and kept the absolute rationality in the eyes of Instructor Mo. He thought about the details that Instructor Mo had not thought of. This kind of disguised code of emotion erasure has been mastered by Zhu Shizhou to the extreme. But what Instructor Mo did not know was that Zhu Shizhou was actually thinking about another problem now. After nearly 50 deaths, Zhu Shizhou was not always thinking about how to pass the level alone. In fact, he has not yet achieved a truly perfect ending, because there is another obviously better standard, which is not to pass the level alone, but to lead all the students to pass the level without any losses. But, is this perfect enough? No, it is not enough. The real perfection is to lead all the students to pass the level without any losses, and kill all the alien insects in the alien insect forest. Not a single one is left. Search every corner, dig up every piece of land, and find all the alien insects, and then kill them. But this road is too difficult to walk. It was so difficult that Zhu Shizhou gave up this road at the beginning and turned to pursue personal perfection. However, you can't draw a final conclusion without trying. Is it really impossible for him to do it? Before he tried, he often doubted himself. But after he succeeded, he felt that it was not enough. This was his greed. He greedily wanted a more perfect ending. Now it was not enough. He had not learned anything and could only remember the time and direction of the Zerg attack by replaying the death again and again to play the Zerg forest dungeon, which was too inefficient. If he wanted to play the dungeon more efficiently, he had to learn various skills and then max out all the skills to the initial level. Others could not do it. Only he could do it. If he set his goal at this stage, he would probably be regarded as a madman. Instructor Mo did not know Zhu Shizhou's crazy idea, which could be called a brain failure, and just asked, "How many classes are you going to skip?" You can only skip 2 classes at most. If you skip classes for the 3rd time, you will have to take a makeup exam. In response, Zhu Shizhou said lightly, "I will definitely do it next time." Chapter 245 Jiangzhou applies to change his department. The day after choosing the course, before 8 o'clock in the morning, Zhu Shizhou came to the assault department. The place where the students of the assault department attend classes is a square. The students had already gathered in the square. And then, they saw Zhu Shizhou. This guy's appearance here was really unexpected by other students in the assault department. Although they heard that this guy had chosen all the courses crazily, they thought that if there was a conflict in the course schedule, he should choose the command course first. Why come here? This class is the basic core course of the assault department, the firearms use class. Zhu Shizhou had also seen Instructor Ma of the firearms use class before. During the visit to the alien insect activity, Instructor Ma confronted Instructor Mo right away, and the two seemed to be born incompatible. Zhu Shizhou only remembered this information. Apart from that, he was a little unfamiliar with Instructor Ma's face. After all, in Zhu Shizhou's opinion, Instructor Ma was a stranger who had only met once nearly 2 months ago. However, Zhu Shizhou had no reaction to Instructor Ma. But Instructor Ma walked up to Zhu Shizhou and said, "Boy, I say that if you have chosen the command course, you should just go to the command course. Isn't it just asking for death to choose so many courses? There is no firearms course in the core courses of the command department. Do you want to switch to our assault department?" Good guy. In the huge square, the rest of the students have already arrived. But Instructor Ma did not pay any attention to the other students. Instead, he went directly to Zhu Shizhou to talk to him, which made Zhu Shizhou the focus of the whole audience from the beginning. Zhu Shizhou had long been accustomed to the spotlight, and said lightly, "No, I have no intention of changing departments." Instructor Ma frowned. "Then what are you here to learn?" Zhu Shizhou looked at Instructor Ma a little speechless. "Is it wrong to find a way to improve yourself? If you want a machine to run well, then each part needs to perform its duties. This is the way to make a machine run correctly. Your command center has good brains, so exercise your brains. Our assault department has strong combat effectiveness, so let us exercise our combat effectiveness. Why do you come here to learn how to use firearms?" Zhu Shizhou finally reacted when he heard this. Instructor Ma's attitude was a bit wrong. At this time, Instructor Ma said, "To be honest, what I hate most is the people in the command center. If you don't learn well, I will directly report to the organization to persuade you to quit, and let you go back to your command class." Instructor Ma and Instructor Mo have two completely different attitudes. But the goal behind this attitude is very consistent. Let him quit the class. Obviously, after the head of the command center, the head of the assault department is also paying attention to his movements. Zhu Shizhou shook his head and said, "I won't drop out." Not only will he not drop out, this course on the use of firearms will become a key course for him to study continuously in the future. In the alien insect forest, he had to rely on the help of Lao Lang and others to shoot the alien insects. Wasn't it because he couldn't accurately judge the timing of the appearance of the alien insects and grasp the fleeting shooting time? If he could master firearms, then when the alien insects flew around in the sky looking for an opportunity to attack, he could directly kill them accurately. On the contrary, the extreme training course of the emergency mobile unit, which all the students chose, was not so urgent for him. After all, once you go back to the game, your physical fitness will also be completely reverted, and you can't bring it back at all. So Zhu Shizhou's idea is to put the use of firearms first, and max out this skill first before learning other things. Instructor Ma obviously doesn't like him, thinking that Zhu Shizhou is biting off more than he can chew. However, the class should still be taken. Instructor Ma saw that persuasion was fruitless, so he stopped talking nonsense and returned to the students with an unhappy expression. At this time, someone Zhu Shizhou didn't expect appeared. 666. Hello. Zhu Shizhou looked at the person who spoke to him and raised his eyebrows. It was the genius who proposed to dig the floor to build a stone house in a certain timeline during the test assessment, claiming to be a geological researcher, and then was favored by the ministers of different departments during the department selection stage, and finally took the initiative to choose the emergency mobile department. The name seems to be Jiangzhou? Jiangzhou did not expect Zhu Shizhou to reveal his name at once. "Do you know me?" Zhu Shizhou remained calm. "In the process of selecting departments, we all actively selected courses. Have you forgotten? The head of the emergency mobile department called your name, and I wrote it down by the way." "Really?" Jiangzhou tried to recall, but he could not remember whether the head of the emergency mobile department called his name. Zhu Shizhou interrupted Jiangzhou's recollection and asked, "Why are you here? Didn't you choose the emergency mobile department course? Logically, you should be taking classes in the emergency mobile department now." "Don't mention it." Jiangzhou shook his head and said, "Among all courses, the mortality rate of the emergency mobile department is the highest. I asked for a video of the extreme training of newcomers in the emergency mobile department in previous years in the group of our department. After watching it, I directly applied to the instructor to change departments. It should still be in the approval process. The department I want to change to is the assault department. Zhu Shizhou was a little surprised after hearing this. The emergency mobile department is so scary? What is the content of the video? Jiang Zhou said seriously. Dodge bullets. Zhu Shizhou was stunned. Jiang Zhou shook his head. The first lesson of every extreme training course of the emergency mobile department is to dodge bullets. Can you believe it? This is a miracle that only appears in movies. This is just the basic skills that the emergency mobile department must learn first. In the first lesson, there will be a fully automatic intelligent shooting device in a room that shoots at the trainees at irregular intervals. And the trainees need to avoid this shooting. Of course, the aim will not be the vital points. But even so, the blood that should flow after being shot will still flow. After shooting you seriously, then heal you, and then throw you into that room and shoot again. This is the simplest and crudest way to open the sixth sense. It is said that after opening the sixth sense, you can roam freely in that room. Step. Practice God-level movement. Zhu Shizhou was stunned. So rough? I thought it was to train physical fitness. The best way to train physical fitness is to get hurt, Jiang Zhou said. Although it sounds incredible, there are powerful recovery agents in the tissues, which can inject high-concentration nutrients into the body. With the help of nanomedical technology, the injured parts can heal quickly and become tougher and stronger. And the emotion-killing potion we injected at the beginning can make our bodies continue to be squeezed after being squeezed to the last limit. So the extreme training course does not need too many fancy operations. Its essence is to make the human body grow wildly on the verge of death. Zhu Shizhou understood that this was to force the body to adapt to the dying environment and grow rapidly in this near-death environment. That's why I want to change departments. Jiang Zhou said so, and reminded Zhu Shizhou. By the way, in fact, you don't need to use such extreme methods to open the sixth sense. You can also reach the standard of opening the sixth sense by training step by step. But it will take a longer time. You may not know that many people who chose the extreme training course yesterday withdrew from the election after inquiring, and decided to spend more time training to reach the human physiological limit. Didn't you withdraw from the election? Yes, Zhu Shizhou replied. Since the extreme training course is a shortcut, then take the shortcut. I won't be entangled about it. After the emotions are wiped out, I don't care about life and death. Jiang Zhou shook his head. I am different. Although my emotions are gone, my value judgment is still there. I think the value of my life is higher than my death. My goal is to ensure survival. If the logistics department didn't want me, I would have directly changed to the logistics department. What he is thinking now is, should he hug his thigh? He originally wanted to hug Zhu Shizhou's thigh according to rational logic, which is similar to Su Chan's idea. He and Su Chan are both smart people who know how to use others to achieve their own goals. The reason why they found Zhu Shizhou now is because they don't know the situation of the core courses of the assault department. So they want to listen to Zhu Shizhou's opinions and build a good relationship with Zhu Shizhou. What if they can use him in the future? But Zhu Shizhou doesn't seem to care about life and death. If he cooperates with Zhu Shizhou, he will not be able to understand Zhu Shizhou's brain circuit from a rational logic. What if Zhu Shizhou makes a wrong decision? Just as he was thinking, Instructor Ma looked at the time, and the class time was up. He just stepped on the floor casually. The whole square suddenly trembled. Jiang Zhou almost fell down, and Zhu Shizhou barely managed to keep his balance. Zhu Shizhou looked at Instructor Ma in shock. The power of one kick was so terrifying. But the next second, Zhu Shizhou realized that Instructor Ma stepping on the ground was just a show-off. In fact, the whole square began to slowly descend. This whole square is actually a giant elevator. Chapter 246 Weaken Zerg and 10 Rewinds. When the ground trembled, the students thought it was an earthquake. But then everyone soon realized that the entire square began to slowly descend. It turned out that this square was a giant open-air elevator. Where does this elevator lead to? When the elevator descended to about 200 or 300 meters deep underground, Zhu Shizhou looked up and saw that the originally bright sky had turned into a glowing disk. It is obvious that a Limicent island not only has space on the surface, but also has many unknown buildings built underground. During the descent of the square elevator, the surrounding light never stopped, because there were circles of light strips on the walls of the descending passage. Every section of the road would have lights appear in all directions. So everyone never lost the light. As soon as they saw this underground facility, they knew that it was expensive. In the end, the square elevator stopped. The specific depth was unknown, but the entire descent process lasted for 10 minutes. This is much more advanced than the command class. And I don't know why the class was set up here. The students saw a wide platform at the edge of the elevator in the square. On the right side of the platform was a rack for placing guns, which was filled with the black soldier standard laser weapons that Zhu Sergio had touched. It was obviously prepared for them. When everyone walked out of the square and stepped onto the platform, they found that there was still space outside the platform. They were on the second floor, and they could look over the railing of the platform and overlook the first floor. The height difference between the two floors was only about 20 meters. The first floor was a field covered with sand. The field was quite wide, and a small artificial desert could be seen at a glance. The platform you are on now is your shooting platform, Instructor Ma said. Now, everyone go get a gun and start shooting. We will first place bugs on the battlefield on the first floor, and all you have to do is shoot at those bugs. You must shoot at least 10 in one class. If you fail to do so, 50 points will be deducted for one less. After hearing this, Zhu Sergio felt that this was a bit outrageous. Is this serious? Others have no idea. But he knows how strong the alien insects are. He knows that it is almost impossible to shoot the alien insects. He was about to ask, but Jiang Zhou asked before him. Wait, instructor, bugs, do you mean alien insects? I don't think we can shoot alien insects that move as fast as bullets without any training foundation. Zhu Sergio nodded. He thought so too. Instructor Ma crossed his arms across his chest and said calmly, of course, the bugs are not complete alien Zerg. To be more precise, they are weakened forms of alien Zerg. The other students were also a little confused. Weakened forms? That's right. After our organization captured the alien Zerg, the Research Institute implanted the genes of various Earth bugs into the alien Zerg's body, hybridized the biological purity of the alien Zerg, and forced the alien Zerg to have various defects. It can be said that this alien Zerg is not the alien Zerg. You can completely regard these alien Zerg that are about to become your target as another kind of creature. After they were weakened, their abilities in all aspects declined, including their moving speed, hard shell, ability to judge pheromones, flight altitude reaction ability, instinctive intelligence to seek benefits and avoid harm, all fell to an extremely low level. Anyway, in my opinion, if you can't hit the target, you are really useless. A student asked, if you can't hit 10 in one class, won't you be deducted 500 points? Instructor Ma glared at the student as if he was an idiot. Do you have to ask such a simple calculation question? That's right. If you don't hit any of them, then you can expect to be deducted 500 points. Go to the makeup exam after 2 classes. The students, if their emotions hadn't been wiped out, they might have cursed now. Only Zhu Sergio, who had experienced the situation of being deducted 300 points in the first command class, was not surprised by this. It's just that the deduction was a bit harsh. But from another perspective, perhaps the possibility of being able to hit the target is still relatively large. Otherwise, there would not be such a strict deduction standard. While Zhu Sergio was thinking, some students had already gone to get the gun. Jiang Zhou said, it seems that my luck is not very good, and it seems that it is not easy to use the gun. Zhu Sergio said calmly, it's just 10 alien insects, and they are weakened versions of alien insects. It's no big deal. Jiang Zhou couldn't help but look at Zhu Sergio. Are you so confident? Zhu Sergio didn't answer, but walked directly to the gun rack and took a gun. After weighing the weight of the gun in his hand, Zhu Sergio felt an inexplicable sense of security for no reason. After all, he had used this gun to kill countless alien insects in the 50 times of the command class. It should be very simple. Soon, the weakened alien insects were released into the desert. This is what Instructor Ma told them. However, Zhu Sergio couldn't see where the so-called alien insects were at all. What he saw was a motionless desert. Hundreds of students looked over the railing with guns at the motionless desert. They searched the whole field but didn't find a single alien insect. The students were confused about this situation. Some students looked at Instructor Ma, who leaned against the wall. Looking at me is useless. The bugs have been released. Why don't you keep an eye on the field? Why are you looking at me? Zhu Sergio didn't look at Instructor Ma. He kept holding his gun and staring at the desert silently. He was as quiet as a cold stone. Just when Instructor Ma was training other students, he suddenly saw a movement in the desert. At the same time, a white light flashed and accurately hit the point in the distance where the movement appeared. Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but look at Jiang Zhou beside him. You shot fast enough. That's right. It wasn't him who shot the shot, but Jiang Zhou. Just as Zhu Shizhou was about to aim and shoot, Jiang Zhou shot before him and accurately shot the point in the desert where the movement appeared just now. Sure enough, this guy is not simple. There is no doubt that the guy who can be selected by several departments at the same time must have something extraordinary. It seems that shooting is Jiang Zhou's strong point. It makes sense that Jiang Zhou is not sure about shooting. He would not choose to come to the assault department, whose core basic course is firearms use. Lucky, Jiang Zhou said calmly. Damn. It's really pretentious. Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart. Instructor Ma noticed the first shot, and then said to the students, when you were talking to me, someone had already shot. Jiang Zhou. I know you. If you can shoot 10 alien insects in the first class, then I will approve your application to change departments. Jiang Zhou's heart moved slightly, and he was about to say something. Suddenly, a white light flashed. The laser burned the air and heated it up, hitting another point on the battlefield. This white light was lit from his left side, so it was very conspicuous. Jiang Zhou subconsciously looked at the shooter. Zhu Shizhou said calmly. Don't be distracted. Otherwise, I will take your target away. Jiang Zhou was distracted by Instructor Ma's words just now, while Zhu Shizhou found another place in the desert where something unusual was happening. Although it was estimated to be 200 meters away, Zhu Shizhou was still somewhat confident. After all, he had enough time to aim. In the dozen deaths in the command class before, Zhu Shizhou fired countless shots. Most of the time, the direction of the shot was accurate. But the timing was not accurate, because if he wanted to shoot the alien insects that were as fast as bullets, he had no way to aim in advance. But now, the ability of the alien insects was completely weakened, and Zhu Shizhou had time to aim. While Jiang Zhou was distracted, he shot and hit the alien insects hidden in the sand. It was shot fast enough, Jiang Zhou said. Zhu Shizhou calmly said. Good luck, Jiang Zhou. Now, all the students understood the difficulty of this class. Shooting not only tests the students' eyesight and observation, but also tests their ability to grasp the fleeting moment when the alien insects appear. Without a strong ability to grasp the timing, even if the observation is excellent and the alien insects are found faster than anyone else, there is no way to cause damage to the alien insects. For most students who have never touched a gun, it is very difficult to use the gun well right away. But everyone is a genius after taking the potion, and the laser gun has no recoil, so it is still very fast to learn. This is only the first class. It is foreseeable that the difficulty of the second and third classes will increase little by little, and the quality of the alien insects will also be higher and higher. Zhu Shizhou was only ahead of the other students for nearly 2 months. If he relaxed, he would be easily caught up by some monsters with explosive talents. Students like Jiang Zhou who have shooting ability are even more difficult to deal with, and they are competing all the time. There are hundreds of students on the field. If you need to ensure that everyone has 10, you need to release at least 1,000 Zerg. However, Zhu Shizhou always doubts this number. Are there really more than 1,000 Zerg released? If this number is not enough, some students are destined to be eliminated. Not to mention that the Zerg may not want to show up for various reasons, so they don't even have a chance to shoot. However, it is so cruel. But in fact this class is basically no threat to Zhu Shizhou. Why? Of course, it is because he can rewind. Death Rewind allows him to know in advance where the Zerg will appear. In the command class, even the complete Zerg was bloodbathed by his rewind ability. So what about this weakened version of the Zerg? If he really wants, he only needs to remember the location where the 10 Zerg appear, then aim in advance, and finally shoot. Guaranteed to kill the Zerg at the fastest speed. But he always remembered that he was here to learn skills, and his cheating ability could only be used in this temporary copy of the gun use class. If he wanted to bring this skill out, he still had to keep learning like a normal person. But how many times did he have to die this time to pass the first class with his own ability instead of cheating? The answer is 10 times. Chapter 247 Speedrunner Zhu Shizhou. The 11th time. We will first place bugs on the battlefield on the first floor. 50 points will be deducted for one less bug. After Instructor Ma finished the set lines, Zhu Shizhou walked towards the gun rack ahead of all the students. Instructor Ma was slightly surprised. Other students were still thinking, and some wanted to ask more details. But Zhu Shizhou took action faster than any of them, which shows how active Zhu Shizhou is. He never thought that Zhu Shizhou could recite Instructor Ma's words by heart because he had repeated them for half a month. If he hadn't known that he had to listen to the course rules announced by Instructor Ma, he would not even want to listen. Zhu Shizhou's first move directly affected other students. Just as his every move in the command class seemed to set an example, the same was true for these students in the assault department. They didn't have any tricks and wanted to ask more questions. But seeing Zhu Shizhou take the first step, they followed him unwillingly. Jianzhou followed him and said, "Why are you so anxious? I think there is something wrong. We have no training foundation. How can we shoot the alien insects that move as fast as bullets? Shouldn't we ask this question first?" Hundreds of other students also had such doubts. Zhu Shizhou said directly, "This question is meaningless. Even if we ask it clearly, it will not help us in any way. Instructor Ma has explained the rules so clearly. We will know it if we try it ourselves." "Right? That's right." But Zhu Shizhou picked up the gun and glanced at the students who were listening attentively, and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the Zerg we used as targets in the first class will definitely not be as strong as normal Zerg." Instructor Ma's eyes flashed when he heard Zhu Shizhou's words. Could it be that this kid realized the key point as soon as he heard the rules he announced? The other students were puzzled why. Zhu Shizhou walked to the railing at the edge of the platform, raised his gun and aimed at the battlefield, and fired a shot casually. The white laser accurately hit a certain position on the battlefield. Everyone just thought Zhu Shizhou was testing the gun and didn't care. Zhu Shizhou fired a gun and said calmly, "Of course, it's because there is no protection between the first and second floors. If the Zerg were real, they would fly directly to our second floor to kill us. However, there are no protective measures here, and Instructor Ma did not carry any firearms, which means that the Zerg released at least had their flying ability restricted. So, will the Zerg whose flying ability is restricted have other abilities restricted? The answer is obvious." At this point, Zhu Shizhou fired another shot. Among all the students present, many have never even touched a gun, let alone killed Zerg right away. If the Zerg's movement speed is not adjusted down, then all the students present, including me, will not be able to successfully kill the Zerg in one class. Those who can kill the unweakened Zerg as soon as they get a gun are black soldiers, not us rookies. So, I judge that the movement speed of the alien Zerg has also been weakened. Zhu Shizhou's talk attracted everyone's attention, except for the shock in Instructor Ma's eyes. No one else reacted. Instructor Ma looked at the screen of his mobile phone. The red dots representing the vital signs of the alien Zerg disappeared with each shot of Zhu Shizhou. There is no doubt that Zhu Shizhou was talking while accurately killing the alien Zerg on the field. One shot. One shot. No miss. Zhu Shizhou deduced through logic that the alien Zerg had been weakened, which only made Instructor Ma feel a little surprised, because he knew that the people who could be selected by the headquarters would at least have good brains. But what is this kid doing now? Is this newcomer so strong? Instructor Ma suppressed his shock and listened to Zhu Shizhou's explanation to the other students. The other students didn't even react to what happened. They turned their heads to look at him, wanting to ask him if what Zhu Shizhou said was correct. Instructor Ma was so angry in his heart. Gap. A gap like a chasm. Why didn't such a genius get into the assault team? Instead, he was snatched away by the command center? While talking and laughing, Zhu Shizhou had already shot 10 alien insects. "It's over," Zhu Shizhou muttered. The students didn't hear Zhu Shizhou's mumbling clearly, and even if they did, they probably wouldn't understand what it meant. Zhu Shizhou looked down at the desert and sighed in his heart. This was much simpler than he thought, and the weakened alien insects didn't help him at all. With only 10 replays, he was able to accurately kill the alien insects by compressing the aiming time without relying on memory, but relying on his reaction ability. If the first class is just like this, it would be too disappointing. Can we do something more difficult? I just died 10 times. Is this class so easy? Instructor, is he right? A student raised his hand and asked. Instructor Ma, fuck you. He has already passed the level, and you are still asking here? Too easy. Zhu Shizhou put down his gun and said to Instructor Ma, Instructor, can I apply to start the next stage of learning immediately? This is too easy. This weakened version of the alien insect is too weak. And it has almost no improvement on my ability. Instructor Ma twitched his eyebrows twice. Yes. It is possible to study more deeply. But the subsequent courses will not be as safe as this class. Are you sure you want to start the next stage of the course in advance? Zhu Shizhou nodded. I am sure. The other students were at a loss, not knowing what happened. Jiang Zhou realized something, and suddenly looked at the battlefield. The traces left by Zhu Shizhou's shooting still remained on the battlefield, which was very clear. If Zhu Shizhou had not told the instructor that he wanted to study the next stage in advance, he would not have thought of the truth. Zhu Shizhou fired 10 shots, and then passed the course. This is a possibility that directly disintegrates his rational thinking. From the time Zhu Shizhou picked up the gun to the time he fired 10 shots. Was there a minute? Although Jiang Zhou did not pay attention to the time, he also knew that this time was very short. Zhu Shizhou not only understood the problem of the weakened alien insects faster than anyone else, but also simply and directly finished the course at the fastest speed. Is this scientific? Is it realistic? Instructor, why can he study the next stage in advance? A student asked. Instructor Ma's answer was simple. Because he has completed the target of this class. After Instructor Ma finished speaking, the students all looked at Zhu Shizhou, seeing that many people did not understand the meaning of this sentence. Instructor Ma laughed viciously twice. Just now, when he was talking to you about those meaningless inferences, he had already completed the course. And you just stood there like idiots and did nothing. What? For a moment, the students' brains were blank, and they could not turn around. But soon, they all thought of Zhu Shizhou's plain gun test process just now. It has already started? No, wait. How many shots did Zhu Shizhou fire? They didn't count. But now they all know that Zhu Shizhou never fired casually. Instructor Ma told them the answer with a complicated expression. 1 shot. 1 kill. Fired 10 shots. Killed 10 zergs. Took 1 minute and 2 seconds. Zhu Shizhou, you broke the record of the shortest time for a new student to pass the first class. In response, Zhu Shizhou had no expression on his face and calmly accepted the result. After playing the Hell Difficulty Command class for so long, it was really a bit uncomfortable for him to play the Easy Difficulty class all of a sudden. Chapter 248, Genetic Research on Zerg Diet and Second Stage Course. The other students whose emotions were wiped out would not be shocked by Zhu Shizhou's fastest clearance. They were just confused. Quite confused. Especially Jiang Zhou. He was the most confused of all the students. His major in college was geology. And he was indeed a geological researcher, which did not lie to Zhu Shizhou. But secretly, he had another unknown identity. No one knew that he was actually the illegitimate son of a foreign arms dealer. He was born with a superior gun sense. From the first time he touched a gun to hitting 10 rings within 100 meters. He only took a week to do it. After graduating from Harvard University, he chose to join a foreign mercenary corps and became a new generation of sniper god in the mercenary world with his strong connections and strong talents. Just when he was about to make a big move to conquer the mercenary world, he encountered the Black Soldier organization that was eliminating Zerg in the wild. His team was wiped out, and he was captured by the Black Soldier organization and sent to Ilmanisian Island when he was ready to fight to the end. There is no need to say more about the follow-up. He thought that he could stand out from everyone with his own ability. But he didn't expect that everyone on the island was talented. He chose to play the pig and eat the tiger. But he didn't get any chance to show off. The department he chose seemed to be very disappointing. His rational thinking directly determined that dodging bullets, this kind of miracle, is impossible to achieve. So he applied to change to the assault department. Because he knew that the core basic course of the assault department was the use of firearms. He believed that among the students present, no one should be more powerful than him. Except Zhu Shizhou. He could not understand Zhu Shizhou at all. During the test, all the students saw his fighting ability, which was not like a normal human being. In addition, his overwhelming mind made him look like he had everything under control and was mysterious. Therefore, among all the students, the only man that Jiang Zhou was not sure of defeating was Zhu Shizhou. From a rational analysis, there was no harm in being on good terms with Zhu Shizhou. So he went straight to Zhu Shizhou at the beginning of the class and made a lot of calculations. If Zhu Shizhou's ability was stronger than his, then he would hug his thighs. If Zhu Shizhou's ability was weaker than his, then he could directly step on Zhu Shizhou to become a god. Just imagine. If he could perform better than Zhu Shizhou, Then the other students would definitely turn their attention away from Zhu Shizhou and turn to him, with him as the leader. However, there is often a huge gap between ideals and reality. Before he could react, Zhu Shizhou beat him by 200 blocks. He broke the record of the fastest first-class clearance of rookies in the history of the Black Army in 1 minute and 2 seconds. No one has ever done it before, and probably no one will do it again. Jiangzhou racked his brains, but couldn't figure out how he did it. How did you do it? Instructor Ma returned to the elevator of the square with Zhu Shizhou and asked in confusion. Zhu Shizhou asked back, "What is 1 plus 1? Instructor Ma frowned. "What is 1 plus 1? Isn't it just 2? Is there any deep meaning behind this question?" Seeing Instructor Ma silent, Zhu Shizhou was surprised. It took so long to think about such a simple question as 1 plus 1 equals 2? Zhu Shizhou said helplessly. "How did you calculate that 1 plus 1 equals 2? "That's how I did it." Instructor Ma was speechless. "You mean to say that your record-breaking clearance is just like the truth that 1 plus 1 equals 2? Which is a 100% certain fact?" Zhu Shizhou said calmly. "As long as I want, I can break the record of any black soldier rookie." Instructor Ma. He didn't want to say anything anymore. This kid was too pretentious. And people just wanted to punch him. The elevator in the square where the two were located began to descend. Zhu Shizhou knew that this underground space might be much larger than he imagined. The shooting training battlefield they were in just now was only the first level of the firearms use class. The subsequent stage of learning needs to go deeper underground. Why do you put the class so deep underground? Zhu Shizhou couldn't help asking. Instructor Ma replied, "To prevent the worm riots." Prevent the worm riots? Zhu Shizhou pondered the meaning behind this sentence. The organization has built countless independent research institutes underground, where researchers can study the alien Zerg. This ensures that if any unexpected situation occurs, we will have enough time to react and suppress it. To be more precise, after capturing the alien Zerg, we create an environment that is difficult to escape quickly, and install all-round laser annihilation equipment without blind spots, to ensure that the entire institute can be annihilated in the first time without affecting other facilities on the surface. Instructor Ma said lightly. Many years ago, when the organization first captured the alien Zerg, it was placed on the surface for research. However, the stun method of one alien Zerg was not done well, resulting in the alien Zerg easily penetrating the alloy wall of the institute after waking up, directly killing about 10,000 people on the entire Omniscient Island. Almost all the research talents recruited by the organization were killed. Zhu Shizhou's heart was heavy. Anyway, after that, the organization spent a lot of money to build a research institute underground. To be honest, the surface space is far less than the underground space. Someone has calculated that if all the research institutes are placed on the surface, they may occupy half of Omniscient Island. Zhu Shizhou almost showed a shocked expression, but finally managed to hold back half of Omniscient Island. So many? Instructor Ma glanced at Zhu Shizhou. Overcoming the biological problems of alien insects has always been the research focus of the organization, and even the world. Do you think the organization is only going to try it? Zhu Shizhou thought of something at this time. Those weakened versions of alien insects. They are failures. Instructor Ma said. The research institute produced a failed product, so it was handed over to our assault department to train students to deal with it. Zhu Shizhou felt that this kind of research was a bit dangerous, just like the beginning of the disaster that appeared in all the movies. The evil scientists conducted dangerous research and eventually affected the world. What exactly does the organization want to research? The organization wants to research a way to defeat the Zerg with the Zerg. Instructor Ma gave Zhu Shizhou a shocking answer directly. The Zerg are intelligent, and intelligence means that they can be domesticated. What if we change the Zerg's diet from the moment they are born and let them eat Zerg? What determines the diet of a creature? The answer is genes. Just like many people like to eat coriander, many people don't like to eat it. The difference between the two comes from a gene called OR6A2 in the human body. Changing this gene can change a person's likes and dislikes of coriander. Zhu Shizhou thought about it. He just hated eating coriander, and he didn't understand why there were people in the world who liked eating coriander. Instructor Ma said briefly. In short, the principle is this principle. As long as a certain gene in the Zerg body is changed, the Zerg diet can be changed. The organization is constantly conducting genetic research on the Zerg. I don't know more, so I have to ask the researchers in the logistics department. Zhu Shizhou thought of someone and said silently in his heart, Fu Sidu, you have to be more powerful. While the two were talking, They arrived at the next level of the training ground. It was still the platform gun desert. But the difference was that there were several pairs of men and women wearing white hospital gowns standing in the desert. The second stage of the gun use course is to protect the experimental subjects. Chapter 249, Insufficient Skills. Go back to the previous game. You need to use remote support to protect these experimental subjects from the harm of alien insects. As long as you can hold on for 10 minutes, you will pass the course. Since you are the only one who has entered this stage of learning, I will give you a little privilege. You can use multiple guns at the same time. In this way, you can ensure that the guns will not enter the cooling period, and you can only watch the experimental subjects die. After entering the platform, Instructor Ma said this to Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou looked at the men and women in the desert with fear on their faces. They looked around with deep fear and anxiety on their faces, as if they were worried that monsters would come out from somewhere to attack them. From the thin clothes and thin bodies, these people's bodies should not have been trained by the organization. That is, they are most likely ordinary people. In order to understand the situation, Zhu Shizhou turned around and asked Instructor Ma, "Should I introduce the basic situation of these experimental subjects?" Instructor Ma raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "These experimental subjects are all social garbage." Social garbage? Instructor Ma sneered. What the world lacks most is social garbage. Some like to make inappropriate remarks on various social media. Some are antisocial. Some are lazy and live a muddle-headed life all day long. Some rely on sensationalism to satisfy their twisted psychology and be a strong talker on the internet, but achieve nothing in reality. And some are morally corrupt. These trash are a pure waste of national resources. So the organization caught them online as experimental subjects and let them sacrifice their lives for the future of mankind. It's still worthwhile for them to die. Hearing this, Zhu Shizhou's brows trembled. He was thinking, if he hadn't died and replayed, would he one day become a social garbage in the eyes of the Black Soldier Organization? Instructor Ma continued. For example, the long-haired man. He has recklessly published at least 100 Taiwan-influenced remarks on the internet, and is a Taiwan-influenced element left over from the history of national reunification. In reality, he lives a life of eating junk food every day and beating and scolding his mother at will. For example, that woman, she broadcasts live on the pornographic network, specifically deceiving fans and then stabbing them. That man. Instructor Ma pointed out the sins those people committed in reality one by one. These experimental subjects are a small part of countless social garbage. And people like this can be defined as social garbage. What do you think? If you want to change, we can change a new batch. There are plenty of such experimental subjects anyway. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. No need to change. Just them. He walked towards the gun rack with a blank expression. No matter what these experimental subjects were like in the past, it has nothing to do with me. My only goal is to pass the course. Let alone say they are social trash. Even if they are unforgivable criminals. What does it matter? Humans have their own social system. If they are guilty, let the rules evolved from human society punish them. If catching this kind of social trash as experimental subjects is the rule made by humans, then I will abide by it. Zhu Shizhou picked up 2 guns in his left and right hands at once, and turned around to look at Instructor Ma. But there is only one thing, which is my firm belief after being wiped out by emotions. Humans must never die at the mouth of alien insects. After listening to this, Instructor Ma laughed and said admiringly, "You kid. Not bad. Very much to my taste. If I didn't know that there was absolutely no way to get you out of the command center, I would definitely apply to the organization to transfer you to another department. Your idea is absolutely correct. Whether these people are trash or elites, they are all human beings. This cannot be changed. Our Black Soldier Organization wants to save the world, and all kinds of people in the world are within our scope of salvation. Humans are definitely not food. You can stick to this belief after your emotions are wiped out, which is enough to prove your excellence in thought. Then, start proving it. If you think these social trash also need to be protected, then protect them as much as possible for me to see. Otherwise, everything is empty talk." Instructor Ma looked at the field, and the experimental subjects on the field also noticed Zhu Shizhou and Instructor Ma, who were staring at them with guns on the platform from a distance. For a moment, they froze in fear and trembled. They thought Zhu Shizhou was going to use them as targets to practice shooting. The alien Zerg released this time are still weakened versions. but they are much stronger than the alien Zerg in the previous stage. If you are not careful, these experimental subjects will die. The goal of this stage is to persist for 10 minutes. Zhu Shurjio's shooting ability is no longer what it used to be. 20 battles with alien Zerg in the command class, and 10 times of dedicated training in reaction and shooting abilities have made him extremely familiar with the guns in his hands. This extreme represents the peak that new students can hardly match. Zhu Shurjio put the gun on the railing at the edge of the platform, overlooking the entire desert scene, trying to find that abnormal point in the silence. There were a total of 10 experimental subjects, which was neither too many nor too few. He needed to keep an eye on the movements of these experimental subjects and protect their lives. However, these experimental subjects behaved very strangely. They did not gather together, but scattered and ran away. This undoubtedly added a lot of difficulty to Zhu Shurjio. Zhu Shurjio could not help but withdraw from the aiming state. What's going on? Instructor Ma smiled. It's normal. If you were an ordinary person and someone was aiming at you with a gun from a distance, would you run away? You're not going to ask me why these test subjects don't know the specific situation, are you? Now you are simulating guarding the ignorant masses. They don't know the existence of alien insects, let alone the black soldiers with guns, who suddenly appeared in front of them to protect them. When the black soldiers are performing their missions, they are often mistaken for gangsters or terrorists. What you need to do is to protect the safety of the masses in the chaos. Zhu Shurjio nodded. I understand. What the hell do you understand? 10 people? Can he still have 10 eyes? These 10 people running away in all directions are purely looking for death in Zhu Shurjio's eyes. Even if he wants to pay attention, he can only pay attention to one of the test subjects. Paying attention to the situation around 2 or 3 test subjects at the same time is already the limit of the limit. Sure enough, when Zhu Shurjio was still staring at one of the experimental subjects, suddenly, a scream was heard on the field. The sound penetrated the desert and reached Zhu Shurjio's ears directly on the platform, where he was aiming. Zhu Shurjio pulled the gun without saying a word and aimed the muzzle at the direction where the scream came from in the blind spot of his sight. A white light flashed. Zhu Shurjio fired a blank shot. Too late, he muttered softly. The first test subject died. When Zhu Shurjio looked over, there was already a hole in the chest of the test subject. Sound propagation also takes time. Zhu Shurjio may have been only 0.5 seconds late, but this time is a huge delay for the Zerg. After the first shot missed, suddenly, he caught a glimpse of another test subject being severely injured. This time, Zhu Shurjio did not wait for the test subject to scream. He turned the gun without thinking and pulled the trigger in the direction of the test subject. Zhu Shurjio actually forgot that the gun was in the cooling period. The second test subject died, and Zhu Shurjio did not even fire a shot. I said, you can use the 2 guns interchangeably. Instructor Ma reminded on the side. It's easy to say. Zhu Shurjio rolled his eyes in his heart. Using 2 guns interchangeably is easier said than done. He needs to pay attention to the images of the 10 people on the field at all times, and then shoot the alien Zerg as soon as it appears. At the same time, he also needs to pay attention to the cooling period of the gun. Undoubtedly, this requires the use of guns to the bones, and the familiarity with guns is integrated into one's own instinct. Zhu Shurjio can't do it now. Killing people, especially the experimental subjects, are still screaming and fleeing wildly. They can't see the speed of the alien Zerg clearly. They only see someone aiming with a gun in the distance. And then, their companions are pierced through the chest and die one by one. Calm down. Only 1 minute has passed, Zhu Shurjio said to himself in his heart. In the next second, the alien Zerg suddenly appeared about 150 meters in front of him. It was a speed that could barely be seen by dynamic vision. Unlike the lightning speed of the formal alien Zerg, this time the alien Zerg was as fast as a black cannonball, suddenly rushing out from the hidden sand and directly hitting the back of the experimental subject. Zhu Shurjio saw it clearly. This time he did not aim at all, and directly pulled the trigger. A white light hit the alien Zerg, but it did not completely kill it. The alien Zerg still hit the back of the experimental subject with its huge inertia and remaining vitality. Zhu Shurjio's heart sank immediately. A shot that reacted so quickly was not completely accurate. His ability was not as strong as he thought. The super god performance in the alien Zerg forest before was completely due to death rollback, and the shot just now was completely based on his own ability. I can't even shoot the weakened version of the alien Zerg accurately. I am really too weak. Little did he know that when he heard Zhu Shurjio's words, Instructor Ma was speechless. In his opinion, Zhu Shizhou should be touching a gun for the first time. He passed the first stage of the course in 1 minute and 2 seconds for the first time. When he came to the second stage, he was able to shoot a worm that could only barely be captured by dynamic vision with his abnormal talent. Is he still weak? Instructor Ma thought that Zhu Shizhou would definitely become a generation of gun god in the Black Soldier organization in the future. While Zhu Shizhou was complaining about himself, he was still concentrating on protecting the experimental subjects. But the number of experimental subjects was constantly decreasing. One after another, the worms appeared in Zhu Shizhou's eyes and disappeared in an instant. And each time they appeared, they would take away a life. Only 5 minutes later, there was only one experimental subject left on the field. But Zhu Shizhou's double guns were never used. At this moment, Instructor Ma suddenly took out his mobile phone. Oh! In the first phase of the course, there are others who have passed besides you. Zhu Shizhou did not answer. He was still staring at the field, as if nothing could attract his attention. Interesting. He also applied to study the second phase of the course directly. I will pick him up, Instructor Ma said to Zhu Shizhou regardless of whether he heard it or not. The person who came was Jiang Zhou. When Instructor Ma went up to pick Jiang Zhou up, the last experimental subject on the field had died. Zhu Shizhou stood up expressionlessly. Jiang Zhou looked at the 10 dead experimental subjects in the desert and blurted out, the second phase of the course is to kill people? So perverted? He thought that the experimental subjects were all shot to death by Zhu Shizhou. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shizhou's face turned black. He didn't say anything and just raised his gun and pointed it at his temple. If you don't have enough skills, go back and make up for it. Chapter 250, Double Guns and Bows. At first, it was just for fun. Posting toxic Taiwan remarks online was purely to satisfy his twisted desires. In reality, he has accomplished nothing. He is still playing games in his room in his 30s. Because he cannot get anyone's attention in reality, he speaks freely on the internet. When he found that whenever he made some stupid and absurd remarks, there were always some people who were caught by him and madly insulted him. He felt an unprecedented feeling of being the center of attention. That feeling was too wonderful. The huge contrast between the internet and reality made him gradually addicted to it. As long as his account was not banned, he would continue to make some stupid remarks. If the account was banned, he would open a small account to continue. His mother urged him to find a job, but he always ignored it. Most of the time, he locked himself in the room and let his mother knock on his door to deliver food. He felt like an emperor, enjoying the service of a servant called mother. His father had died a long time ago, and he was the only man in the family. What if his mother had no one to take care of her when she got old? Wouldn't it be better if they died together? He didn't have much feeling for life, and felt that he had lived enough. So he lived one day at a time. He had lived like this for more than 10 years after dropping out of high school, and he really didn't care. Life is something that is meant to be enjoyed. However, he soon found out that he was wrong. Extremely wrong. He didn't care about life as much as he thought. When he spent every day at home, he felt that he would have no regrets even if he died the next second. But when he was captured by a group of black-clad men in black, he found that he was not so fearless. Until now a smell of urine flowed out of his crotch, soaking the sand on the ground. Did you pee? A pretty woman next to him asked tremblingly. He glared at the woman in anger and said, What are you talking about? How could I pee? But it smells like urine. This is my sweat. This is the smell of my sweat. Your crotch is also wet. My crotch is prone to sweating. Do you have any objections? The woman curled her lips in fear. This guy had only a hard mouth. She thought to herself that she had screwed countless men's kidneys, and she could still tell whether someone peed out of fear or not. This man was simply afraid of peeing. What a coward. She looked around, and the other experimental subjects looked as terrified as she did. What the hell is going on here? I woke up here. Yeah. Are we involved in some kind of death game? Just like in the movies. We were captured by some mysterious people, and they will only let us go back if we pass the level. Are you new here? The woman also swallowed her saliva in fear and asked. I've been here for more than a month. What? You are a senior? An experimental subject screamed. He put himself in reality, and thought that this desert was a place similar to the main god's space. Next, the main god will issue some orders for them to execute. What the hell is this? The woman was confused and puzzled by the brain circuit of this experimental subject. But she still managed to understand what this guy meant. So she said, Don't get me wrong. I have been locked up in a prison since I was captured. Someone regularly delivers food and vegetables to me. After a month, I was released and came to this unknown desert. Other experimental subjects also said, I have been here for a week. I have been here for less than a week. I have been here for nearly a month. So, no one knows what is going on now. Even people who have been here for a month don't know what will happen next. When one of the experimental subjects said this, the others were silent. They became more and more frightened and looked at the surrounding environment. It was a desert, but it was an artificial desert. Looking up, you can clearly see the ceiling of the room. There is also a dazzling light ball in the center of the ceiling, which simulates the scene of the sun hanging high in the sky. But what is strange is that on the huge wall at the edge of the desert in the distance, there is a platform similar to a balcony, and there is no one on it. But this arrangement easily makes people think of a series of bad things, such as a rich man who caught them and watched them play various death games. This is a possibility that they can easily think of, but they don't know what will happen. In short, a total of 10 people stood stupidly in the desert, waiting for the judgment of fate. Soon, the judgment came. Someone appeared on the platform. Although it was far away, everyone could see clearly that the man held a gun in his left and right hands, and put the gun on the railing, aiming at this side from a distance. The woman felt her hair stand on end. She screamed immediately, "Someone wants to shoot at us. Prepare to use us as targets." What? Everyone was shocked. Everyone looked in the direction the woman was looking at. And sure enough, someone on the platform in the distance was aiming at them with a gun, looking like he was going to kill them. Split up and run away. The test subjects all turned pale and hurriedly stepped forward. Some even thought they were smart and ran in an S-shaped pattern. The woman cursed inwardly. It was obvious that women ran slower than men. This was unfair. But the terrorists who could catch them from society at will and use them as targets for training obviously would not talk to them about the so-called fairness. When the woman took a step and ran wildly, suddenly, a white light flashed. She only felt a burst of wind from the back of her head, and a blast from the gravel next to her. There was also an extremely clear burning feeling. All this made her feel scared. In the past, she used to watch others being cruelly beaten by her. But now she enjoyed the same fear of death. Why was I the target of the shooting at the beginning? The woman cried wildly in her heart. She didn't know that the keyboard warrior who peed his pants and depended on his parents also thought so. Why was I the target of the shooting at the beginning? The man also felt that he was very unlucky. When he heard the explosion behind him, he also felt the burning heat of the air. Looking back, he saw that the gravel on the ground had melted directly to form a hole. This kind of laser weapon was beyond his cognition. What kind of gun could do this? He was shaking all the time. Every muscle and every cell in his body lost energy because of the shaking. His legs were like lead. He ran a few steps and fell directly into the desert. After falling, he got up and continued to run. His body, which had not been exercised for a long time, became his biggest burden at this moment. He regretted so much, regretting why he had stayed at home for more than 10 years and had done nothing. It would have been better if he had taken some time to exercise. Now he felt that he was running as slowly as a snail. Woo 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 woo. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Let me go. I won't be a show-off again. I won't go fishing again. Tears and snot hung down like noodles. He cried and ran weakly, and with one shot after another, he kept trying to change the direction of his advance, until he bumped into someone. Idiot! How did you come to me? The woman no longer had the fear she had before, and fiercely kicked away the man who was so scared that he peed his pants at the beginning. She was the most ruthless person among all of them. In the face of life and death crisis, even fear was released, and disguise was meaningless. Ah! The man who was kicked down wiped his face, looked up and looked around, and found that they had agreed to run away in all directions. But they actually ran together again. Wait! It's not just us! The woman was suddenly startled. At this time, she didn't care about the man who was kicked away by him, and looked at the other people in the desert except the two of them in horror. She saw white light flashing, and everyone else was forced to move. They originally tried to escape in all directions, but they didn't realize that they were being forced to gather towards them again by lasers. There's a problem. Let's continue to scatter and escape. I can't run anymore. My legs are all weak. The man was as useless as a waste, and the woman sentenced him to death in her heart. Idiot! I must be the only one who survives in the end. The woman screamed in her heart, and took a step to the side with a fierce look in her eyes. However, at this moment, a white light shot on the sand in front of her just as she took a step. The woman froze. The man in the distance seemed to use this shot to tell him, "You dare to try to escape? You can shoot accurately next time." Zhu Shurjiu released the index finger of his left hand that was pulling the trigger expressionlessly. At this moment, he held a standard black soldier firearm in his left and right hands. And from the beginning, he showed an amazing familiarity that Instructor Ma could not imagine. He shot at the experimental subjects in the desert on the field. Obviously, the alien insects had not appeared yet. But this guy actually shot. And he did not hesitate. As if he was not worried about shooting wrong. He accurately grasped the cooling time of the firearms on the left and right, forcing the scattered experimental subjects to move. Instructor Ma could of course see what Zhu Shurjiu was thinking. It was nothing more than to gather these scattered and escaping experimental subjects together again, so that it would be convenient for him to see. But it's easy to say. Is this really a calculation that a human can do? Instructor Ma felt that he couldn't do it. Every shot could force these experimental subjects to move to the point he wanted them to go. And he also needed to pay attention to the movements of these experimental subjects at the same time. If he were to do it, he would not only be unable to control their trajectory, but also unable to take care of multiple experimental subjects at the same time. Not to mention that Zhu Shurjiu is now a double gun. What is the concept of double guns? It's equivalent to two people fighting at the same time. And each of them is a top-level gun god. Damn. Outrageous. This newcomer is so strong. Every shot was extremely accurate. And every shot seemed to be fired with 100% confidence. Instructor Ma saw in Zhu Shurjiu the incomparable momentum of other students. The alien insects that should have appeared did not appear. But because of Zhu Shurjiu's shooting, they dared not show up for a while. Perhaps waiting for a better opportunity. Instructor Ma's phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone and looked at it. Oh! In the first stage of the course, there are other people who have passed besides you. Zhu Shurjiu said lightly. Bring Jiangzhou down. Instructor Ma's eyes widened. How do you know it's Jiangzhou? Is it hard to guess? No. It's just that you can talk to me while calculating the shooting with two guns? Does this mean that you haven't used your full strength for such an awesome operation? Chapter 251. The Gap Like the Mariana Trench. Zhu Shurjiu has tried his best. The reason why he can shoot with two guns while talking to Instructor Ma is purely because he has died enough times and is skilled enough. He died 63 times. In the second stage of the course, he died for more than 2 months. Shooting with two guns is really too difficult. So difficult. It is so difficult that he can't learn it in a short time even though he has been injected with medicine twice in a row. So he died 63 times directly, and used a little time to practice with two guns. Until now, he can only aim with difficulty. The reason why he can perform so well is purely because in the 63 deaths, he spent at least 20 times to adjust the position of these stupid experimental subjects. They screamed and fled in all directions, which really caused him a lot of trouble. He couldn't take care of everyone, so he chose to force them to regroup before the alien insects appeared. He spent 20 lives adjusting the position of these experimental subjects. And sometimes, he had to start over if he shot wrong. The result is now like this. After running away in all directions, these experimental subjects gathered together again. When Jiangzhou came down, he saw the last scene of Zhu Shurjiu holding two guns and forcing the experimental subjects to move. After the experimental subjects gathered again, they stood there trembling. And Zhu Shurjiu counted silently in his heart. 3, 2, 1, shoot! The alien insect appeared. At this time, Zhu Shurjiu actually shot with two guns at the same time. And they shot in different directions. As soon as the alien insect flew into the sky, it was intercepted by Zhu Shurjiu's gun, and most of its body was smashed. It fell heavily on the sand, splashing several sand flowers made of sand. The test subjects were terrified. They had originally thought of escaping. But when they saw the alien insects appear, they were completely sick, as if they were facing something unimaginable and terrifying. The corpses of the alien insects directly shocked their worldview. What kind of monster is this? I know. The woman suddenly screamed. The shooter. The target of the shooting was not us, but this kind of monster insect. They just reacted, and the distance between each other was shortened. What Jiangzhou saw was the scene where Zhu Shurjiu accurately killed an alien insect with two guns on the left and right. He knew without trying that this was not something he could do. Instructor, can you do it? Instructor Ma replied. Yes. If you students can do it, how can I not do it? That's true. Jiang Zhou nodded. However, Instructor Ma quietly added in his heart that it was just a bit reluctant. It's true that he can use 2 guns, but he can't use them more freely and easily than Zhu Shizhou. God knows how this guy can use 2 guns right after touching a gun. Are you cheating? In order to prevent Jiang Zhou from asking more questions, Instructor Ma quickly changed the subject and said, I just told you about the learning content of this stage. What do you think? Jiang Zhou pondered for a moment and said, At least, Zhu Shizhou's way of passing the level should not be an orthodox way of passing the level. Oh, what do you mean? Instructor Ma asked knowingly. Zhu Shizhou's 2 guns forcing the experimental subjects to move is indeed not an orthodox way of passing the level. In fact, the purpose of this class is not to gather the experimental subjects together and protect all the experimental subjects. The real purpose is just, if it were me, I would only choose 1 experimental subject to protect and then hold on for 10 minutes. In this way, no matter whether other experimental subjects are attacked by alien insects or not, I don't have to waste my attention. Zhu Shizhou's method of passing the level should be an evil way. That's right. The purpose of this class is just to let the students last for 10 minutes. As for how many experimental subjects died and how many were saved, it was not within their consideration. However, Zhu Shizhou seemed to subconsciously think that all experimental subjects should be saved. So he did it. You two have completely different perspectives, Instructor Ma said. Jiang Zhou was silent. It should be said that Zhu Shizhou's perspective is far beyond the reach of ordinary students like you. While you are still thinking about how to pass the level with minimum difficulty, his eyes are on how to pass the level perfectly. I don't believe he can't think of what you think, but he still chooses to preserve all the experimental subjects, which shows how strong his confidence is in himself, as if he is sure that he will not make mistakes 100%. This is a kind of natural strong demeanor that you can never learn. Zhu Shizhou shot his bows from left to right, sometimes pausing, sometimes shooting. And he could also listen to the Instructor Ma bragging about him from a distance, thinking that he was really stupid. When he died more than 40 times in the middle, he barely reacted. The difficulty of the second stage of learning was much higher than the first stage. The gap between the two seemed to be a little too big. Can normal students really pass the second stage of learning courses? He thought so. So naturally he thought about whether there was something wrong with his strategy. And then he figured out what Jiang Zhou figured out at the first time. Until now, Zhu Shizhou played a perfect operation. And Instructor Ma said something completely different from what he remembered, which made Zhu Shizhou confirm that the real strategy for this class was not to save all the experimental subjects, but to randomly select an experimental subject to protect. As long as they were not all killed, they could pass the level by holding on for 10 minutes. This is the correct strategy route. But he couldn't turn back. He had died so many times. If it was just to pass the level to the minimum, then it would be better not to take this class. He still wanted perfection. If he didn't perform perfectly in every class, how could he shake the eyes of the top leaders? He even thought that if he could speed through every class, he should be able to perform perfectly without missing any class. Now he has learned to use dual guns. Although the skill level is a bit low, he has indeed mastered it. He dared to guarantee that if he were to go back to the command class for actual combat now, he would definitely perform more calmly. Many extreme dodges would not be necessary at all. The dual guns would give the answer. In this class, his dual gun skills were maxed out in the eyes of Jiang Zhou and Instructor Ma. Predictive operation made Zhu Shizhou's every shot extremely accurate, which was a perfect operation that could only be performed in this class. When Jiang Zhou came down, 5 minutes had passed, and Jiang Zhou saw the next 5 minutes, facing the alien insects flying out from all directions. Zhu Shizhou could always shoot in an extreme rescue way. Sometimes the alien insects were about to fly to the face of the experimental subject, and the cooling period of the gun in Zhu Shizhou's hand was just over. And then he fired a shot calmly, as if everything was under control. At the end of 5 minutes, the alien insects dared not show up. One died if they came out. Their few wisdoms told them that as long as they showed their heads, they would die. So they nestled in the sand and dared not move. 10 minutes had passed. Zhu Shizhou put down his 2 guns reluctantly. Is this the end? Zhu Shizhou looked back at Instructor Ma and Jiang Zhou. Instructor Ma was so shocked after watching the whole shooting process of Zhu Shizhou that he didn't know what to say. The experimental subjects gradually lost their fear in the desert, thinking that everything was a close call. The dreamlike 10 minutes made them experience the boundary between life and death. At this time, there was silence around them, and they knew that they survived. Some experimental subjects cried bitterly. Some experimental subjects stood there stupidly. And the old man who was dependent on his parents collapsed directly on the ground, panting and laughing wildly. However, the experimental subjects didn't know that there was another experiment waiting for them. Jiang-Zhou, the student who had already decided to try his best to save only one experimental subject, picked up the gun. To be honest, he is still confused until now. He thought that the gap between him and Zhu Shizhou was not big. After all, he also passed the first stage of the course at a very fast speed. So he tried hard to catch up with Zhu Shizhou. But after finally catching up, the result was, Zhu Shizhou was like the car god on Akina Mountain, directly leaving him, the new sniper god in the mercenary world, behind so much that he couldn't even see the tail gas. The gap between him and the strongest newcomer was separated by the Mariana Trench. The alien insects were released again in the desert. The experimental subjects were still the same 10 experimental subjects. Jiang-Zhou started. And then, it was over after 5 minutes. None of the experimental subjects were left alive. All died. Chapter 252. Only by opening the sixth sense can we proceed to the next stage. Jiang-Zhou put down his gun silently, turned around and asked, "How many points will I be deducted?" Instructor Ma laughed and said, "Don't worry. No points will be deducted. To be honest, the performance of the two of you far exceeded my expectations. You are both rare talents. It's just that Zhu Shizhou passed the course. But you didn't. Don't be discouraged. The gap between ordinary people and geniuses cannot be easily made up. Ordinary people and geniuses." Jiang-Zhou didn't expect to hear this sentence from Instructor Ma. He has been a genius in the eyes of others since he was a child. He is far superior to ordinary people in terms of weapons and brains. I never expected that in comparison with Zhu Shizhou. I was actually an ordinary person. Instructor Ma said to the two. In short, since you all took the course in advance, I, as an instructor, will give you preferential treatment. As long as most other students have not reached the second stage of the course, you will not lose points no matter how much you practice in this class. Jiang-Zhou, if you have the ability to pass the second stage of the course like Zhu Shizhou, then there is really no need to study this class. And it doesn't matter if you leave early. Jiang-Zhou looked at Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou said, Instructor Ma, I want to apply for the third stage of the course. Jiang-Zhou. Instructor Ma's eyebrows twitched. You, to what extent do you want to beat others before you give up? Is it okay? Zhu Shizhou asked again. I thought Instructor Ma would agree again this time. But, the rules allow it. But I don't agree. Instructor Ma said so. Zhu Shizhou was stunned for a moment. Why? Why else? Because you are a genius. I don't agree to let you go to the third stage of the course to protect you. Instructor Ma's expression looked very serious. Not perfunctory. The third stage, people will die. Zhu Shizhou didn't expect that he was not stuck by the rules, but by Instructor Ma's subjective will. Instructor Ma, what you said? Which course doesn't kill people? It's different. Instructor Ma said. Although your performance is amazing, the third class is not a course that can be passed by one person. The third class requires all students to go out and survive in the desert for an hour. And the enemy is real alien insects. This is exactly the same as the command class. You want to go out and face those alien insects alone? Since there has been no precedent in history, I don't know how much alien insects should be controlled. But what is certain is that the strength of real alien insects and these weakened versions of alien insects is completely different. I know. Zhu Shizhou opened his mouth and wanted to say that he not only knew, but also killed countless of them in the alien insect forest. But saying this would probably only make Instructor Ma think that he was mentally ill. In Instructor Ma's eyes, it was his first time to touch the standard firearms of the black soldiers, and he had never seen real alien insects. Zhu Shizhou said expressionlessly, if it was Instructor Mo, he would never stop me. In the command class, he could go out in person if he wanted to, and Instructor Mo could only persuade him a few words at most. Why can't he do anything here? When Instructor Ma heard Zhu Shizhou talking about Instructor Mo, he inevitably realized that this genius was a member of the command center. He was so angry when he thought of this. There was Su Feng in front and Zhu Shizhou behind. Why did these two people who were destined to become legends jump into the headquarters? Instructor Ma shook his head and said, Indeed, if you apply to go down in person in the command class, Imogo may not stop you with his personality. But do you know why? Zhu Shizhou shook his head. Instructor Ma said, Because humans already have Su Feng. Zhu Shizhou widened his eyes slightly. Commander Su is standing at the top of the headquarters. No matter how talented you are, your life or death will not affect the overall situation. But our assault department lacks a gun god as unmatched as Commander Su. In my opinion, you have the potential to become a gun god. You broke through 2 stages of the course on the first day you touched a gun for the first time. You are an absolute genius. There is no doubt about that. So I will not allow you to fall in the 3rd stage of the course so carelessly. Fuck. This is the reason? Zhu Shizhou was a little speechless. If you think about it carefully, it is very reasonable. But shouldn't your black soldier organization be ruthless and follow the rules? If I die, it proves that I am nothing. Zhu Shizhou wanted to say what he said to Instructor Mo on the day of class selection. But Instructor Ma interrupted and said, If you die, it only proves that I am not a good instructor. Zhu Shizhou was speechless. I said that my 2nd stage course allows you and Jiangzhou to practice at any time. You can practice as many times as you want. This is the greatest privilege I can give. You want me to agree to let you enter the 3rd stage of the course alone? No way. Zhu Shizhou was a little unwilling. Wait, isn't there an exception? Instructor Ma laughed. Exceptions? Of course there are. If you can develop the 6th sense, then I will agree to let you enter the 3rd course. Otherwise, nothing to discuss. 6th sense development? Doesn't that mean he has to take the extreme training course of the emergency mobile department? Zhu Shizhou was silent for a while, then nodded slowly and seriously. Okay. Otherwise you should just stay in the 2nd stage of practice. What did you say? I said, okay. In that case, I will develop my 6th sense. Instructor Ma was a little unresponsive. No. Wait. What the hell are you talking about? If you don't let me enter the 3rd stage of the course now, then I will develop my 6th sense. That should be okay. Right? If I have a perfect performance in the extreme training class, does it mean that I have a 6th sense? In this way, I can participate in the 3rd stage of the course. Right? Instructor Ma was confused by Zhu Shizhou's whimsical idea. You mean, you want to train your physical fitness to the physiological limit of the human body on the 1st day, so that you can have a 6th sense? Zhu Shizhou shook his head, turned and walked towards the elevator in the square, leaving Instructor Ma with only a chic back. No. I want to prove to you that even if human physiology has not reached its limit, you can still have a 6th sense. I am a man destined to break your old and fixed ideas. It's just, I have to die many times again. How difficult is it to dodge bullets without getting a single leaf on you? But if he doesn't prove that he has a 6th sense, he can't go through the 3rd stage of the course. He can only do this, and use his fake 6th sense to deceive everyone. However, there is a premise. That is, his breaking of the human limit will not be found by the organization to conduct research experiments on him. Zhu Shizhou had already tested this in the command class. He directly killed through the alien insect forest, and killed 1/3 of the alien insects. He killed the alien insects so hard that they dared not show their heads. But nothing happened. One thing that can be concluded is that Su Feng has backed him up for all his performance. Instructor Ma didn't understand Zhu Shizhou's confidence at all. He asked a little crazy and helplessly, You are too anxious. Why are you so anxious? This is only the 1st day of class. Why? Because I promised someone that I would become the strongest human within 3 months. Damn it. Are you serious? Do I look like I'm kidding? Instructor Ma. After seeing Zhu Shizhou off, Instructor Ma returned to Jiangzhou, who shook his head and said, I think he's crazy. You're right. I think he's crazy too. After a long silence, Jiangzhou said, But, in the 1st class, who would have thought that he could break the historical record in 1 minute and 2 seconds? Maybe he's crazy, but maybe he can create another miracle. He's a man strong enough to break my rational thinking. Instructor Ma thought, It's not just your rational thinking. He's going to do something stupid that breaks human cognition. But it's okay. The extreme training class will teach him how to be a man. One benefit of extreme training classes is that they will severely injure the students who attend the class. So severely that they cannot move for a short period of time. In this way, Even if Zhu Shizhou wants to do something, he has no ability to do it. Instructor Ma has never expected Zhu Shizhou to fail as much as he does now. After Zhu Shizhou came out of the assault department, he rushed to the class location of the emergency mobile department without stopping. When he appeared in the emergency mobile department, Instructor Zhao of the emergency mobile department looked at him in surprise. Sorry, I'm late. How do you play? I'll join in. The class location is a white, fully transparent tempered glass room. Zhu Shizhou just said a sentence, and before he could take a closer look, he was shocked. What kind of picture did he see? The whole glass room was full of blood. The ground was soaked in scarlet blood. And on top of this blood river, there were corpses lying one after another. Zhu Shizhou felt like a corpse at first glance, but then found out that it was not, because this corpse was still moving. A person lying face down on the ground raised his hands weakly, and then fell heavily, hitting the blood pool that had not yet solidified, splashing a few blood flowers. Instructor Xiao stood outside the glass room with his hands behind his back, watching the people in the glass room, with a faint smile on his face. Zhu Shizhou felt a chill on his back. Instructor Xiao, you are late. I thought you would skip class, but I didn't expect you to be just late. Not bad. Instructor Zhao first said something to Zhu Shizhou, and then answered his question. This glass room is made of special tempered glass, which is hard enough to withstand bullet attacks. Then look at the fully automatic firearms installed on the ceiling of the glass room. These fully automatic smart mobile devices can move freely on the ceiling, ensuring the ultimate degree of freedom. Zhu Shizhou looked over and saw 3 movable gun shooting devices installed on the ceiling of the glass room. At the beginning of the course, I arranged for the students to enter this glass room. The number of people is slightly more than I thought. You should know that many students chose to skip classes immediately after understanding the course content, and also applied to change departments to attend other classes. Now there are a total of 41 students in front of you, and 42 if you count you. After the students enter the glass room, they have a total of 10 seconds to adjust their status. After 10 seconds, the shooting devices on the ceiling will shoot at these students. I believe you have heard that these shooting devices will shoot at various non-vital parts of their bodies to ensure that they can be severely injured without killing them. Is this called not dead? Zhu Shizhou twitched his mouth and looked at the students lying dead in the glass room. Chapter 253. Zhu Shizhou closed his eyes. Instructor Zhao said with a smile, being about to die doesn't mean you're already dead. Our organization has a powerful recovery agent that is enough to heal all kinds of internal and external injuries. Don't think that all the bullets fired from the muzzle are ordinary bullets. This kind of bullet has strong penetrating power and is guaranteed to pass through the body without remaining in the human body. Why is it getting more and more perverted? Zhu Shizhou's scalp tingled when he heard it. Don't be fooled by the blood on the ground. In fact, this blood is only the blood of 41 students combined. After the injection of the medicine, their hematopoietic function becomes extremely strong. Under the pressure of life and death, the medicine can play a better role. It's almost time. If it's any later, they will really die. Instructor Zhao took out his mobile phone and made a call. Hello? It's us again. Yes. The same place. I have to trouble you again. Okay. Goodbye. After the call, Instructor Zhao said, the medical team of the logistics department will be here soon. It's better to treat the patient on the spot. The whole process will only take a quarter of an hour. Of course, if someone is not good at it, he might kill the patient. This situation rarely happens, so you don't have to worry. Then, Zhu Shizhou saw a group of people in white clothes appearing at the scene. These were the medical troops from the logistics department. They carried stretchers into the glass room one by one, took out a tube of medicine and injected it into the trainees' bodies. Zhu Shizhou could see that the trainees twitched the moment the medicine was injected. He didn't know if it was because the method was too rough or what, but it looked quick and efficient. After injecting the unknown medicine, the medical team threw the corpse onto the stretcher in groups of 2, and then carried the person out. First inject the powerful recovery medicine, then carry the person away. This process is irreversible. Otherwise the person will die while being carried. There is a more professional saying in their post-department medical team, called avoid carrying the person in the opposite direction. You should encounter the same process later. Let me show you first. And you should have chosen the course of the logistics department. Right? You will learn this one day. Zhu Shizhou nodded and said, I learned it. Soon. A total of 41 students in the glass room were all carried out. But the blood in the glass room had not been cleared. What do you mean? Do you want to try it? Instructor Zhao smiled. There are no rules. It all depends on my subjective judgment. When I think you have passed this class, I will let you pass. Zhu Shizhou nodded lightly and walked towards the entrance of the glass room. Instructor Zhao said, by the way, it might be a bit difficult for you to do it alone, because the shooting equipment was originally used to deal with all the students. But now all their shooting targets have become you. You might not be able to bear it, and it's not too late to regret it now. In response, Zhu Shizhou shook his head and said, I never regret it. Today I will let you see what a real god is. After saying that, he pushed open the door of the glass room. There was only 10 seconds to repair. Instructor Zhao and a group of medical troops, as well as the 41 seriously injured students who were still conscious, all stared at Zhu Shizhou in the glass room. He stepped on the blood on the ground and slowly walked to the center of the glass room and stood still. Then he closed his eyes. Instructor Zhao was surprised. His smiling expression froze, and his pupils shrank slightly. Could it be that? Just as he was thinking, 10 seconds were up. Bang! A shot aimed at Zhu Shizhou was fired from the ceiling of the glass room. At the same time, a flower of blood appeared on Zhu Shizhou's back, and the body that was shot fell to the ground. Everyone. Dead silence. You are so good at pretending. I almost got fooled by you. Instructor Zhao wiped a cold sweat. What the hell? He saw that Zhu Shizhou was so confident and even closed his eyes without any preparation. He thought he had some incredible trump card, and even guessed whether he had opened his sixth sense. But he didn't expect that he was shot down. What kind of outrageous pretending player is this? This is too pretending. And the unparalleled confident aura even fooled him. In the glass room, Zhu Shizhou was lying on the ground, cursing inwardly. It hurts. It hurts so much. He came here to play this game just to be tortured. How could there be such a stupid course? If this course was not the key to unlock the assault department's firearms course, he would not have come to complete this course so early. He did not have a sixth sense to begin with. So now he had to pretend to have one. Lightly dodge the shooting, close his eyes, and use his body to feel the shooting wholeheartedly. This was the most efficient method he could think of. This proved that he was not judging with his eyes, but was really using his sixth sense. Avoid shooting. Choosing to stand in the middle of the glass room also took into account that different positions might cause different degrees of deviation in the shooting equipment. So he deliberately stood on a floor tile somewhere in the center of the entire room to mark his position. Not only that, he also planned to remember and grasp the time and direction, and how many steps he should take in order to avoid the shooting of automatic guns and countless rewinds. Zhu Shizhou had already decided to rewind as long as he was shot. At this time, he was lying on the ground and grabbed his throat. Die, 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 die. Damn it! The second time, Zhu Shizhou said confidently. Today I will let you see what a real god is. In the horror of Instructor Zhao, Zhu Shizhou was knocked down by 2 shots. The 10th time. Today I will let you. Zhu Shizhou held on for 20 seconds. The 20th time. See. 40 seconds. The 50th time. What is? 1 minute and 12 seconds. The 108th time. The real God. God. Appeared. At this moment, only the word God can explain what is happening now. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhu Shizhou calmly walked towards the glass room. The aura of this man was so calm and confident that although everyone did not believe it rationally, they always felt that this man would create a miracle. Zhu Shizhou stood in the middle of the glass room after entering the room, raised his head, and looked deeply at the fully automatic shooting equipment on the ceiling. Then, he closed his eyes. Instructor Zhao was surprised. Are you serious? You actually closed your eyes? You should know that you are still a rookie now, let alone the sixth sense. You haven't even mastered the 5 senses. You dare to close your eyes under the fully automatic shooting equipment? Are you waiting to die? Could it be that you have some incredible trump card? It must be said that Zhu Shizhou's confidence before entering the glass room infected Instructor Zhao, making Instructor Zhao subconsciously think that this strongest rookie should not be aimless. There must be a reason why he did this. The reason why Instructor Zhao was so shocked was because he had seen too many students who had opened their sixth sense. After students opened their sixth sense, they would no longer be bound by the 5 senses, and they would be able to feel the danger of guns from all directions pointing at a certain part of their body. as if a new sense had been opened in their body, which could distinguish which part was dangerous and which part was safe. At the end of the course, many students who had opened their sixth sense would close their eyes and wait like Zhu Shizhou did now, so as not to let their sight interfere with the judgment of the sixth sense. And now, Zhu Shizhou actually did this. Chapter 254. The only man who has opened the sixth sense in advance. Whether the sixth sense is opened has nothing to do with whether Zhu Shizhou can pass the course. This is a fact that Zhu Shizhou has already confirmed. Zhu Shizhou stood expressionlessly in the middle of the glass room, showing the demeanor of a master. No one could have imagined that someone could repeat 3 months and 18 days in this glass room. And naturally no one could have imagined that Zhu Shizhou was almost numb to death behind this. His expressionless face at this moment was not because of the erasure of emotions, but because he was really tired of acting too many times. But in the eyes of Instructor Zhao and other students, this guy's calmness became his confidence that he was 100% sure to pass the course. Suddenly, the gun on the ceiling suddenly made a loud explosion. At the same time, Zhu Shizhou took a step, and his feet deflected while he seemed to be unhurried. Bullets whizzed past him, and he silently memorized his own moves list in his heart. Turn left, take a step forward, lower your head, turn sideways, bend over, jump a little. In the eyes of everyone, Zhu Shizhou was strolling leisurely in the glass room, while the fully automatic guns on the ceiling were spitting out flames one by one, and bullets hit the ground, shooting blood-colored mud on the uneven ground shot by bullets. The soundproofing effect of the soundproof room can only be regarded as average, so everyone can also hear the gunshots on the ceiling. The irregular gunshots are sometimes dense and sometimes sparse, but no matter what, the 3 fully automatic shooting devices did not leave Zhu Shizhou any time to hesitate. This kid, Instructor Zhao, was horrified watching from the side. The strong contrast between the scene of Zhu Shizhou walking in the glass room with his eyes closed and the shooting of the shooting equipment made Instructor Zhao feel a little unreal. How could this be a newcomer? This is clearly a formal and mature black soldier. Instructor Zhao has seen people who dodge bullets in the glass room so easily, but those people are all black soldiers without exception. For black soldiers, as long as there is an interval of dodge, they can dodge. If this cannot be done, how can they deal with alien insects whose movement speed is comparable to that of bullets? Instructor Zhao never thought that a new student would be able to brush his course as if it were no difficulty in the first class on the first day. Zhu Shizhou's performance also confused the wounded lying on the stretcher at this moment. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Their memories still clearly emerged the chaos in the glass room. In order not to be shot, everyone tried to dodge at the fastest speed, but almost every shot would directly hit a person's body. But after being injected with the drug, their bodies and emotions were wiped out, making them like indestructible cockroaches. As long as their mobility was not physically destroyed, they would continue to try to move after being shot. That's why the scene looked extremely tragic, with blood all over the glass room, compared to their desperate escape and being shot at non-vital parts. Zhu Shizhou's performance was hundreds of levels better than theirs. He stepped lightly on the pools of blood that everyone had not yet dealt with, and easily dodged the shots that made them hard to defend. In the glass room, Zhu Shizhou had his eyes closed, and everything in front of him was pitch black. He tilted his head slightly and felt a bullet whizzing past his ear. He could even feel the burning sensation that was close to the limit. If the deviation was more than 1 millimeter, he might be hit in the cheek by this bullet. At the moment of tilting his head, he twisted his waist at the same time. With a deafening explosion, the bullet shot through the air and passed through his ear. The air vibration sound from his ear was noisy in his eardrum. He had heard it countless times and had long been accustomed to it. There was almost no gap between the 2 shots. The 2 bullets only gave Zhu Shizhou a little time to dodge. Only Zhu Shizhou knew that he had died at least 50 times under the shooting of these 2 bullets. Instructor Zhao was stunned. He was the one with the strongest dynamic vision among all the people outside the field. Before other students could see what was happening, he was already stunned by Zhu Shizhou's extreme dodge that could not allow any deviation. Zhu Shizhou closed his eyes and tilted his head and turned his body calmly, which was too cool, as if these 2 shots were no different from the previous ones. In fact, for him, there was really no difference. Same shooting, same injury. All he had to consider was fine-tuning his movements. The reason why he looked so calm was not because he wanted to show off, but because overly complex movements would lead to a more unpredictable butterfly effect. He tried to dodge in the glass room by crawling and rolling. But those were almost impossible to remember. In many cases, as long as there was a slight angle deviation, the movement position would be wrong, resulting in death. So he could only choose the extreme dodge action that was easy to remember and would not have any deviation after dozens of rounds. Remember the feeling of death. Remember the location of death. And then dodge with the smallest dodge range. This was already the limit he could do. 5 minutes later, Instructor Zhao stopped the automatic shooting equipment urgently. He felt that if he didn't stop, something bad might happen. No, it had already happened. Zhu Shurjiu still stood upright in the middle of the glass room, not even breathing hard. But he was actually quite nervous, because in the last round, he was shot through the chest. And after dodging this round, the subsequent shooting was not in his calculation. The moves were at the end, and if he wanted to move forward, he would have to continue to die. But the next moment, he heard Instructor Zhao's voice. Let's end it. For you, it's meaningless to continue. The glass room was opened. Zhu Shurjiu opened his eyes. Although his body was healthy due to countless deaths, his spirit was on the verge of the limit, and the depths of his eyes were filled with indifference full of fatigue. It's over, Zhu Shurjiu murmured. Yes, it's over. Instructor Zhao picked up his phone and shook it, saying, Instructor Ma told me everything about the 2 stages of firearms use that you quickly mastered. I never thought that someone could open the 6th sense before human physiology reached its limit. But your existence broke my cognition. His cognition is equivalent to the entire Black Soldier Organization's cognition of the human body. The Black Soldier Organization's research on the 6th sense is still in a very ignorant state. According to their theory, the 6th sense is a sense that can only be developed when the human body is close to the limit. The extreme training course actually forcibly improves the physical fitness of the students by constantly injuring and repairing them, while exercising their 5 senses. Students in other departments may need a year of training to develop the 6th sense, but students in their extreme training courses may only need 3 months or less. The miracle of Zhu Shurjiu developing a stable 6th sense without any physical training is enough to shock the entire Black Soldier Organization. This means that the research on the 6th sense of humans can go further. Instructor Zhao was not only shocked at this moment, but also had the idea of keeping Zhu Shurjiu. Even if he had never dealt with such a thing, he knew what to do just by thinking with his butt. He did what he thought was the most correct thing as soon as he confirmed that Zhu Shurjiu had the 6th sense. He said to Zhu Shurjiu seriously, I have reported this matter. Don't go to Instructor Ma yet. Wait for the organization's handling results. Zhu Shurjiu had not yet recovered from the surprise of the end of the course. After hearing what Instructor Zhao said, he just nodded numbly. But the next second, he understood. So he immediately shook his head. Wait for the organization's handling results. No. It will waste my time to continue teaching. Instructor Zhao was speechless after hearing this. Zhu Shurjiu said, Instructor Zhao, you should know that I have selected all 40 courses. If I don't hurry up to attend the classes, I may miss classes. Instructor Zhao admitted that he had really forgotten that this guy was a ruthless person who selected all 40 courses. After thinking about it, Instructor Zhao shook his head and said, I will apply to the higher authorities not to deduct your grades for missing classes. What if the application is not approved? Then I will continue to apply to the higher authorities. Zhu Shurjiu, hearing what Instructor Zhao said, he had nothing to say. After thinking about it, he didn't say anything more. He took out his mobile phone and called the head of the headquarters in the group chat of the headquarters. This kind of thing involving the upper level will only hinder his pace of becoming stronger. The head of the headquarters said that if there is anything, you can call her directly in the group. Zhu Shurjiu has never contacted the head, and he doesn't know if it will be useful. So he can only try it. He is not interested in waiting, and he has no time to wait. If the organization insists on stopping him with this reason, then he will have to go back to the game. But Zhu Shurjiu really doesn't want to think about this result, because it means that it is very likely that his 108 deaths will be in vain. Fortunately, the head of the headquarters handled the result very quickly, and directly called Instructor Zhao's mobile phone. Let him go. Instructor Zhao was obviously a little surprised, and subconsciously asked, Why? Can you tell me the reason? This situation is obviously abnormal. You don't have enough authority. Please obey orders. Instructor Zhao was shocked by the tough words of the head of the headquarters. Authority? What kind of things did a new student involve? And there was a confidentiality level? Instructor Zhao realized that something was wrong. But because it was an order, he was silent for a long time, and finally chose to give up his position. You go. After ending the call with the head of the headquarters, he stared at Zhu Shizhou deeply. Zhu Shizhou was curious about what the commander said to Instructor Zhao, so he asked one more question before leaving. Instructor Zhao said unhappily, "You don't have enough authority." Zhu Shizhou was stunned. At first, he thought it was what Instructor Zhao said to him. But the next second, he saw Instructor Zhao's expression and realized that it should be what the commander said to Instructor Zhao. He left thoughtfully. Authority. You need authority for everything. If he didn't climb up, people like Instructor Zhao would be suppressed by a phone call from the Minister of other departments. The minister didn't need to explain anything and just suppressed everything unreasonable. Even if Zhu Shizhou broke the human body theory and miraculously performed a miracle, there was no need for any explanation. Does this authority come from Su Feng or the head of the headquarters? Zhu Shizhou realized that he could really exaggerate a little more. He was a little worried about whether everything was really fine. But the call from the head of the headquarters told him directly that even the minister was covering for him. Whether it was Su Feng's work or not, he could unscrupulously show his strongest talent in the history of the Black Soldier organization. There is no doubt that he just set another record. Records are meaningless. But this extreme training course is very useful. Although this is the only course in which Zhu Shizhou didn't learn anything, it directly says a lot of things that Zhu Shizhou is not convenient to explain. For example, why can they miraculously dodge the attacks of alien insects? Zhu Shizhou no longer needs to find some far-fetched reasons to prevaricate. He can just say because of the sixth sense. At the same time, after this class, he has an unfalsifiable identity tag. That is, he is the only man among humans who has opened up the sixth sense before his body reaches its limit. Chapter 255. He killed 7 alien insects in 30 seconds. What is a miracle? Zhu Shizhou is a miracle. You are amazing. I told you that you can only study the third stage of the course if you open your sixth sense. You just went to the extreme training course and broke the record and came back? Instructor Ma looked at the guy in front of him in disbelief. Do you know what you did? Zhu Shizhou said expressionlessly. Don't worry about what I did. Can we start the third stage of the course? Instructor Ma felt like he was dreaming. Is there such an outrageous thing? He originally wanted Zhu Shizhou to give up, so that he would not always think about running to the Zerd to die in the first class, because he thought it was a sure way to get killed. But this guy directly proved with his strength that he had the possibility of learning the third stage course. He slapped him in the face. Instructor Ma murmured, "You know, to become the strongest human in 3 months. I actually believe that you can do it." He still remembered what Zhu Shizhou said to him before going to other courses. 108 deaths. Zhu Shizhou had to go through the gun course and the extreme training course every week. He was used to Instructor Ma's occasional shocks. He was tired of it and waved his hand and said, "Hurry up. I'm waiting to die." "No. Waiting to pass the level." Instructor Ma nodded with a complicated expression. "If it were you, maybe you could really do it." Then, Zhu Shizhou died 52 times. In the desert, Zhu Shizhou put on a black soldier suit, stood in the desert with a gun in his right hand, and a gun hung on his waist. In addition, he also carried a gun on his back. At this time, he was no longer a 2-gun flow. He was a 3-gun flow. He stood quietly, like a silent statue. Instructor Ma looked at Zhu Shizhou on the field with concern, and felt that what happened today was too magical. Zhu Shizhou had only touched a gun on the first day, and had never seen the face of the alien insects. But he had to fight with the alien insects. You should know that the original plan for this third stage of the course required all students to go out in person and survive in the desert for an hour. This was originally a course that was supposed to be carried out in half a year. According to the original plan, the students should have been strengthened in all aspects by that time. And they were not far from the black soldiers, so that they could deal with the alien insects. But now a newcomer who broke the theory of the human body's sixth sense is allowed to challenge this third stage of the course. It can only be said that his imagination was too scarce before. Let alone Su Feng. Even the strongest man in the world today was not so awesome when he first joined the organization. While Instructor Ma was worried, Zhu Shizhou suddenly moved. Zhu Shizhou stepped on the sand in the desert, turned around and fired a shot. At the same time, his legs were tightened, and the whole person flew to the side and back. An alien insect was accurately killed by Zhu Shizhou in the air. The corpse still carried a huge kinetic energy and passed by Zhu Shizhou. hitting the sand, as if it was lightly skipping water, raising dust all the way. Beautiful. Instructor Ma raised his clenched fist, and then dropped it. This shot directly dispelled most of his doubts. Even if it was a real black soldier, it would not have performed more brilliantly in Zhu Shurjio's current position. This first shot accurately killed the alien Zerg, and the action was neat and tidy. He even considered the possibility that the alien Zerg would still attack after death, and dodged while shooting. It was full of details. He didn't look like a rookie who had just come into contact with alien Zerg at all. If Zhu Shurjio knew what Instructor Ma was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes. Of course he is not a rookie. He fought 20 times in the command class. And now he died 52 times in this third stage of the firearms use class. Just from the experience of fighting against alien Zerg, he is no less than an ordinary black soldier. He is equivalent to a veteran who has played both team and individual competitions. Although the trumpet he opened is of low level. All kinds of combat thinking and habits are fixed. Not to mention that the Zerg will run away and hide when facing a strong enemy. Many new black soldiers have not even fought against the Zerg many times. But Zhu Shurjio can practice with the Zerg countless times. In fact, if he wants, he can completely break the total number of Zerg killed by all human black soldiers in countless replays. The reason why Zhu Shurjio has not been able to do it is because the Zerg is too weak. Yes, that's right. If this word gets out, Zhu Shurjio will probably be scolded to the point of autism. But the more he fights with the Zerg, the more Zhu Shurjio can confirm this. In the same encounter, as long as he dies enough times, the Zerg will be no problem for him. It's not even as good as the 108 deaths in the glass house. In the 108 deaths in the glass house, he could only dodge bullets and could not fight back. And it was continuous. Now, the number of alien insects in the huge desert is limited. Kill one less. Moreover, the alien insects' attack thinking is so stupid that it explodes. It is worthy of the fact that their IQ is only at the level of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. It is nothing more than a simple bait plus sneak attack. Now Zhu Shurjio can pass this desert with his eyes closed. After firing the first shot, Zhu Shurjio flew sideways, rolled around, and stood up. His movements were extremely smooth, except for a little sand and dust on his body. There was no other trace. If there was no alien insect corpse lying on the ground far behind, people would almost think that nothing happened. 2 seconds. Zhu Shurjio knew that he only had 2 seconds to rest, because the next alien insect. 2 seconds later, Zhu Shurjio suddenly inserted the muzzle of the gun directly into the sand directly below him, and pulled the trigger. Right below. He shot it to death. After shooting the alien insect to death, Zhu Shurjio threw the gun in his hand directly into the sky. At the same time, he picked up the gun in his waist and half-crouched down. A gust of wind carrying hard and fine gravel hit his face. It turned out that an alien insect tore through the air and slid over his head. Zhu Shurjio turned around without thinking and directly put the gun on his shoulder, pulling the trigger with his index finger without looking back. An alien insect fell behind him. It hit the sand heavily. Outside the field, Instructor Ma's mind was blank and goosebumps all over his body. Is this a movie? Is this the way humans can kill alien insects? Crazy. This is simply an imaginative shot. Without looking back, he killed the alien insect flying over his head in seconds just by prediction. When Instructor Ma saw this shot, his whole head was about to explode. He wanted to turn around and tell someone about his shock, but there was no one around him. He was the only one who saw Zhu Shurjio's magical performance. No. It should be said that there is also a high-speed camera. Zhu Shurjio's performance in this class today will be saved whether he lives or dies. This is the routine of every class. If Zhu Shurjio's performance is superb, it will be edited into a documentary and promoted to let the residents of the island see that humans can be so awesome in the face of alien insects. And now, this is not a question of whether to promote it or not. Instructor Ma is increasingly wondering if he is dreaming. Would anyone really believe it if it was edited into a documentary and released? After his superb shot, Zhu Shurjio did not stop. He reached out and caught the gun that he had thrown and was falling freely, and rolled forward violently. The next moment, a black shadow passed through the air where Zhu Shurjio was just now from the side. It can be seen that if Zhu Shurjio had not dodged just now, the alien insect would have directly passed through his ribs. After rolling, Zhu Shurjio did not even aim, and his balance had not yet been completely stabilized. And he fired a shot directly at the 10 o'clock direction in front. At this time, The cooling was over. A white light flashed, and another alien insect fell. Zhu Shizhou stood up expressionlessly and counted silently. Suddenly, he grabbed the gun on his waist with his left hand, threw the gun in his right hand into the sky, and pulled out another gun from his back, firing one shot from the left and one shot from the right without any gap. The two alien insects that attacked at the same time died. After firing, he loosened his right hand again, and before the gun fell to the ground, he reached out to catch another gun that fell from the sky, and pointed the muzzle from his left armpit at his left rear side. Boom! With one shot, an alien insect that had just emerged from the sand had its head smashed by Zhu Shizhou. After firing the shot lightly, Zhu Shizhou indifferently hung the gun in his hand back on his back, and picked up the gun that fell at his feet. Instructor Ma outside the field looked at the time dully, muttering to himself with trembling lips. 30 seconds. He used 30 seconds to kill 7 alien insects. Chapter 256, The Legendary Strongest Human. Killing 7 alien insects in 10 seconds is not Zhu Shizhou's limit, but the limit of the alien insects. Instructor Ma has no doubt that if the alien insects appear more frequently, Zhu Shizhou can kill more alien insects. In his memory, the alien insects that used humans as targets to kill back and forth became targets in front of Zhu Shizhou. Not to mention the newcomers. Even the formal black soldiers are not so strong. When Zhu Shizhou first proposed to take 3 guns to the inn, Instructor Ma secretly complained that it was useless to take 10 guns, and he had to use them. But Zhu Shizhou turned around and showed him what a 3-gun flow was. He simply turned the battle with the alien insects into an art. No, this can't even be called a battle. Battle is a word that can only appear when the strength of both sides is not much different. Zhu Shizhou killed 7 alien insects in a row. Rather than saying this is a battle, it is better to say that this is a performance. The alien insects cooperated very well, and appeared at the point where Zhu Shizhou's gun pointed, as if the two sides were performing a play with a long-arranged ending. At this moment in the desert, Zhu Shizhou had a gun on his back, a gun hanging on his waist, and a gun in his right hand. The 3 guns on him were not only not abrupt at all, but even had a natural sense of unity, as if the black soldiers were supposed to be like this. He walked slowly in the desert. His eyes were not sharp, but only indifferent. Instructor Ma noticed that the way he looked at the alien insects was not like looking at the enemy, but looking at lifeless dead things. In his eyes, every alien insect that appeared in front of him was already a corpse. After wandering slowly in the desert for about 10 minutes, Zhu Shizhou moved again. He turned around and swung his gun backwards. Zhu Shizhou swung the white light out like a whip, and when it moved to the right position, the white light hit a Zerg that had just emerged. Death. This calm operation once again amazed Instructor Ma. But Zhu Shizhou murmured, "Too weak, too few." Why did he say that the Zerg were too weak? It was simply because the number of Zerg was not enough for Zhu Shizhou to have any room for operation. Others would be killed by Zerg if they were not careful. But he could perform perfect operations by rewinding the game and kill one by one. The focus of this class is the first wave of Zerg, because the first wave of Zerg did not know that the prey that appeared in the desert was actually a hunter who came to hunt them. But they rushed up like a newborn calf and were not afraid of a tiger to kill him. After he killed a wave of Zerg neatly, other Zerg realized his strength and chose to lie dormant instead. This is why Zhu Shizhou said that the Zerg were weak. If all the Zerg in the desert united to attack him, he would definitely not be able to resist, because the guns had a limited cooling period. This is also why he brought 3 guns, because in a certain death, he found that he could not withstand the first wave of Zerg no matter what, unless he brought an extra gun. If the Zerg wanted to hunt him, they could only use the number of piles to suppress his shooting time. Otherwise they would be killed, one by one, or 2 or 3 at the same time. It looked very scary, but when the actions of these Zerg were as orderly as a program, the result was very monotonous. Zhu Shizhou's eyes were not as indifferent as Instructor Ma imagined, but there were no alien insects in his eyes. Without developing the 6th sense, he could not feel the existence of alien insects, and his dynamic vision was not enough to support him to see the figure of alien insects clearly. He only knew when he would die suddenly, and in which direction he could shoot to advance his survival time, including the seemingly arrogant action of wandering in the desert to kill alien insects. It was just because if he stood there stupidly, he would be besieged to death by a group of alien insects. 1 hour is too long. The alien insects didn't know to jump out and besiege him as a single food. perhaps in the eyes of the alien insects. Collectively attacking Zhu Shurjiu was a very low cost-effective decision. Every time Zhu Shurjiu killed an alien insect, the frequency of other alien insects would become lower and lower. Until the end, Zhu Shurjiu almost turned over the entire desert. After an hour, no other alien insects dared to come forward. The third phase of the firearms course was completely over. When Zhu Shurjiu appeared in front of Instructor Ma without any injuries, with only a little dust on his body, Instructor Ma looked at Zhu Shurjiu with the eyes of a non-human creature. "You don't need to attend the class anymore." Instructor Ma shook his head and said with emotion, just like Instructor Zhao in the extreme training class. He thought that if Zhu Shurjiu continued to attend the class, it would be a waste of time. Killing alien insects was as simple as doing a 1+1 math problem for Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu put the gun back on the gun rack and shook his head. "No, I will still attend the next class. Is there any point for you to take this class? I think if your physical fitness had not yet reached the black soldier standard, I would think you could apply for graduation directly." Zhu Shurjiu just asked. "Instructor Ma, am I the strongest human now?" Instructor Ma paused and replied, "No." Zhu Shurjiu raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. "Actually not." "Well, this answer sounds incredible, but it's normal to think about it." Zhu Shurjiu couldn't help but ask, "Is the strongest human being more efficient in killing alien insects than me now?" Instructor Ma thought for a while. "It's hard to say, but I have seen with my own eyes the scene where the man grabbed the alien insect from the air with one hand and pressed it to the ground and shot it." "What the hell?" Zhu Shurjiu was really shocked this time, and was so shocked by the news that he couldn't even say a word for a while. Instructor Ma recalled and said, "He is really strong. If I were to worry about whether you would be killed by the Zerg the next moment when I saw you killing the Zerg. But I can't even imagine the scene of him being killed by the Zerg. He is so strong. So strong that it is deeply rooted in people's hearts." Zhu Shurjiu took a deep breath calmly. Can the human body be so strong? The speed of the Zerg plus its own mass makes it move like a cannonball that automatically attacks humans. And the strongest human can actually catch a cannonball with his bare hands? Instructor Ma said. Since he appeared, his physical fitness has directly defined the physiological limit of humans. And this limit is constantly being refreshed and growing. The more he is injured, the stronger he will be after recovery. It's as if his growth has no limit. Now his muscle density has grown to the point where he will not be damaged by bullets. The Black Soldier organization calls him the Undead. Isn't this code name simple and clear enough? And what you don't know is that he has trained his sixth sense into a normal sense. How far can he go? As long as someone shows a little hostility in front of him, he will be aware of it. Not to mention the alien insects that are specifically designed to hunt humans. If he were put in the situation you just now, he could accurately and directly detect the location of the alien insects. And he would not have to wait for the alien insects to show up. He could just shoot it. This is simply an accurate humanoid detector. Zhu Shurjiu was shocked and then solemn. He had been wandering around in the desert in the second half, but still no alien insects showed up. It was obvious that the alien insects were aware of his danger, so they hid and dared not show their heads. If what Instructor Ma said was true, then the strongest human being today could kill the alien insects by shooting directly at the desert. This is outrageous. Zhu Shurjiu was originally a little bit overwhelmed, secretly guessing that he might be the strongest human being just from the performance. But after listening to Instructor Ma's words, his inner excitement was suppressed. He was so good, but he was not the strongest human being. At least, he could not break the image of the strongest human being in Instructor Ma's mind. The real strongest can catch alien insects with bare hands, and can also feel the murderous aura of alien insects and kill them. Damn. Why does this sound like a joke? After realizing the gap between himself and the strongest human being, Zhu Shurjiu became more determined to complete all the courses. He was sure that he could not have such a strong physical potential. If one day he could train his body to the level of an ordinary black soldier, he would be thankful. So the inadequacies can only be made up from other places. One day, he will make his undoubted strength deeply rooted in everyone's heart. Today is just a small step for him to start his journey. Zhu Shurjiu put down his pride and said modestly to Instructor Ma, in short, I will not apply for graduation before I become the strongest human. And I haven't finished my courses yet. Instructor Ma was very puzzled. Why are you always thinking about your courses? He thought that after telling Zhu Shurjiu about the powerful strength of the strongest human being, Zhu Shurjiu would concentrate on improving himself. But he didn't expect that Zhu Shizhou would still take all the courses. Just like what he had said to Zhu Shizhou before. He believed that a person's energy is limited. So he only needs to do his job. For a genius like Zhu Shizhou, it is enough to learn how to kill alien insects. In time, he will definitely become the strongest human. However, if Zhu Shizhou was going to waste his time on other unnecessary courses, it would be a waste of resources that the Black Soldier organization could not tolerate. Anyway, he had already decided that after this class, he would apply to his superiors to give Zhu Shizhou better privileges and let the organization design a set of systematic courses specifically for Zhu Shizhou. Back then, Su Feng was like this. With his excellent talent, he stood out from the crowd. After the organization noticed him, they made a permission for Su Feng and arranged a special course for him. As expected, Su Feng was trained to become the leading frontline commander. After witnessing Zhu Shizhou's magical operation of killing alien insects like drinking water, Instructor Ma firmly believed that Zhu Shizhou must be the next legend of mankind. He finally advised, "Have you ever thought that you will not have enough energy to study?" Zhu Shizhou replied, "But have you ever thought that since I have chosen so many courses, it means that I have confidence in this?" Instructor Ma. Chapter 257 Advanced Preparation for the First Day of Clearance. Command Class, Firearms Use Class, and Extreme Training Class are just the beginning. When Instructor Zhao and Instructor Ma began to report Zhu Shizhou's situation to the organization, Zhu Shizhou chose to go back. In one day, even the highly efficient Black Soldier organization could not do anything to Zhu Shizhou. To be honest, death is painful. No matter how many times he died, Zhu Shizhou could not get used to the feeling of death. In order to reduce the pain of death, the final death point he chose every time was the course where he could freely use firearms. In this way, it only takes a moment to die, and basically no pain is felt. This can also be regarded as dying to gain experience. 40 courses. In addition to focusing on the required courses of 7 departments, Zhu Shizhou would take elective courses to adjust himself if he felt tired during the repeated deaths and replays, in order to prevent himself from having a mental breakdown due to too many deaths. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou was bowing his head and writing a strategy at his desk. There is no way, because there are too many courses and too many points to remember. Some courses require detailed strategies to every second, and some theoretical courses require rote memorization of theoretical knowledge answers. If not, Zhu Shizhou can't remember these strategies at all. He is not a 100% error-free machine. His memory occasionally gets confused. He is numb to death, and it is common for him to subconsciously remember some wrong answers as correct answers. How many times has he died? Zhu Shizhou doesn't know the exact number, but he knows that he has not continued to count since the 300th time. Today, in the eyes of others, only one day has passed. But what is in his mind is completely different. The whole person has changed drastically. When Su Chan knocked on Zhu Shizhou's door, she saw Zhu Shizhou sitting upright on a chair, rubbing his forehead with his left hand and writing something on a piece of paper with his right hand. The door was not locked. Zhu Shizhou seemed to know that someone would come to the door, so he left a crack for her to open his door easily. Zhu Shizhou. Choose courses. Su Chan was naturally here to discuss course selection with Zhu Shizhou. In her judgment, her future was pinned on Zhu Shizhou, and the best decision was to choose courses with him, so that she would have more opportunities to get close to him. Yes, I want to choose all courses. Zhu Shizhou answered casually without raising his head. All courses? Su Chan thought of number 498, who entered the support department. Number 498 chose all the required courses of the 7 departments. Does Zhu Shizhou have to do the same? However, Zhu Shizhou said, I want to choose all the courses, including the required courses and elective courses. A total of 40 courses. Well, I had already chosen before you came in. What? Su Chan thought about it and was about to continue speaking, but Zhu Shizhou said directly, since the organization did not prevent the students from making such a choice, it proves that they can indeed choose all. Zhu Shizhou recited the words he had repeated countless times, just like reciting a text, although his mouth was moving and the content sounded very logical. In fact, his mind was not on the conversation at all, and he did not even try to understand the conversation at this time. Su Chan felt that Zhu Shizhou obviously had his own thoughts when she heard it, and after thinking about it, she stopped persuading him. She had walked behind Zhu Shizhou at this time and glanced at what Zhu Shizhou was writing. He didn't even raise his head to talk to her. But when she saw Su-chan tilting her head, what was this writing? On a piece of white paper, Zhu Shurjo wrote lines of incomprehensible tadpole characters with a black fountain pen. It was really tadpole characters. It was not used to describe Zhu Shurjo's handwriting that was so bad that it was difficult to distinguish. But the text he wrote was in the form of tadpole characters. Su-chan asked directly, "What kind of text is this?" Zhu Shurjo replied, "Code text." Code text? Su-chan was stunned. She originally thought that this was a strange text from some country. But she didn't expect Zhu Shurjo to spit out something she didn't know what it was. This is an elective course that only a few people in the Command Reconnaissance Department and Logistics Department will choose. Many students who want to transfer to the Logistics Department will choose this course for study. If you just want to seek safety, you can choose this course to study, and then apply for transfer to the Logistics Department. As long as you get the approval of Instructor Imo, you can successfully transfer to the department. Su-chan was a little confused. What's the situation? Does it mean that you learned a course out of thin air? Zhu Shurjo answered her inner doubts casually. In addition to the books on the bookshelf, there are also learning materials of predecessors in the computer. I opened the computer and found that there were some. So I previewed it in advance. What? Didn't you read it? This is of course nonsense. No. Su-chan shook her head. It was good enough for her to finish reading the books on the bookshelf. And she was still studying on the computer? Everyone was in the organization for the first day, so there was no need to be so anxious, especially on the issue of course selection. She thought deeply and finally found that the fewer courses she chose, the lower the possibility of failing. So she would not choose so many courses. Do you think that the fewer courses you choose, the lower the possibility of failing? Zhu Shurjo seemed to be a worm in her stomach, and he immediately hit her inner thoughts. Before she could speak, he continued, "In fact, choosing courses according to your ability can maximize the survival rate after graduation. The more you learn, the better your performance, and the more security you can get. As far as I know, the students of the assault department in previous years chose the least courses, and they often became cannon fodder in combat after graduation, and their mortality rate was extremely high. My suggestion is to learn more courses." Su-chan asked after hearing this. "Where do you get all this information from?" "In the computer." "There are so many unknown information in the computer?" Su-chan decided to look through her computer when she returned to her room. Then she looked at the coded text written by Zhu Shurjo on the paper. "Is cipher easy to learn?" Su-chan asked. "It's easy to learn. Not easy to learn." After 2 potion enhancements, his brain thinking ability was greatly improved. But it took him 150 days and nights to barely master the entire cipher course. For ordinary people, this is no less than a brand new foreign language. Until now, he can communicate fluently with the instructor in cipher. Although it is not easy to learn, he has to bite the bullet and say easy to learn. Who told him to go against the will of heaven and earth in one night? Just learn the cipher text? Su-chan couldn't read the cipher text, let alone come into contact with it. After hearing what Zhu Shurjo said, she thought that she might as well sign up for a cipher course in the future. It seems quite simple. The cipher text written by Zhu Shurjo on the paper has been piled up in a thick stack. Although Su-chan didn't look at it carefully, she also knew that it would take time to write so many words on such things. Spending so much time writing so many things. What are they? I'm writing the analysis information about each course. Don't move it. Oh! Su-chan's hand that had just been stretched out stopped. Zhu Shurjo didn't care whether Su-chan saw it or not. If the person who came was Luo Sui with a perverted memory, he would hide these written strategies instead, and Su-chan would have no use reading them. 10 minutes later, Zhu Shurjo finished writing. He rubbed his slightly sore wrist, looked at the large stack of papers full of cipher text on the table with satisfaction, and sighed. On the first day of joining the Black Soldier organization, time should move forward. Chapter 258 Su-chan's Threat. The next morning, Zhu Shurjo dressed slowly, washed up and went out. After Su-chan left yesterday, he greeted Instructor Imo countless times and asked Instructor Imo to personally command the team tomorrow. Although Instructor Imo tried to persuade him again and again, it was fruitless, and he finally let him seek death. But did he really seek death? From the 200th death, he began to brush up the command course again. It is easy to clear the game alone, but Zhu Shurjo felt that it was not enough, and he could do it more perfectly, without any basic ability. He led a team of 60 people to kill through the alien insect forest, and killed 1/3 of the alien insects. What if he finished 40 courses, and commanded all the members with a set of primary skills? When he died 200 times, he brushed all the courses. And then he kept cycling, using one life to clear the command course, another life to continue brushing the course, and then going back to brush up the command course after death, repeating this process. Then, until the last round, he finally passed the command class. Not only did all members remain unharmed, but he also killed almost all the Zerg in the Zerg forest. This whole process was boring for Zhu Shurjiu, but the command of such a large team can greatly improve Zhu Shurjiu's personal evaluation. Enough to dim the stars. He went to the command class in the first class because he needed to get enough freedom from the head of the command department. Only by letting the head of the command department see his value can she withstand the pressure and let him complete the 40 courses. He tried to brush other courses first in one round, but after only brushing 20 classes, the head of the command department directly stopped his crazy brushing behavior and ordered him to go back to the command class. So if you want to complete all the courses on the first day, the minister's indulgence is the most important prerequisite. On the way to the command class building, Zhu Shurjiu called Su Chan and explained to Su Chan in advance. He knew that if he was not on the scene, he would need Su Chan to cooperate in persuading other students to decentralize and hand over all their experimental subjects to him. After several trials and errors, Zhu Shurjiu has mastered the trick of communicating with those students and passed the words directly to Su Chan. After listening, Su Chan said, "If I hadn't lost my emotions now, I would definitely sigh that this is too crazy. Crazier things are still to come." Zhu Shurjiu replied, "Whether I will succeed is the secondary question. What's more important is, are you sure that Instructor Mo will not stop us? If it's really like you said, and we all work together to clear the insect forest, are you sure we won't be deducted points?" "I'm sure. This is the conclusion I came to after looking through the learning materials left by my predecessors in the computer. Please don't question it." Su Chan heard this and murmured, "I also went to look through the computer in my room yesterday, but I didn't find anything useful. Because there is nothing at all. There is no need to explain this matter. Because there is nothing in your computer. Which only means that the previous owner of your room was a poor student, and the previous owner of my room was a top student. In any case, Zhu Shurjiu would not show Su Chan the computer. So Su Chan would not be able to find out that what he said was actually a lie to guide her. Anyway, it's good that you are prepared. I don't think I can lead the team through the alien insect forest. So it all depends on you," Zhu Shurjiu said. "Trust me." After that, he hung up the phone and recalled while walking. Su Chan actually misjudged herself. If he chose to skip the command class and take other courses, then Su Chan would be the only student in the command class who led the experimental subjects through the alien insect forest. That's right. If he hadn't asked Su Chan to hand over all the experimental subjects to him at the beginning, then Su Chan would be able to become the best new student in the command center. But the method Su Chan chose was too dark and her brain circuit was amazing. She used a way that made Zhu Shurjiu tremble with fear. When Zhu Shurjiu was not present, she directly commanded her 30-man team to kill the experimental subjects of other teams. She forced the experimental subjects she selected to kill other experimental subjects, and then forcibly seize power. No matter how other students commanded through communication, they could not command the experimental subjects whose psychological defenses were broken by Su Chan's brutal behavior. Su Chan's initial target was those psychologically fragile B-type experimental subjects. So she succeeded quickly. Like a snowball, the team grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the A-type experimental subjects in other teams had to succumb to Su Chan's death threat and were forced to act with her. The thunder-like bloodbath operation made other students confused. Su Chan did not give other students time to unite and fight, and integrated all the experimental subjects at the fastest speed. More than half of the experimental subjects were killed directly, from 750 to 300. In the end, Su Chan commanded 300 people to force their way through. No one knew that her team of 30 people was always in the center of the entire team. With the lowest casualty rate, she didn't command the whole team at all. When all the survivors escaped from the Zerg forest, only 25 people were left. These 25 people were all her own experimental subjects. Su Chan's operation directly fooled the other students. She was the only one among the students who regarded human life as a consumable resource and used it absolutely rationally from the beginning. This method can only be used once. It will be difficult to operate in this way next time. But in short, Su-chan barely met the standard of passing the test in Instructor MO, while the other students were set off by Su-chan like slow-reacting fools. When Ju Shurjo heard the news, he was also shocked. He didn't expect Su-chan's methods to be so cruel and awesome. It simply embodied the 4 words use any means to the fullest. And Su-chan's methods also brought Ju Shurjo a new idea, laying the foundation for him to integrate all the experimental subjects at the fastest speed. The class time came, and the other students in the command class sat in their seats. And then, they found that there was only one person missing among all the members. Ju Shurjo. The students calmly discussed this. Sure enough, he went to other classes. 7 departments have classes at the same time. There is no way to solve this problem. It's a good opportunity to see how many points will be deducted for missing a class. Instructor Mo, who entered the classroom, heard the students' discussions and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This is the pattern. Although he also thinks Ju Shurjo's behavior is quite stupid. Ju Shurjo's pattern is completely different from these students. When these students were still considering the score, Ju Shurjo had already resolutely left the field. He still remembered what Ju Shurjo said last night. If I die because of this, it proves that I am nothing but this. Behind this sentence is the meaning of having super confidence in oneself. He wants to use his life to prove that he is definitely not nothing but this. This kind of magnanimity makes Instructor Mo sigh. Instructor Mo interrupted the students' discussion and directly announced the content and rules of this class. After that, he said another sentence to overturn everyone's previous speculation about Ju Shurjo. Before the class, Ju Shurjo specifically applied to me to personally command the experimental subjects. If you also intend to do so, you can also apply to do so. I have no objection. The students were silent. From a rational point of view, they could not find any reason why Ju Shurjo chose to personally command the experimental subjects. They just felt that Ju Shurjo was out of his mind. The process of selecting experimental subjects began in order. Su-chan remembered all the numbers that Ju Shurjo reported to her during the telephone communication, and she selected them without thinking. 30 experimental subjects were selected at lightning speed. The other students saw that while they were still looking at the experimental subjects, 30 numbers on their phones suddenly turned gray. Who is it? Did they just pick them randomly? Most of the students thought this. But soon they found out that they didn't pick them randomly. They were well prepared. Those 30 experimental subjects with grayed out numbers seemed to be the calmest 30 experimental subjects in the whole venue. And they were basically not panicking at all. In other words, someone among the students used his top observation skills to completely defeat everyone and directly pick the most capable experimental subject. Who is it? Instructor Mo glanced at Su-chan. This woman. Before he could admire Su-chan in his heart, he saw Su-chan suddenly stand up and shout to all the students. Everyone look at me! Look at me! Look at me! I have something to announce. The students all looked at Su-chan. And Su-chan shouted, Ju Shurjo has already seen through the strategy for passing this class. If you want to pass the level, all members must work together. Are you willing to hand over your experimental subjects to Ju Shurjo for command? What? The students suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. Su-chan left her seat and walked in front of everyone, scanning everyone and saying loudly, Who is in favor? Who is against? There is no doubt that the students are not willing to hand over the experimental subjects. Who is willing to give their hope of survival to others for no reason? Even though they knew that Ju Shurjo was the strongest newcomer in their class. They all felt that Ju Shurjo had never touched a gun, had never met with alien insects, and had no foundation like them, and had no professional command ability. Let them believe that Ju Shurjo could lead their experimental subjects through the level? It is better to take their fate into their own hands. Besides, Su-chan is too much of a licker. Isn't he? Everyone has heard that Su-chan went to Ju Shurjo to mate yesterday. I don't know if he succeeded or not. It's obvious that Su-chan is a licker among lickers, and can be called the king of lickers. I object. Su-chan glanced at the student who objected and said, Are you sure you want to object? The 30 experimental subjects I selected are enough to exchange one for one with any of your teams. If anyone objects, I will let my experimental subjects fight hard. You want to fight me? Do you have the strength? The students were in an uproar. Instructor Mo also looked at Su-chan in surprise. What is he doing? The student threatened by Su-chan said expressionlessly, Aren't you afraid that we will unite to kill your experimental subjects? Su-chan said indifferently, Come on. Chapter 259 Cooperate with each other and seize power. No one knows that it is not Su-chan who wants to do something. But Zhu Shizhou wants to use Su-chan to unify other students. In the eyes of the students, Su-chan is a madman who has lost his mind. But if you change your perspective, everything is completely opposite. The experiment has not officially started yet. Zhu Shizhou entered the white room. When the test subjects were still wondering why he did not have a number, Zhu Shizhou directly found Lao Lang, who was still chatting with other test subjects. Some test subjects knew Lao Lang. In the eyes of other new test subjects, Lao Lang was a veteran who had experienced many battles, and even knew information that others did not know. He also told them directly that the experiment they accepted this time was a course for newcomers of the Black Soldier Organization Command. This directly raised Lao Lang's prestige to the maximum. Zhu Shizhou came on stage while clapping his hands in this situation. "You are right." Old Wolf looked at Zhu Shizhou in confusion. "Who are you?" "I am one of the stupid rookie commanders you mentioned." Old Wolf. Cold sweat broke out. "No, listen to me, actually. No need to explain. You should know that I am emotionally indifferent, and don't care about your verbal insults at all. I only care about how valuable you are," Zhu Shizhou said lightly. "Other rookie students are absolute lunatics. They don't take human life as human life. But I am different. I care about the lives of all of you. So I applied to personally take charge. Experimental subjects." Of course, they didn't believe Zhu Shizhou's words that suddenly appeared. Zhu Shizhou didn't want them to believe immediately. Anyway, he still had to win their trust with strength in the end. But before that, they needed to be implanted with a sense of contrast. After feeling the time, Zhu Shizhou knew that Su-chan should start to act. Suddenly, all the subjects except the one selected by Zhu Shizhou received an order from the new commander to kill 30 of them after the experiment began. He also gave a list of numbers directly. What? The subjects were all shocked. The commander's voice sounded in different voices in the communicator. They had only one goal, which was to kill Su-chan's subject, before Su-chan did anything. The students directly united to take the initiative against Su-chan's subject. In the eyes of the students, it was a very reasonable idea. They just wanted to eliminate the most unstable factors that affected the experiment. However, what about the experimental subjects? Look, the first order of these stupid new commanders is not against the alien insects, but against their own compatriots, humans. They ordered you to kill 30 of them for no reason. These 30 people are undoubtedly the experimental materials used to test your strength, Zhu Shizhou said to the other experimental subjects. Compared with the speculations of Lao Lang and others, what can be more convincing than Zhu Shizhou's personal testimony? The experimental subjects were all shocked. After Zhu Shizhou finished speaking to the experimental subjects, the students in the classroom immediately realized that Zhu Shizhou and Su-chan were in the same group. Su-chan's behavior seemed stupid and arrogant, but in fact it was a trap for them. After reacting, the students immediately wanted to take remedial measures. So, the experimental subjects received another order. The previous order is cancelled. Zhu Shizhou seamlessly said, Look! Change your orders every day. Those idiots changed their orders just a few seconds after they gave them. Do you think they are mentally ill? To be honest, they are indeed. The experimental subjects looked ugly and felt confused. Zhu Shizhou's words really touched their hearts. They must be mentally ill. One moment he asked them to kill people for no reason, and the next moment he said that it was just a joke and they didn't need to take it seriously. They were a little upset. The experiment was about to start, and they found out that the commander was an idiot. How to remedy it? Only a few people at the scene, such as Lao Lang, felt that something was wrong, but they didn't say anything. After all, they were all very cowardly and just waited and watched. When the students heard Zhu Shizhou hitting them, they were all confused. What happened? Why did they suddenly become idiots? Su-chan said calmly. A bunch of idiots. They really united to fight against me? Zhu Shizhou personally came out. He must have his confidence. Now the experiment has not even started, but he has played you in the palm of his hand with just a few words. Let me ask one more question. Who is in favor of handing over the experimental subjects to Zhu Shizhou's leadership, and who is against it? Although things happened too quickly, and they had no time to think, they still felt it was inappropriate to oppose. Su-chan pretended to be silent, and then said, Then how about Zhu Shizhou? Who is on the scene, taking the lead, and everyone gathers together to fight against the alien insects together? Don't worry about the experimental subjects disobeying orders, because Zhu Shizhou is on the scene. The students noticed something was wrong, huh? No. Isn't it just a different way of saying it? Why, a different way of saying it makes it feel completely different. Lucen once said that the Xia people always like to reconcile and compromise. For example, if you say that everyone will work together to pass the level, everyone must have their own ideas. But if you advocate that all the experimental subjects be handed over to Zhu Shurjiu for control, they will be willing to cooperate. The students looked at Su Chan, then at the experimental subjects on the screen, and finally at Zhu Shurjiu, who had become the center among the experimental subjects. Unconsciously, they have lost control of the team. If things are impossible, I will command the experimental subjects to escape, a student said. Su Chan glanced at the student and recalled what Zhu Shurjiu had said to him. Everything is now under Zhu Shurjiu's control. Escape? It doesn't matter. Now your experimental subjects are still under your control. When the experiment really starts, you will find that you can't command them. You can't escape. However, Zhu Shurjiu said so. Can he really do it? The command class begins. Lao Lang and the others were led by Su Chan to join Zhu Shurjiu. At this time, Su Chan looked at the other students with a threatening look. Don't force me to find you. This threat was too effective. In particular, they found that it was Su Chan who selected the 30 strongest experimental subjects, considering that if they didn't cooperate, they might waste their combat power on internal friction. And there seemed to be no disadvantages in cooperating with Zhu Shurjiu. So they all joined Zhu Shurjiu. Instructor Mo stood at the front of the classroom and sneered in his heart. Do you choose to gather together? This decision may be the most correct decision for a wise commander. But for you, it is very likely to become a suicide bomb of your own destruction. The Zerg and the Zerg forest are very sensitive to the breath of humans, especially humans gathered together. At the same time, they also know that humans have weapons to fight back. They can't eat a big fat man in one breath. So they will choose to gather together to fight. The more people there are, the more Zerg there will be. Can more than 700 experimental subjects with strength comparable to that of black soldiers lead out 100 Zerg? This is Instructor Mo's idea. And it is also Lao Lang's worry. But Zhu Shurjiu did not let this worry spread. He just made the most detailed arrangements for the experimental subjects after waiting for all the experimental subjects. Precise instructions made the experimental subjects stand in their respective positions at the fastest and most orderly speed, which made Zhu Shurjiu look not like a new student at all, but like a battle-hardened official commander. Orders are like reassurances. Not only did they calm the hearts of the experimental subjects, but they also made the students outside the field feel the wisdom of Zhu Shurjiu's arrangement of personnel, which was amazing. In the eyes of Instructor Mo, the students did not stop Zhu Shurjiu's decision to arrange personnel. The students didn't know this was just the beginning. Later, they couldn't get a word in, and no order worked. Zhu Shurjiu stood in front of the experimental subjects, looking at the mighty experimental subjects in front of him. Not timid at all, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. This is something he has done hundreds of times, and this round is nothing more than repeating it again. He will start his own legend from today. Everyone, move forward. Chapter 260, A Small Victory. A tentative attack by the Zerg, commanding a team of 780 experimental subjects. Zhu Shurjiu's previous rounds of reincarnation were not that he could not pass the game, but that he failed to pass the game without damage. In terms of command ability alone, Zhu Shurjiu has already passed the test. In the repeated deaths, he always followed the principle of immediately rewinding the game as soon as an experimental subject was injured. And he had to clear the Zerg forest dungeon. Countless deaths made Zhu Shurjiu so familiar with the current team's route that he could walk with his eyes closed. Sir, something is wrong. When the whole team was trotting forward for about a kilometer, Lao Lang appeared in front of Zhu Shurjiu with cold sweat on his forehead. I know. This sentence directly blocked Lao Lang's words. Lao Lang was mad inside, but he still spoke carefully. My sixth sense can still feel a strong danger. Commander, do you know what this means? Zhu Shurjiu replied lightly. It means that the number of alien insects is more than you think. Yes, but this is obviously problematic. What does 780 black soldiers mean? If they encounter 20 or 30 alien insects, they can directly achieve all-round uninterrupted firepower coverage with one gun each. They can kill the insects spontaneously without the commander's command. So it stands to reason that the sixth sense of the experimental subjects should not feel a strong danger. But why? Lao Lang only felt his hair stand on end. The dangerous pheromones hit every cell in his body. as if someone was pointing a sharp knife at his neck every second. This is a sense of danger that can only be felt when in an absolutely disadvantaged adversity, surpassing every experiment he encountered in the Black Soldier organization in the past year. This subjective feeling as if there was a cliff in front of him forced Lao Lang, who had the sharpest sixth sense among all the experimental subjects, to find Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou glanced at Lao Lang and replied, 156. This is the number of alien insects we will face today. Lao Lang was stunned after hearing this. After a while, he widened his eyes and squeezed out a question from his throat. 156? Commander, are you kidding me? And this number is so accurate. Is it true? Do you think I'm kidding you? The old wolf was numb, and an irrepressible sense of despair came over him. It's impossible to win. I'm dead this time. Zhu Shizhou ignored Lao Lang and looked at the familiar scenes around him. His biological clock also reminded him that the first wave of attacks was coming soon. Everyone stop! Zhu Shizhou shouted to everyone. The old wolf was still in despair, and he heard Zhu Shizhou suddenly shout solemnly, alien insects are attacking. Everyone be prepared. Group 12. Group 15. Group 23. Be alert. Alien insects are attacking? The old wolf looked up in confusion. He knew the group number. After Zhu Shizhou gathered all the members, he divided them into groups and asked them to remember their group numbers for easy command. But what is this guy talking about? If the alien insects really attack, can you still speak so calmly? Lao Lang was about to complain. However, at this moment, an extremely strong premonition of death suddenly hit his heart. What the hell? Lao Lang suddenly raised his gun without thinking and pointed it in a certain direction in the sky. But he couldn't shoot because his gun was held down. Zhu Shizhou reached out his hand like lightning and pressed down his gun barrel at the moment he raised his gun, forcing his gun barrel to point to another place. The old wolf's face changed drastically. He was about to curse at Zhu Shizhou, but he heard Zhu Shizhou's calm voice shoot. The old wolf's finger that pulled the trigger was ready to go. When he heard Zhu Shizhou's order, he instinctively pulled the trigger. A white light flashed, and an alien insect accurately rushed forward, as if waiting to be killed by him. As soon as it rushed out quickly, it was directly blown to pieces by this shot. Not only that, after Zhu Shizhou forcibly adjusted the old wolf's shooting trajectory, his body suddenly deflected 45 degrees, raised his right hand, and pulled the trigger towards the sky on the side. The old wolf couldn't see anything clearly, and saw an alien insect fell fiercely at Zhu Shizhou's feet, making a huge roar of a cannonball landing. If Zhu Shizhou hadn't deflected that 45-degree angle just now, the alien insect would definitely blow his body to pieces with the impact at this moment. And now, it was just right. The alien insect landed at Zhu Shizhou's feet, without any deviation. Continue. There are only these two attacking us. Look at the other experimental subjects we are encountering. This is just the first wave of tentative attacks. Zhu Shizhou didn't even look at the alien insects at his feet, and patted the shoulder of the old wolf, who was shocked and his mind was blank. The old wolf was very confused. Zhu Shizhou just forced to adjust his shooting direction, and shot and killed an alien insect at the same time and okay. Dodge? Small action. Big shock. It was so light, as if he was the only one dreaming just now. But this was not the time to be dazed. He was stunned for a moment, and then forced his shocked thoughts back to the current situation. I saw that the members of the three teams were under attack. They raised their guns and fired at the sky. Some of them were experimental subjects who had just come into contact with the alien insects, and they seemed quite chaotic when they opened fire. The number of alien insects was unknown. One by one, black shadows flashed back and forth in the air, dragging long after images and being temporarily repelled by the sudden white light. In just a few seconds, the test subjects had already fired one after another. Lao Lang realized almost immediately that they obviously lacked coordination, which made it impossible for them to seamlessly connect the timing of firing. The 1-second cooling period of the gun was particularly deadly. The well-coordinated black soldiers could achieve long-term uninterrupted sixth sense and firepower coverage, but they could not once the gun cooling period was not well connected and there was a time difference. It was a great opportunity for the alien insects to attack. Sir, Lao Lang was about to speak, when suddenly, Zhu Shizhou raised his gun again and fired at the sky in front. I saw an alien insect that was sprinting down from the sky and almost piercing through one of the test subjects. Half of its body was annihilated, and it fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang while spinning. Lao Lang's face changed, and the test subject, who was about to be attacked, seemed to have escaped death. But his legs and feet softened and hurriedly left the place. "Don't panic. Keep the formation," Zhu Shizhou shouted. The subject then realized that the one who shot down the alien Zerg just now was none other than Zhu Shizhou, the new commander. Zhu Shizhou's first words made him barely keep calm, and the subject did not bother to think about why Zhu Shizhou could shoot down the alien Zerg perfectly, and raised his gun again to join the battle. After firing this shot, Zhu Shizhou did not move again, because he knew that the subject could handle this wave of attacks. There were 3 Zergs attacking groups 12, 15, and 23, plus the 2 that attacked him before. A total of 11 Zergs, which were just a tentative attack by the Zerg to launch a general attack. Zhu Shizhou lowered his head, closed his eyes, and rubbed the gun in his hand, counting numbers in his heart as a countdown. Lao Lang, like many experimental subjects, kept shooting at the Zerg in the sky. For a while, more than half of the experimental subjects in the whole team pulled the trigger at the sky in a panic, and the other half were on guard with guns. "Shoot to the left. Prepare a fire coverage net. Be careful. Cover me. Move. Move. Where are your teammates? Save them. Teammates? Fuck. Don't shoot blindly. You almost shot me. Pay attention to the cooling period. Cooperate. Cooperate with me." Many experimental subjects have no experience in fighting against Zerg, just like the newbies in the FS game who can only shoot randomly when they see the enemy, making many veterans unable to watch their operations. However, this also has an advantage. That is, they open fire at full speed in one breath, directly covering the entire sky with firepower. For a moment, white light filled the sky, as if the sun was falling directly on top of everyone, and the temperature in the air was raised by 5 degrees Celsius. The air was burned, and the strong laser ionized the air into plasma. The subjects could not see, and the white light in the sky was a silent flash that directly blinded everyone's eyes. The alien insects had nowhere to escape under this firepower coverage. No matter how fast they moved, they could not be faster than the speed of light. The bodies annihilated by the white light dropped ashes in the air, forming a black haze-like particle, and then were blown away by the wind to who knows where. After killing all the alien insects, the test subjects were still in shock. Many timid test subjects gasped and their hands and feet trembled. Even the senior test subjects were not much better. Zhu Shizhou opened his eyes after counting silently and ordered calmly, "Everyone keep moving forward." At this time, the test subjects' attention shifted to Zhu Shizhou. "That shot just now. If it weren't for that shot, we would have been torn through the defense network, and I don't know how many people would have died. No, we should be more concerned about the early warning. Right? How did he do it?" Our sixth sense didn't react at all. Among all the test subjects, only the old wolf, besides Zhu Shizhou, noticed Zhu Shizhou's performance throughout the whole process. From the initial warning, to killing 2 Zergs that attacked them, to firing a shot to support everyone at the end. Zhu Shizhou seemed very calm throughout the whole process, as if it was a routine. He casually killed the Zerg that seemed to be extremely powerful to them. "Is this a newcomer, sir?" Zhu Shizhou didn't even look at Lao Lang, and said, "I know you are shocked, but I am almost tired of seeing it. Put away your expression and move on. We have only killed 11 Zergs now. If you are shocked now, then when we kill all the Zergs in this forest later, won't you be scared to death?" Lao Lang was really scared to death after hearing this. He thought their goal was to break out of the Zerg siege. But Zhu Shizhou's goal was to kill all the Zergs? No need to question. You just need to obey my orders completely. You will soon find that the Zerg are actually nothing big. How dare you say that? Lao Lang looked at Zhu Shizhou. He couldn't believe this young man. But at the same time, Zhu Shizhou's exquisite operation just now appeared in his mind. There is no doubt that this young man has something. And he is not what he said as a stupid new commander. Lao Lang glanced at all the members at this time. The first wave of victory without injury obviously gave them confidence. At the same time, the 3 groups of experimental subjects, who were alerted in advance after being reminded by Zhu Shizhou, unconsciously cast grateful eyes towards Zhu Shizhou. Chapter 261, Cutting Off One's Own Retreat. After facing the first wave of alien insects, the test subjects took a long time to calm down. Zhu Shizhou deliberately gave everyone some time to calm down, and only stopped everyone who was still moving forward after they had advanced for a distance. "Everyone stop. The test subjects stopped and looked at the new commander. They didn't know what Zhu Shurjiu wanted to do. They only knew that if it hadn't been for Zhu Shurjiu's early warning, they didn't know how many people would have died. It was precisely because of this that they changed from resisting at the beginning to being on guard and trusting at the same time. This complex psychology made them subconsciously listen to Zhu Shurjiu's words. We just killed 11 alien insects. Zhu Shurjiu first reported the results of the battle. Most of the test subjects didn't know how many alien insects were annihilated when they collectively fired guns and bombarded. Now when they heard Zhu Shurjiu say the number, they were all stunned. 11? That many? They really didn't know. Because their dynamic vision was not enough to support them to see the number of alien insects. Faced with the shocked crowd, Zhu Shurjiu seemed very calm. Yes, there are so many. But, are 11 really enough? Zhu Shurjiu looked at everyone calmly. There are 780 of us. 781 people including me. So it's normal to kill 11 alien insects. Maybe some people have guessed it. And some people are still in the dark. But I want to tell you that there are more than 100 alien insects in this forest. The experimental subjects really became agitated and made noisy discussions. Lao Lang's heart skipped a beat. What is Zhu Shurjiu trying to do? Saying this will only confuse the army. Doesn't he know this? This is why Lao Lang pretended to know nothing and didn't tell everyone even though he knew that the number of alien insects had reached hundreds. But now, Zhu Shurjiu didn't care about this at all and told everyone openly, causing panic among them. The previous wave was just a tentative attack by the alien insects. They wanted to see if we had the ability to fight back and whether we would pose a threat to them. Obviously, we did it. We let them know that our threat level is far beyond what they can deal with just 1 or 2 alien insects. Next time, the number of alien insects that will be gathered to deal with us will only be more than this. Not less. The experimental subjects opened their eyes in panic. And the relief of surviving the disaster has now turned into panic. Zhu Shurjiu's words were no less than a bomb, directly blowing up the small pool of emotions in their hearts, making them terrified. Sir, is this your guess? Or known information? If these are just my guesses, I won't use guesses to mislead you, because that would lead to major mistakes. So there is no doubt that this is known information. 100% correct information. What I'm talking about is the danger that everyone present will face. The test subjects looked ugly. Their legs trembled. And they all wanted to escape. One of the test subjects suddenly heard something, pressed the earpiece of the communicator beside his ear, and shouted, "Wait! My communicator is ringing! My commander told me." Zhu Shurjiu interrupted the subject with a faint voice. They told you that what I said was a lie. In fact, there are not so many alien insects in the forest. As long as you blend in with the crowd to protect yourself, you can pass the level with the main force. Is that right? The subject widened his eyes. How did you know? How did I know? Don't forget my identity. I am a student of the same command center as them. I know exactly what they are thinking. Of course, I know it through the replay. These students obviously just want to protect their own subjects as much as possible. So after Zhu Shurjiu spoke, they realized what Zhu Shurjiu wanted to do with their subjects. And they couldn't sit still and wanted to deny Zhu Shurjiu's answer. But they didn't know that Zhu Shurjiu already knew what they would say to the subjects. So when Zhu Shurjiu started to guess it, the subjects all understood it. I'm afraid Zhu Shurjiu was telling the truth. If you really just want to protect yourself, then you will only push yourself into the abyss of death, Zhu Shurjiu said loudly. The Zerg will not let you go just because you showed mercy. Are many people still feeling lucky that they were not the target of the Zerg attack? Are they still thinking that they can get away with it the same way next time? Zhu Shurjiu used his eyes to focus on the timid experimental subjects hiding among the experimental subjects. You are wrong. No one knows the Zerg better than me. If we encounter the Zerg next time, it will definitely be a thunderous general attack. If you didn't take action just now, and don't take action next time, you are doomed to have no chance to take action. Do you want to die in the mouth of alien insects like this? Of course not. But their strength does not allow it. What can they do? At this time, an experimental subject stood up and said, Sir, please allow me to lead the team, my commander said. Saying, Zhu Shurjiu interrupted the experimental subject again. What? The alien insects gathered because of our large forces. You can completely leave the team. In this way, the alien insects will all be gathered here, and you can escape smoothly. Is that right? The experimental subject was stunned. Not only the experimental subject was stunned, But the students who gave orders to the experimental subject in the classroom also didn't know what to say for a moment. It was absolutely right. Zhu Shizhou was stunned twice. This time, he accurately guessed their thoughts. He didn't hear their orders, but he knew the contents of the orders clearly. The other subjects all looked at the subject who spoke with contempt. Wait! Don't look at me like that. I'm just conveying my commander's thoughts. What a stupid commander. The subject cursed in his heart. Maybe everyone has this idea of escaping. But it's very wrong to say it in a group. Let their large army be bait to attract most of the Zerg. And you take the opportunity to escape? What a beautiful idea. Zhu Shizhou easily resolved the crisis of the team's disbandment, attracted everyone's attention again, and asked loudly, "Are you afraid of Zerg?" The subjects didn't say anything, but the fear in their eyes betrayed them. Zhu Shizhou asked again in a different way. "Tell me, are you afraid of Zerg? Or are you afraid of death?" The test subjects were stunned for a moment. You told yourself that the reason you are afraid of the Zerg is that the Zerg will kill you. But look at what you did just now. With your concerted efforts, the Zerg were vulnerable. You clearly have the power to kill the Zerg. But you wanted to escape at the first moment. Don't you think it's shameful? Some test subjects were so angry that they said, "Shameful. Commander, you don't know anything. We just want to survive." "What's wrong with wanting to survive?" Zhu Shizhou said. "There is nothing wrong with wanting to survive. But I want you to know that the Zerg are not as strong as you think. If a human is killed, he will die. And the Zerg is the same. If a worm is killed, it will also die. The Zerg is very weak, whether it is a human or a Zerg. It's a bug, and we are all equal under one shot. What are you afraid of? Admit it. You are not afraid of death at all. You are afraid of alien bugs. You only dare to point your guns at humans. And when facing alien bugs, you always think about how to escape. This is your cowardly nature. Each of you has much more power than me. But you are all cowards. You didn't have the courage to resist the Black Soldier organization before being caught. And you didn't have the courage to resist the alien bugs after being caught. Live a lifetime of misery until death. In addition to cowards, what other words are more suitable to describe you? The experimental subjects trembled, wanting to refute, but unable to refute, because Zhu Shizhou seemed to be saying the truth. Who wants to escape? Who wants to fight? Who wants to fish in troubled waters? I won't stop you. You can live as a coward. But cowards don't deserve to hold guns. If you pick up a gun, do something with it. You must know that the purpose of shooting is not to protect yourself, but to kill insects. Those who want to escape, hand over all your guns. Those who want to fish in troubled waters, gather in the middle of the team. Wait until we are almost dead before picking up the guns, and then be eaten up by the alien insects. How about it? The experimental subjects were silent. Almost everyone blushed, and was humiliated by Zhu Shizhou so much that they couldn't say a word. No one wanted to admit that they were cowards, and at the same time, they were unwilling to hand over their guns. In the communicator, other student commanders were still urging them to leave the team, making them even more upset. It was like two little people in their heads were stirring their thoughts crazily. Should they escape and live? Or fight to death? They have been cowards all their lives, now facing the experiment that no one can survive in the legend. Are they still ready to die as cowards? This commander said so much, just to make them work for him. After a long silence, one of the experimental subjects was about to make a sarcastic sound. You say I don't understand. But you just think that you will die and I will live alone. But Zhu Shizhou sneered while the test subjects were upset, and suddenly took out his mobile phone from his arms, and threw it directly into the sky. Then, in the shock of everyone, he raised his gun and aimed for a moment and pulled the trigger. A white light flashed, and the phone was blasted into pieces in the air. After being blasted into pieces, he shouted to everyone, "If you die, I will never live alone. I will die with you in this battle." He cut off his own retreat to prove his heart. Zhu Shizhou's voice was not loud, but it was shocking. The test subjects were shocked by Zhu Shizhou's self-destructive behavior. At this moment, the old wolf, who was also in a state of excitement, seemed to still hear the words of the predecessor who died in front of him. You can't be a coward all your life. Memories flashed by like a revolving lantern. He stepped forward and stood up. He suddenly took off his communicator and threw it into the air. He roared, "I will die with you in this battle." A white light flashed, and his communicator was smashed into pieces by his gun. Lao Lang's behavior directly detonated the other experimental subjects, who were feeling aggrieved. They just felt a surge of blood in their heads. Damn it. Looking back and forth. Are they really cowards? You, a black soldier reserve, dare to kill insects. But we don't dare. It's nothing but death. Legend has it that no one can pass this experiment. In this case, why not pick up the lost courage in the end? I'm not a coward. I will die with you. Another experimental subject stood up. He took off the communicator and smashed it with a gun. The voice of the commander persuading him to leave the team disappeared without a trace. Damn it! I'm going to kill insects today. Fuck. Who are you calling a coward? I'll die with you all. I'll die with you all. Die together. Die together. Die together. 780 test subjects stood up one after another. All of them roared, took off their communicators, and threw them into the air. They were smashed to pieces with one shot. The roars resounded throughout the Zerg forest. Chapter 262. Give me the gun, and you can live. The test subjects were furious. But how many of them were really ready to die? A few test subjects were really provoked by Zhu Shurjio's provocation, while most of the test subjects were forced to shout the same slogan because of the atmosphere. All of this came from Lao Lang, who shouted the second slogan right after Zhu Shurjio. Well done. Zhu Shurjio whispered to Lao Lang. Lao Lang nodded, looking at the test subjects who were furious, thinking that I was betting my life directly. He might be the most sober one among the test subjects present. The survival rate of the test subjects he knew who participated in this experiment was 0. The main reason was that the commander was too stupid. However, Zhu Shurjio, Lao Lang didn't see through this young man. From beginning to end, Zhu Shurjio showed the posture of an experienced commander, and even the personnel arrangement was clearer than him. Even when dealing with alien insects, it seemed that he had turned on the automatic aiming, killing one alien insect with one shot, so easily without any fireworks. So Lao Lang took the lead and entrusted his life to Zhu Shurjio. Well, there is another reason. That is, when he was listening to Zhu Shurjio's speech, a female voice sounded in the communicator, and the female voice said to him, "Be a shill and cooperate with him. Otherwise you will die." Lao Lang understood almost instantly that this was Zhu Shurjio forcibly integrating the entire team. Now Zhu Shurjio said to him, "Good job." It was because he finally chose to compromise and stood up to be a shill. "I hope you are right." Old Wolf whispered back. "I've always been right." Zhu Shurjio's tone was extremely decisive, as if no difficulty could stump him. The meaning behind his plain words was full of unparalleled confidence. How could this man be so confident? Old Wolf wanted to take a breath, but when he thought that this guy was so confident that he personally took the lead, it was not surprising now. "I'm very happy to see that everyone has this courage," Zhu Shurjio said to the experimental subjects. "Then, now readjust your positions. Groups 12, 15, and 23 will retreat to the center as emergency mobile groups, and Group 7, 32, and 40 will take over." "What? Why?" The people in Group 7 were a little panicked, and an experimental subject asked directly. "Because Group 12, Group 15, and Group 23 have experienced the first wave of alien insect attacks. They are still in fear, and they cannot stop trembling physiologically, and their combat effectiveness has dropped significantly. It is unwise to put them on the outermost side, and your 3 groups have been at ease in the previous battle, and you are just right to take the lead." We, the experimental subjects of the 3 groups, were all numb. What a joke. The reason why they did not shoot at the alien insects in the first wave was actually because they wanted to be a mess. They were in the center of the team, which was the safest position. I didn't expect that they would be regarded as at ease. This guy's vision is too poisonous. When they shouted slogans just now, they were also laughing secretly, pretending to be provoked, and shouted a few words, and took off the communicator and shot them with one shot. So they didn't have to worry about the commanders, who commanded remotely, giving them death orders. In their opinion, Zhu Shurjio's words clearly asked the test subjects to take sides, and they were given almost no choice. Wasn't Zhu Shurjio's words clear? The cowards who wanted to escape handed over their guns, which meant that they were going to die. Those who didn't want to die wanted to be a slacker, hiding in the crowd and firing a few shots as if they had fought, which was also good. But now Zhu Shurjio immediately pointed them out while the test subjects had all finished shouting slogans, which put them in a dilemma. Should they say openly that they want to be slackers? Just as they were hesitating, Zhu Shurjio said, "Since the previous wave of alien insects failed to tear open the defense network from their position, They will attack from other directions next time. The test subjects of Group 73240 thought about it, and it seemed to be the truth. So they stood up directly and shouted in anger. Don't underestimate us. We are not afraid of death. Not afraid of death. Not afraid of death. The test subjects shouted one after another. Zhu Shizhou said with a serious expression. Okay. Then please take the lead. The three teams went forward with high spirits. And the three teams that had encountered the alien insects retreated to the center. Old Wolf watched silently from the side. The young man's scheming methods were not very clever. But the scary thing was that this method was so easy to use that it was hard to defend against, and the reasons were sufficient. And there was nothing to find fault with it. Old Wolf. Zhu Shizhou suddenly spoke close to Old Wolf's ear. Old Wolf was stunned and leaned over to listen. But Zhu Shizhou spoke too softly and almost heard nothing. What did you say? Old Wolf asked subconsciously. Unexpectedly, Zhu Shizhou suddenly acted as if he had suddenly realized something. Yes. That makes sense. Then I'll listen to you. Old Wolf was dumbfounded. What? What should I listen to? In the eyes of other experimental subjects, Zhu Shizhou and Old Wolf were discussing something quietly. And then Zhu Shizhou looked as if he had suddenly realized something. It was obvious that Old Wolf had given his own advice. Compared to Zhu Shizhou, the experimental subjects were more willing to believe Old Wolf, because Old Wolf's position was the same as theirs, and they all wanted everyone to survive. Moreover, Old Wolf was a senior who had lived for a year, which made it easier for them to believe. Now, everyone, move forward at full speed. It takes time for the alien insects to gather, so we can move forward as much as we can. It's best to break through this forest before the alien insects gather. Zhu Shizhou shouted to the experimental subjects. Old Wolf's eyes widened, and he immediately realized what tricks Zhu Shizhou had played. He actually tricked him openly. He used him to increase the trust of the order out of thin air. Originally, the experimental subjects might have been skeptical of Zhu Shizhou's order. But now? Okay. Go forward. The experimental subjects looked at him, and then shouted. Old Wolf's heart sank. If he were to give the order, he would definitely choose to split the team to make a detour, and try to ensure the survival of some experimental subjects. Zhu Shizhou's current order to advance at full speed was contrary to his idea. Old Wolf was furious. Sir, your decision. Zhu Shizhou patted Old Wolf on the shoulder and said, No, it's your decision. Old Wolf. His anger was silenced. The experimental subjects didn't notice the twists and turns. Under Zhu Shizhou's command, everyone began to speed up and move forward. Damn. I trusted the wrong person. The Old Wolf suddenly felt a little regretful, and even cursed Zhu Shizhou in his heart. In the middle of the alien insect forest, alien insects gathered together and interacted with each other with pheromones. After sending out the first wave of tentative attacking alien insects, they directly confirmed that the prey had a strong counterattack ability. The pheromones they collected from the surrounding environment told them that they must gather together to capture all the prey. So they exchanged information with each other. If the information exchanged by this group of alien insects is translated into human language, the following content can be obtained. Gather. Delicious. Food. Delicious. Feast. End of hibernation. Eat. Gather. Eat. 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 One by one, alien insects appeared from the land in all directions, tearing through the air at the speed of bullets, and gathered around a big tree in the middle of the forest. 1, 10, 50, 100, 145. Some alien insects have been dormant since last year. The energy in their bodies is empty. The hungry instinct makes them have a strong appetite for the food in the distance. They keep flying in the air, causing waves. Some alien insects crawl slowly on the ground, instinctively looking for the best sneak attack position. And after finding it, they burrow into the soil. Some alien insects choose to lie on the tree trunk, constantly reducing their hunting breath, and finally become silent like a lifeless stone. Zhu Shizhou and others accelerated to the middle of the forest, and the first thing they felt was a gust of wind. The moment he felt the wind, Lao Lang was about to say something to Zhu Shizhou, but Zhu Shizhou suddenly ordered everyone on alert. Lao Lang is now quite suspicious. This guy has developed a sixth sense. It is obvious that his physiology has not reached the limit, but it is as if the sixth sense has been developed, and it has once again worked in advance. Last time, he proved that his early warning was correct. Now, when the experimental subjects heard Zhu Shizhou's order, they stopped directly and raised their guns to be on guard. At this moment, they felt the air blowing in the air, and their faces changed drastically. The sixth sense of death omen hit like a tsunami. Every gust of wind blowing on their faces made them feel as if someone had written the word death on their foreheads with a brush. This was an unprecedented omen of death, and their sixth sense had never been so clear. Old Wolf was sweating profusely on his back. His hair stood on end. Suddenly, Zhu Shizhou kicked Old Wolf directly. "Hack you. Is this what you call safety? We have entered the encirclement of the alien insects. If we had known that going full speed would be like this, we might as well have carried out a detour in teams as I proposed." Old Wolf, who was kicked and staggered, reacted. "What kind of proposal is this?" He cursed back. "Hack you. This is not you." Zhu Shizhou said nothing, directly put the gun against Old Wolf's forehead, and roared, "Shut up." Old Wolf was shocked and angry. This guy wanted to use him to establish his authority among all the people present. Only he knew that Zhu Shizhou's goal from the beginning was not only to clear the forest, but to kill all the alien insects in the forest. He could even imagine that he would put all the blame on him, and would not give him any chance to explain. He would just shoot him, and then tell the other test subjects the only way now is to fight back with all your strength, and then lead the other test subjects to fight back against the alien insects. In this way, his prestige among the test subjects was directly transferred to Zhu Shizhou. The moment he figured it out, Lao Lang felt that this young man was too scary, and was extremely chilled. He was about to raise his gun and fight Zhu Shizhou to the death. But Zhu Shizhou suddenly whispered, "Give me the gun." Lao Lang froze. "What?" Zhu Shizhou said lightly. "Give me the gun, and you can live." Chapter 263, Double Guns. Old Wolf handed over his gun. It's not his fault that he was not firm in his belief. It was really. He felt that he was simply calculated by Zhu Shizhou. And every time he figured out Zhu Shizhou's idea, it was useless afterthought. Every step was forced by Zhu Shizhou. And until now, Zhu Shizhou had accurately grasped his desire to live. But what really decided Old Wolf to hand over his gun was the scene when Zhu Shizhou forced him to adjust the shooting direction when he encountered the first wave of alien insects. He was not a fool. It was obvious that Zhu Shizhou had arranged everything long ago, and the current situation was obviously within his expectations. Didn't Zhu Shizhou know that the combat effectiveness of two people holding guns would be stronger? Obviously. He knew. But why did he force himself to hold two guns? The only reason corresponds to the previous picture. And there is only one explanation, that he thinks that his combat effectiveness with two guns is higher than that of two people holding guns. This is a crazy explanation. Even though Old Wolf guessed it, it was still hard to believe. Zhu Shizhou, who took away Lao Lang's gun, finally held two guns. Lao Lang's guess was correct. He was more efficient in killing Zerg with two guns than with two people holding guns. No one would believe it before he actually did it. The reason why he used this method of cheating and robbing to get two guns was that if he didn't use this method, Lao Lang would directly kill him, and the other experimental subjects around him would just watch coldly. With his current physical fitness, he couldn't beat Lao Lang at all. He spent at least 10 lives trying to find a way to get two guns, and he finally found this way after dying 10 times. In Lao Lang's eyes, Zhu Shizhou became an old silver coin who counted him from beginning to end. The image of Zhu Shizhou holding two guns directly shocked the minds of other experimental subjects. However, before others could speak, alien insects appeared in an instant. When the first alien insect appeared, Zhu Shizhou fired a shot with a gun in his right hand like a fairy from the sky. He roared to everyone. "The battle begins." 10 seconds later. Group 32 is ready. All members of Group 7 cover Group 32. Group 8 detaches to the right. Pull at least 20 meters away. All members of the support group are silent, ready to fill in at any time. Pay attention to the cooling period. While Zhu Shizhou was roaring, dense alien insects suddenly emerged from the sky. A black cloud composed of the afterimages of alien insects covered the sky above everyone's heads, and everyone looked up and saw the desperate number of alien insects. However, while these alien insects were looking for opportunities to attack, Zhu Shizhou's precise instructions were like a ray of light that broke through the darkness before dawn and shone directly on everyone. In addition to the crazy fear in the hearts of the experimental subjects, they were all occupied by Zhu Shizhou's orders at this moment. Thanks to the previous small victory against alien insects, Zhu Shizhou's words were very important. After seeing the dense number of alien insects, their heads were blank and they subconsciously understood and executed Zhu Shurjio's tactical arrangements. The 32nd team received Zhu Shurjio's orders in advance. So when dozens of alien insects shot from the side, they fired crazily one step ahead, without aiming and without any countermeasures. They panicked and just fired. In an instant, white light filled the sky. Several alien insects were annihilated under their guns. But the result of random shooting was that they collectively experienced a cooling period for their guns. The support team always paid attention to the situation of the 32nd team. Because of Zhu Shurjio's order, they perfectly connected with the collective misfire of the 32nd team. At this time, the others finally reacted. The Zerg took the lead in attacking Group 32. They couldn't concentrate their shooting in that direction because there were too many people on the scene. If they opened fire, it would be easy to shoot teammates by mistake. Moreover, it was not just Group 32. Other directions also encountered attacks from Zerg of varying numbers, and they were unable to take care of themselves. The alien insects did not choose to drop from the sky, but chose to lower their flying altitude after they appeared, and attacked at the same height as the experimental subjects' chests. Zhu Shurjio knew that this was because the alien insects knew that if they attacked in the sky, the experimental subjects would be able to suppress them with firepower as long as they fired together. As long as the experimental subjects' sixth sense told them that the alien insects would attack from the sky, they would fill the unobstructed sky with white light. The alien insects chose to attack at the same height as the experimental subjects. But they could use the experimental subjects' shielding to prevent the experimental subjects in the center of the team from attacking in order to avoid accidentally injuring their teammates. The tactic chosen by the alien insects was to nibble from the outer layer, nibbling away little by little to the center. All this was already expected by Zhu Shurjio. As soon as the alien insects appeared, he shot and annihilated one. And then, while issuing instructions to let the experimental subjects withstand the first wave of attacks, he also took steps and rushed quickly in one direction. The old wolf gave Zhu Shurjio his gun, so he could only keep up with Zhu Shurjio. "Are you sure you can lead everyone to escape?" Old wolf asked quickly. Zhu Shurjio snorted coldly. "Escape? I'm going to kill them." "Kill your sister?" Old wolf felt that Zhu Shurjio was dreaming. Before the alien insects appeared, he felt that there was still a little hope. After the alien insects appeared, he was directly desperate. It's impossible to win. This is what his reason told him. With such a large number, even God can't save them. What are you dreaming about? I guess there are countless people who have died while we are talking. Old wolf cursed. Zhu Shurjio stopped and fired at both sides at the same time. One shot was aimed at the right side, and the other shot hit Lao Lang's shoulder directly, and pulled the trigger. Don't bullshit. So far, none of our people have died. Due to the perspective, Lao Lang and Zhu Shurjio could not see the whole picture at once. After the alien insects appeared, 780 experimental subjects moved around and counterattacked. Without the god's perspective, it was extremely chaotic, and it was difficult to know the status of other experiments. Lao Lang was desperate, and was not optimistic about the status of the experimental subjects. Zhu Shurjio, who had died countless times, knew that now, let alone death, the experimental subjects didn't even have a scratch, although they were scared to death before the battle. In fact, their sixth sense and reaction ability that represented the limit of human physiology allowed them to dodge the attacks of alien insects in a short time. You must know that except for emotions, they have reached the black soldier standard in other aspects. Black soldiers can rely on their sixth sense to dodge and survive the attacks of alien insects. So they can do it too. They are not so professional in killing insects. And surviving from death is the specialty of their experimental subjects. If they can't dodge the attacks of alien insects with their sixth sense, how can Zhu Shurjio save everyone? But this time will not be too long. At most half a minute. If he does nothing, someone will die in half a minute. And then it will become a collapse point. And the whole team will be directly defeated by hundreds of alien insects. And he needs to get to that collapse point within half a minute to provide support in advance. Lao Lang thought Zhu Shurjio was just being too optimistic when he said no one had died yet. But when he saw Zhu Shurjio shoot the Zerg to death, and then turned around to find that another Zerg that attacked him from behind was also annihilated and fell to the ground, he threw away all thoughts and couldn't help shouting, "Hack you! How did you do it? Noisy!" Zhu Shurjio kicked Lao Lang in the chest. "You?" This kick was fierce and urgent. Lao Lang judged that if this kick hit him, he would be dead or seriously injured. Without time to think about why, Lao Lang blocked his chest with both hands. And Zhu Shizhou kicked Lao Lang back again and again. At the same time, an alien insect violently passed through the gap between the two of them. Zhu Shizhou flew backwards with the help of the recoil of Lao Lang's blocking. Lying on his back in midair, pulling the trigger with his left hand, white light hit the alien insect, brushed against Lao Lang's ear, and opened a path in the air with scorching heat. As the alien insect's body was annihilated, Zhu Shizhou rolled on the ground. Suddenly, an alien insect suddenly shot from the side and shot directly into the soil. If Zhu Shizhou hadn't rolled over, he would have been nailed to the ground by the alien insect. The old wolf just realized what happened at this time. While Zhu Shizhou had already pointed the gun in his left hand at the ground beside him, before he could stabilize his body after rolling. Boom! The old wolf was stunned. Get down! Zhu Shizhou roared at the old wolf, without even looking at the dead insect in the mud. The old wolf's brain hadn't reacted yet, and his body executed Zhu Shizhou's order. There was nothing he could do. His sixth sense also told him that there was a fierce omen of death coming from his back. He jumped directly to the ground in front of him. Then Zhu Shizhou fired directly, holding the gun in his right hand and pointing it at his back, and pulling the trigger. White light passed by the back of the old wolf's head. A burning sensation came from the scalp. But the sixth sense symbolizing death disappeared without a trace. Obviously, Zhu Shizhou's shot killed another alien insect. The old wolf jumped up from the ground in horror and touched the back of his head. The helmet was slightly hot. It was obvious that the shot had grazed his helmet, and it was probably at a very close distance that he could hardly imagine. Dual guns. This was the dual gun style. Zhu Shizhou fired one shot after another without any gaps. This was the dual gun style where there was no cooling period for the guns at all. Chapter 264 Extreme Rescue. Kill one with one shot. When Lao Lang realized that this was a double gun flow, he finally understood why Zhu Shizhou chose to take his gun. It was because this guy was too damn strong. He believed that even if he had a gun in his hand now, his efficiency in killing alien insects would not be higher than that of Zhu Shizhou now. And more importantly, Zhu Shizhou was still killing alien insects while paying attention to the situation around him, and perfectly killed the alien insects that attacked him. This also made Lao Lang realize one thing again after the fact that he was a bait. Another reason why Zhu Shizhou chose to take his gun was to let the alien insects target him. With the wisdom of the alien insects, it is obvious that Lao Lang without a gun is the weakest target in the whole field. In this way, Zhu Shizhou can attract the alien insects to his side and then kill them one by one. After figuring this out, Lao Lang took a breath. This guy, isn't he afraid of playing too hard? What he doesn't know is that Zhu Shizhou has played too hard many times. He did use the old wolf as bait to attract the Zerg. When the Zerg attacked the old wolf, they would not take care of his gun cooling period as if he was performing a fixed script. He just chose a route that he could handle. Even if he had two guns, he would be helpless as long as there were enough Zerg, unless he got another gun to achieve a 3-gun flow. However, the situation on the scene was that for every gun he took from an experimental subject, he had to take care of one more bait. At least using the old wolf as bait was his current limit. Old wolf looked at Zhu Shizhou as if he was worshipping a great god. But Zhu Shizhou had already been a clown countless times in the replay. And at this moment, his heart was calm. Follow me. Zhu Shizhou stood up and said to Old Wolf immediately after the roll, and turned around to continue moving towards the point in his memory. Old Wolf hurriedly followed. And at the same time, the death omen exploded again. Be careful, sir. However, Zhu Shizhou knew the danger was coming before him, and his forward steps deviated, and the direction was forcibly changed. A black shadow accompanied by a strong wind blew past Zhu Shizhou, and Zhu Shizhou casually raised his left hand and pulled the trigger to the side. Old Wolf saw a flash of white light, and the death omen disappeared in an instant. Another alien insect died. It was a white reminder. Old Wolf felt dry in his mouth for a moment. Strong, too strong. Is there really such a strong person? The two turned left and right all the way, and Old Wolf was led by Zhu Shizhou and rushed to the outermost layer of the large army in 20 seconds. What are we doing here? The outermost layer is where the battle is most intense. Amid the chaotic roars of a group of experimental subjects, the Old Wolf, who came to the outermost layer, only felt that his sixth sense became more sharp, and the sense of danger was extremely strong. Zhu Shizhou only said 2 words: support. Support? How to support? The old wolf was confused. He found that he could not understand every step of the young man's operation in time. Whenever he understood it, he had already completed the operation. If you don't know, then shut up and watch me show. After saying this, Zhu Shurjiu took a long and deep breath, exhaled the turbid air in his lungs, and his hands holding the gun became extremely stable at this moment. He knew that the next operation would not allow for any deviation, and there were difficulties everywhere. He died and made mistakes countless times in the next shooting. Now his ability to control his body always limits his performance. Even though his body, which had been injected with medicine twice, was stronger than ordinary people, the next operation would produce a deviation of 1 millimeter or 1 millisecond, and the problem would be infinitely magnified. Zhu Shurjiu did not develop a sixth sense in hundreds of rollbacks, but he developed an unrivaled sense of time. From the beginning, he could not grasp the time of 1 minute and 1 second, and now his biological clock is accurate to the millisecond level. He used hundreds of lives to force his brain to remember the subtle sense of time. In the eyes of Lao Lang, suddenly, Zhu Shurjiu's breath became quiet. He raised his gun with both hands and pointed it forward, aiming at 10 o'clock with his left hand and 1 o'clock with his right hand. And he didn't know what he was aiming at. Lao Lang's thinking did not last long. After a few seconds, Zhu Shurjiu suddenly pulled the trigger. It's over. It's over. One of the test subjects almost collapsed, and he moved frantically in the face of the alien insect attack. However, the omen of death lingering in his heart did not disappear at all, but became stronger. The test subject who could sense the danger felt that someone had put a knife on his throat. No matter how he dodged, he could not stop the knife from cutting into his flesh at a not slow speed. There is a revolving lantern before a person dies. This sentence is especially true for the test subjects with a keen sixth sense. It is said that when dying, many people can see some memorable fragments of life. This is because the human brain realizes that the body is about to die, so it awakens a person's most beautiful or deepest memory, trying to secrete hormones that can stimulate the body's vitality to delay the death of the body. The death omen felt by the subject's sixth sense let them know that they would die at the hands of alien insects. This sixth sense, which was lingering with a sense of despair, deceived the brain, so that the brain began to play a revolving lantern automatically. In the memory of a certain subject, the family went on a foreign trip, camped in the forest, and then, a burst of laughter ended in a bloodbath. The gentle smile of his wife, and the small body of his daughter, which was still full of the warmth of life in the last second, were pierced and torn by alien insects in the next second, and he could only look at the bizarre scene in front of him with a stiff smile, which made people wonder if he was in a nightmare, looking at the ugly insects eating the bodies of his family members in front of him. His brain was blank at that time. The despair at this moment was no less than that time. From then on, he was determined to kill all the alien insects. After being rescued by a group of mysterious people, he embarked on the road to fight against the alien insects. However, I don't know what happened later. He has been fleeing under the oppression of the Black Soldier organization. As time went by, he gradually forgot his original intention and transferred his hatred for the Zerg to the Black Soldier organization. He was eventually captured by the Black Soldier organization and became an experimental subject with no human rights. His incompetent life flashed before his eyes. When the omen of death in his heart reached the peak, a black shadow appeared in front of him. Just like that day, it was also in the forest, and it was also attacked by Zerg. The mottled light and shadow cast by the leaves intertwined time and reflected the torrent of memories. The scenes of the two overlapped, and his brain even had hallucinations, as if his wife and daughter were standing beside him hand in hand, standing quietly and staring at him. The stench of the nearby alien insects came with a strong wind, but his mind was no longer on this monster, because his gun was in the cooling period. Multiple extreme moves and dodges were not enough for his current body to exert its extreme capabilities. I'm going to die. This thought flashed through his mind. At this moment, he experienced the breath of death for the second time in his life. In this last 0.1 second, he looked sideways and saw the phantoms of his wife and daughter. He closed his eyes without struggling. I'm here to accompany you. Goodbye, world. Boom. What interrupted his thinking was a violent roar. The burning sensation of the air interrupted all his thoughts. When he suddenly opened his eyes again, he saw the scene of the alien insects being annihilated into slag by the white light in front of him. The alien insects that had been annihilated for most of their bodies blew a strong wind in his ears with huge kinetic energy in an instant. and the strong wind blew off his hair at the temples and fell directly not far behind him, making a sound of the remains hitting the ground. Don't be in a daze. Pick up your gun. Kill the insects. A roar woke him up. I survived? Who was it? He turned his head in shock. Then he saw a scene he would never forget in his life. The new commander fired a shot with his right hand, and then fired a shot with his left hand. The white light connected with each other second by second without any gap. Wherever the white light went, the alien insects that were flying towards him were directly killed by him. Then he suddenly turned sideways again, and an alien insect flew past his chest. When the alien insect turned back, the cooling period of his right-hand gun just ended. Before he could turn his head, the muzzle of the gun was the first to swing over. Boom! The sound of the alien insect's body being annihilated and exploded resounded one after another under his gun. This person was naturally Zhu Shizhou. The current situation is his most dangerous moment. He knows all the evasive moves and all the shooting sequences. As long as he follows the moves, he can definitely get through the difficulties perfectly. But the difficulty is that even a millisecond of deviation may put him in danger. He often dies 10 times before he can barely succeed once. One shot of extreme rescue is just the beginning. He also has to face an alien insect attacking his left side. After the extreme dodge, he also has to pay attention to whether other experimental subjects are attacked by alien insects. Needless to say, the cooling period of the two guns in his left and right hands is all engraved in his mind. I can't hold on. There was an experimental subject shouting in the distance. Zhu Shizhou raised his hand and shot at the third word he shouted, and killed an alien insect attacking the chest of the experimental subject. Emergency Mobile Group. What is the Emergency Mobile Group doing? There was an experimental subject who continued to roar. But the roar was stopped by Zhu Shizhou's shot the next moment. An alien insect spun in front of his eyes and fell to the ground, smashing the dust. Before he could even say hack, Zhu Shizhou's gun successfully saved another experimental subject in the next second. God knows why this guy can accurately shoot the alien insects that are about to kill them without even looking at them. He is the strongest emergency mobile team plus support team. Every shot will definitely take away an alien insect. And at the same time, this guy is moving around like crazy. Extremely coquettish. Extremely extreme. And extremely concise. Chapter 265. The ground is full of Zerg corpses. Zhu Shizhou often shoots a Zerg before his movements are stable. This unrealistic scene makes the test subjects all have an illusion. Zerg is so weak. I can do it. But this is obviously impossible. In just a moment, this feeling is overturned. They know that it is not that the Zerg is too weak, but that Zhu Shizhou is too strong. The Zerg that these test subjects face rely on their super high movement speed to fight one against many. Often, they are still dealing with this test subject in the last second, and turn around to deal with others at the other end of the team in the next second. Hundreds of Zerg do not give others any breathing time, forcing them to keep moving, and not giving them the opportunity to shoot. In this case, let alone counterattack. Their movement is almost at the limit, and the occasional shot is completely inaccurate. Hundreds of alien insects held back 780 experimental subjects, who represented the physiological limits of humans. This was no joke. They felt as if they were in a battlefield full of artillery fire. Just sensing danger and dodging was already the limit. Do you still want them to fight back? Half a minute was the limit for some of their weaker experimental subjects. When half a minute was up, the team's defense line was about to be defeated by the alien insects. But Zhu Shizhou forcibly supported the team with 2 guns and forcibly maintained the defense line of the entire team. Lao Ang followed Zhu Shizhou. His heart was so shocked that he trembled all over. Even the strong omen of death at the scene could not affect his shock at all. The only word he wanted to say was God. This was obviously beyond his cognition. When did the alien insects become so weak? Not to mention that one was shot dead by someone. Zhu Shizhou's casual evasion was like taking a walk in a battlefield full of gunfire. Just right and extremely accurate. Obviously every dodge was so extreme. But it was so easy to dodge. Being attacked by 2 or 3 alien insects at the same time. He could always dodge with all kinds of imaginative movements. Lao Lang felt that he was crazy. This guy was no longer a human, but a god. He didn't dare to say a word, because he was worried that his words would end the young man's super-god state of killing. He only dared to suppress his excitement and follow Zhu Shizhou without any thought. Squat down and lower your head, Zhu Shizhou suddenly shouted. Lao Lang did it without thinking. If it was before, he would be confused. But now, he has no other hesitation. Sure enough, the next moment Lao Lang only saw a black shadow flashing over his head. Chasing the black shadow was a white light. Lao Lang didn't see the result, but he knew that the Zerg was dead. If someone counted, they would find that in this short minute, Zhu Shizhou killed 30 Zergs while dodging and shooting. Lao Lang didn't count, but he was a commander who always paid attention to the overall situation. It was obvious that the pressure on other experimental subjects was greatly reduced, and they were more comfortable dodging. The number of black shadows constantly shuttling through the crowd was visibly reduced. Zhu Shizhou fired a shot, twisted his body in the air, dodged the attack of a Zerg, and roared loudly, "Attention everyone! Start a full-scale counterattack. Don't be afraid of death. Everyone! I'll support you." After hearing this, the test subjects were all excited. If they had heard this before, they would have taken it as bullshit. But now everyone was shocked by Zhu Shizhou's amazing operation. And they only had a feeling in their hearts that if he said he could do it, then he could definitely do it. They couldn't understand Zhu Shizhou's strength. But did they need to understand it now? Zhu Shizhou was simply killing like crazy. Many test subjects gritted their teeth and roared, "Hack it! Fight!" Before, they focused 99% of their attention on dodging. But now they focused 50% of their attention on counterattack. Not to mention that Zhu Shizhou alone greatly relieved the pressure of the alien insect attack. And they immediately began to try to counterattack. "Let's go!" Change positions. The old wolf, who was watching Zhu Shizhou's killing performance, suddenly saw Zhu Shizhou turn his head and said to him, "What? Follow me." Zhu Shizhou didn't explain, and after firing a shot in his hand, he didn't look at the result, and began to sprint to the next target point. It's like this again. Lao Lang is puzzled. Zhu Shizhou didn't understand why he came here before, but it turned out that Zhu Shizhou was right, and he perfectly supported the whole team here. What Lao Lang didn't know was how long Zhu Shizhou had been looking for this point that could support the whole team. And he died at least 50 times for this. Lao Lang just felt that he was amazing. And now it not only refers to Zhu Shizhou's shooting ability, but also refers to Zhu Shizhou's observation and insight in the overall situation. He believed that the reason why Zhu Shizhou kept changing the point was that he relied on this extremely excellent quality to see through the overall situation in an instant. When he was still confused, he found the point that could make him win from the mess. It was completely incomprehensible. Lao Lang sighed in his heart. The experimental subjects began to fight back against the alien insects, and Zhu Shizhou began to lead Lao Lang around the field. In just a few minutes, the experimental subjects, who were originally unfamiliar with each other, began to cooperate. Zhu Shizhou said that they could fight without fear of death, based on the fact that they had the ability to fight back. If these people did not have the ability to fight back, then Zhu Shizhou would not be able to lead them no matter how great he was. From a coward who could only dodge to a warrior who was fearless of death. Sometimes it only takes an opportunity. "I'll be the bait. Cover me." 2 alien insects. "Shoot. Southeast direction. Don't aim. Just shoot. I'll fill in. Assault team. Come on. An assault team. Charge with me." Lao Lang saw with his own eyes that an experimental subject took the initiative to act as a bait and rush forward, but was besieged by 2 alien insects, and Zhu Shizhou successfully rescued him with 1 shot. This happened more than once. Zhu Shizhou, holding 2 guns, was like a radar, automatically searching for teammates in crisis all the time, and then shooting remotely to support them, without missing a single one. Old Wolf was already numb with shock. No words could describe his current mood. In fact, what he didn't know was that Zhu Shizhou was relieved only now. Why? Because the difficulty was greatly reduced. It seemed that it was very difficult for him to pay attention to the overall situation and provide support at all times. And it even seemed like a magical skill. But in fact it was much easier than before. First of all, the alien insects may have seen the scene of his great power, and the alien insects retreated wherever he went. No alien insect chose to fight him anymore. Secondly, he didn't need to care about the conditions of those experimental subjects, who seemed to be in danger, but actually survived every round like an old dog. He only needed to know which experimental subject would die at which time. That was enough. He kept running back and forth on the field to find a suitable point to shoot, and immediately went to the next point to support after shooting a shot. The experimental subjects were killing alien insects, and he was also killing alien insects. The frequency of life and death crises of the experimental subjects would only gradually decrease with his support. Lao Lang felt that it was a god. And none of the experimental subjects present thought that this was an operation that a human could perform. What a terrible shooting skill. What a terrible global insight. Outside the field, Instructor Mo, who had watched the whole process from beginning to end, had a blank mind, more shocked than ever. He, who had always been rational, doubted whether he was dreaming now. The students were also silent. All their rational thinking was defeated. And they couldn't think about how Zhu Shurjiu did it. The whole classroom was in a dead silence. And you could hear a pin drop. They were like natives worshipping the arrival of a god, staring blankly at the screen in front of the classroom showing Zhu Shurjiu Tianxiu. The ground in the screen was covered with the remains of alien insects. Chapter 266 Instructor Mo, who is the instructor between us? It's over. All the alien insects that can be seen have been eliminated. Not only Zhu Shurjiu has gone crazy with killing, but the experimental subjects have also gone crazy with killing. After ensuring their own lives, the experimental subjects finally showed their anti-killing ability comparable to that of the black soldiers. They can kill insects on their own without his command. They killed until the number of alien insects was reduced to only a dozen, and the alien insects were forced to flee. There is no way. This group of food is too cruel. Most of them have been raised in the forest since they were born. They have only seen experimental subjects that they eat effortlessly, but have never seen black soldiers who can kill them. So when the experimental subjects showed the ability to hunt them, they rationally chose to retreat. In their shallow cognition, these experimental subjects are no longer food, but hunters in the guise of food. This is their judgment as intelligent creatures. We won, we won. Is it true we won? When the test subjects put down their guns and looked at the corpses on the ground, they still felt unbelievable. Some of the weaker test subjects even collapsed to the ground with weak legs, even dropping their guns on the ground. Yes, we won. Zhu Shurjiu stood in the middle of the test subject team, announcing their victory, and at the same time stepped on the corpse of an alien insect, looked around, and said loudly, "Look! This is the alien insect. Weak. Too weak. Humans are not the only way out in front of the alien insects, which is to become food. What if we die? As long as we have the courage to resist, even the alien insects will be afraid of us." Until today, these experimental subjects have truly realized the victory brought by courage, which will become their final confidence. Maybe they will still be afraid and terrified when facing the alien insects alone next time, but at least they will always keep this glimmer of hope for resistance in their hearts. Now, the alien insects in this forest have not been killed yet. I give you two choices. Zhu Shurjiu raised his right gun and pointed it at the sky. The first choice is to pass the course like this. Ignore the remaining alien insects in this forest. You will become the first experimental subjects in history to survive from these alien insects. Don't worry that you will be held accountable by your respective commanders, because I can tell you very clearly that now you are all alive, which is also what other students like to see. These experimental subjects were instigated by Zhu Shurjiu to destroy their communicators during the experiment. They were originally worried about whether they would be held accountable. Zhu Shurjiu directly told them not to worry, which eliminated the last bit of doubt in their hearts. When the subjects heard Zhu Shurjiu's first option, they all felt relieved. But at the same time, they were almost all puzzled. The battle was over. So what other options were there? Lao Lang knew that Zhu Shurjiu would never give up easily. Zhu Shurjiu's intention was very clear from the beginning. He wanted to wipe out all the Zerg. Kill the Zerg in this forest until there were only a dozen left. That's not enough. Sure enough, Zhu Shurjiu raised the gun in his left hand and pointed it at the sky. The second option is to stay in this forest and kill all the Zerg. A dozen Zerg escaped during the battle, which means that our battle was not completely won. We failed to wipe out the enemy. Zhu Shurjiu's sharp eyes, like an eagle, swept the whole place, and what he saw were pairs of stunned eyes. Obviously, they had never expected that Zhu Shurjiu, who had achieved such an overwhelming victory, would be so demanding of perfection, and actually thought that killing more than 100 alien insects with 0 combat losses was not a victory. All the experimental subjects were silent. Zhu Shurjiu said, "I will not force you to fight with me, because everyone has the instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Today you have completed a brilliant record that you have never achieved in the first half of your life, and it is understandable that you want to pass the level like this. This does not mean that you are cowardly. In fact, you are more courageous today than ever before. Sometimes choosing to retreat is also a rational choice. Zhu Shurjiu put down the guns in his hands and pointed to the empty space on both sides. If you choose to pass the level, stand on my right. If you choose to continue killing the alien insects, stand on my left. The experimental subjects were silent for a moment, and after looking at each other, one of them stood up first. That's enough. Enough alien insects have been killed. There is no point in killing more. He stood on Zhu Shurjiu's right, with the first experimental subject standing up. There will be a second one. To be honest, I feel I have reached my limit. I am still too weak. I couldn't kill even one alien insect just now. I was busy moving and dodging. Me too. Although I really want to continue killing those damn insects. I really don't have the ability. Sorry. I don't want to take any more risks. So, I just want to survive. The test subjects were rational after all. After the battle, the adrenaline in their bodies subsided, and they only felt like walking back and forth on a tightrope on the edge of a cliff. If Zhu Shurjiu had chosen to speak when the battle just ended, most of the test subjects would probably have agreed to it due to the excitement. But Zhu Shurjiu made it clear about the pros and cons and gave them time to think. So they had to consider it. After considering it, reason prevailed after all. They felt that continuing would not be worth the loss, and they might even lose their lives. The oppressive feeling of hundreds of alien insects coming out at the same time was too deep in people's hearts. They were afraid when they recalled it now. Not to mention thinking about chasing and killing the escaped alien insects. Most of the test subjects walked to the right side of Zhu Shurjiu. He didn't say anything, but just looked at the remaining test subjects quietly. Not many. Only about 10. I will continue to kill insects. Finally, the first test subject said a simple sentence after thinking for a while, and then walked to Zhu Shurjiu's left-hand side without saying the reason. The second test subject smiled and said, "Although I am reluctant to admit it, your shot was really powerful and saved my life. I don't like to owe others, so even if I will die, I will accept it. I can only say that I have never killed alien insects so happily. I will not stop until the alien insects in the forest are exterminated. Me too. My family was killed by alien insects. It's a rare opportunity. It would be a pity not to seize it." The remaining dozen test subjects walked to Zhu Shurjiu's left-hand side. Finally, there was only one old wolf left. Zhu Shurjiu looked at the old wolf. "What are you going to do?" The old wolf was a little confused, looking at Zhu Shurjiu's left-hand side, and then at Zhu Shurjiu's right-hand side. Reason told him that it might be better to choose to pass the level now. But the old wolf shook his head after pondering. "I finally picked up my courage. How can I easily throw it away again?" He walked to the left. "I hope you can really lead us to kill all the alien insects in the forest." Zhu Shurjiu looked at the team of more than a dozen people, which was also within his expectations. If most of the 780-man team chose to continue killing insects, the alien insects would only hide and be unwilling to come out. But if there were more than a dozen people, the alien insects would be ready to move again. Facing the gazes of these people, Zhu Shurjiu just nodded and said 3 words. "Believe me." Zhu Shurjiu led the large army to the edge of the forest. As long as there is one test subject who has not passed the level, this class will not end. I have to go to other classes, and I can return to this forest to continue killing insects at night. If you think you can't hold on until then, you can choose to leave the forest at any time. But if you are willing to believe me, please keep holding on and wait for me to come back." What a cruel statement. Zhu Shurjiu's words made the remaining test subjects waver. This means that they have to stay in this forest for a day without Zhu Shurjiu, and they need to be on guard against the attacks of alien insects until Zhu Shurjiu returns at night. But Zhu Shurjiu's reason for leaving the forest now is extremely ridiculous. His class schedule conflicts with the class time, and he has to go to other classes. Zhu Shurjiu's overly honest confession made them smile bitterly. This dangerous course is just a course for the students of the Black Soldiers organization. After recognizing this fact, they actually wanted to just ignore it and pass it directly. But Zhu Shurjiu said something meaningful to them. As long as the alien insect stock in this forest is cut off, there will be fewer courses and the danger will be greatly reduced. This is the way to prevent the experimental subjects from participating in this experiment from the root. After hearing this, they all chose to stay. At the same time, they planted a seed of doubt in their hearts. This new commander seemed to be different from other black soldiers. Is it an illusion? Instructor Mo didn't know about the above conversations, except for the dozen or so experimental subjects left by Zhu Shurjiu. No one else knew, because the communicators on all the experimental subjects were destroyed. Because of this, the situation that Instructor Mo suspected before about whether he had the intention of rebellion did not happen. In Instructor Mo's eyes, Zhu Shizhou just wanted to show a perfect score in this class. As for how he persuaded these experimental subjects to stay, Instructor Mo was curious, but he had no chance to ask. Because Zhu Shizhou said after seeing Instructor Mo, "Instructor Mo, I apply for early leave. I have other classes to attend. I know you are shocked and feel incredible now. But don't waste time on me for all the questions. Please ask the minister. Your current authority is not enough to know more details." Instructor Mo? Zhu Shizhou's words directly confused Instructor Mo, who was full of excitement and confusion. Just when Instructor Mo was about to say something, Zhu Shizhou had already turned around and left, leaving a sentence by the way. Some of the experimental subjects have not left the forest. I will come back to continue to brush them in the evening. Keep them for me first. Don't say it is not in accordance with the procedures. If you have any questions, ask the director. Instructor Mo. Fuck. Who is the instructor between you and me? Why are you so arrogant? Chapter 267 Observation Training Class. Find the difference with real objects. Zhu Shizhou left the headquarters. Next, he needed to finish all the courses before the core basic courses of other departments were finished. This sounds like a fantasy, but in fact, Zhu Shizhou had already confirmed it through death rollback. The duration of each course at the same time is not the same. For example, the extreme training course that Zhu Shizhou had previously completed can theoretically be completed in 5 minutes. There is also a firearms use class, shooting 10 weakened alien insects. The shortest clearance time with a single gun is 1 minute and 2 seconds. If it is a double gun, the clearance time can be compressed to 40 seconds. In this way, there are 3 classes. The remaining courses that are held at the same time as the command class include Human Anatomy of the Logistics Department, Observation Training of the Reconnaissance Department, Will Training of the Armed Defense Department, and Advanced Psychology of the Support Department. They also solve the problem of time conflict by compressing the course time. Zhu Shizhou first went to the extreme training course of the Emergency Mobility Department, and spent 5 minutes performing a magical operation of closing eyes and pretending to be the sixth sense to dodge bullets, which refreshed another historical record of the Black Soldier Organization. When Instructor Zhao announced the end, Zhu Shizhou opened his eyes and saw Instructor Zhao's shocked expression. "Wait, you can't leave," Zhu Shizhou said directly. "Please contact the head of the command center, Instructor Zhao, not to mention the gun use class." Zhu Shizhou could finish the first stage of the course in 1 minute and 2 seconds with a single gun. But now he uses 2 guns in the first stage. In the incredible eyes of Instructor Ma, he shot and killed 10 weakened alien insects with his left and right bows, while he used 40 seconds to finish the level. Other students were still struggling to kill the first alien insect. He didn't see Jiang Zhou, and it was obvious that Jiang Zhou had finished the course when he was in the command class. This class ends here for now. His ability to use firearms has already been demonstrated in the command class, so there is no need to worry that the Black Soldier Organization will not notice it. Tomorrow, he will advance this course to the 3rd stage in one go. Although I heard that you personally fought with 2 guns in the command class, it is still a bit surprising to actually see the scene. Zhu Shizhou has seen Instructor Ma's emotional expression countless times, so he doesn't care at this time. That's right. Zhu Shizhou's big move of breaking the historical record of 2 classes of command class extreme training class has spread to other instructors at a rapid speed. Because of Zhu Shizhou's words, go ask the head of the command department. Zhu Shizhou's words made Instructor Mo report to the head of the command department immediately. As a result, the head of the command department not only said nothing, but also seemed to understand Zhu Shizhou's intention directly. After Instructor Zhao also reported Zhu Shizhou's matter, he directly ordered all instructors to let Zhu Shizhou brush the class. The head of the command department did not have any explanation for Zhu Shizhou's amazing performance, but just said insufficient authority to the instructors. With the guarantee of the head of the command department, the instructors did not ask any more questions even if they were confused, just thinking that the head of the command department had a good idea of Zhu Shizhou's performance. But what they didn't know was that the head of the command center was also unsure. In the room, the head of the command center just sped up and watched the entire process of Zhu Shizhou's crazy command class. And she was stunned. She knew that Zhu Shizhou was recommended by Su Feng, And she also knew that Zhu Shizhou would definitely show extraordinary qualifications in the future. But she didn't expect Zhu Shizhou to be so awesome. Holding 2 guns, he personally went to the battlefield and killed almost all the alien insects in the alien insect forest. He hadn't finished yet, and he had to continue to kill them at night. It was obvious that he wanted to kill all the alien insects. More importantly, the number of alien insects killed by Zhu Shizhou alone reached 1/3 of the number killed by the entire team of 780 people. What a terrifying combat power. Nowadays, the world's strongest insect killing efficiency is only so high. Right? What's going on? He is the strongest in the world on the first day of joining the organization? Killing one with 1 shot is like killing a chicken, which is extremely easy. His command ability was not seen much. This command class seemed to be a stage for him to show his combat power, showing Zhu Shizhou's ability to the fullest. This is not enough. After she finished watching the video of the command class, Instructor Zhao of the Extreme Training class called again and uploaded a video of Zhu Shizhou closing his eyes to dodge bullets. Instructor Zhao also claimed that Zhu Shizhou suspected that he had broken the existing sixth sense theory and developed the sixth sense in advance. This is an explanation for Zhu Shizhou's killing spree in the command class, although this explanation is also very outrageous. However, Zhu Shizhou's continuous skipping of 2 courses made her realize Zhu Shizhou's intention. Zhu Shizhou chose all the courses not because he was arrogant or wanted to die, but because he really had the ability. So she directly contacted the instructors of each course and ordered no one to stop Zhu Shizhou from skipping courses. She wanted to see how far Zhu Shizhou could go. So in the firearms use class, Zhu Shizhou broke the record, firing 2 guns in 40 seconds. Now Zhu Shizhou is heading to the reconnaissance department and is about to take the observation training class. You're here? Instructor Tao, a woman about 30 years old, looked at Zhu Shizhou, who appeared in the room with her hands behind her back. Zhu Shizhou looked very busy. Instructor Tao had already been informed and knew that Zhu Shizhou wanted to cheat. She did not see Zhu Shizhou cheating in other courses. She only knew that Zhu Shizhou broke a record every time he cheated in a course. Just like a joke. This course was the observation training that she was responsible for. She did not believe that Zhu Shizhou could break her record in this course. The content of this course is... Instructor Tao shook her head in her heart while preparing to explain the content of the course. Let's talk about it in the classroom. But Zhu Shizhou did not waste any time with Instructor Tao and went straight into the classroom. He already knew the content of this course. It was nothing more than finding faults with the real objects. There were tables in this classroom, and on each table was a sealed box. Before opening the box, the students did not know what was inside. When Zhu Shizhou entered the classroom, dozens of students were standing in front of the table, holding fist-sized spheres in their left and right hands and observing and comparing them. After the comparison, they put the spheres back into the box and took out another sphere from the box for comparison. At the beginning of the course, you will get a box with 3 fist-sized spheres. The mass, volume, and shape of 2 of the spheres are extremely similar, with an error of no more than 1 in 100,000. The mass, volume, and shape of the other sphere are different from the other 2, with a difference of 1 in 1,000. All you need to do is find the one that is different from the other 2 spheres. Instructor Tao personally took Zhu Shizhou to a table in front of everyone. On the table was the box that Instructor Tao had said. Opening the box is considered the beginning. You have up to 1 hour to observe. But if you really spend that much time observing, you will definitely not be able to pass other courses. Any other questions? Zhu Shizhou replied, no problem. No problem? Instructor Tao raised his eyebrows. The first question other students asked after hearing about this rule was score. But Zhu Shizhou had no problem. Is he so confident? Instructor Tao laughed and said, don't underestimate this class. You may be able to break the historical record of other courses, but you definitely can't break the historical record of this class, because the historical record of the Black Soldier organization used to take the shortest time of 30 seconds. And this record has been greatly refreshed by Luo Sui today. She took 10 seconds. As Instructor Tao spoke, Zhu Shizhou had already opened the box. It's useless even if you have high combat power. This is a test of human observation ability. Don't think you can easily. This one. Suddenly, Zhu Shizhou interrupted Instructor Tao. Instructor Tao was surprised. But when he looked over, he found that Zhu Shizhou was pointing at one of them with an indifferent expression. This one is different from the other 2. The shape is slightly different from the other 2. Chapter 268, Highly Efficient Code. After hearing what Zhu Shizhou said, Instructor Tao was stunned. Zhu Shurjiu simply picked up the one that he already knew the answer to and said, "This one is different from the other two. The quality is the same, but the shape is slightly different. You can take it for testing now. I have to go to other courses, so I'll leave first." Wait. Wait for me. Instructor Tao quickly grabbed Zhu Shurjiu, who wanted to leave. Zhu Shurjiu thought to himself, "It's like this again. I don't know how many times it has happened. And it's like this every time." Instructor Tao was obviously very confident in Luo Sui. So even if he broke the record, Instructor Tao did not think Zhu Shurjiu could break the record, and insisted on holding him and not letting him leave. This process was enough to waste 2 minutes. Zhu Shurjiu, who was trying to speed up the time, naturally did not want to waste time on the cutscene. So he directly chose skip. "Instructor Tao, take it for testing yourself. If I made a mistake, I will continue to deduct the points. If I did not make a mistake, remember to update the record. I will not waste time waiting for you to test it. Goodbye." Instructor Tao failed to stop Zhu Shurjiu. Originally, she could have stopped him, but the head of the command center had said in advance not to stop Zhu Shurjiu from cheating. So she did not stop Zhu Shurjiu in the end. Instructor Tao really did not expect Zhu Shurjiu to give a positive answer a few seconds after opening the box. After Zhu Shurjiu left, Instructor Tao took the sphere for testing with half belief and half doubt. There is a simple testing device in the classroom that can produce the results in just 2 minutes. After the results came out, Instructor Tao opened his mouth slightly and looked at the results in shock. Correct. From the time Zhu Shurjiu entered the classroom to the time he opened the box, to the time he gave the answer, and then left the classroom, the whole process took less than a minute. Zhu Shurjiu was just like he was just taking a walk around their classroom. "Are you here to visit or to attend class?" She originally thought that Luo Sui was invincible among the new students, but she didn't expect that there was a new student with better observation than her. Zhu Shurjiu's confidence was not false. It only took him 5 seconds. Instructor Tao was confused. Today, after Luo Sui broke the record of the observation training class, Zhu Shurjiu successfully broke it in a shorter time. The other students in the classroom were even more confused. They saw Zhu Shurjiu come in from the front door, open the box, give the answer, and then go out from the back door. They observed a problem that they couldn't solve for almost a whole class. But Zhu Shurjiu solved it with just a glance. "Logistics department. You're here?" Instructor Zheng looked at Zhu Shurjiu, who walked into the classroom with a smile. Zhu Shurjiu nodded. Instructor Zheng said, "I've heard about your story. You may be able to break the record for other courses, but you definitely can't break the record for this course." Are the last person who said this was Instructor Tao, because Zhu Shurjiu broke the record so quickly. The news from Instructor Tao had not yet reached Instructor Zheng. Instructor Zheng was confident about his course for a reason. Because this course, Human Anatomy course, was a theoretical course. The students had to take a written test after the course. Zhu Shurjiu had never attended the course, so how could he pass the first course? Even if Zhu Shurjiu answered randomly and his accuracy was extremely low, it would not be considered a record even if he answered the questions quickly. Instructor Zheng didn't think Zhu Shurjiu could break his record anyway, and it was hard for him to finish the questions within the specified time. However, he didn't know that. Just like the observation training class just now, this kind of course that didn't require hands-on work but only required answering the correct answers was not difficult for him. He had taken the observation training class at least 100 times, and could barely distinguish the subtle differences between the spheres. But in fact Zhu Shurjiu could have broken the record as early as the second class. The reason was simple. It was simply because Zhu Shurjiu knew the answer in advance. Now this Human Anatomy class is the same. Zhu Shurjiu spent 50 times skipping other classes to take this class, to ensure that he had thoroughly understood the content of the first class. Not only did he know every question on the entire paper in advance, but he also asked Instructor Zheng the correct answer to every question after the first class. The other students in the classroom were still struggling to figure out how to write, but he had already sat down with the correct answer in his head. Cheating openly, Fu Sidu was sitting in a corner of the classroom. After hearing Zhu Shurjiu's voice, he looked up and glanced at him. That's right. Fu Sidu was still struggling to answer the questions. He shook his head, thinking the same as Instructor Zheng. He didn't think Zhu Shurjiu could answer these questions that gave the students a headache when the class was almost over. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Zhu Shurjiu just sat down and picked up the pen and started answering questions like crazy. The sound of writing was particularly eye-catching in the classroom. Not only did instructor Zheng look at Zhu Shizhou, but all the other students also cast their eyes in the direction of the noise. As a result, they saw Zhu Shizhou, who was just turning the page of the test paper. Everyone. Is he drawing or writing? He finished a page of test questions before 2 minutes have passed? You should know that this class not only has a lot of questions, but also has high difficulty. There are no multiple choice questions at all. Even if you are a tentacle monster, you can't finish a page of test questions in 2 minutes. Therefore, they almost all concluded that Zhu Shizhou was just fooling around. Instructor Zheng shook his head. If he wanted to fool around, then what was the point of coming to this class? He didn't go down to see Zhu Shizhou's answering. 10 minutes later, while the students were still thinking hard, Zhu Shizhou stood up from his seat. Instructor Zheng said expressionlessly, "Do you want to hand in the paper?" "Yes." Zhu Shizhou walked straight towards Instructor Zheng with the test paper in his hand. Instructor Zheng said, "If you answer the questions randomly, no, you will know after reading it. So I won't waste my breath to explain." Instructor Zheng frowned slightly, took the test paper handed over by Zhu Shizhou, and just glanced at it. And suddenly his eyes widened. At this time, Zhu Shizhou had already walked to the door. "Huh? This is? Wait. You wait a moment before leaving." Zhu Shizhou still didn't turn his head back. "If you have any questions, contact the head of the command." Instructor Zheng reached out to pull Zhu Shizhou's hand but stopped. And Zhu Shizhou took this opportunity to leave the classroom and rush to the next class. After Zhu Shizhou left, Instructor Zheng looked at the content written by Zhu Shizhou on the test paper with a headache. Code text. This kid. No wonder he wrote so fast. Ciphertext. This kind of text is both a code and a language. The Black Soldier organization created ciphertext and made it an elective course, which must be because this kind of text has certain unique features. In Zhu Shizhou's opinion, the biggest advantage of this kind of text is its high expression efficiency. Simply put, the simple frequency of a single character of the ciphertext in the ciphertext system is substituted into the information entropy formula, and the information entropy result is 4 times that of Chinese. In other words, in terms of expression efficiency alone, the expression of the same paragraph of text in ciphertext is 4 times simpler than that in Chinese. At the same time, the meaning of ciphertext characters is more accurate. Unlike the fuzzy expression of most languages, the meaning of the combination of 2 characters in ciphertext is very clear. For example, in Chinese, everyone can understand the 4 words "I want to eat." But this sentence cannot accurately express the environment behind this sentence. Is it because you are hungry or greedy? Even the desire to eat not bad food that everyone can understand is also conveyed through fuzzy meaning. After all, no one means to eat bad food when they say this sentence. Furthermore, how much food should be eaten? Do you want to eat until you are full or just want to fill your stomach? The expression is too vague. Just using 4 words can no longer express a clearer meaning. If you want to be more precise, you can only use more and longer text descriptions. But if you use ciphertext to express this sentence, it will express more precise content with the same characters. With the same 4 characters, the ciphertext can express "I am hungry now, so I want to eat a meal that makes me feel delicious and is enough to fill my stomach." How long would it be if it were expressed in Chinese? The Black Soldier organization said that although Chinese is very efficient, it can be even better. When the ciphertext was first invented by a linguist from the logistics department, some people said that it would be better to use classical Chinese. In fact, although the expression efficiency of ancient classical Chinese is also very high, it is still a vague text. In many situations, the expression is more vague than modern Chinese, unless modern Chinese is used to give a more accurate definition of the expression of classical Chinese. But in this case, the problem will return to modern Chinese again. There is a view that ciphertext is more similar to internet language than classical Chinese. For example, the well-known expresses the meaning of "although I don't understand." I feel it's very powerful. There is no ambiguity, and it is precise. In addition to expressing this sentence, there is no other meaning. Many traditional idioms have multiple meanings with the evolution of the times. But this one does not. It accurately expresses a sentence in Chinese with only half of the characters. But even so, the ciphertext cannot be completely equated with this kind of network language, because this sentence is essentially just a simplified representation of Chinese. The ciphertext is a completely independent language system. The existing languages in society today are limited by human vocal organs and cannot express more meanings. There are too many homophones, and every language cannot get rid of this curse. However, the ciphertext is different. It relies on the hearing of the black soldiers. After the injection of the drug, the black soldiers can distinguish more subtle differences after their hearing is greatly improved. It is very likely that the same person will make several sounds of the same syllable. But in the ears of the black soldiers, they are very different pronunciations. In this way, the ciphertext's musical note library is greatly expanded. However, because of this, its difficulty can be imagined. In addition, the ciphertext is difficult to learn, and the language system is updated every year. It is estimated that there are less than 1,000 people in the entire Black Soldier organization who learn the ciphertext. Zhu Shizhou originally did not plan to learn it, but he found that if he did not learn it, he would not be able to answer the questions on the test paper in a short time anyway. So he could only force himself to learn. The test paper he handed to instructor Zheng was filled with coded text. Code text was a course that was originally scheduled to start this afternoon, and the instructor was instructor Zheng himself. Chapter 269, Number 498's Multiple Personality Disorder. Instructor Zheng didn't know how Zhu Shizhou learned the code word, but after seeing Zhu Shizhou's answers, he had to admit, all correct. Not only correct, but also exactly the same as the standard answer. If this set of questions was not designed by him, and not passed through anyone's hands, he would almost suspect that the questions were leaked. In short, the answers were very correct. He expected that the students of the same period could only answer 30 points. But Zhu Shizhou got full marks. And judging from his answering speed, he basically didn't think much about each question. Just glanced at it, and wrote down the answer. This guy. There is definitely something wrong. Instructor Zheng, who thought so, reported the matter, and then received a message from the head of the headquarters. Don't worry about him. You don't have the authority to know more details. A simple sentence suppressed all his doubts. Instructor Zheng felt terrified, because Zhu Shizhou is still breaking records. He is taking classes like crazy, and then breaking records. Is this guy the secret weapon cultivated by the organization? This is not right. Because Zhu Shizhou's behavior is not secret at all. He is high profile. As if he wants everyone to witness his legend. High profile to the extreme. Instructor Zheng's expression is changing. At this time, a student stood up with the test paper. Instructor, I handed in the test paper early. This student is Fu Sidu. He finished the whole test paper according to his own understanding. He himself has a doctorate in clinical medicine in the outside world. Although the so-called human anatomy class of the Black Soldier organization, it is completely different from the outside world. But there are many things that can be applied to other things. Instructor Zheng was still thinking about Zhu Shizhou, and he took Fu Sidu's paper and glanced at it. Although it has not been officially graded yet, it should be able to get a score of 80, which is already very high for a new student in his teaching history. Not bad. Instructor Zheng glanced at Fu Sidu and remembered him. Fu Sidu pushed his glasses. Then I'll go first. Wait. Instructor Zheng glanced at Fu Sidu. Did you choose ciphertext when you chose the course? Ciphertext? Fu Sidu had seen this course in the course of the logistics department. But, no. As far as I know, ciphertext can convey more efficient and accurate information in a short time on the ever-changing battlefield. But since few people have studied this course, it is not used in most cases and has low versatility. If I choose this course, it will not only waste my energy, but also be almost impossible to use. No. You also choose this course for me. Fu Sidu noticed what Instructor Zheng said. Also, he pushed his glasses and said reason? Instructor Zheng handed the test paper to Fu Sidu. Zhu Shizhou also knows ciphertext. Take the test paper just now for example. He wrote all of it in ciphertext. I can almost conclude that Zhu Shizhou will eventually become another legend in the Black Soldier organization. After that, ciphertext will inevitably rise because of him. I'm just giving you a suggestion. If you want to take advantage of his rise, I suggest you also choose ciphertext. But, the course selection day ended yesterday. It's just adding a student's name. No big deal. I'm the instructor. Fu Sidu thought for a moment, and nodded okay. Instructor Zheng was still solemn. The logistics department has not made much progress. Although they play a very important role in the entire organization, their status is actually low. If the ciphertext rises because of Zhu Shizhou, The status of the logistics department will also rise. Unfortunately, Zhu Shurjiu is from the command center, not only Fusidu. Instructor Zheng has made up his mind to let all the students under him try to choose the ciphertext course. And he will persuade as many as he can. Zhu Shurjiu didn't know that his behavior triggered a series of subsequent turmoil in the logistics department. He is now standing in a white room where the cutting-edge psychology course of the support department is taught. The instructor of the cutting-edge psychology course is a plain-looking instructor. And the students also have plain-looking faces. To be honest, when Zhu Shurjiu came to the white room, he thought he saw a clone army at first glance. How to describe this? These people look different, but very similar. From the instructor to the students, they all look alike. Rather than saying that he saw a clone army, it is better to say that he is more like suffering from face blindness. Obviously, other students could barely recognize them during the test assessment. But now he can't tell who is who at a glance. Zhu Shurjiu once asked the instructor this question after taking this course for the first time. The instructor's answer was that almost everyone who entered the support department needed to undergo facial adjustments, that is, the so-called plastic surgery. Why do this? The instructor once explained to Zhu Shurjiu. Everyone in our support department exists for support. And we are all ready to fill in after the death of other team members. Everyone is indispensable in the team against the alien Zerg. The players of all other departments are like screws tightly connected to a machine. And we are the spare universal screws. The death of other players often represents the beginning of a team's defeat. The team is in adversity. At this time, we need people from our support department to step up and perfectly replace the role of the dead teammate. Our support department does not only play against the wind, but only when the wind appears. Our support department is needed to play. In other cases, we play a similar support function to the emergency mobile department. In other words, after the team is killed by the alien Zerg, the support department needs to stand up and perfectly replace the dead teammate. The appearance of the common face is enough for them to replace anyone without feeling disobedient. Not only that, they also need to imitate the dead teammate as much as possible in terms of thinking, personality and decision-making when filling in, so that the precision-operated machine can continue to operate without any deviation. This sounds difficult. And in fact, it is really difficult. You have to know that the cooperation between teams is a result of a long period of training. Once the team is accustomed to the presence of a certain player, they will try their best to cooperate with each other in all aspects. If you replace him with someone else, no matter how strong the substitute is, there will inevitably be omissions in the cooperation with other players. A good support team member is not strong in ability, but in imitation. When necessary, they can become another person who is completely the same except for the appearance and body shape. The first stage of the advanced psychology course is to teach everyone the ability to simulate. By analyzing and simulating the psychology of others, you can gradually understand and then become someone from a psychological level. Zhu Shurjiu has known for countless times that the rival who hindered him from breaking the record in this course is none other than the all-round genius number 498 with an extremely ordinary face. Now he is not in this room because he has broken the historical record and passed the first stage of the course. Number 498's name is unknown, and his appearance is very neutral. It is said that he is a man. His appearance is forgotten after seeing it, and his presence is low. There is only one thing that is unusual. When he first joined the organization, his knowledge exceeded the total knowledge of all the new students. Zhu Shurjiu didn't know the reason before, until he went back to the game many times. He knew that it was not because number 498 was a genius, but because number 498 suffered from multiple personality disorder. There are too many personalities in his body. The Black Soldier organization knows that the number of his personalities has reached 132. Each of his personalities represents an ordinary person in a field, each with his own personality preferences and rich experiences that are enough to be mistaken for the real thing. The Black Soldier organization has been testing, but it has not yet tested the limit. It is only known that he can control the split personality independently and form the personality described by the intelligence in his body in a very short time based on the intelligence he has. Before the injection of the drug, he can only create an ordinary person's personality. But after the injection of the drug, theoretically he can simulate anyone in a very short time. In other words, if he is given a detailed intelligence of Zhu Shurjiu, he can become Zhu Shurjiu. Chapter 270 Pseudo-Simulation. Dialogue. The purpose of the first phase of the course is to let the students try their best to simulate the target intelligence you have, and then become the target from a psychological level. First, We will give you two pieces of intelligence. One piece of intelligence is the intelligence of the experimental subject, and the other piece is the intelligence of the target you need to simulate. You need to spend a certain amount of time to familiarize yourself with the two pieces of intelligence. If you think you have mastered them, you can apply for a test. The test content is to talk to the experimental subject who is familiar with the target through a microphone. Both of your voices will be processed by voice change. The experimental subjects don't know who you are, but we tell the experimental subject that one of the people talking to him is his real acquaintance, and the others are fake. The experimental subject will have his own subjective judgment. If the experimental subject thinks you are the real target after talking to you, he will give a true judgment. Otherwise, he will give a false judgment. If the experimental subject gives a true judgment, then it proves that your simulation result has successfully deceived the experimental subject, and you will pass this class. The instructor said confidently, I have heard about your story. You may be able to break the historical record of other courses, but you will definitely not be able to break the historical record of this class. Why do so many instructors like to say this? Zhu Shizhou's ears are almost calloused. In short, Zhu Shizhou got two pieces of information from the instructor. The two pieces of information together are about 20 pages long. Even if you want to read them all, it will take a long time, let alone complete them. Fortunately, Zhu Shizhou has not only read them many times, but also spent many times to simulate them, and adjusted himself by summarizing every mistake. Now he is quite familiar with this information. So Zhu Shizhou pretended to be able to read 10 lines at a glance and quickly flipped through the information, page after page. His action quickly attracted the attention of the instructor and other students. Are you reading carefully? The instructor was a little skeptical. Zhu Shizhou just turned to the last page at this time. He ignored the instructor's doubts and pretended to close his eyes after reading. In fact, he had already begun to adjust while flipping through. He needed to adjust his state to match the target information as soon as possible. The target to be simulated was a woman. The photo showed a 32-year-old woman with long hair, elegant and steady appearance, and gentle eyes. The information also described her experience from childhood to adulthood in great detail. She started learning piano and guzheng at the age of 7. Maintained excellent grades in her student life, had 3 relationships, and finally met the experimental subject on a blind date. From the beginning to the end, she didn't know that the experimental subject was a rebel against the Black Soldier organization, including the woman's habit, small habits and personality. All were visible at a glance. The experimental subject was a 33-year-old man who had been with the woman for about 5 years. They were familiar with each other's habits, but he thought his job was too dangerous, so he did not marry the woman. Before being arrested, the two were in a cohabiting relationship. It was probably in June this year that the experimental subject was arrested by the Black Soldier organization. Zhu Shizhou realized when he first received the 2 pieces of intelligence that the problem with this class was that he needed to master not only the intelligence of the target, but the intelligence of both the target and the experimental subject. To simulate psychology, one must not only simulate oneself as the target, but also be familiar with the psychological state of the experimental subject, including the experimental subject's perception and familiarity with the target, as well as the various emotional fluctuations that are expected to occur. If one cannot empathize with the experimental subject, it is useless. However, Zhu Shizhou has a greater advantage over others. That is, his emotions have not been erased. When emotions are not erased, he can borrow his own emotions to mobilize emotions, so that he can perform more freely. In addition, although he has not met the experimental subject yet, he has actually talked to him at least 70 times. In the 20th time, he was actually able to deceive the experimental subject, but failed to break the record of number 498. In the next 50 times, Zhu Shizhou was always wasting time, so he kept trying to find ways to shorten the conversation. After a series of adjustments, he had already memorized the script. I've finished reading it. Zhu Shizhou closed the intelligence and said to the instructor. The instructor shook his head inwardly. How could you pass the course if you read the information without thinking? But since Zhu Shizhou asked for the test, he couldn't be stopped. The instructor reminded him. Each experimental subject has been tested more than once, so they are wary of this test. You are actually late now. The difficulty is not as simple as you think. Zhu Shizhou just nodded. I know. The instructor stopped persuading him and waved his hand. A black soldier stood up and took Zhu Shizhou away. This is a room similar to a recording studio. There is a table, A chair and a microphone placed on the side. There is no one else. After Zhu Shurjiu entered the room, he consciously sat on the chair and adjusted the microphone. The black soldier did not disturb him, but turned and walked out of the room, closing the door to ensure that his test process would not be disturbed by other things. Zhu Shurjiu sat down and took a deep breath, and then his expression softened in an instant, like a gentle and elegant 32-year-old woman. He did not need to simulate. He just needed to perform. He pressed the switch of the microphone. The experimental subject sat in a room exactly the same as Zhu Shurjiu's room. There was also a table in front of him, and a microphone was placed on the table. When he heard the sound of the microphone being turned on from the loudspeaker, the experimental subject sneered. He had experienced 3 similar conversations. 20 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, and 5 minutes ago. Now there is another one. Do you really think he can't tell which is true and which is false? The Black Soldier Organization also said that as long as he can distinguish the real object, he and his object will be released. What a joke. He doesn't believe that the Black Soldier Organization will be so kind. However, although he didn't know why the Black Soldier Organization arranged this test and what they were up to, it was obvious that he would not let the Black Soldier Organization get what they wanted. However, strangely, the loudspeaker could hear the sound of the microphone on the other side being turned on, but no sound came out. Speak, the subject said puzzledly. The other side remained silent. The subject turned around and said to the black soldier next to him, "She's fake." He Bing ignored him, because the two sides had not started talking yet, and the subject's assertion was obviously a disruptive act. Seeing that He Bing did not make any move, the subject knew that he could not end this stupid conversation as soon as possible. So he sighed and said, "Tell me, how are you going to lie to me?" "To be honest, you can't lie to me, because I have been in love with her for 5 years, and I know everything about her. Not to mention that the sound was processed during the conversation. Even if you perfectly disguised your voice as her voice, I can still hear it." There was still a long silence. Just when the subject felt a little impatient, the other side finally spoke. "Ashung, why did you lie to me?" The voice trembled slightly, and there was a slight cry. The subject, named Ashung, was slightly stunned, and then smiled and said, "It's quite similar. But," the voice from the loudspeaker interrupted Ashung's words directly, "you didn't tell me anything about you. I looked for you for a long time after you disappeared, and even called the police. But I didn't expect that I had been kept in the dark." Ashung's heart was clenched. Although he didn't think the person opposite was his beloved Lingling, he did feel guilty about it. Suddenly, there was no news. Lingling must be anxious now, right? However, there was another possibility. Lingling was also arrested by the Black Soldier Organization. After all, he was a member of the Anti-Black Soldier Organization. So it was not surprising that the Black Soldier Organization would implicate his family. After all, there was a little doubt in his heart, which made him feel worse and a little worried. "Although I don't think you are Lingling. You can continue to talk and I will continue to listen." The other side smiled bitterly. I know you can't believe me. But, I'm sorry. I'm tired. What will happen to me after this? I don't know anything at all. Why do I have to suffer this kind of crime? Maybe it's all because I loved the wrong person 5 years ago." Ashung slammed the table angrily when he heard this. "Shut up. Lingling would never say such a thing. You shut up. Shut up. Are you really Ashung? You really become so strange. You are obviously a gentleman who never yelled at me. But now? Why did you become like this?" "Woo. I'm sorry. I really don't know. Who are you? Are you still the person I know in my memory?" Instantly, Ashung felt as if his heart was pierced by a knife. He even thought, if the person on the other side was really Lingling, what should he do? The words he said would hurt her. This conversation was obviously different from the previous 3 conversations. That is, emotional catharsis. In the first 3 conversations, he always felt that he was talking to an emotionless black soldier. But this time, the person talking to him was obviously much more vivid and lively, both in tone and voice fluctuation. Now the other party was sobbing softly, making him freeze in place. "Ashung, if there is an afterlife, I don't want to see you again." After she finished speaking, the microphone on the other side was turned off. "Wait!" Ashung had no time to stop him. "Damn it!" Ashung unilaterally pressed the switch of the microphone and said to the microphone, "If you are really Lingling, then tell me, What clothes were you wearing when I first met you 5 years ago? The loudspeaker remained silent. Is it over? Is the conversation over? Is the person on the other side listening? Answer me. As long as you can answer this question, I can judge whether you are hurt or not. Answer me. The loudspeaker remained silent for a long time in response to Ah Sheng. Ah Sheng sat on the chair in despair, looking at the green and red buttons on the left and right of the table. Green means true. Red means false. If you press false, what will happen to the person you are talking to? What if the person on the other side is really Lingling? Then, Chapter 271, Training of the Will to Endure Pain. Zhu Shurjiu knew that he could not give the experimental subject real time to think, because once he went into deep conversation, he would be exposed. Disguising as a woman was really too much for him. However, he knew how to force the experimental subject to make a choice in the shortest time, and also let the experimental subject judge him as real. He couldn't do the high-end operation like number 498. The strategies chosen by other students were to continue to have in-depth conversations and try to make the fake look real. But he was different. His goal from the beginning was to speed through the course in the shortest time. In fact, the experimental subject was still half believing and half doubting him, and was more inclined to believe that he was a fake. But so what? The students whose emotions were wiped out could not empathize with the emotion of love at all. They would not care how much entanglement the experimental subject had experienced in his heart. Even if there was a slight possibility, he had to try his best. This was the real thinking process of the experimental subject. As long as the subject is misled by the message, if you judge it as false, I will die, the subject will be forced to choose to judge it as true because he is unwilling to give up the possibility that the other person is likely to be his lover. This is also a tricky way to pass the level. He tried various methods to save time and finally determined a route. From turning on the microphone to communicate, to the subject pressing the green button. The total time is 3 minutes and 12 seconds. Can this pass? The instructor looked at Zhu Shurjiu, who walked out of the room, and was extremely surprised. Not only did he pass, but he also broke the record. The record set by number 498 was 3 minutes and 30 seconds. This is too much. The instructor felt his face burning with pain. He had said before that Zhu Shurjiu could not break the record, but he did not expect Zhu Shurjiu to turn around and give him a surprise. Even the support department ace number 498 that he identified himself could not stop the footsteps of this crazy newcomer. The whole process, the experimental subject was completely controlled, and was easily deceived by Zhu Shurjiu to choose to judge as true. It looked very easy, and not difficult at all. Zhu Shurjiu's style of passing the level was completely different from that of other new students who had passed the level so far, so that the instructor could not understand how Zhu Shurjiu operated at all. Only Zhu Shurjiu himself knew that if he changed the experimental subject, this trick would not work, and he would have to go back to the game to change the trick. This trick was always aimed at the experimental subject named Ah Sheng. Zhu Shurjiu tailored a set of dialogue combos for him. It was just that his record-breaking aura of brushing classes in succession made his record-breaking method look very high-end. In fact, it was worthless. The record was broken. Right? I'm going to the next class. Hey. Wait. The instructor obviously wanted to communicate with Zhu Shurjiu for a few more words. And even the way to retain him was similar to that of other instructors. But Zhu Shurjiu directly rejected the instructor's request with one sentence. If you have any questions, go to the head of the headquarters. I still have classes to attend. The head of the headquarters' phone was almost blown up. She was already very surprised after receiving the news from Instructor Tao of the Reconnaissance Department, and then received a report from Instructor Zheng of the Logistics Department. Zhu Shurjiu was still breaking records. Crazy record breaking. But she knew nothing, and could only use her authority to block the instructor's inquiries. Now she hadn't finished reading the test paper Zhu Shurjiu wrote in a coded document handed over by Instructor Zheng. And the instructor of the support department also called. Zhu Shurjiu. Break the record again. Right. I see. Anything else? Support department instructor. Nothing else. The command head rubbed his brows, feeling that he had been dealing with Zhu Shurjiu's affairs all morning. If there is nothing else, hang up. Send me the video of his record breaking. The command head hung up the phone, frowned, and looked through the phone. Su Feng's headshot was clearly visible in the address book. After hesitating for a long time, she did not contact Su Feng for the time being. If it was not necessary, she really didn't want to deal with this guy. Zhu Shurjiu is still breaking records. As time goes by, Zhu Shizhou's high-profile record-breaking behavior is gradually spreading in the training base. Many old students and instructors have begun to pay attention to the whereabouts of this strongest newcomer. Even many old students in the command center are still reporting the battle situation in the group. There are also students posting on the internet forum, shocked. The next legend of mankind is about to appear. Or will it surpass Su Feng? Just seeing this title, you can tell how obvious the poster's behavior is to get attention. But Zhu Shizhou's current performance is indeed better than Su Feng's back then. And this title is true to some extent. There are also posts such as the strongest newcomer appears. How many records can he break? Top secret video leaked. Little secrets about the strongest newcomer that you don't know shocked. 9,999 people don't know how he broke the record. You'll regret it if you don't watch it. After selecting all the courses, he said this. A woman named Sue revealed that she had a secret relationship with her strongest newcomer. A lot of these headline-grabbing posts are spreading at a very fast speed on the internet forum. The head of the command department felt quite a headache. The wave that was created now did not seem to be Su Feng's work at all. But Zhu Shizhou was clearly Su Feng's man. Anyway, she decided to test Su Feng after the end of today to see what Su Feng was thinking. Zhu Shizhou's mobile phone was shot up by himself during the command class. So he had no idea what was happening on the internet. In short, he was now standing at the will training class of the Armed Defense Department. There was 1 minute left before the end of the will training class. I've heard about your story. You may be able to break the historical record of other courses, but you will definitely not break the historical record of this class. It was a familiar word and familiar lines again. Zhu Shizhou even suspected that these instructors had colluded. He twitched his mouth twice and waved his hand lightly. Instructor Yang, stop talking nonsense and start. Why did Zhu Shizhou put the will training of the Armed Defense Department last among the 7 departments? The answer is that other courses are all about trying to speed through, while this will training class is about trying to persist for a longer time. The will training class is held in a room full of capsule-shaped cabins. When Zhu Shizhou came here, he didn't see any other students on the scene. In addition to the instructors, there were some expressionless medical staff in white standing in the room, who seemed to be ready to carry out first aid at any time. Zhu Shizhou, who must brush the will training course before each return, naturally knew that other students in this course were lying in the capsule-shaped cabin, receiving pain stimulation with increasing pain levels. The medical staff standing outside the field were there to provide first aid to the students, who could not hold on at any time. In the early society, many people divided pain into 12 levels, and labor pain stood out among the pains. But in fact, that refers to the pain that people can feel naturally. What if there is human intervention? The outside world has never conducted accurate tests on the human body due to the suppression of moral public opinion. But the Black Soldier organization has no taboos. They installed a pain stimulation device in the capsule-type cabin. By constantly stimulating the pain perception area of the human brain, they use bioelectricity to force people to stay awake and adjust the various indicators of the human body through the intelligent adjustment device of physiological conditions. In this way, the level of pain that people can feel can be infinitely raised. In addition, the students have all undergone drug transformation, so their physiological tolerance has also been greatly improved. And the pain they can bear will also be infinitely raised. In theory, the pain stimulation they can feel is enough to make them, a group of Black Soldier reserves, die of pain. Zhu Shizhou has to accept this kind of will training on pain tolerance. Chapter 272, Tingling, Tearing, Cutting, Splitting. Are you ready? Instructor Yang asked with a serious face, as if Zhu Shizhou was going to hell instead of a capsule. I want to remind you that pain will training is not something that ordinary people can do. I know. Zhu Shizhou interrupted Instructor Yang and moved his body in a place where Instructor Yang didn't notice. His hands were shaking slightly. This was a tremor from memory instinct. In countless replays, Zhu Shizhou tried this course over and over again, and naturally knew what kind of pain he would experience next, especially since he took the initiative to try it repeatedly. It was equivalent to actively accepting punishment. This kind of will to accept pain knowing that it would be painful violates the instinct of living things. At least Zhu Shizhou couldn't stop his body from shaking against the instinct of living things. Instructor Yang also noticed it at this time. Are you shaking? Zhu Shizhou had already prepared for this. I have been setting records for 6 courses in a row without stopping. I am just too tired. Open the cabin and let me lie down and have a good rest. Rest? Instructor Yang was speechless for a while. With a mechanical sound of puff, a capsule-shaped cabin in the corner of the classroom was opened. Zhu Shurjiu took a deep breath and walked over. Just when he was about to lie down, the hatch of the cabin on his left suddenly popped open, revealing a man with foam at the mouth, wide eyes and twitching all over. His muscles were tense. His facial veins were bulging, and 2 lines of eye-catching tears and blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. Zhu Shurjiu didn't pay attention to more details. In short, this man's body was obviously in a state of collapse because of the pain he had experienced. First aid. The white-coated medical team of the logistics department immediately swarmed up, took out the corresponding medicine from the medical bag, and stabbed the man's arm. But the man still had his eyes wide open, and his body not only did not relax at all, but also trembled and twitched more crazily. Many people think that dodging bullets in the emergency mobile department is the most dangerous course of all required courses. But in fact they are wrong. The seemingly safest armed defense department is the most dangerous. This danger is not reflected after the students graduate, but there are very few people who can successfully graduate from the armed defense department. Most people are either crazy or dead, and they can't graduate at all. Under the treatment of the medical team, the man said nothing, still clenched his teeth and sobbed, and a trace of panting leaked from his throat. Zhu Shurjiu even saw deep fear in this guy's eyes. Zhu Shurjiu knew that the pain generated in the capsule even made the man's brain break through the physiological limit of emotional erasure. Emotional erasure is not worth mentioning in the face of the constantly superimposed pain. The brain will frantically secrete various biological hormones to stimulate the body during pain, so as not to let the body fall into a state of pain numbness. This is also a corresponding protection mechanism of the human body. When the pain is superimposed to a certain extent, the body will automatically remove the emotional erasure. He also knew that some of the students present would even be directly defeated, and they would fall into a state of mental collapse after the will training. In the repeated rollbacks, Zhu Shurjiu gave up countless times. He had seen a lot. Of course, this does not mean that the willpower of these students, who held on to their mental breakdown, is stronger than his. His situation is naturally not the same as these people, because he knows that he has many opportunities to try, and he can take it step by step. He needs to hone his will in pain again and again, instead of breaking himself down all at once in order to pass the course. This is the meaning of this course. The students in the next cabin were carried away directly. Zhu Shurjiu watched the whole process expressionlessly, and then lay directly in the soft cabin sofa in a big shape. When the capsule cabin slowly closed, multiple shackles suddenly appeared on his hands and feet, and he was fixed to the cabin sofa in an instant. This is a blocking mechanism formed to prevent the students from subconsciously resisting after suffering pain. This blocking method only serves as an insurance function. With the biological paralysis agent in the cabin, it can theoretically block most of the black soldiers. Instructor Yang stood outside the cabin and stared at Zhu Shurjiu before finally speaking. I hope you can break the record. The record time is 1 hour and 10 minutes. And the pain level is 98. Zhu Shurjiu twitched his mouth twice after hearing what Instructor Yang said. As the cabin was completely closed, Zhu Shurjiu's eyes were completely dark, so he simply closed his eyes. Buzz buzz buzz. Zhu Shurjiu felt the vibration at first. The entire cabin was vibrating slightly, causing his muscles and bones to tremble slightly. It started. The first stage is vibration. If my body is still at the level of an ordinary person, I should be able to feel the tingling sensation caused by the slight vibration at this moment. The whole process lasted for just 1 minute. Zhu Shurjiu didn't feel anything because it was just an appetizer. The Black Soldier organization directly divides the pain level into 100 levels, and the tingling sensation caused by this vibration is level 1 pain. Not to mention the Black Soldier Reserve. Even ordinary people can sleep peacefully under this pain. After the vibration, it finally reached the tingling level. This is the second minute. The whole body seemed to be pierced by 10,000 needles, with tingling everywhere, and it was in waves, as if 10,000 needles were pierced in my body, and someone was constantly bouncing. It was almost a similar feeling, and this feeling was difficult to describe because it was not real pain. If it were an ordinary person who reached this level of pain, he would keep gasping for air. Level 3 pain is tearing pain, just like someone is tearing off your skin layer by layer with tweezers. This feeling does not occur in a certain place, but in a large area, and every part of the skin on the body can feel this pain. If level 2 pain comes in waves, then level 3 pain does not have pain, but continuous tearing pain. This feeling is enough to make ordinary people grit their teeth and scream in pain. Level 4 pain is secretly called knife-cutting feeling by Zhu Shurjiu. After many rollbacks, he divided and studied the various levels of pain he felt, and then found that it was from this pain that the pain began to penetrate deeper into the body. The first 3 levels of pain only stay at the epidermis stage of the human body, while the 4th level of pain extends to the flesh and blood under the human skin. In other words, the cabin simulates the pain that the flesh and blood under the human skin can feel, and it will only go deeper. The 4th level of pain made Zhu Shurjiu frown slightly. The body is fine, but the muscles begin to tighten up little by little. This is the most basic physical instinct. The feeling of knife cutting is like someone holding a knife and stabbing it into the body while constantly scratching it back and forth. This feeling is still all round. There is no single area that feels pain, but every inch and every millimeter of the body can feel this pain. Level 5. Split feeling. This feeling is also called primary split feeling by Zhu Shurjiu. That is, the body feels the illusion of being split. To be more precise, it is about to split but not yet split. From a subjective feeling, every muscle fiber in the body is split by an invisible force, splitting from the inside out. It's like the body is in a low pressure state outside. The air pressure inside the body is higher than the outside air pressure, so it expands from the inside of the body to the outside. The muscle fibers are torn by the swelling pain, and this pain is still rising. Level 6, called intermediate tearing feeling by Zhu Shurjiu, is what the outside world claims to be natural pain. The pain of childbirth. It seems that something is drilling out of every millimeter of muscle. Not only that, every part of the body seems to be full of sensitive points, fragile, and the pain of childbirth is evenly distributed to every pore of the body. Every pore seems to be giving birth. If it is an ordinary person with ordinary willpower, it should be so painful that shit and urine will flow at this point. Although Zhu Shurjiu's body was shaking violently, he could still bear it. At the same time, he still had the energy to hold his breath and wait for the next level of pain, which was beyond the ancient torture. The feeling of being torn apart by 5 horses. This was also called advanced feeling of tearing apart by Zhu Shurjiu. Level 7 pain. This is the real feeling of being torn apart by 5 horses. The punishment of being torn apart by 5 horses refers to the punishment of 5 horses pulling the head, hands and feet at the same time and tearing the whole person apart abruptly. And the feeling of tearing apart by 10,000 horses is the feeling of being torn apart by 10,000 horses. Under normal circumstances, humans cannot feel this level of pain at all, precisely because this pain exceeds the biological structure of humans. After all, humans do not have 10,000 limbs. Human willpower is much stronger than humans imagine. The Black Soldier organization created this pain and tested it, and found that ordinary people with excellent willpower can still withstand it. The ability to withstand here means yelling wildly and struggling continuously, since the body is not actually injured. If the willpower of the ordinary people being tested can persist to this point, they can actually still struggle vigorously. According to the test of the Black Soldier organization, the hormones secreted by the brain of ordinary people who have not been strengthened are not enough to cause their bodies to collapse. But starting from the 7th level of pain, it will have an irreversible impact on the human body. Once ordinary people who have been tested reach this pain limit, they will have various sequelae after the end. The most typical one is that the reaction becomes slow and the thinking ability is affected. So in order to prevent the students from being affected by the sequelae, starting from this level, the intelligent physiological activity adjustment equipment of the cabin will be activated. Release black technology to the students' brains to cluster brain waves, inhibit the secretion of hormones in the brain remotely, and prevent the brain from releasing excessive hormones. Zhu Shurjiu can feel that the crazy trembling of the brain is about to become abnormal, but it becomes stable again after a while. In other words, he was forcibly given the ability to think clearly in the infinitely superimposed pain. Chapter 273, Grinding Feeling, Dissolving Feeling, Infinite Climbing Pain. Level 24. The most devilish part of this kind of will training is not the infinite superposition of pain, because it is infinite on the surface. It is actually limited. The highest human record is level 98. There is also a level 99 in legend, but no one has ever reached it. Most normal black soldiers can reach level 95 when they graduate, and the pain level after that is just like that at best. The real devil of will training is that it can force people to stabilize their thinking, so as to keep a clear thinking state at all times. What is this concept? Forcing people to keep thinking means that people will feel the pain imposed on their bodies more clearly, And there will be no subjective vague sense of time passing. People will clearly recognize that every minute and every second is passing. And then, they will be forced to feel the pain carefully in this minute and every second. If you have run a marathon, you will know that when you feel pain in the first half, you will feel that every second is very long and full of torture. This is because people can still maintain the ability to think clearly at this time. But in the second half, people's minds will gradually wander. This is because the pain causes the human brain to automatically blur the sense of time passing, trying to deceive people's senses and reduce their pain. This is mental collapse. People will involuntarily give up all thinking in the intense pain, and cut off the rational logic of feeling pain from the thinking level. At this time, mental collapse is a rare happiness. At this moment, the intelligent adjustment mechanism in the cabin will always keep people in the first half of the marathon. The degree of time blurring makes the brain unable to blur the subjective sense of time. On the contrary, since the Black Soldiers Reserve have been injected with drugs, their mental agility is enough to allow them to think more than ordinary people in the same time. In other words, this is the real feeling of living every second like a year. Starting from the 7th level of pain, the Black Soldiers Reserve will always remain in a clear state of mind to meet the pain that continues to accumulate. The 8th level of pain is called vacuum cracking by Zhu Shurjiu. It's like the whole person is in outer space, and the cracking pain begins at the cellular level of the body. It's still the kind of pain that is about to crack, but it's clearer and more subtle than any previous cracking. This is no longer the pain that mortals can experience. And the top cracking is just like this. Zhu Shurjiu's body began to twitch. This is not a pain that can be supported by willpower alone. The human body will inevitably produce various physiological reactions due to this pain. Even an ordinary person with top willpower will inevitably be unable to control the body at this time. However, although it is incredible, it is still within the pain level that ordinary people can bear. This does not refer to the situation where there is no human intervention, but the pain level where ordinary people can still maintain signs of life under the condition of artificially forcibly maintaining the consciousness of ordinary people. Level 9 pain begins to extend to the inner part of the body. This stage is called crushing feeling by Zhu Shurjiu. Crushing. Every micron of the body is like being repeatedly crushed back and forth by a ruthless roller. Crushing is not enough. It has to continue to be crushed into pieces. The pieces are turned into powder, and every particle of powder is taken out and continue to be crushed. This is the extremely terrifying crushing feeling. From level 9 to level 11, Zhu Shurjiu experienced what he called primary crushing feeling. There are 3 levels of pain: intermediate grinding feeling and advanced grinding feeling. The 12th level is ultimate grinding feeling, which is no longer a pain that normal people can bear. According to the theory of the Black Soldier Organization, the limit of pain that ordinary people can bear is classified as 12 by them, which is the level that ordinary people with top willpower can't recover from the pain. If the pain continues to increase, without drug stimulation, ordinary people will lose consciousness directly, and intelligent adjustment equipment will be powerless. If the pain continues to increase in this case, ordinary people will directly become vegetative, fall into a state of brain death, and the body will quickly wither and collapse within a week. Even the most advanced drugs can't prevent this collapsed state, and can't keep the body active. The 13th level of pain has reached the pain level that only those who inject the drug can experience. From this time on, the real test begins. If the first 12 pain levels are uniformly classified as ordinary level, then starting from level 13, pain enters the Black Soldier Reserve level. And there are higher levels of Black Soldier level and Inhuman level above Black Soldier level. Of course, these are the names that Zhu Shurjiu privately calls these pain levels. The Black Soldier Organization simply divides these pains into 99 levels. Starting from level 13, Black Soldier Reserve level. Black soldiers with weaker willpower will be directly eliminated at this level. In other words, their bodies are forced to remove the emotional erasure restrictions. The pain of level 13 goes beyond the crushing feeling and starts to shift from the macroscopic to the microscopic. The pain at this level cannot be accurately expressed by the macroscopic pain. If Zhu Shurjiu were to describe it, this level of pain would be very similar to the blue light emitted by the end of the world, as if every cell is dissolved, while the consciousness remains clear. Levels 13 to 16 are the dissolving feeling. Crushing is not enough. Dissolving directly, after crushing the body into powder. Dissolving from the more subtle cellular level. This super-limited pain feeling has exceeded the biological limit of human beings, which means that human beings are destined to be unable to feel this level of pain. Logically speaking, this kind of pain cannot be felt by people at all. Just like a bottle of water can only hold 1 liter of water at most. If you continue to add water to it, the bottle of water can still only hold 1 liter at most. The pain that humans can feel is only level 12. How does the Black Soldier organization make people feel level 13 pain? Zhu Shurjiu once asked Instructor Yang why the Black Soldier organization could achieve such a level of superlimit pain. Instructor Yang's answer was to increase the sensitivity of the trainees to pain. The only way to make the human body feel superlimit pain under artificial intervention is to make the human body extremely sensitive to pain. Even a slight touch on the body will feel the extreme pain that will make people faint. This is the method of the Black Soldier organization. In this case, as long as a certain degree of pain is applied, the human body can feel the real devastating pain. Level 13 and above pain are all achieved by this method. Following the ultimate dissolution feeling of level 16, there will be microscopic particle level pain from level 17. This is a pain that cannot be described even if one's imagination is exhausted, because it is too painful. Ordinary people will die of pain if they can't even hold on for a microsecond. This can no longer be described in words. And this is just a mere level 17 pain. The pain that the capsule developed by the Black Soldier organization can inflict is level 99. This is a theoretically existing level of pain that no one has ever reached. What's more terrifying is that the capsule will still adjust the human body under this level of pain, allowing the students to still maintain a clear mind. In the classroom, Instructor Yang stared at the red number displayed outside the capsule where Zhu Shurjiu was lying, which showed that Zhu Shurjiu had reached level 23 pain. The body of the person who was injected with the drug cooperated with the intelligent adjustment equipment of the capsule, which was enough to keep the body of the tester stable. The pain was just a so-called illusion. So as long as the person's willpower was strong enough and the machine was not damaged, it could theoretically last until the end of time. However, the human body is a very magical thing, especially willpower. If a person cannot hold on and his willpower collapses, he can actually hypnotize himself and hypnotize himself to death. This is the so-called the body is still alive, but the heart is dead. In a more scientific way, it is the brain waves have stopped. The existing scientific theory cannot explain this phenomenon at all, but the Black Soldier organization can monitor it. Once a person's brain wave index drops sharply, it proves that the person's willpower has collapsed. The cabin will open the hatch as soon as possible, and the medical staff will immediately provide treatment. Instructor Yang stared at Zhu Shurjiu's cabin. After a while, Zhu Shurjiu's pain had reached level 24. Chapter 274. How far do you want to break the record? Zhu Shurjiu passed 6 courses in a row, and broke the record in every course. It was crazy. This move directly caused an uproar in the Black Soldier training base. Everyone was waiting for Zhu Shurjiu to break the record of the 7th course. In this way, he would definitely become the strongest and most potential Black Soldier reserve in history. Unprecedented and unrivaled. He would be superb at the beginning and unbeatable. The forum has been flooded with stories about Zhu Shurjiu. It is said that when Zhu Shurjiu became the strongest newcomer in the organization's test assessment at the beginning, most people didn't care. At most, the video was circulated within the training base. People curiously opened the video to watch it. And then it was over. There was no fluctuation in their hearts. After all, there are strongest newcomers every year. This year, there is just a newcomer who performed slightly better. It's no big deal. However, when Zhu Shurjiu selected all 40 courses, the waves finally began to rise. No one could have expected that someone would be so crazy. And he simply regarded himself as a god. How could anyone complete all the courses? When they heard the news, they all felt that this person was probably crazy. After asking around, it turned out that he was the strongest newcomer of this class. At this time, Zhu Shurjiu really got some attention. Not only did the students of the same class pay attention to him, but even the old students began to pay attention to this newcomer. The day after the course selection day ended, some old students were waiting to see how Zhu Shurjiu would solve the problem of time conflicts in the course schedule. But in the end, this guy still chose to take the command class at the command center. When they thought that this was probably the end, Zhu Shurjiu directly shocked their minds. He personally went down to the battlefield and killed through the alien insect forest. Not only that, he rushed to the emergency mobile department without stopping to break the record, rushed to the assault department to break the record, and went to the reconnaissance department for a walk, and also broke the record. He went to the logistics department to sit down, and still broke the record. When he came to the support department, He broke the record again in a few minutes. Zhu Sergio seemed to have slapped those who thought he could never beat all the courses with his actual actions, and then told them, "Your imagination limits your thinking. Are there any conflicts in the course schedule? Then end the course early. Not only end the course early, but also show you the record-breaking courses you have taken." Although Zhu Sergio did not really say so, he actually did it. He broke the record of 6 courses in a row, which caught the head of the command department off guard. After reading the uproar on the online forum in the training base, the head of the command department carefully studied Zhu Sergio's performance in the support department. Naturally, she could not see anything, because even as the head of the command department, she is not so omnipotent. She does not need to learn cutting-edge psychology to command the team to kill alien insects. The command and macro control does not need those at all. And the way to control subordinates only needs the most ordinary psychology. What she really wants to see is the abnormality of Zhu Sergio himself. Zhu Sergio shouting to the test subjects in the command class was very similar to the speech of the radicals represented by Su Feng, and also represented the extreme resistance consciousness of mankind. His fighting power was inhuman, and his expressiveness was quite explosive among the test subjects, who were comparable to black soldiers. His operation of dodging bullets with his eyes closed in the extreme training class refreshed the theoretical research of mankind's sixth sense. In the gun use class, he demonstrated the stable double gun flow shooting skills that ordinary people could never train. In the observation training class, he showed a subtle and terrifying observation. In the logistics department, he showed the basic skills of ciphertext. After seeing so much, the head of the command wanted to ask Zhu Sergio, "Didn't Su Feng teach you to be more low-key?" Zhu Sergio's familiarity with the course in every class showed a point. This guy has been trained strictly by Su Feng. It is unknown how long he has been secretly trained. Now this secret weapon has finally been trained to a complete form and released by Su Feng. Like a tiger out of a cage. An extremely excellent all-rounder is enough to break anyone's conventional cognition. So when Zhu Sergio went to the will training course of the Armed Defense Department, she did not stop him, because she thought Zhu Sergio would give her a satisfactory performance. However, a problem arose. He has persisted to the 24th level of pain. No. Now it is 25th level. This is what Instructor Yang of the Armed Defense Department told her. What? The commander frowned. Didn't you tell him that the record for new students is level 20? Instructor Yang smiled bitterly and said, I told him directly that the current human record is level 98. Are you crazy? The commander scolded. If he goes for this record, he will be completely stupid after the end. Don't you know what the person who persisted to the pain of level 98 turned out to be like? Instructor Yang stood in the classroom, smiling bitterly and holding his mobile phone to listen to the reprimand of the commander. Of course he knew. The black soldier who persisted to the pain of level 98 was directly useless after he came out. He became a walking corpse. He could walk, eat and excrete. But when doing these things, his brain waves were always maintained at an extremely low level, which was consistent with the brain wave value of instinctive behavior. In other words, he no longer has any thinking ability and is a living corpse. He only regards eating and excreting as instincts, and cannot produce stress behavior to any external stimuli. Even if someone stabbed a knife into his heart, he would stand there motionless as a target. Until now, this living corpse is still being kept by them, and scientists are still trying to awaken the consciousness of this person, who represents the strongest will of mankind. Instructor Yang did not tell Zhu Sergio this, but only told him that the will that humans can currently reach is level 98. He believed that as long as Zhu Sergio personally experienced pain, he would give up halfway, because level 98 is simply an unattainable goal and cannot be achieved at all. He even thought that Zhu Sergio might not even be able to break the record set by the rookie students. The record set by the rookie students is level 20, which is the first will training class when they first entered the Black Soldier organization. The rookie students reached the highest level of 20. And now, during his conversation with the head of the command center, Zhu Sergio has reached level 25. No, the number jumped up again. And now it is level 26. You know, as time goes by, the pain of each level is crushingly increasing compared to the previous level. The hatch has not been opened yet, and his willpower has surpassed every new black soldier reserve who has ever been tested. Instructor Yang really doesn't know how long he can last. The hatches around were opened one after another, and the white-coated medical team began to get busy. Some students were carried away, and some students stayed on the scene for treatment. But without exception, They all couldn't say a word after coming out. Those students who were successfully treated on the spot, after taking a break, lay back in the cabin again. Seeing that the instructor did not announce the end of the get out of class, they climbed back into the cabin again and tried to restart the test. Of course, they will not be given only one chance to try the test in one class. In fact, they can choose to give up in the cabin. The advantage of giving up is that they can remain rational and do what they can, and constantly improve their test scores. But this will take more time. Many students repeatedly brushed their scores, but in the end, they could only stay at level 15 pain. Some students reached level 18 pain, which was already very good. Now, in addition to Zhu Shurjio's level 26 pain, there is another person who insists on it. That student is taking the test for the second time. Before Zhu Shurjio came, he had already taken the second test in the cabin, and now the pain level is level 27. Both of their scores have surpassed the rookie record by a large margin, and the numbers displayed outside the cabins of the two people are still rising. Students who have come out, don't go in again, Instructor Yang said to the students who were lying in the cabin and preparing to continue to secretly brush their scores. Now the training course is over. Even if you take the test, you can't merge it into the results of the first class. When the students heard this, they knew that it was meaningless to continue to insist, and finally climbed out of the cabin. After coming out, their eyes were focused on the only two remaining cabins in the entire classroom. One of them was Zhu Shurjio, and the other was a student of the same period in their armed defense department. Zhu Shurjio was only one level behind that person, and the number that kept rising was chasing him. Instructor Yang smiled bitterly. To what extent are these two people going to break the record? Just as Instructor Yang was smiling bitterly, instructors from other departments appeared at the door of the classroom. They all came here after hearing the news, wanting to see this legendary all-rounder who broke the record in 6 subjects. As a result, they saw that it was no longer 6 records, but 7. The historical record for new students was level 20, and Zhu Shurjio has now reached level 26. He took 7 courses and broke 7 records. Is he really that perverted? No. There is another student who is also persisting. An instructor patted Instructor Yang on the shoulder and said, "Old Yang, your students are good this year. There is actually someone who can break the record with that kid." Instructor Yang shook his head and said, "I just hope that after the course is over, the woman in the command center will not skin me." Chapter 275. You still want to go to class? The whole classroom was silent. More and more people were watching, not to mention the old students standing outside to join in the fun. Almost all the instructors from other departments in the classroom were already there. All 7 departments started classes at the same time. So when the armed defense department was over, the courses of other departments were also over. So the other instructors, who had no classes, came to the armed defense department to watch Zhu Shurjio break the record, except Instructor Mo. Instructor Mo's course was the only one that had not ended among the 7 departments, because Zhu Shurjio ordered the experimental subjects to wait until he went back to the Zerg forest to continue to kill Zerg in the evening. So it was still in a delayed state. It was said that this was the request of the head of the command headquarters. The woman insisted that Instructor Mo wait until Zhu Shurjio went back to kill the class. In short, the new instructors from the 6 departments were all standing in this classroom. Wow! It's already level 52. An instructor swallowed his saliva and muttered to himself. Instructor Zhao muttered, "I knew this kid was not simple. He could develop his 6th sense in advance. His brain is definitely different from that of ordinary people. I suggested inviting him to the laboratory for research before. Unfortunately, the application was rejected by that woman." Instructor Moss stood with his arms folded and his back hunched, snorting coldly. "Nonsense. This kid will definitely become the trump card of the Black Soldier organization in the future. And he is also an all-rounder. Do you think that woman will agree? Alas, what a pity." Instructor Zhao wanted to say something, but at this moment, suddenly, everyone heard a puff. This is the sound of the hatch popping open. Who is it? There are only 2 cabins left in the classroom. Now one of the hatches popped up, and everyone's eyes instantly looked in the direction of the sound. Oh, it's the student who can compete with Zhu Shurjio. I don't know his name, but it's not Zhu Shurjio. The instructors were shocked at first, but when they saw that it was not Zhu Shurjio, they immediately lost interest. However, Instructor Yang and the white-coated medical team were not as calm as them. Instructor Yang immediately rushed to the cabin of the student. The student's body kept twitching, and he collapsed in the cabin. The surface of his skin was white as if he had been soaked in water for 3 days and 3 nights. This was because he was soaked in sweat. Sure enough, I knew that this guy would be the first to lose. The instructors discussed with interest. However, it is already beyond imagination. I was only level 19 when I took the first test. This student's willpower beats me back then. Level 53, too abnormal. If it were in previous years, it might shock a lot of people. But unfortunately, how did he run into this monster Zhu Shurjiu? TSK. It's rare for the Armed Defense Department to have a future ace. After the instructors discussed it, they saw that the number displayed on the outside of Zhu Shurjiu's cabin jumped to level 53. It's going to break the record. Poor unknown student. Just 1 minute after breaking the record, his record was tied by Zhu Shurjiu. The instructors sighed in their hearts, but also a little excited, because in this way, Zhu Shurjiu can definitely complete the feat of breaking the 7 course records, which is simply a miracle among miracles. What is a miracle? A miracle is something that is impossible to happen. This is called a miracle. Now Zhu Shurjiu's record-breaking behavior is something that is impossible to happen in their eyes. Level 54. Level 55. Level 56. Level 56. This terrifying number. Before Zhu Shurjiu started the test, they didn't even dare to think about it. Everyone was looking forward to the final number to stabilize. And just when the number jumped to 56, when the hatch was opened, Zhu Shurjiu's cabin finally moved. At this moment, the medical team of the logistics department had been ready. They rushed forward immediately, taking out the medicines and various medical equipment that had been prepared. When the hatch was opened, Zhu Shurjiu's body showed a similar reaction to the student who had collapsed at the beginning. Foaming at the mouth, eyes rolling back, the whole body twitching, muscles tense and unable to relax. This is still the most basic physiological reaction. He even stopped breathing involuntarily, holding his breath to the point of almost suffocating the whole person to death. The medical team of the logistics department knew that this was because the pain was too intense. So his body automatically triggered the mechanism of suppressing all physiological activities and suffocating. Suffocation is the most effective way to cause brain shock. And it is also the best solution to relieve all pain. After Zhu Shurjiu subconsciously judged this, he tried to put his body into a state of suffocation to get rid of the pain, but failed. Because the intelligent regulating equipment in the cabin has been adjusting Zhu Shurjiu's physiological condition. It will never allow the students in the cabin to avoid pain in this lazy way. So, after realizing that he could not avoid the pain, Zhu Shurjiu gave up. He could not hold on any longer, and his subjective will gave up continuing to persist. The moment he gave up, Zhu Shurjiu only felt that his willpower was like a tower whose foundation was instantly pulled out, and the whole person kept falling into the void. All the technological regulating means in the cabin could not keep his body's existing functions. This was a biological activity collapse phenomenon that science could not explain. And it came from the powerful psychological suggestion ability of human beings. His brainwave activity dropped off a cliff almost instantly. After the hatch was opened, Zhu Shurjiu could see the people in white clothes rushing to him with medical equipment, and all the people watching outside the cabin. He could also feel the pain after the needle pierced his body. But his brain had given up thinking. He refuses to understand, refuses to feel, and refuses to transmit all information to the depths of his brain. This is the medical report that the logistics medical team reported to everyone on the scene when Zhu Shurjiu was treated. In this way, he can't feel the pain. This is the best decision made by Zhu Shurjiu's brain on its own. As the situation was too critical, the medical team could only provide on-site treatment. If he was to be transferred, Zhu Shurjiu would surely die. Sedative. Powerful recovery agent. Inject 35L each. Zhu Shurjiu. Can you hear me? The pain is over. There is no need to resist. Do you hear me? Addicted. Infinitely addicted. It was as if he was in the deep sea 10,000 meters below, with an infinite sense of suffocation, and a huge pressure that seemed to have no limit. All his senses were madly oppressed from the outside world. There were also various super-limit pains inside his body, and he felt the pain beyond the limit every second. All of them came like a surging tide. This was the last scene Zhu Shurjiu could remember. Ha. Ha. Hiss. Ha. Zhu Shurjiu finally recovered his breath. He gasped for air, and the whole person suddenly shuddered. All consciousness was revived shortly after the treatment by the white-clothed team. Just now, he felt that his soul was pulled out of the whole world. To describe it, the whole world was gray and white. without any brilliance. And now, the world has become vivid again. And colors have refilled his brain. Everything has been restored. Fuck. Shaha. Shaha. It hurts so much. Zhu Shurjiu lay limply in the cabin, his chest rising and falling. And he murmured breathlessly. The white-clothed medical staff, who were giving him massage treatment, were stunned for a moment. Because Zhu Shurjiu was the only trainee he had seen who could still speak after coming out of the cabin. Other trainees were either too lazy to speak or were in so much pain that they couldn't recover the strength to speak. How could they be as sober as Zhu Shurjiu and curse? Zhu Shurjiu, how do you feel now? The white-clothed staff frowned and asked. It's terrible. It's unprecedentedly bad. Zhu Shurjiu answered with an ugly face. While the two were talking, his body had begun to show signs of recovery. This is the recovery effect of the powerful recovery agent. Being able to speak proves that you haven't reached your limit yet. But it's strange. Your hatch has clearly bounced open. The white-clothed staff was a little confused by Zhu Shurjiu's fluent answer. The hatch popped open, proving that this person's will must have entered the stage of collapse. After the will collapses, people need to go through a long period of recovery. This is clearly recorded in their past medical records. But now they see a very strange scene. Zhu Shurjiu cursed and tried to get up. Can the collapse of will recover so quickly? This obviously violates their treatment logic. All the other instructors, who were paying attention to Zhu Shurjiu in the classroom, were also stunned by Zhu Shurjiu's recovered spirit. Why are others like dead dogs after the test? But you recover in less than a minute or two? Zhu Shurjiu climbed up from the cabin tremblingly. Although his hands and feet were still weak, he took a step out. Don't talk nonsense. Help me up. I can still go to class. Fuck. Everyone was shocked by this. This guy. He still wants to go to class? Chapter 276, he doesn't remember at all. The second class is about to start. And I still have 33 classes to go. Help me up. Zhu Shurjiu saw that the medical staff didn't respond. So he urged again. Oh. The medical staff quickly reached out to help him. And he was still confused when he helped him. When Zhu Shurjiu was helped out of the cabin, he finally reacted and said, No. I suggest you take more rest now. Otherwise, Zhu Shurjiu asked back, Do you want me to miss 33 classes in one go? Will you help me make up the points I lost? The medical staff was speechless after being questioned. Who the hell told you to take so many courses? Isn't this pure madness? At this time, other instructors also came up. And Instructor Ma said, Boy, don't be so stubborn. I'm not stubborn. If there is any stimulant, I suggest you give me a shot. Stimulants? The instructors who heard this thought Zhu Shurjiu was really awesome. Many of them had experienced the will training course, so they naturally knew how terrifying this course was. They were amazed and admired Zhu Shurjiu's current performance. If this guy was in the same period as them, I'm afraid they would all regard Zhu Shurjiu as an idol. How did you do it? Instructor Zhao suddenly asked. To be honest, your current performance is very abnormal. I suspect there is something wrong with your brain. Bullshit. There is something wrong with your brain. Zhu Shurjiu directly responded with one sentence. The instructors only thought that Zhu Shurjiu's emotions broke through the limit of emotional erasure under the stimulation of pain, and didn't care about Zhu Shurjiu swearing. By the way, you are really good. Breaking the record again. Instructor Zheng smiled, and patted Zhu Shurjiu on the shoulder. Hiss. Zhu Shurjiu trembled subconsciously. But in the next second, he realized that his will training was over, and his body would not feel pain from such a pat on the shoulder. His body tensed for a moment, and then relaxed in the next second. Instructor Zheng retracted his hand, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Why do you suffer this? Other instructors also spoke up. If it were other students, they would not even look at him. But they really didn't want Zhu Shurjiu, a child of destiny who was destined to rise, to suffer any accidents before he grew up. Zhu Shurjiu naturally didn't explain too much to these instructors, but subconsciously said, Ask the head of the command department if you have any questions. She will tell you. Boy, don't use me as a shield. At this time, a female voice came, and Zhu Shurjiu looked at the head of the command department, who had appeared at the door of the classroom and had not seen him for more than a year. Appeared. Zhu Shurjiu muttered in his heart. Zhu Shurjiu had repeated the following conversation countless times, and it was so familiar to him. I have now ordered to suspend all your remaining courses. I just want to ask you, how sure are you that you can finish all the remaining courses? Zhu Shurjiu answered straightforwardly. 100%. The head of the command center stared at Zhu Shurjiu for a long time, then nodded. Okay. After that, she turned and left, leaving only one sentence. You still have half an hour to recover, and all courses will resume in half an hour. I hope you can really do it. The instructors were silent before the command headquarters came, but they were all amazed after she left. Boy, you actually managed to postpone all the classes by half an hour. The command headquarters really thinks highly of you. Zhu Shurjiu shook his head and said, It's no big deal. This is inevitable. If he wants to complete all the courses, he must leave the command headquarters and get her help. He just forced himself to go to class just to let the command headquarters stand up, so that he can have an extra half an hour of recovery time. Half an hour is enough for recovery. At this time, Instructor Yang finally left the new ace of the Armed Defense Department and came to Zhu Shurjiu. The student's situation is completely different from Zhu Shurjiu. Although the student received treatment, the situation is not optimistic, and he has not recovered until now. In fact, this is a normal phenomenon. Zhu Shurjiu does not look like he has received a level 56 pain stimulation. Your body is incredible. Instructor Yang came over and praised. Zhu Shurjiu lay back in the cabin, enjoying the royal service. The medical staff around him were trying their best to massage him, trying to restore his body to its best condition within half an hour. In fact, this kind of massage has no effect on the body, because the body has already reached its best condition. Massage actually has a psychological effect. After the body feels the massage, Zhu Shurjiu's mental collapse due to the pain will also recover. Zhu Shurjiu shook his head and said, To be honest, my body is very uncomfortable. If I had reached the physical fitness of a black soldier, I might have recovered faster. Instructor Yang also joked. If you had the body of a black soldier, you would probably be able to start taking other courses right now. Zhu Shurjiu squinted his eyes and said, But it really hurts. Level 56 pain is really unbearable. The feeling of suffocation and oppression as if you were in the deep sea is simply going to drive people crazy. But fortunately I held on. Hee hee. If not, how can it be called well training? Suddenly, Instructor Yang's words stopped abruptly. He stared at Zhu Shurjiu fiercely, and after a long while, he uttered a sentence. You just said, it's like the feeling of suffocation and oppression in the deep sea? Yes. Zhu Shurjiu closed his eyes and recalled it. Just recalling it, his body couldn't help shaking. Instructor Yang took a deep breath and asked slowly, Is this the level 56 pain you feel? Well, press harder over there. Thank you, yes. Is there any problem? Well, I understand. You should have a good rest. Instructor Yang turned around thoughtfully and prepared to leave the classroom, quickening his pace. The other instructors noticed something was wrong and quickly followed him. When they got outside the classroom, they saw a group of students watching. Instructor Ma drove away the old students who were watching the fun. Go away. Go back to where you came from. What's so good about this? A detailed documentary will be released later. Don't stand here like a monkey. Get out of here. The crowd dispersed. After the scene was cleared, Instructor Zhao couldn't wait to ask, What's wrong? Instructor Yang nodded, only feeling a little dry mouth and swallowed saliva. The infinite suffocation and oppression of being in the deep sea should be about level 30 pain. Level 30? What does that mean? The instructors were all confused, because the number displayed on the outside of Zhu Shurjiu's cabin had reached level 56. Instructor Ma, who was outspoken, asked, What do you mean? The test cabin is broken? The number shows level 56. But in fact it can only give him level 30 pain? Instructor Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. No. Haven't you discovered it yet? The reason why Zhu Shurjiu recovered so quickly. If you have bullshit, just say it. Instructor Ma frowned. According to my guess, Instructor Yang's voice was a little trembling. He should have subjectively deleted all his memories of pain tests after level 30. As soon as this was said, the instructors were all dumbfounded. Instructor Yang smiled bitterly and said, I asked him about the pain just now because his recovery speed was too abnormal. So I wanted to confirm whether his mind was normal. But I didn't expect that there was still a problem. He felt that the most painful memory was only at the level of pain at level 30. And he didn't even mention the pain after that. In other words, the reason why he was able to hold on until level 56 before his willpower collapsed is probably because starting from level 30, his brain automatically deleted the memory above this level of pain every second. So when the cabin was opened, he still thought that the pain at level 56 was just an infinite feeling of suffocation and oppression. But that was actually because he didn't remember experiencing a more terrible pain than this. Chapter 277. The command class ends. After listening to Instructor Yang's words, all the instructors took a deep breath. Hack you. Are you serious? Instructor Ma immediately grabbed Instructor Yang by the collar. He glared at him. Because this kind of case has happened before. I know it very well, and reacted immediately. I'm sorry to tell you that this is true. Instructor Yang slapped Instructor Ma's hand away and said, people are good at blocking memories that they can't bear. Generally speaking, this kind of course allows students to exercise their willpower step by step, so that their willpower can match their brain's tolerance, and memories will not be lost due to pain. Although Zhu Shurjio's situation is rare, it does exist. His willpower is strong enough to support him to persist until the 56th level of pain. But his brain's tolerance is not that strong. It reaches the limit at level 30. This is a typical case of software exceeding hardware. Of course, this is just a theory, and I don't know if it is true. But this situation has occurred more than once. And it can be basically concluded that he deleted his memory voluntarily because of too much pain. Instructor Zhao stared at Instructor Yang coldly. Why didn't you stop him? He was the only one in the audience who only cared about Zhu Shurjio's brain. The other instructors were amazed by Zhu Shurjio's magical performance. But he was the only one who always cared about Zhu Shurjio's brain that broke the existing theory of the sixth sense. If there was something wrong with Zhu Shurjio's brain, it would be a great loss to humanity. He even wanted to kill Instructor Yang. Instructor Yang frowned. If it were you, wouldn't you want to see him create a miracle? And there was an order from the head of the command center not to stop him from cheating. And you want me to disobey it? Other instructors also had complaints. But after hearing what Instructor Yang said, they put themselves in his shoes and thought about it. And they should also let Zhu Shurjio continue to cheat. Instructor Zhao replied, the worst thing you should do is to remain indifferent when he breaks the record of the previous rookie students. If it were me, I would directly shut down the test chamber when his pain reaches level 20. He did something similar in the extreme training class. After confirming that Zhu Shurjio had a sixth sense, he immediately stopped the course. This was to protect Zhu Shurjio and prevent any accidents, such as a bullet accidentally hitting Zhu Shurjio's forehead. If he were in Instructor Yang's position, he would guarantee that he would never let Zhu Shurjio have any chance to increase his pain to level 56. What a bullshit record. Compared with this thing, Zhu Shurjio's brain is obviously much more precious. Instructor Yang said coldly. No matter how much potential he has, he is just a student. I just follow orders. You have no right to blame me. Damn. The people in the Armed Defense Department are stubborn. Instructor Zhao cursed in his heart. Okay. Stop arguing. Instructor Tao frowned and stopped the two men from arguing. Shouldn't we let the medical team check if there are any other problems with Zhu Shurjio's brain? Instructor Yang hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and then said, I suggest not to do this. Instructor Tao asked, why? Because the students who had this kind of memory deletion phenomenon before became crazy just by recalling it after receiving treatment from the medical team. You should understand. Right? This memory deletion phenomenon is the protection mechanism of the human brain. The brain determines that it cannot bear it. Once Zhu Shurjio accidentally regains his memory, he may collapse on the spot. After listening, Instructor Zhao couldn't help but sneer. What do you mean now? Let us help you hide this matter. Instructor Yang said seriously. At least hide it from Zhu Shurjio. I will submit a detailed report on this matter, and see how the organization reacts. Instructor Zhao sneered and said nothing, although he is very unhappy with Instructor Yang now. Instructor Yang, who belongs to the Armed Defense Department, attaches more importance to rules than instructors in other departments. Since there may be problems, this person will never avoid it. After the instructors agreed, they returned to the classroom and saw Zhu Shurjio receiving a white massage from the medical team. They all sighed in their hearts. A good child. His brain is actually problematic. Zhu Shurjio rested for about 20 minutes, and his body gradually recovered. The other instructors were not interested in staring at Zhu Shurjio while he was being massaged. And those who should have left within these 20 minutes all left. Ah, it's time to go to class. Zhu Shurjio asked the white-clothed medical team to stop massaging and stretch his body. To be honest, after so many replays, this training course was the most painful for him. Every time he was about to take this course, He felt like he was rushing to the execution ground on his own initiative. Now that this course has finally ended, a big stone in his heart has finally fallen. Even the head that had been thinking about the strategy to pass the level could not help but relax a lot. Zhu Shurjiu. Before Zhu Shurjiu left the classroom, Instructor Yang called him. Zhu Shurjiu turned around and saw Instructor Yang with a serious face. Instructor Yang said, "If you feel that you can't hold on, just give up. Don't force yourself." In response, Zhu Shurjiu replied, "If humans can't resist the alien insects, do we have to give up?" Instructor Yang was stunned. When he came to his senses again, Zhu Shurjiu had left. As time passed, the sky was getting darker. Zhu Shurjiu was still unstoppable. He broke one course after another as if he was playing around, breaking a record every time he took a course. And almost every class ended early. And then he broke the record casually, which was almost becoming Zhu Shurjiu's normal state. This kind of crazy behavior has almost made the trainees and instructors of the training base numb on the forum. So that later, everyone who saw posts related to Zhu Shurjiu would subconsciously think that this guy had broken some record again. Even when Zhu Shurjiu rushed to the class without stopping, the course instructor would greet him. "Hey, Zhu Shurjiu, are you here to break the record again?" Some old students, who have a lot of free time, will also go to the course to check who this newcomer, who broke all the records of 40 courses is. In short, the attention on Zhu Shurjiu was directly raised on the first day after joining the organization. Since most of the courses are electives, the course standards are not only lowered a lot, but also there are not many students taking them. So it is easier to break records. For Zhu Shurjiu, this was just a boring thing to prove himself. What others thought was crazy was just basic operation in his eyes. Amid the sound of 666, Zhu Shurjiu finally returned to the insect forest of the command class at 8:07 p.m. At the entrance of the insect forest, Instructor Mo stood there with his hands behind his back. "You are finally here, Instructor Mo. I am sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Instructor Mo shook his head and handed over a mobile phone. "This is what the minister asked me to give you. Don't destroy it this time." Zhu Shurjiu took the phone and checked it, then nodded and accepted it. He looked around. Not only Instructor Mo was waiting, but other students were also waiting. Why? Because Zhu Shurjiu, the guy, detained not only his own experimental subjects, but also the experimental subjects of other students. If the experimental subjects don't go into the forest, they won't be able to finish the get out of class, because the communicators were all destroyed. The students couldn't contact their own experimental subjects through the communicators at this stage. Instructor Mo didn't help them, but just told them if you want to communicate with the experimental subjects, then learn from Zhu Shurjiu and go into the forest to command in person. And then, no one did it. The gap between them and Zhu Shurjiu was visible to the naked eye, especially when they heard that Zhu Shurjiu broke the records of the course again and again. They didn't think they could do the same as Zhu Shurjiu. Even if the number of alien insects in the forest was reduced to only a dozen, they didn't dare to say that they could pass through the forest and forcibly take those experimental subjects out. The only one who could do this when he was still a rookie was Zhu Shurjiu. Now he is here. However, Zhu Shurjiu made a suggestion that once again surprised everyone. "Give me 3 guns." He said so. Instructor Mo, who had been waiting for a day, was full of complaints, but he was stunned when he heard this. "What? My limit is not 2 guns, but 3 guns. Give me 3 guns. I want to go in and kill all these alien insects." Instructor Mo opened his mouth and wanted to persuade him, but when he saw Zhu Shurjiu's serious look, he knew that this kid was going to do something shocking again. He smiled bitterly. How much do you have hidden?" Zhu Shurjiu shook his head. "Except for the 3-gun flow, there is really nothing left." Instructor Mo was half believing and half doubting, but finally asked the black soldier to give Zhu Shurjiu 3 guns. 1 in the left hand, 1 in the right hand, and 1 on his back. In the night, Zhu Shurjiu entered the forest alone under the gaze of a few students and Instructor Mo. There are 2 reasons why Zhu Shurjiu wanted to save this command class for the last. First, he had been too crazy before, and the remaining dozen Zergs would subconsciously escape, so he couldn't continue to kill them. Second, he had one last skill that he hadn't shown yet, which was 3-gun flow. The 2-gun flow was not his limit at all. In other words, he had not yet achieved the true perfection in his mind. As for keeping a trump card, hack the trump card. He himself is his own trump card. He wanted to play the most perfect evaluation now. He didn't waste any time and walked straight to the direction where Lao Lang and others were. As accurate as if he had turned on a radar. In fact, he did turn on a radar called Rewind. No one knew how he could accurately find the location of Lao Lang and others in a silent forest. Instructor Mo and others only knew that when they entered the teaching building and returned to the classroom. Zhu Shizhou in the picture had already reunited with Lao Lang and others. This is too fast. Instructor Mo complained again. On the screen, Zhu Shizhou stood in front of Lao Lang and others with 3 guns on his body. And his momentum was as deep as the abyss. Everyone. It's time to wrap up. Chapter 278. The organization seems to want to. Tonight is destined to be sleepless. Some people in the Black Soldier training base are witnessing Zhu Shizhou's legend, while others feel that it has nothing to do with them. Some people are unable to sleep because of the internal competition and start to train crazily. Some people are crazy and post water posts, rationally singing bad news about Zhu Shizhou, thinking that the early courses are too simple. If Zhu Shizhou continues to be so crazy, he will definitely be lost in the crowd in the later period. In short, Zhu Shizhou alone has attracted the attention of the entire Black Soldier base. His aura crushes all the students of the same period, shining like a superstar among them. In this crazy wave, the head of the command center dialed Su Feng's contact information. The phone rang twice and was quickly connected. Then, there was a silence. The head of the command center in the room was silent. And Su Feng on the other end of the phone was also silent. The air was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Neither of them spoke. And this silence lasted for 10 minutes. Finally, the commander finally gave in and said stiffly, "Su Feng, I haven't contacted you for a long time." Su Feng's voice remained unchanged. "What's the matter?" the commander said calmly. "Guess what it is." Su Feng didn't think it was a suspense and said directly, "Zhu Shizhou." Hee. It's about him. The commander sneered twice. Su Feng asked calmly, "What happened to him? Did he die?" The commander was speechless. "You trained your own chess piece. Don't you know his situation? He's not dead. Not only is he not dead, but he has also broken the record of 40 courses in a row. Don't try to pretend that you don't know. I want to ask, what do you want to do?" Su Feng seemed to be processing this sudden information as well. "Please repeat. How many records did he break?" 40. If I remember correctly, there are 40 courses in total. The command chief was puzzled by Su Feng's reaction and frowned. "You remember correctly. He broke all the course records?" Su Feng confirmed again. The command chief suddenly felt something was wrong. He had never seen this man so skeptical of the facts he heard. Su Feng had always maintained a 100% confident style, including the intelligence he handled and all the information his brain understood. He was confident that he would not have any deviation or misunderstanding about any intelligence. However, now, Su Feng repeatedly confirmed this fact. "It can be seen how unbelievable this fact is," the command chief asked. "Isn't he your man?" "No, he is my man, but I never instructed him to do such a thing, let alone expected him to do it to this extent." Su Feng's words confused the command chief. She originally wanted to know what this guy's intention was, but she didn't expect Su Feng to say that Zhu Shizhou's miraculous performance had nothing to do with him. Is this true or false? Su Feng is full of bad intentions, and she doesn't think it's that simple. There must be some information she doesn't know. She frowned and said, "Do you think I will believe it?" "You will," Su Feng said after a pause. "You trust me more than anyone else. I also believe that you will trust me more than anyone else." The head of the headquarters breathed heavily, then did not comment on it, and said coldly, "What do you want me to do? Protect him well. He is a human treasure who can bring miracles more than me. I will not say anything extra. But you just need to believe in me as always. If he can really fulfill his promise to me, then he will definitely be the key to changing the situation." After that, Su Feng hung up the phone. What inexplicable human treasure. Is it so exaggerated? The head of the headquarters was very unhappy with Su Feng's evasiveness, which was one of the reasons why she was always unwilling to deal with this guy. Su Feng seemed to be calculating everything, just like at the beginning, taking everything into account. It was difficult to guess the real intention of this man until later. The only thing that made her basically certain in this conversation was that Zhu Shizhou's breaking of 40 records was probably not what Su Feng expected. And one thing that was 99% certain was that even Su Feng was very concerned about Zhu Shizhou's growth. and even believed that Zhu Shizhou was enough to affect the situation. The head of the command center felt that there was a fog in front of him, and he couldn't see anything clearly. The lack of intelligence was too serious. It turned out that Zhu Shizhou was a player who didn't play by the rules. He killed all the Zerg stocks in the Zerg forest with a few experimental subjects, which directly led to the command class on the second day being unable to go on and urgently needed to be replenished. This was within everyone's expectations. But just when everyone was wondering whether Zhu Shizhou would blow through all the courses the next day like yesterday, Zhu Shizhou disappeared. To be precise, he disappeared from everyone's attention. But he was actually still in the training base. He skipped all the classes on the second day. He didn't go to any class and locked himself in the room. I don't know what he was doing. After class, Su Chan came to Zhu Shizhou's door and knocked on the door. Zhu Shizhou was the biggest guarantee for her survival, and she needed to make sure that Zhu Shizhou had no accidents. Brother Zhu, are you there? Brother Zhu. Su Chan knocked on the door and shouted expressionlessly in a sweet voice. A student walked out of the room after hearing the news, held the door, and looked at Su Chan, who had been knocking on the door. Hey, stop knocking. I knocked on the door all day today, and he didn't open it. This is an old student. That is, everyone's senior. What's wrong with him? Su Chan asked. The senior shook his head and said, since yesterday, this guy has been keeping the door closed after entering the room. I don't know what he is doing. Okay. Su Chan nodded, then turned around and went downstairs to find the dormitory manager of the headquarters student dormitory. What? Zhu Shizhou is in danger of death? The dormitory manager was shocked. Su Chan nodded. He started to feel uncomfortable after the will training course yesterday, and there was no news after entering the room last night. I have reason to suspect that his body is in danger, so I ask you to take out the spare access card to open the door. The dormitory manager immediately broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. You know, Zhu Shizhou is now the treasurer of the entire Black Soldier base. If this guy has any problems in the dormitory, everyone will have to peel off a layer of skin. So, no matter whether Su Chan is joking or has other purposes, he has the obligation to check it out. Let's go! The dormitory manager said nothing and went upstairs with the spare access card. Su Chan followed the dormitory manager and stayed with him until he opened the door. After opening the door, Su Chan rushed in. The dormitory manager followed him in. And then the two saw Zhu Shizhou lying on the bed covered with a small quilt and browsing his phone. For a moment, the three of them stared at each other in silence. After a while, Zhu Shizhou sighed helplessly. Can I still have some privacy? The dormitory manager laughed awkwardly. I'm sorry. It was this guy who insisted on coming in and said that you had a problem with your health. I'm just guessing. Not 100% confirmed. Su Chan explained lightly. Okay. Now you can see that there is nothing wrong with my health. Everything is fine. So please go back. The dormitory manager smiled awkwardly and left. But Su Chan stayed. Anything else? Zhu Shizhou asked while browsing his phone. Su Chan asked. Why didn't you go to class today? Zhu Shizhou said vaguely. I took a day of classes yesterday, and I'm too tired today. Su Chan was suspicious. Is it true? But you looked very relaxed when you broke the record. Not at all. Zhu Shizhou frowned and firmly denied it. Su Chan stared at Zhu Shizhou for a long time and remained silent. After a long silence in the room, Zhu Shizhou twitched his eyebrows twice, held his forehead, and sighed deeply. I'm telling you the truth. Don't tell anyone else. Su Chan raised her hand and swore solemnly. I swear, if I leak even a word, you will rake me to death. Amazing. Who the hell wants to do that to you? Don't talk nonsense. Zhu Shizhou shook his head quickly. This woman doesn't look like she's joking at all. It's really scary. So, what's going on? Zhu Shizhou hesitated and slowly uttered a sentence from his mouth. The organization seems to want to take my sperm. For a moment, there was a dead silence in the room. Chapter 279 Su Chan's Idea. After hearing what Zhu Shizhou said, Su Chan licked her lips and said, What did you say? Zhu Shizhou shook his phone and said, I got a message as soon as I got up this morning. The head of the command center notified me to find a time to remove my sperm cells. And the reason why I locked myself in the room was, on the one hand, because I wanted to take a day off. And on the other hand, because I didn't want my sperm cells to be taken away. Su Chan pondered and said, It's natural for the organization to want to do this. But It doesn't seem to be bad for you. Right? It's just one time. And it won't affect your body. What she didn't say was that it was originally scheduled that every student would have their reproductive cells removed once this month. And now Zhu Shurjiu just made the organization decide to move it forward because of his excellent performance. Why stop it? Zhu Shurjiu shook his head and said, "You won't understand. This guy has lost his emotions. And his concept of chastity is different from that of ordinary people. I really can't explain my complicated feelings to this guy." Su Chan pondered. Could it be that there are results that he has not analyzed rationally? Zhu Shurjiu was helpless. To be honest, he should not have been entangled in such a trivial matter. After all, in front of the lofty ideal of saving the world, such a trivial matter as having sperm cells taken away is not worth mentioning. If his emotions were wiped out, he would probably feel that it didn't matter. But it was still a bit awkward. He searched for this matter on the internet forum of the training base all day today and found that the Black Soldier organization was too strict. In order to ensure that the cells are indeed their own and that the cells have a qualified survival rate, the Black Soldier organization will arrange for someone to supervise and inspect on site. If the test shows that the amount is not enough, or the cell survival rate is insufficient, the organization will even ask the students to take it again. This is the most unbearable thing for Zhu Shurjiu. It would be fine if he just rushed alone, but he actually had to have someone watching. Not only did he have to have someone watching, but he also arranged for a video recording. Everything was no different from taking a test or taking a class, and everyone was treated equally. Zhu Shurjiu really couldn't accept it, so he had no choice but to lock himself in the room alone, trying to escape in this way. Of course, Zhu Shurjiu couldn't really tell Su Chanming this, but told Su Chan the whole process of sperm extraction that he had inquired about. I see. After listening, Su Chan nodded. Can you understand? I can probably understand. Although I am not a normal person now. I had the judgment of a normal person before I was emotionally wiped out. I guess if I had encountered this kind of thing before I was emotionally wiped out, I might have committed suicide out of shame and anger. You also know that you are not a normal person, Zhu Shurjiu secretly complained, and then said, so you know. Right? If I really did this, then after a period of time when my emotions recovered, I would definitely regret it. In order to avoid this result, I want to avoid the result of having my reproductive cells taken away. Go away. Don't say you saw me today. You can't avoid it. Su Chan said so. Zhu Shurjiu was silent. Since you want to avoid having your reproductive cells taken away, you must think of a way to avoid this. Su Chan said so. After listening to Su Chan's words, Zhu Shurjiu's eyes lit up. You have a way? Have you mentioned the refusal to the minister? Zhu Shurjiu shook his phone. This matter was originally told to me by the head of the command. I did mention the refusal to her, but she directly ignored my request. Su Chan said, what do you think is your biggest weapon now? Rewind. This was the first thought that came to Zhu Shurjiu's mind. But Su Chan couldn't be talking about this. He thought about it and said, maybe my talent? This kind of self-praise really made Zhu Shurjiu a little embarrassed. Yes, it's your talent. Your talent is the strongest level in the history of the Black Soldiers. No, it is the strongest level that has never appeared in human history. No one can be indifferent to your talent. Even the Black Soldiers organization did not force people to take you away and take away your reproductive cells at the first time, but asked you to act independently. It can be seen how tolerant the organization is to you. Su Chan, Zhu Shurjiu's #1 liquor, was so harsh that Zhu Shurjiu blushed a little. But he also knew that what this guy said was true. His talent is just that strong. So strong that even the Black Soldier organization dared not force it. Of course, the head of the command department might have been behind this. In ancient times, the emperor was used to control the princes. Why not follow the example of the ancient sages and use the talent to control the department? You mean? Zhu Shurjiu suddenly realized. He had thought of what Su Chan wanted to say, and at the same time thought of Jiang Zhou. Jiang Zhou's operation of changing departments combined with Su Chan's current reminder gave Zhu Shurjiu a way. That is, to apply for a change of department. If the head of the command department must take his reproductive cells, then he will ask to change to a department that will not force his reproductive cells. In this way, if the heads of various departments want him, they are likely to agree to his request. Or, he could go one step further and simply skip classes. If he threatens the organization by skipping classes, then the organization will have to weigh the pros and cons and consider the gains and losses of taking or not taking it. And the premise for this is that his own value must be greater than the value of his sperm cells. If the organization believes that sacrificing him can make more geniuses appear in the human race, then this trick will be useless. But if the organization believes that sacrificing him is not worth the loss, then his trick of using talent to control the department will work. In short, it is still necessary to show greater value. This is a double-edged sword. Showing greater value means that the organization will covet his reproductive cells more and more. But at the same time, it will also be afraid of him not cooperating. Su Chan's suggestion is very good. After thinking about it, Zhu Shizhou feels that this is indeed a feasible way. Su Chan continued. Actually, there is another way. Zhu Shizhou asked. There is another way? What? Tell me. Mating with me. Su Chan stared at Zhu Shizhou. The method I mentioned has 3 advantages. First, as long as you keep mating with me, you can claim that you have been in a state of being drained, and the organization will naturally not force you to deliver food. Second, the organization will consider the possibility that you may make me pregnant and give birth to offspring naturally. This expectation also matches the organization's wishes, so the organization will not stop you from mating with me. Third, as long as you mate with me enough times, the quality of your reproductive cells will decline. If the organization wants you to produce cells of the most perfect quality, it must give you a recovery period. You don't need to worry about this happening to you in the short term. Zhu Shizhou was stunned. What Su Chan said made so much sense that Zhu Shizhou also thought it was a good idea from a rational and logical point of view. However, this woman was trying to squeeze out his words. How could this woman be so fierce? Zhu Shizhou resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said, You make sense. But I refuse. The first way is enough for me, and the second way will affect my ability to reproduce. I can't ignore this risk. Really, forget it. Su Chan shook her head and stood up. Then you have a good rest. I'll leave first. Zhu Shizhou looked at Su Chan's back as she left, and couldn't help but say, Don't mess around. Don't worry. I'm just here to confirm your situation, and make sure you haven't been lured away by other women. I won't do anything that's not good for you. On the contrary, I will fully support you until you are completely conquered by me. After that, Su Chan left and closed the door for Zhu Shizhou. This woman. Zhu Shizhou shook his head and smiled bitterly. Su Chan was a very rational woman with clear goals. He felt that he was almost completely understood by this woman. Because of this, she was indeed very useful. Zhu Shizhou applied for a change of department. This news exploded like a bomb in the entire training base. Most people didn't know why Zhu Shizhou did this, but a few people heard about it, and the heads of various departments knew it clearly. This kid, simply because he didn't want his reproductive cells to be taken away, tried to escape from the headquarters. The head of the headquarters naturally wouldn't agree and rejected it directly. However, this gave the ministers of other departments hope to win over Zhu Shizhou. They had lamented more than once when Zhu Shizhou was tested before, saying that it would be great if this guy was from their department. But unfortunately, there was no chance. The command center was also the department that Zhu Shizhou chose himself, and they had no way to snatch Zhu Shizhou from that woman. But now, there is finally a little hope. Zhu Shizhou couldn't stand the removal of his reproductive cells, and a rift with the command center emerged. His first stop was the assault department. After he skipped classes for 1 day after breaking the record, he skipped the command class at the command center early in the morning of the 3rd day, and came to the firearms use class of the assault department. All the students stared at Zhu Shizhou, who came to their course, and Jiang Shou also came to Zhu Shizhou's side. I heard that you want to transfer to the assault department. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. To be precise, I submitted an application, but it was rejected. If you really change departments, then you must be the ace of the assault department. I have heard that you used 3 guns at the same time in the command class, and directly killed all the alien insects in the alien insect forest. At this point, Jiang Zhou did not have any special feelings. But rationally speaking, he did not think that he could do what Zhu Shizhou did. Zhu Shizhou said, It depends on whether the assault department is willing to accept me. At this time, Instructor Ma came to Zhu Shizhou. Ha! It's just taking reproductive cells, which is no big deal. Although I don't know why you don't want to be taken. Our director has a lot of ways to help you avoid it. It's hard to say about other departments, but our department can definitely help you. So, continue to skip the courses in the command department and come to our assault department with peace of mind. Chapter 280 Mysterious Attack at Night. Come to our support department. We can protect you. Come to our emergency mobile department. I can guarantee that no one will be able to do anything to your Jill. The reconnaissance department doesn't have to worry about anything being done to it. We still have some human rights here. The Armed Defense Department fully implements the organization's orders. Don't put your hopes on us. Logistics Department, The sperm bank is in the Logistics Department. It was the Research Institute of the Logistics Department that applied to take your reproductive cells for research. Oh, that's fine. Among several departments, the Armed Defense Department and the Logistics Department cannot be relied on. But whether it is the Assault Department, the Support Department, the Emergency Mobile Department, or the Reconnaissance Department, they all extended an olive branch to Zhu Shurjiu. They all want Zhu Shurjiu. After visiting several departments, Zhu Shurjiu also confirmed one thing. The reason why he was arranged to take his reproductive cells in advance was because the Logistics Department submitted an application to the organization, and it was approved by the head of the headquarters. The source of all evil is the Logistics Department, and they are full of research desires for his cells. It is said that the people in the Logistics Department also want to apply to occupy him for a period of time and squeeze him out of everything in a short period of time. With a powerful recovery agent, once he really falls into the hands of the Logistics Department, Zhu Shurjiu can't imagine what he will encounter. At the end of the day, Zhu Shurjiu has attended classes in 6 departments, but he has not reported to the headquarters. This made the head of the headquarters directly send Instructor Mo to talk to Zhu Shurjiu. The content of the conversation was nothing more than Instructor Mo constantly persuading Zhu Shurjiu to donate his reproductive cells for the future of mankind. But Zhu Shurjiu firmly refused and said that he would never do that anyway. And don't try to kidnap him with justice. Especially, he knew in his heart that he was just an ordinary person, and his reproductive cells were not as good as they imagined. This conversation naturally ended unpleasantly. Instructor Mo left Zhu Shurjiu's room with an unhappy expression. Is this the trouble of a genius? Zhu Shurjiu sat on the bed with a headache. Some people on the internet forum have already discussed his application for a change of department, and the discussion is quite intense. The discussants are all idle students who are in the emotional recovery period. Zhu Shurjiu really wants to confront them directly and let them spend their time on training instead of discussing. But unfortunately, every student's mobile phone is authenticated by real name, and he will be hated if he curses at people randomly. In this training base, coming over the network cable to beat people is not a joke, but a real thing. Therefore, in the face of overwhelming discussions, Zhu Shurjiu has always maintained a diving posture to read posts. Only reading but not replying. The discussion about him on the internet is getting more and more intense, and the popularity of posts related to him remains high. Some scolded him for not knowing the big picture. Some praised him as a backlash fighter. Some advised him not to go against the rules of the organization. And some warned him not to be confused by other departments, saying that the organization would soon force people to come to his house to take his essence. There were all kinds of messes, and after Zhu Shurjiu browsed for a while, he simply turned a blind eye and put his phone aside. Rules, evil rules. Zhu Shurjiu felt more and more that some rules in the Black Soldier organization were really twisted, especially the disregard for human rights, not to mention treating people as reproductive tools. If the organization really cultivated his children, what would the organization do with his children? Cultivate them into a black soldier machine that only knows how to execute tasks, has no other emotions, and has no other goals? Then be forced to continue on the road of saving the world, and finally die silently in the mouth of a certain alien insect? It seems that there is only one way for outstanding people. The better you are, the more your future is limited. Although he is not a sociologist, he always feels that if the future of mankind is like this, then such a future must be extremely dark. Alas, Zhu Shurjiu sighed while lying on the bed. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Zhu Shurjiu frowned. Su-chan? Is there something urgent? If there is something urgent, let's talk tomorrow. Knock, knock, knock. There was still a knock on the door. Huh? Zhu Shurjiu frowned and walked towards the door, thinking that it was already this time. Who would knock on his door? At this moment, it was late, and it was reasonable that no one would come to him at this time, although he thought of Su-chan first. But after calling out, the person outside the door did not respond, so he judged that it should not be Su-chan. Knock, knock, knock. Come! Stop knocking. Zhu Shurjiu walked over and pressed the door handle. Just as he was about to open it, he suddenly thought of the comments in the forum that warned him. Especially the posts that said the organization would come to his house to forcibly take him away and take away his reproductive cells. He immediately became alert. There was a door between him and the person opposite, and he held the door handle and was reluctant to open it. "Who is it?" he asked expressionlessly. Knock, knock, knock. There was still knocking on the door. This was really wrong. Zhu Shurjiu let go of the door handle and took 2 steps back. He also reached out and grabbed his throat. He used his fingers to pinch his throat to a state where he could barely breathe, which would ensure that he could return at the first time. Zhu Shurjiu stared at the door, held his breath, and said nothing. Finally, after a long time, the knocking stopped, just when Zhu Shurjiu was wondering if the person outside the door had left. Suddenly, the door was unlocked. "You still have the access card?" Zhu Shurjiu widened his eyes, rushed forward, and kicked the door when it was opened a crack. Bang! There was a loud noise from the door. However, at this moment, Zhu Shurjiu felt a huge force coming from his ankle. The person outside the door seemed to be attacking the door as well. This was a powerful force that Zhu Shurjiu could hardly resist. It was transmitted from the door to Zhu Shurjiu's leg that kicked the door, and rushed along his legs, while directly opening the door. Zhu Shurjiu lost his balance for a while, and had to flip backwards. When flipping, the door was shattered at once while it was banging. Wood chips flew all over the door. Fuck. Sure enough, the organization came to arrest me. They actually used such violent means? Is it necessary? Zhu Shurjiu cursed in his heart and looked at the door after landing. However, the moment he looked over, a huge fist directly occupied his entire sight and flew towards him. So fast. Fast and fierce. This punch came with a wave of air. He couldn't see who the owner of the fist was, because when he stood still and looked forward, the fist was already in front of him. There was no time for him to dodge or think. Zhu Shurjiu was shocked by the brutality of the organization, and at the same time tried to dodge the blow with his head tilted, not to completely avoid it, but to reduce the damage and let the fist hit some unimportant parts of his face. However, just as he tilted his head back, the fist also changed direction. Zhu Shurjiu was attacked suddenly, and his previous dodging had reached its limit. Now he could not dodge. This punch hit his face hard, just like a cannonball hitting him head-on. The first thing that came into contact with the fist was his nose, which shattered under the action of the fist. Then, after the fist shattered his nose, it was firmly embedded in his face. He even heard the sound of his facial bones being shattered by this cannonball-like fist. What's going on? At this moment, Zhu Shurjiu was shocked and in great pain. He was hit by this fist and flew backwards. He didn't have time to think or hesitate, as the severe pain spread to his head. The hand that had been pinching his neck suddenly exerted force. Chapter 281 Crazy Training. Who is it? Who is it? The familiar room in front of him. Zhu Shurjiu sat up in shock from the bed. At this moment, he still had a mobile phone in his hand. Last second, he was still boredly browsing the internet forum of the training base, which showed one by one about his crazy record-breaking class-taking behavior yesterday. Zhu Shurjiu touched his face, which was intact. This punch was so fierce that it didn't seem like he was coming to capture him alive, but more like he was going to beat him to death with one punch. Is this a black soldier sent by the organization to take his reproductive cells? Zhu Shurjiu was shocked and suspicious. The bridge of the nose was broken, and the facial bones on the front were not spared. If he hadn't undergone super strong will training, he would probably have fainted in a burst of pain. Fortunately, he committed suicide in time. Otherwise, he would not have the strength to commit suicide in the end if he continued to fight. Now Zhu Shurjiu has to figure out one thing, whether the other party is a sperm collector or something else. Because the last round ended so unexpectedly, Zhu Shurjiu couldn't even see the other person's face clearly. The only thing he could be sure of was that he was very strong. Black soldier level? No. I have already reached the intermediate level in the fighting skills course. A normal black soldier can't hit me so hard with one punch. Although there was an element of being caught off guard. That person is still stronger than an ordinary black soldier. Is it because I am too talented that the strongman sent by the organization didn't grasp the scale? Zhu Shurjiu also had such doubts. In short, he couldn't confirm whether this mysterious strongman was here to catch him. If you are not sure, just try again. Suddenly, he received a message on his mobile phone. This is the highest instruction from the head of the headquarters. After the decision of the organization, a notice is now issued to student Zhu Sergio. Please go to the sperm bank of the logistics department as soon as possible when you are free to collect sperm cells. You can arrange your time freely and cooperate with the organization to collect sperm. Note, to avoid delaying research, please ensure that you are in good physical condition. He still remembered that the last time he saw this message, he fell into a state of deep confusion, and then began to search the internet for things about sperm cells and inquire everywhere. The information obtained in the last week does not need to be repeated in this week. If I refused to cooperate in the last week and was attacked, then I should show a cooperative attitude in this week. If I am still attacked, it proves that the attack incident has little to do with the incident of collecting reproductive cells. It is confirmed that this route will be adopted in this week. After confirming it, Zhu Sergio replied to the head of the headquarters with a message received. From a rational and logical point of view, if he chooses to cooperate, then the head of the headquarters should not send people to force it. Or at the same time, since he could not ensure that he would not be attacked, he still had to prepare for the possible attack tomorrow night. When not in class, the Black Soldier Reserve students could not hold standard weapons such as firearms, and they could only use their own bodies. So the simplest way for Zhu Sergio was to exercise. Only by training himself to the highest level that he could reach tomorrow night would he be able to take or resist that punch, or go further to fight with the attacker. Thinking of this, Zhu Sergio went out. In the eyes of others, he was normal. He just finished 40 courses yesterday, but he was not tired today. He didn't give himself time to relax, but in fact, he had rested for a day. There is a training ground specially for the Black Soldier Reserve in the training base, and there are various training equipment that the outside world can't see at all. The training principle is similar. They all force the body to exert greater potential by squeezing the body. And then the body recovery period after the exercise stops is the strengthening period. The problem is that during this body recovery period, if the body is allowed to recover and strengthen on its own, the effect will be relatively limited. But if it is combined with various nutrients, the recovery will be twice the result with half the effort. The lowest level of nutrients is in the public canteen that everyone can go to in the Black Soldier training base. Zhu Sergio went to the canteen first and prepared to fill his stomach with some food as a reserve, since his return time is bound to the capital time, and the time in Illumination is 2 hours later than the capital time. That is to say, his return point in Illumination is 8 o'clock in the morning. Now I go out just in time for the new and old students to finish their breakfast. After entering the cafeteria, there are still students walking out of the cafeteria door one after another. So, I suspect that the strongest newcomer is actually a secret weapon cultivated by the organization. Otherwise, there is no reason for him to be so strong. In other words, he is actually the advanced version launched by the organization. The second generation Black Soldier? This is a very reasonable guess, but it is unfounded. I can only say that he has a problem. According to my analysis, he must have received a stronger version of the medicine, or simply undergone genetic adjustment. Gene adjustment? Well, this is exactly the direction the organization is researching, and it is indeed possible that they have already produced results. These students who came out of the cafeteria were just talking about Zhu Sergio, and they passed by Zhu Sergio himself. After a while, when Zhu Sergio entered the cafeteria, they stopped. One of the students looked back and saw only the last back of Zhu Sergio entering the cafeteria. What's wrong? I just seem to see a familiar figure. No, forget it. After entering the cafeteria, Zhu Sergio shook his head slightly speechlessly. He just went out and heard passers-by talking about him. They also suspected that he was the secret weapon of the organization, and even guessed that he had undergone genetic adjustment. If only it were true. After he entered the cafeteria, he went straight to the cafeteria's food window. The cafeteria here is not a manual cafeteria at all. Everything is self-service. As long as you put your mobile phone close to the food window, you can view the electronic menu. After selecting the desired dish, click on the phone to confirm, and the food will pop up from the food window within 1 minute. The food is free. These foods are all high-energy foods, which can be regarded as tonic foods in the outside world. A meal in the outside world may cost tens of thousands of yuan. But here it is free and unlimited. Eat as much as you want. The Black Soldier organization is least afraid of food shortages. But unlimited does not mean that students can eat casually, because these foods have the effect of nitrogen pump, which is a more advanced sports supplement. which will stimulate the students' bodies from all aspects to keep the students' bodies in an excited state for a long time. If they do not get enough exercise after eating, they may not even be able to sleep. Zhu Shurjiu ordered 4 buckets of food, 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish and 1 soup. That's right. The food in the cafeteria is measured in buckets. Not to mention the black soldiers. Even the students who are in the Black Soldier Reserve are all big eaters. And each of them can win the championship in any big eater competition in the outside world. In order to take care of the students' appetite, the cafeteria introduced bucket meals. The amount of each dish would make ordinary people feel sick. But this is just the normal appetite of the students. Zhu Shurjiu found a corner seat and sat down. And then started to eat heartily. While eating, few students paid attention to Zhu Shurjiu. At most, they felt that Zhu Shurjiu's figure was a little familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere. And no one came up to talk to him. This is normal, because he cheated on the class yesterday. And most of the information about him is still in text form. And the video has not been leaked. So many people have heard of him, but few people know him. After finishing a meal that was enough to fill a big stomach, Zhu Shurjiu threw the bucket into the automatic bucket washing pool and left the cafeteria. What is it like to spend all your time exercising? In the eyes of other students, this is probably pure brain palsy and stupid behavior. But this behavior is not the case for Zhu Shurjiu. Other students have classes to attend. And if they want to exercise, they can only exercise in their spare time. A person's energy is limited. And it is impossible to attend classes and exercise at the same time. Except for Zhu Shurjiu. After Zhu Shurjiu, this pervert finished all 40 courses. His progress in class far exceeded that of other students of the same period. The organization even expected that it would take about a month for students of the same period to barely catch up with Zhu Shurjiu's progress. Because of this, Zhu Shurjiu's behavior of skipping classes to exercise does not seem so stupid, but rather a very reasonable behavior of making full use of time resources. At the same time, this also means that Zhu Shurjiu can use the same time to develop physical fitness that crushes the students of the same period. As time goes by, the gap between his physical fitness and other students will only get bigger and bigger. Students may take a year to train their bodies to the physiological limit, but he may only need half a year or less. If the nutritional medicine is more advanced, he can completely compress the time to less than 3 months. And this is just a conservative estimate. Isn't the gap widened? Deadlift 1 ton weight 500 kg sit-ups, reclining weight 500 kg, leg press 500 kg, barbell, squat 500 kg, flat bench press, with 200 kg weight, straight arm butterfly machine chest press. All the weights are enough to shock the world and the outside world. But Zhu Shurjiu trained for a whole day. After a day of exercise, Zhu Shurjiu returned to the dormitory and fell asleep, allowing his body to recover overnight. The next day was the same. Get up. Eat. Exercise. Continue to eat. Continue to exercise. This process continued until the afternoon, when the internet began to spread that he was exercising crazily. He barely stopped and began to gather his strength to prepare for the attack that would come in the evening. In the room, Zhu Shurjiu sat on the bed with his eyes closed. His whole body was emitting heat that emitted white smoke. His red body was soaked with sweat, showing a reflective luster under the light, which set off his muscles with an extreme sense of power and beauty. If you look closely, you can see that his muscles are trembling faintly. He is constantly adjusting his muscle state, trying to make his muscles accumulate strength and be ready to fight the enemy at any time. This is the so-called warm-up before the battle. Chapter 282, Defeat Again. Knock. 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 The door was knocked. Zhu Shurjiu slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, staring at the door like lightning. He was originally sitting cross-legged on the bed, but in the next moment, his legs suddenly exerted force, and the whole person was supported by his legs like springs and flew up. And then he stretched his body in midair, spread his legs and landed steadily. The toes touched the ground, followed by the entire sole, lifting the weight with ease. Although Zhu Shurjiu's body mass was much larger than before, he did not make any sound when he landed, which meant that he had a strong control over his body. Knock. 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 The knock on the door continued to ring persistently. Zhu Shurjiu was unmoved and still stood quietly by the bed. His goal this week was not to defeat his opponent, but to see who his opponent was. If possible, it would be even better to be able to test the opponent's purpose. If he is sure that he will lose 100%, then he will not hesitate to commit suicide and return to the game. and will not give the opponent a chance to capture him alive. In short, he has made preparations. The person outside the door knocked for a while. It seems that he finally determined that Zhu Shizhou inside would not open the door. Just like the previous round, the door was unlocked with a beep. It is not difficult to get the access card. The difficult part is to get the access card from the dormitory manager and go to the door alone. In order to save Luo Suyi, Zhu Shizhou went to her dormitory to ask for the access card from the dormitory manager. And the dormitory manager accompanied him personally. When Su Chan applied to enter his room, the dormitory manager also accompanied him personally. This proves that ordinary students do not have the authority to get the access card alone to open other students' doors. Being able to get the dormitory manager's access card and come alone means that it is authorized by the organization. As for whether there will be any enemies sneaking into the Black Soldier training base, Zhu Shizhou has never even thought about this possibility, because this is the most unlikely thing to happen. If the Black Soldier training base can be sneaked into, it will. Then the Black Soldier organization has long been infiltrated by the enemy. At this moment, the door was slowly pushed open. Zhu Shizhou stood far away, staring at the door. But no one. Zhu Shizhou murmured, his muscles tense. Through the wide-open door, Zhu Shizhou could only see the empty corridor. Dead silence. If it were an ordinary student, he might have gone forward to check vigilantly. But Zhu Shizhou did not. He still stood there motionless. He knew that the attacker's combat power was not what he could deal with now, and he would not take the initiative to go up and seek death. Time passed by minute by minute. Zhu Shizhou was very patient, and it seemed that the person outside the door was even more patient and did not show up. Just when Zhu Shizhou thought he would be deadlocked with the other party for a whole night, suddenly, Zhu Shizhou heard a noise coming from behind him. It was coming from the window near the bed. He felt a chill on his back, and his hair stood on end. Even without a sixth sense, he could tell that danger was approaching from behind. He was now facing the door, with his back to the bed, and even to the window. The moment he heard the unusual noise from the window, there was a loud bang. The window suddenly made a shattering sound like an explosion, as a gust of cold wind forced its way into the room from outside. Zhu Shizhou reacted instantly and exerted force in his leg muscles. It's coming from behind? Zhu Shizhou didn't have time to turn around, but his body had already leaned forward, trying to dodge the attack. He could hear the sound of his fist piercing the air, and the loud noise of the attacker falling heavily to the ground. But he couldn't see the attacker. Zhu Shizhou used his legs to push forward. Thanks to 2 days of high intensity and terrifying training, he turned into a spring in a more extreme time and flung himself forward. The sound of breaking through the air from behind followed closely, fast and fierce, and the whistling sound did not hit the back of his head, but suddenly approached his back. Changed fists to legs. Zhu Shizhou judged the attacker's fighting method from the whistling direction and volume of the sound. Originally, the attacker wanted to attack the back of his head, but seeing that he immediately responded, he kicked him in the back. Until now, Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but want to complain. This is the 10th floor. Zhu Shizhou was hit hard on the back. The pain was so severe that he had difficulty breathing for a while. The force from his back penetrated his back muscles and shook his internal organs, making his throat sweet and spitting blood. Hack you. Zhu Shizhou twisted his waist in the air, and a powerful whip kick with the force of the rotation suddenly whipped behind him. As he turned around, his sight was finally able to focus on the attacker, who was in a defensive posture. It turned out to be a black soldier. The attacker was wearing a black soldier suit, a helmet, a mask, and a black soldier uniform. Zhu Shizhou could only see the exposed eyes that were as sharp as a knife, and the cold sight seemed to pierce Zhu Shizhou's pupils and shot straight at him, which was breathtaking. Zhu Shizhou's whip kick was blocked by the attacker with one hand. Zhu Shizhou even felt as if he had kicked an indestructible steel. There was a bang when he kicked the attacker's arm. At the same time, there was a sharp pain in his leg bone. So hard. Before Zhu Shizhou could complain, the attacker rushed forward with a fist like a cannonball, straight to his face. This move again. Zhu Shizhou endured the pain in his back and legs, tilted his head, and swung his left fist into the air. The attacker's fist changed direction in the air as Zhu Shizhou dodged. But at this time Zhu Shizhou's left fist had already accurately intercepted the attacker's changing direction, knocking his fist off the direction. The attacker's fist brushed Zhu Shizhou's cheek. But the next moment, the attacker relied on his strong muscle control to ignore inertia. and changed the fist that had brushed Zhu Shurjio's cheek into a palm, and slapped Zhu Shurjio's face. The burst in a very short distance should not have much power, especially when the force has been used up. Forcibly changing the fist into a palm should weaken the force by at least 90%. But now, Zhu Shurjio's head was slapped by this palm, and made a buzzing sound. Stars appeared in his eyes. He felt dizzy, and at the same time, a short dizziness hit his head. A short dizziness is undoubtedly fatal in a duel between masters. The attacker directly grabbed Zhu Shurjio's arm, who tried to resist. And with a slight twist and shake, Zhu Shurjio's left hand was directly dislocated and bit against the human body structure. In response, Zhu Shurjio just groaned, no longer hesitated, and kicked the attacker recklessly, while grabbing his throat with his right hand ready to go. The attacker didn't seem to expect Zhu Shurjio to grab his throat during the duel. He didn't understand what Zhu Shurjio wanted to do at all, and his movements were stuck for a moment. In the attacker's blank eyes, Zhu Shurjio kicked the attacker's arm used for defense, and his right hand suddenly tore his throat with force. Zhu Shurjio died. Damn! So strong? He sat on the bed and scratched his hair a little frantically. It's okay to encounter inexplicable enemies, but the two deaths were ruthlessly crushed. I can't figure out the enemy's intentions. I just know that he is a black soldier. But what's the Black Soldier organization suddenly going crazy? Zhu Shurjio really doesn't understand. If the attacker missed the first time, it would be fine. This time, he fought with the attacker for several rounds, and he can be sure that the attacker did not hold back, and every move was aimed at his vitals. If he didn't dodge, he would definitely be killed in one move. This can't be a failure, right? But it's not without gain. At least, he can make inferences based on the existing conditions. He clearly showed an attitude of cooperating with the reproductive cells. But the attack still happened, so the attacker should not have been sent to take his sperm. Other than that, there is no clue. Damn it. Come again! Chapter 283, Counterattack. The first time, Zhu Shurjio took a tough approach, but was hit in the face by a punch. The second time, he took a wait-and-see approach, but was attacked from the window. The third time, Zhu Shurjio thought, why must he stand there openly and wait for the attacker to attack him? He decided to attack the attacker in return. The attacker would never think that his actions would be known by Zhu Shurjio, and naturally, he would not think that he would be attacked. Zhu Shurjio was very annoyed after being crushed twice for no reason. This time, all of Zhu Shurjio's actions were exactly the same as in the previous round. But after returning to the room, he rolled the quilt on the bed into a human shape, stuffed some sundries inside, so that it looked like someone was sleeping inside, and turned off the lights in the room an hour in advance. After that, Zhu Shurjio adjusted the position of the closet to the bedside, stood in the closet, and quietly waited for the attacker to come. He was very patient. Not only did he undergo an inhuman will training course, but he also repeated the same experience for more than a year in one day. His endurance is beyond the reach of ordinary people. During the 1 hour he hid in the closet to prepare for the battle, he always maintained the same frequency of breathing rhythm, trying not to let his breath out. This is a skill in the martial arts course, called breath shielding. As we all know, when a person reaches the limit of the human body, the sixth sense will be born, and the sixth sense can detect the danger around, especially if someone is hiding around and preparing for a sneak attack. The sixth sense developer can completely detect the danger coming, but there is a way to circumvent the sixth sense warning. The essential principle of the sixth sense is actually the information processing of the brain. So as long as the breath is reduced to an extremely low level, there is a certain probability of deceiving it. This technique is used for humans, and has no effect on alien insects. Because of this, the fighting course is only an elective course among many elective courses. Zhu Shurjio originally regarded the fighting course as a temporarily unimportant course. He just brushed the fastest clearance history record of a new student step by step, and didn't care about it anymore. However, the two failures made him realize his shortcomings in fighting. After crazy training, he also studied fighting alone in the room, and began to summarize the mistakes he made in the previous battle, and began to design a movement table in advance. This time, the enemy was in the dark, and I was in the dark. Zhu Shurjio felt that he could at least fight the attacker on equal terms. During the long wait, Zhu Shurjio had adjusted his various physiological activities to the lowest state, until the knock on the door, which represented the arrival of danger, appeared again. His breath fluctuated slightly for a while. Knock, knock, knock. The damn knocking sound stopped after a while, and the attacker used the spare access card to open his door. There was a long silence. This time, Zhu Shizhou neither stood at the door to confront the attacker nor stood stupidly in the middle of the room waiting for the attacker to come. Therefore, if the attacker had a way to detect the situation in the room, he would think that he was just sleeping peacefully in bed. This time, the attacker came in directly from the door. Although the footsteps were very light, Zhu Shizhou still heard them with full concentration. The kind of shoes that made a slight friction sound on the carpet on the ground. The attacker did not choose to attack from the window. Zhu Shizhou was disappointed when he noticed this. If he had waited for the attacker to come to the door, the attacker would have opened the door directly, and then used the empty corridor to lure him, and then chose to sneak attack from the window. But now the attacker came in from the main door openly, as if he was not afraid of being seen by him. The attacker stood directly in front of the closet. He did not walk to the bed, but stood directly in front of the closet. Zhu Shizhou was confused. Through the gap in the closet, he could see the cold moonlight pouring in from the window. A black soldier looked at the closet with indifferent eyes, clenched his fist, and was about to punch the closet. Zhu Shizhou was speechless. What was going on? But the current situation did not allow him to think too much. He determined that the attacker knew he was in the closet, so he stopped hiding himself and chose to strike first. The closet template was smashed by his punch. The sawdust went straight to the black soldier's eyes. The eyes are the human body's weakness. No matter how the black soldier trained, he could not train his eyeballs to the point where they could resist the invasion of foreign objects. The eyes are still the most fragile organs of the human body, and only a small amount of force is needed to destroy the eyeballs. Therefore, the black soldier was threatened by the sawdust blown away by Zhu Shizhou's punch, and had to turn his head away. At the same time, the punch he was about to throw also paused. Zhu Shizhou did not waste this good opportunity. The He Bing took the initiative the previous 2 times, but this time, he took the initiative. He tore through the air with a whip kick and fiercely kicked He Bing's ribs. He Bing made an arm-blocking action similar to the previous round, but this was within Zhu Shizhou's expectations. His kick was just a feint. The next moment, he turned the whip kick into a stomping action, and suddenly burst out the momentum stored in his body in one breath. A punch went straight to He Bing's face. This time it was He Bing who faced the cannonball-like fist. His indifferent eyes changed slightly. While leaning back, one leg bounced up and kicked directly between Zhu Shizhou's legs. Besiege way to save Zhao. Zhu Shizhou was completely shocked. This ruthless and merciless kick almost proved that the other party was not a sperm collector at all. This kick seemed to not care whether he would be crippled by the kick. If he wanted to collect sperm, he would never be so brutal. Zhu Shizhou had no choice but to change direction forcibly. At the same time, in order to ensure that the opponent did not change direction temporarily, he changed direction a little more. The black soldier seized this opportunity, approached Zhu Shizhou in turn, and fought with Zhu Shizhou. He grabbed Zhu Shizhou's collar, and hit Zhu Shizhou's fist with another punch, which made Zhu Shizhou's arm numb. Zhu Shizhou felt that his arm was about to be shaken apart. In terms of physical fitness, Zhu Shizhou was completely defeated. Not only refers to physical strength, but also refers to reaction ability and on-the-spot coping ability. The black soldier forcibly reversed Zhu Shizhou's first-hand advantage, and an elbow hit Zhu Shizhou's face. Zhu Shizhou had no choice but to temporarily avoid the edge, tighten his legs, and the whole person flew towards the direction of the bed. In the air, he did not forget to kick the black soldier, using the power of the black soldier's elbow to speed up his flying speed. The black soldier rushed up, like a thorn in the bone, and reached out to touch the corner of his clothes. At this time, Zhu Shizhou had already grabbed the quilt on the bed and suddenly lifted it up. The quilt was lifted up by Zhu Shizhou and flew into the air, temporarily covering the air between him and the black soldier, blocking the black soldier's sight. "Wait! I surrender!" Zhu Shizhou shouted. But although he shouted so, he actually did not hesitate at all. He stretched his hand to his waist like lightning and took out a table knife. This was taken from the public canteen. The number of times he went to the canteen to eat means the number of table knives he took. The reason why he didn't take it out before was because he wanted to wait for a suitable time to attack. This suitable time refers to now. The side of both parties was blocked by a quilt. The black soldier thought that his fist was just a fist. But this was wrong. He now had a table knife between his fists. The quilt fell in the air, and the black soldier saw Zhu Shizhou's shoulder shrinking back. So he immediately judged that Zhu Shizhou wanted to punch. In the brief fight, he had already judged that his physical fitness was far superior to Zhu Shizhou's. So he did not hesitate to fight back. Before the quilt fell, the fists of both sides collided fiercely through the quilt. The sharp dinner knife pierced directly from the quilt and directly inserted into the black soldier's fist, cutting his hand muscles and leaving a wound that was enough to cut off half of his palm. It was the first time that the black soldier suffered a trauma, and he did not expect Zhu Shizhou to be well prepared. The knife was deeply inserted into the black soldier's fist, but the black soldier just frowned slightly, and he still hit Zhu Shizhou with his severed fist. Zhu Shizhou felt a sharp pain in his arm, and his bones broke under the heavy load. The whole arm was directly destroyed by this powerful punch. He had brushed all the medical courses, and now he didn't need to check it. He could judge with the knowledge in his head that his right arm was directly comminuted. "What are you doing here?" Zhu Shizhou retreated, drooping his right arm, and shouted. The black soldier also took this opportunity to grab the knife deeply inserted into his fist and pulled it out. The blood dyed the bed red, but He didn't care. "Are you a traitor to the organization? Ready to get rid of me, the brightest and most talented new star in history?" The black soldier didn't answer, but he didn't chase Zhu Shizhou immediately, because Zhu Shizhou's move of hiding a knife in his fist was so powerful that it cut his fist in half. If he had not received timely treatment, his fist would probably have been broken. He looked at Zhu Shizhou with twitching eyebrows. "You are good." The black soldier said so, holding a corner of the quilt with his left hand, and tore it like lightning. The quilt was torn off by him at a very fast speed, and a long strip of cloth was directly torn off. The black soldier stood in place and bandaged his fist with one hand, roughly tying it up several times as a temporary emergency treatment. Zhu Shizhou hesitated for a while, and did not take this opportunity to attack, because he saw that the black soldier actually intended to communicate with him. The premise for the two sides to communicate is that the strength of both sides can at least threaten each other. Zhu Shizhou had no ability to resist the first two times, and was completely crushed. Although he had the advantage of taking the initiative this time, he was still crushed. However, at least he caused the black soldier attacker enough injuries to destroy his fist. Because of this, Zhu Shizhou was qualified to communicate with him. Chapter 284. It was indeed the organization's arrangement. "Who are you? Why did you come here to attack me? How did you get the access card to my room? How did you know that I was hiding in the closet and preparing to attack you? What is your purpose? Why didn't the organization stop you?" Zhu Shizhou had a series of questions, and now he asked them all at once. As the questions were raised, more questions arose in his mind, and they were urgently needed to be answered. His right arm was drooping, and his entire arm was swollen. If you lifted his clothes, you would find that his flesh was full of bruises and blood, which turned black and purple over time. This was a situation that required emergency treatment. If he was not treated, his arm would definitely be disabled. But Zhu Shizhou seemed to be unaware of this, and kept asking questions. And in the eyes of the black soldiers, this was an act of maintaining courage in the face of extreme danger. Zhu Shizhou was willing to lose one of his arms to get his intelligence, and put the interests of intelligence above personal interests. The black soldier said, "That's enough. Want to know more? If so, follow me." After saying that, the black soldier actually ignored Zhu Shizhou, who was on full alert, and walked straight to the door. "Zhu Shizhou? What the hell is going on?" One of his arms was already shattered, and he had already made up his mind to start over. But the black soldier suddenly stopped fighting and inexplicably said to him, "If you want to know, follow me." Is this an attitude towards a victim of an attack? And why was he so confident that he would definitely follow? Zhu Shizhou touched the other table knives at his arms and sneered. After the black soldier attacker walked past him openly, he took out a table knife. He Bing snorted coldly. "No need to fight anymore. If you want to know, you might as well get treatment first." However, what he didn't expect was that Zhu Shizhou pointed the knife at himself this time and stabbed it into his throat, because the incident was too inexplicable and unpredictable. He Bing stretched out his hand to stop Zhu Shizhou at the first time, but he still failed to stop it. Zhu Shizhou not only cut his throat, but also slashed it wildly after cutting it, and cut several times in a row directly cut off the possibility of being treated. He Bing's outstretched hand froze. What's going on? In the dim room with only the moonlight outside the window as the light source, Zhu Shizhou drooped his arms and looked at the black soldier opposite. He Bing just pulled out the knife with his right hand, tore off the cloth strips of the quilt, and sloppily tied a few circles on his palm as an emergency treatment. After the treatment, he looked at Zhu Shizhou. He judged that the previous blow did not cripple Zhu Shizhou's arm. At most, it just shook Zhu Shizhou's arm so that he could not move immediately. That's all. But the problem now is that his fist was severely injured. If he doesn't get timely treatment, his hand will be disabled. How should I put it? Zhu Shizhou is not that strong. But he clearly doesn't know how he knew that he was going to attack him. But he was prepared early. Not only did he hide in the closet in advance, but he also prepared a table knife and disabled his fist. Obviously, his action was top secret, and there was no risk of leakage. How did Zhu Shizhou notice it and take precautions in advance? Tell me, why did you attack me? Zhu Shizhou said to He Bing. In the last week, He Bing said that if you want to know, you might as well go for treatment first, and then slowly understand after the treatment. This seems to be a good suggestion for Zhu Shizhou, who has a comminuted fracture, and He Bing, whose palm was cut off by a knife. But how can Zhu Shizhou continue? Confirming that the conditions for peace talks can be met as long as he is severely injured. Zhu Shizhou will not risk being in trouble to negotiate with the other party. So he repeated the operation of the last week. When he took out the knife and punched He Bing through the quilt, he was fully prepared. At the moment of the punch, he tried his best to adjust, and finally his arm was only paralyzed by a punch instead of a comminuted fracture. He Bing was hesitating. If he continued to fight, Zhu Shizhou would definitely be crushed. But the problem now was that Zhu Shizhou showed his threat and cut his palm in half in just a few moves. What would happen if he continued to fight? He Bing did not dare to guarantee that Zhu Shizhou had no other hidden means. Now he is at a disadvantage. If the time drags on a little longer, his hand will really be broken. He Bing knew that if he continued to fight, it might not be worth the loss. But his goal had been achieved. Zhu Shizhou's ability was indeed as rumored. Not only far beyond the same period, but also comparable to some old students. Fortunately, he had used all his strength from the beginning. Otherwise he might really have overturned, and now he has only overturned halfway. You are good, He Bing said lightly. That's enough. Want to know more? If you want to know, then follow me. Zhu Shizhou smiled coldly and took out a knife from his bosom. Do you want to continue fighting? If you do, you won't have any chance of winning. Blood was dripping from the black soldier's palm, but his words were full of 100% certainty. Zhu Shizhou just said lead the way. He held the knife not to continue fighting, nor for self-defense, but for suicide. Compared with tearing the throat with hands, it is obviously easier to commit suicide with a knife. And it is also a little easier. Even if the knife was taken away, he still had his left hand to tear the throat, which could be said to be a double insurance. The black soldier was silent for a while, confirmed that Zhu Shizhou had no intention of continuing to fight. So he led the way without saying anything. Zhu Shizhou's courage was obvious. In the absence of any intelligence, facing the dangerous trap that he might face, he chose to jump in without hesitation. And he looked confident that he would win, exuding the aura of a strong man, which made the black soldier's evaluation of Zhu Shizhou higher by 1 point. So, Zhu Shizhou held the dinner knife in his left hand, and walked 2 or 3 meters behind He Bing with his right hand drooping weakly beside him. It was now the bedtime for all the trainees. The He Bing training base did not allow the trainees to wander around outside late at night, and strictly stipulated the curfew time. Therefore, Zhu Shizhou and He Bing walked in the dormitory corridor without attracting anyone's attention, except the dormitory manager. When the two of them took the elevator downstairs in silence, they saw the dormitory manager sitting at the entrance window of the dormitory with his head propped up and yawning with a bored look on his face. Hey, have you dealt with it? Give me the access card. The dormitory manager saw He Bing and greeted him. Then he looked at He Bing's palm in surprise. Huh? Are you injured? Zhu Shizhou couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows when he saw this. Sure enough, this was arranged by the organization. Otherwise, He Bing would not have gotten the access card from the dormitory manager so openly. And the dormitory manager would not have greeted He Bing in front of him so openly. It's incomprehensible. What on earth is going on? Chapter 285 Join the elite team in advance. Zhu Shizhou was taken to the logistics department by the mysterious black soldier attacker. He came to the medical center where Zhu Shizhou had visited Luo Si before. Huh? How could he be so seriously injured? The doctor at the medical center was surprised after examining the black soldier's injuries. He glanced at Zhu Shizhou, who was standing next to him calmly with a knife in his hand, with a strange expression. "You did it?" Zhu Shizhou was speechless. He also saw that the doctor at the medical center also knew about the attack. Not only did he wait for them to come to the medical center during the night curfew, but he was also ready to perform surgery at any time. It seems that the current situation does not meet the doctor's psychological expectations. Zhu Shizhou thought of the cruel attacks that the black soldiers had done to him in the previous rounds, and asked in return, "Were you ready to perform surgery on me?" The doctor smiled awkwardly. "That was true originally, but it seems that it is not necessary now. I just checked your right arm roughly, and you just have a muscle strain. You just need to rest a little, and you don't even need to use special recovery agents." Zhu Shizhou wanted to curse. He originally thought that the mysterious black soldier attacker in the previous round should have killed him. After all, he would be disabled if he didn't die. But he was actually planning to send him here after he was disabled? What's the point of this? He didn't understand. The doctor cleaned the blood on the black soldier's palm, while suturing the black soldier's palm that was cut by the knife. He also gave the black soldier an injection of a strong recovery agent, bandaged the black soldier's palm with a bandage, and finally sprayed some unknown medicine on the bandage. No anesthesia was used during the whole process, and He Bing did not move. This level of pain was a minor problem for He Bing, no different from being bitten by a mosquito. After the doctor spent 10 minutes on the spot to complete the operation, he said to He Bing, "Don't exercise with this palm within a week. Otherwise the wound will rupture, and it will be quite troublesome." "Got it." He Bing nodded lightly, then stood up and took Zhu Shizhou away from the hospital again. To be honest, although Zhu Shizhou didn't know what the organization wanted to do, he had seen that the organization didn't want to kill him. The more likely purpose of He Bing attacking him was probably just to test him. To test his strength. If his strength was qualified, he would be taken to an unknown place like now. And if his strength was not qualified, maybe he would be beaten for nothing. And the injury was very serious. The black soldier led him all the way to the outskirts of the black soldier base. When they reached the gate, the guard of the Armed Defense Department stopped them and said, "Please show me your permit to go out." The black soldier took out a certificate from his arms with one hand and showed it to the guard. The guard swiped the certificate on his mobile phone and said, "Confirmed. Please report the mission password." The black soldier directly reported a string of numbers. "Correct. Please verify your iris and fingerprints, and make the corresponding registration." After a series of operations, the guard let the two pass. This was the first time that Zhu Shizhou knew that he had to go through such a complicated procedure to leave the training base. Not only did he need a permit to go out, but he also had to report the password to check his iris and fingerprints. He also had to fill out a form by hand for the registration procedure. Zhu Shizhou secretly glanced at the content of the form filled out by the black soldier, which said that the reason for going out was X-level mission. Generally speaking, after the trainees have studied in the training base for about half a year, they will start to deal with the tasks of the black soldier training base. The tasks in the training base are roughly divided into SD levels, which are the task levels on the surface, and are clearly recorded in the books on the bookshelf in the dormitory rooms of the black soldier trainees. As for the X-level tasks, Zhu Shizhou has never heard of them. X-level tasks? What level of tasks is this? Is it more dangerous than S-level? The black soldier, who had been silent all the time, finally stopped being silent when he heard Zhu Shizhou's question, and replied lightly, "X-level tasks refer to tasks with uncertain dangers, which may be more dangerous than S-level tasks, or simpler than D-level tasks. At the same time, many tasks with a high degree of confidentiality will also be classified as X-level tasks." "Then what about ours?" "It is a highly confidential X-level task." Zhu Shizhou was thoughtful. "There is also a curfew outside the training base, except for the patrol team of the Armed Defense Department that constantly patrols outside the streets." Zhu Shizhou did not see other ordinary residents on the island. He was led to a building. Zhu Shizhou suddenly felt that the building looked familiar. Then he found some fragments from his vague memory. This seemed to be the place where he and other students of the same period chose their departments. It was on one of the floors that he chose to join the headquarters and injected the drug. This time he went to a different floor from the last time. The two took the elevator up and finally stopped at the 28th floor. He Bing first took Zhu Shizhou to a small room. There was a table in the room. and on the table was a Haibing standard gas mask. Put it on, the black soldier said. Don't you need to wear the black soldier uniform? No. The black soldier uniform will be distributed to your dormitory room, and you can use it when you go on a mission. Now this mask is just to cover your identity. It's like this under normal circumstances, but at this time, I think your identity should be known to everyone, and it won't have any effect. So just wear it for the time being. Zhu Shurjiu was puzzled. Why is it so mysterious? He put on the mask while muttering. And then the black soldier took Zhu Shurjiu directly to a meeting room in the next room. The meeting room is a meeting room with an ordinary U-shaped conference table in the middle of the room, with a screen in front. There are about 20 seats in the meeting room. There is no one else in this meeting room at the moment. The black soldier took Zhu Shurjiu to the end of the U-shaped conference table and sat down. Now, let me explain to you what's going on. After being jealous for so long, are the dumplings finally served? Zhu Shurjiu nodded, but he never put down the knife in his hand. The black soldier didn't care and said to Zhu Shurjiu, first of all, the black soldiers under the Black Soldier organization are roughly divided into two categories. One is ordinary black soldiers, and the other is elite black soldiers. I am an elite black soldier. If nothing goes wrong, you will probably become an elite black soldier in the future if you continue to grow at the current momentum. Zhu Shurjiu nodded and said, as long as the organization doesn't do something crazy to me, it should be like what you said. This is a satire on the attack arranged by the organization. The black soldier's voice remained unchanged. You may find it inexplicable, but in fact, my attack on you today was just a test to test whether you have the qualifications to enter the elite team in advance. You are the most talented student our organization has ever seen. You have advanced the course learning progress to the intermediate stage in just one day. So the organization hereby approves you to contact the field mission in advance. You know, this is something that ordinary students can only contact after half a year. Zhu Shurjiu understood a little bit. It turned out that because he pushed the course too hard, he reached the standard for field missions in advance. All new students will be assigned to teams according to their performance within half a year. If they perform well, they will be admitted to the elite team in advance. If they perform averagely, they will have to wait until half a year later to join the ordinary team. Now you are half a year ahead of other ordinary students, and you have joined the elite team. But in fact, you may be excellent in other aspects, but your physical fitness is far inferior to that of the official black soldiers. In high-intensity combat, physical fitness is the most basic quality. So before recruiting you, the organization hesitated for a while, considering whether to include you in the elite team. In the end, the organization made a decision. That is, to test you. If your combat effectiveness reaches the standard of barely passing, then you will be recruited as an exception. Finally understood. Zhu Shurjiu suddenly realized. So, you tested me today, and finally determined that I barely passed, and recruited me into the team as an exception? Is this the answer to his attack? Just barely, Haibing said. In fact, your physical fitness is still very poor, even worse than mine. But you can hurt me, which is not bad. You should know that after half a year of study, ordinary students may not even be able to touch a corner of my clothes. What do you mean by worse than you? Are you weak? Zhu Shurjiu felt that Haibing was being modest. However, Haibing said, did you see the seats on the scene? A total of 20 people in the team, including you. 21 people. The position where you and I are sitting now is the last position in the team, which means that you and I are the weakest in the team. Zhu Shurjiu almost spit out saliva. You? The weakest? Yes. To be precise, I am not in a combat position in the team. I am a logistics staff. Zhu Shurjiu was shocked. He thought that he was beaten by this guy. And this guy is just a logistics staff. Is the strength of this team so terrifying? Zhu Shurjiu never thought it would be like this. Fortunately, Haibing explained, don't think that logistics personnel are weak. In fact, every elite member of every elite team serves as the captain in other ordinary teams. Zhu Shurjiu breathed a sigh of relief. I thought, you are so strong. When you serve as the captain in an ordinary team, you should be in a combat position. Right? Haibing sneered. No. Even in an ordinary team, I am still a logistics personnel. Zhu Shurjiu was surprised. Logistics personnel can also be captains? Haibing asked back. Who said that people from the logistics department can't be captains? Zhu Shurjiu was speechless. It seemed that he had indeed fallen into a misconception. He had always thought that people from the logistics department were the weakest. And in fact they were indeed the weakest. But who said that the weakest couldn't be captains? The standard for becoming a captain doesn't seem to be command ability. Bing ignored Zhu Shurjio's thoughts and continued. Now, we have to wait for others to come to this meeting room. There is nothing else to do. The main thing is to take you to meet your future teammates. After all, no matter who takes you out to do the mission in the future, it is possible that everyone has a different style. And you need to cultivate a tacit understanding of cooperation with them. Also, we shouldn't know each other's identities on the surface. As for you, you are too special. Although everyone knows who you are, they won't call you by your name. You need to register a code name for yourself. Chapter 286 Code, Prophet. Register a code? Zhu Shurjio asked. Just like the undead? The undead is the code of the strongest human being. Yes, the black soldier replied. The undead is his code. And the same code cannot be registered repeatedly. But after a black soldier dies, the code will be restored to use. Zhu Shurjio thought for a while. Then my code is the savior. The black soldier was speechless for a while. And then said, I tell you, the code name savior is not auspicious. Because this code has been used for a long time. And the user has died for who knows how many times. And it should still be in an occupied state. Which means that the owner of the code is not dead yet. And you can only use it after he dies. Good man. This code has been used for who knows how many times. And it can't be used now. Anyway, I don't know if all the code names are occupied. First, download an app called on your phone and register your code name in it. If the code name is registered, the system will automatically prompt you. Is it that simple? Zhu Shurjio wanted to complain. Bing taught Zhu Shurjio step by step to download a, which is a software called Elite Pest Control. When the software interface is opened, it is very simple and has all kinds of functions. It also has a variety of functions such as social mall, financial storage, and trading course teaching video submission. Zhu Shurjio didn't look at it carefully, but just browsed for a while and almost understood the operation method of this software. The specific rules will be studied later. Now he has to register a code name first. Some basic information does not need to be filled in at all. The mobile phone is linked to personal information. After downloading this it will be automatically filled in. Only the code name column is empty. If there is no code name, then you can only use the visitor privileges. That is, you can only watch, but not perform more operations. Zhu Shurjio tried several code names in succession, but was prompted the code name is already occupied, and the system asked him to change a code name. Until the end, Zhu Shurjio thought of his death rollback, and after thinking about it, he filled in a code name. No one uses this code name. The registration is successful. Zhu Shurjio said to himself. What code name? The black soldier next to him asked. Zhu Shurjio replied, Prophet. This is his code name. Prophet. Knowing things that haven't happened. Getting information one step ahead of the world in the death replay. And using practical actions to warn the world is a prophet. Bing repeated Zhu Shurjio's code name. And then said, My code name is Da Vinci. You can call me by this code name in the future. Da Vinci? Are there other codes, like Einstein and Tesla? Yes. Bing said. Code names are just codes. They don't have any meaning. If you want, you can even set your own code name to support your defense. There is no problem. Zhu Shurjio now feels the diversity of code names. But he still has a question. I have a question. Everyone uses code names. And everyone wears masks at the same time. So how can we tell who a certain code name is? Even if someone pretends to be you and appears in front of me, I probably can't tell. Da Vinci asked. What if I can't tell the difference? Zhu Shurjio was stunned. Then wouldn't it be a mess? Code names are just codes. They don't mean anything. Da Vinci repeated what he said before. Zhu Shurjio was still thinking about the meaning of this, when a voice suddenly came from the door of the conference room. This is to cut off the ties. A black soldier appeared at the door. And from the voice, it could be heard that it was a woman. The reason for using a code name is that the organization does not allow the black soldiers to instill meaningless meanings into their names. Names are meaningful. But code names, which can be used and inherited by everyone, are meaningless. Our elite team gathers together when there is a mission, and separates to lead other ordinary teams when there is no mission. There is no need to call each other by name. Nor do we need to know each other. No one can impersonate, because the mission will be issued to the software. The name Da Vinci has been used hundreds of times. If the user dies, he will die. No one will know that he died because of the mission. He died in obscurity. Code names are only useful in the elite Black Soldiers team. When they are in the ordinary team, they will directly use numbers to call teammates every time they perform a mission. In this case, the Black Soldiers can understand that the dead person is just a code name or a number, not someone they are familiar with. How about this explanation? Zhu Shurjiu looked at the woman. After the woman finished speaking, she introduced herself. Hello. The strongest newcomer. I am Thorn. I have sent you a friend request. Please approve it. Zhu Shurjiu checked his phone and found that someone named Thorn had sent him a friend request. After Zhu Shurjiu agreed, he searched for the code name Da Vinci in the friend request column and sent a friend request to Da Vinci. After completing these operations, Zhu Shurjiu asked, that is to say, if I die in a mission of the elite team, then other people will not know why I died. Thorn said, didn't you notice that you didn't go through the registration process when you left the training base? Zhu Shurjiu was stunned. As if it was true. The person who filled in the form was only Da Vinci. And he was taken out of the Black Soldier base like an unnecessary accessory. Before you officially graduate, all missions of the elite team are top secret. If you die in a mission when you are still a student, then, the woman said lightly, you will be declared dead in our organization's research. The organization will announce that in order to develop a stronger new generation of genetic drugs, the student Zhu Shurjiu was specially summoned as a special experimental subject. Later, due to an accident during the experiment, the student Zhu Shurjiu died. If you keep your body, the organization will study your body and give you a high-standard funeral ceremony after the study. If you unfortunately die without leaving any residue, you will not even have the chance to be buried. Zhu Shurjiu couldn't help but exclaimed, declare that I died in the research? Then the head of the headquarters notified me a few days ago to collect sperm. The sperm collection is probably true. And it is also a very useful excuse. At least once a month. If you die, then you can just claim that you died from sperm collection. This is fucking. People are dead. Can you save some face for me? Zhu Shurjiu's face turned black. However, the Black Soldier organization should not care. Because people are dead. So they can arrange it as they want. When Zhu Shurjiu was speechless, members of the elite team came to the conference room one after another. And each of them sent a friend request to Zhu Shurjiu. Zhu Shurjiu felt that what happened today was too outrageous. He became a member of the elite team in advance for no reason. And advanced the progress of other students by half a year. Today, it was really just getting to know each other. And there was nothing else. Zhu Shurjiu took advantage of the arrival of most of the elite team members to ask more questions. And his teammates gave corresponding answers to Zhu Shurjiu's questions. After meeting and adding friends with the future elite team members, everyone went back to their homes and left the conference room. Da Vinci took Zhu Shurjiu back to the training base and left. Zhu Shurjiu was in a trance. What happened today was far beyond his expectations. When he returned to the room, he saw a set of Black Soldier uniforms on his bed. There was a card on the Black Soldier uniform. Zhu Shurjiu picked up the card and saw a sentence written on the blank card. Go on a mission with me tomorrow. For details, please check tomorrow's mission details. The signature is Thorns. Chapter 287 Papua New Guinea. The next day, Zhu Shurjiu skipped classes again. But this time, no one at the training base knew where Zhu Shurjiu had gone. There were many people who speculated. Some speculated that Zhu Shurjiu was captured to extract sperm. Some speculated that the organization arranged researchers to study Zhu Shurjiu's body. And some speculated that Zhu Shurjiu simply gave up and locked himself in the room without going out. Many old students understood it in their hearts. But they did not speculate randomly on the internet. But kept silent. It can only be said that those who understand understand. And those who do not understand are useless. The interests involved are too great. And it is not good for the new students to know. The old students can only say that the water is deep. And the relevant information on the internet has been deleted. At this moment, Zhu Shurjiu has already boarded the submarine and left the island. The public lounge in the submarine is divided into 2 rows of seats, with a narrow aisle in the middle that can only accommodate 2 people at the same time. Fully armed Black soldiers sat in both rows of seats, fully equipped with guns, while Zhu Shurjiu sat silently at the end of one row of seats, holding a gun in his arms and scrolling through his phone. There are many videos posted by elite Black soldiers on the Elite Exterminator software. describing various problems that may occur in battles. Zhu Shizhou felt that he benefited a lot after scrolling through a few of them. So since he entered the submarine, he has been scrolling through videos silently. Even if the Captain Jing Thorn introduced him to the current black soldiers, he did not talk to these black soldiers, but sat alone at the end of the team and scrolled through videos alone. Some of the other black soldiers closed their eyes to rest. Some were in a daze. Some were playing with their phones. Some were chatting. And some were sitting upright and motionless. These black soldiers are all ordinary black soldiers. That is, black soldiers without any names. Only digital codes. In the whole team, only Captain Jingji and Zhu Shizhou have code names. The ordinary black soldiers do not know Zhu Shizhou's identity. But they know that Zhu Shizhou is a new member of the elite black soldiers. They will call Zhu Shizhou by the code name Prophet in the future. And Zhu Shizhou will call them by numbers. Hey, Prophet. At this time, a black soldier sitting next to Zhu Shizhou greeted Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou paused the video on A, turned his head, and glanced at the black soldier who greeted him. What's the matter? 03? 03 is the digital code of this black soldier, which is limited to this mission. It's nothing. I heard from the captain that you are a new elite black soldier? Zhu Shizhou did not answer. He felt that this sentence was nonsense. 03 said, I have a question. What are the conditions for promotion to elite black soldier? To be honest, I really want to be promoted to elite. But I have been stuck at the ordinary level for a long time. I still don't know what conditions I need to meet to be promoted successfully. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. Sorry. I don't know either. Because I am just a newbie. 03 paused. Newbie? Were you directly promoted to elite black soldier? Yes. Good guy. Then you should still be a student now? Yes. Were you secretly selected to become an elite black soldier because you are too far ahead of the students of the same period? Yes. At this time, 03 suddenly lowered his voice and asked, Are you Zhu Shizhou? Zhu Shizhou. He was very surprised. The box was open just now. 03 seeing Zhu Shizhou's reaction. He knew that he had guessed correctly. So he said proudly, It's too easy to guess. Because there are very few students who meet this situation. And you are a student who is in the limelight recently. So as soon as you admit that you were promoted from a student to an elite black soldier, I have some clues. In addition, our seats are now arranged according to strength. You are obviously a title holder with a code name. But you sit at the end of the team. The contradiction between these two and the point I just said can basically guess your true identity. You are the strongest among the latest students. A super genius who broke 40 records. Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou was silent for a while after hearing this. Then he shook his head indifferently. It doesn't matter who I am. Please call me by my code name. Call me the Prophet. 03 replied. It's okay. Of course, I will call you by your code name. I understand. But, boss, please lead me. Zhu Shizhou. He looked at 03, who seemed to be a bit talkative, speechlessly and said, Are you really a black soldier? Your emotional obliteration state. Oh, I'm in the emotional recovery period now. When Zhu Shizhou heard the word emotional recovery period, he immediately understood what this guy was. He was a student. To be more precise, he was an old student. An old student who didn't know how long he had studied in which department. Seeing that Zhu Shizhou had guessed it, 03 hurriedly said, Don't worry. My various abilities have already reached the standards of black soldiers. Don't worry that I will drag you down in battle. But I feel that we are in danger of death. If it weren't for paying off the debt, I would not agree to carry out such a dangerous mission. Alas. Pay off the debt? Zhu Shizhou silently recited what 03 said. You probably don't know yet? Yes. You are the only student who successfully completed all the courses without borrowing from seniors. I envy you. You don't know how hard it is for ordinary students. We had nothing at the beginning and needed to complete the courses. So we had to borrow from old students. After borrowing, we had no ability to repay. We had to continue borrowing in order to attend classes. After borrowing for half a year, we needed to earn points by doing various tasks to repay the debt. To be honest, this mission was not originally my mission, but my creditor's mission. Although the mission reward was very generous, my creditor thought it was too dangerous, so he arranged for me to participate in the mission on his behalf. Zhu Shizhou understood. Wow. This is where they set up a trap? Of the experimental subjects that are constantly consumed in the command class. Only 30 are free each month. If they are all consumed within a month, and you need to continue the class, you can only borrow points. Otherwise, you will have to wait for your points to be deducted, and then go to make up for it. Zhu Shurjiu was still wondering why the old students were willing to lend points to the new students. You know, the mortality rate of new students is very high. Aren't they afraid that the points they lend out will go down the drain? Now he understands that part of the high mortality rate of new students is actually caused by these old students. Zhu Shurjiu couldn't help asking, "Is this operation possible?" Of course. Just apply to the captain. And all the decisions are in the captain's hands. You should know. Right? The captain belongs to a certain elite black soldier squad. The captain's authority is still very high. 03 sighed. To be honest, the senior who lent me the points has long since given up. His ability is not outstanding. At least about the same as mine. Otherwise the captain would not agree to his application. Although my ability is not as good as a monster like you, it is still pretty good. Everything I do now is to repay my debt. After the mission is over, I won't get any points. And I have to hand them all over to that senior. Miserable. Really miserable. Zhu Shurjiu was a little relieved. Fortunately, he did not choose to borrow points. Otherwise he would probably owe a huge amount of money, and be forced to be sent out to perform dangerous missions. Other new students should not be so relaxed. Such as the students in the command center. Without Zhu Shurjiu to take them off, they would have to start borrowing points to attend classes. Other departments should also have similar situations where points are needed. In short, they will find ways to make the students owe huge sums of money. And then, they will go through life and death to repay their debts when performing missions. My condolences. In response, Zhu Shurjiu just comforted him. Are you also pessimistic about this mission? You are obviously an elite black soldier with a code name. You can hear that this guy is full of jealousy. Zhu Shurjiu said calmly, before confirming the actual situation of the mission. I have no confidence that I can survive. The mission this time is to destroy a confirmed alien Zerg nest. The number of alien Zerg is unknown. And the number of people carrying out the mission is 20. Of which 18 are ordinary black soldiers and 2 are called titled ones. Elite black soldiers. The title holders include the leader Thorn. And the newly promoted elite prophet. The submarine was open for 2 days. During these 2 days, Zhu Shurjiu went back once. Although he didn't know what the use was. He directly deleted all the conversations between him and 03. And returned to the time when he first boarded the submarine with the information he got from 03. No matter how 03 disturbed him, he didn't reply a single word. In the last round, 03 might have been able to confirm that he was Zhu Shurjiu. But in this round, 03 knew nothing about Zhu Shurjiu. After 03, perhaps his curiosity was completely exhausted. And seeing Zhu Shurjiu being so cold, he didn't continue to disturb him. Captain Thorn is a woman who doesn't like to talk much. Maybe all black soldiers are like this. But Zhu Shurjiu always feels that she is not unwilling to waste calories to talk because of the potion. But just because of her personality. Zhu Shurjiu had approached Captain Jingji several times in the past 2 days. But she didn't say much. It seemed that she treated him as an ordinary team member. And there was no sense of familiarity between them as elite black soldiers. So what if he was also a title holder? The current captain was Jingji. And she could arrange it as she wanted. 2 days later, at midnight, the submarine arrived at a port. A fully armed army was waiting for them at the port. All of them were foreigners. It was obvious that they had arrived in a foreign country at this time. Zhu Shurjiu knew after looking at the map that they were now in Papua New Guinea, an island country in the western South Pacific and the second largest country in Oceania. The port they were in was a secret port newly built in the northernmost part of the country in recent years, specifically for docking with support forces from Alimison Island. You are finally here. Thank God. I heard that you have 2 title holders this time. In front of a group of solemn soldiers, a blonde and blue-eyed white man in an officer's uniform came up attentively, speaking Chinese with a slightly awkward accent. Chapter 288 Inexplicable Death. This trip is very dangerous. The blonde white man looked expectantly in the team, trying to find another title prophet besides Captain Thorn. Thorn said coldly, "It's a code name, not a title." "Okay, it's a code name. Then Lord Thorn. And who is the Lord Prophet? Please come with me. Our military has arranged a meeting." Zhu Shurjiu stood at the end of the team without saying anything. Thorn glanced at the man coldly and said, "There is no need to hold a meeting. Anyway, You can only guard the entrance. You just need to arrange accommodation for us. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. We will arrive at the Zerg nest on time. The blonde man's smile froze. Thorn didn't give their military any face at all. But even though her attitude was so bad, the officer still forced himself to keep a smile. Then nodded with a wry smile. I understand. Jingji did not give the local military any face. After reporting her refusal to attend the meeting, the officer called a military vehicle, and 20 black soldiers got into the vehicle. Then the military vehicle left the port under the protection of other escort vehicles. After driving for more than an hour, the vehicle finally stopped in front of a military camp. The black soldiers got off the car in silence, with highly unified and precise movements, as if they were carved out of the same mold. Even 03, who was regarded as a chatterbox by Zhu Sergio, remained silent. After getting off the car, he stood in the team like a lifelike statue. This is a military station 3 kilometers away from the Zerg nest. 3 kilometers sounds long, but it's not long at all when facing the Zerg. The military even thinks the distance is too close. You know, the Zerg has highly flexible mobility. What humans need to travel a long distance is just a daily walk for the Zerg. After the black soldiers got off the car, the soldiers of Papua New Guinea were watching outside the military camp. They whispered in a jumble. Zhu Sergio didn't understand, and the other black soldiers didn't understand either, because although Papua New Guinea is a member of the Commonwealth, most people don't speak English. But the pidgin language popular in their local area. Their population is only about 10 million. But they have more than 800 languages. This is also the country with the most languages in the world so far. Even in the military camp, many people speak unskilled pidgin to communicate with each other. Black soldiers can't spend time learning more than 800 languages. Nor will they waste time learning pidgin. The black soldiers have always adhered to a principle. If you want to connect with the black soldiers, then learn Chinese. People who communicate and connect with the black soldiers must know Chinese. And those who don't know Chinese can't expect the support of the black soldiers. There are many big countries that have their own organizations to fight against alien insects. Those big countries don't need the support of the black soldiers. But for weak countries like Papua New Guinea, the black soldiers are their only savior. When the black soldiers couldn't understand, the soldiers talked in pidgin. Is this a black soldiers? They look so strong. I heard that they are all new generation superhumans with superhuman physical fitness. Their equipment is also far superior to ours. I wonder if they can withstand the impact of the Zerg. I hope they can really win tomorrow. I really can't stand the humiliation of constantly sending people in to be eaten by the Zerg in order to stabilize the Zerg. Jingji and a group of black soldiers ignored the whispering soldiers and went straight into the barracks. The military built a temporary camping point for them, and the tent was enough to accommodate their 20 black soldiers. The black soldiers had no concept of gender. The beds were laid on the ground, and they didn't even take off their clothes. They just found their own beds and prepared to lie down and sleep. Zhu Sergio chose a bed in the corner, and 03, who wanted to hug his thigh, chose the bed next to Zhu Sergio. The black soldiers have a strong control over their bodies. If they want to have a deep sleep, they can quickly enter a deep sleep. It only takes 5 minutes from being fully awake to being fully asleep. Zhu Sergio was also preparing to gather his strength and prepare for the mission tomorrow that might be a life or death mission. At this time, 03 laid down on the bed next to him and asked, Prophet, what's the meaning of your code name? Code names have no meaning, Zhu Sergio said, imitating Thorn's words. Well, I thought you had the ability to tell fortunes. I really hope you can tell whether tomorrow will be a good or bad day for us, Zhu Sergio casually said. Good luck. 03 smiled bitterly. I hope so, but I really can't accept it. If I die tomorrow, I should die in obscurity. No one will know that I died in a mission. Really? I am about to graduate, but I encounter such a dangerous mission. Oh, you seem to be more pitiful than me. You just joined the organization. Zhu Sergio didn't listen to the rest of the words, because he had entered a deep sleep state after forcing himself to hypnotize himself. It's just that he doesn't know how many alien insects there are in the alien insect nest, which is the only thing Zhu Sergio needs to worry about. There is another thing that Zhu Sergio is very concerned about. The mission danger level is A level. How difficult will the A level mission be? No words all night. The next morning, Zhu Sergio opened his eyes. Then, he heard a familiar sentence that made him widen his eyes. We will arrive in Papua New Guinea tonight. Ah, will I die? The person who said this was 03. The chatterbox. It's not strange to talk to yourself early in the morning. But the content makes people want to ask if this guy is confused. But the next moment, Zhu Shurjiu found that the confused person was himself. He got up from the bed and looked around. The surrounding environment was so familiar that he knew where he was without even thinking about it. It was the dormitory room in the submarine. That's right. It was not the military camp 3 kilometers away from the alien Zerd nest in Bobri, New Guinea. But his fucking submarine. There was no doubt that Zhu Shurjiu had died once. What's going on? Because the situation was so confusing. Zhu Shurjiu was so shocked that he couldn't help but question it. 03, who had just gotten up from the bed, was puzzled. What's wrong? What happened? No. Nothing. Zhu Shurjiu covered his mouth and frowned. This sudden death replay was too unexpected, and he was not prepared. He died without noticing any danger, and had no memory of death in his head. How did he die? This was definitely the most inexplicable death, since he was able to die in replay. Damn. I'm dead? I died in my sleep. Was it an alien insect attack or a human? It can't be that there is something wrong with my body? How did I die? Prophet. What happened? 03 asked casually, when he saw that Zhu Shurjiu didn't know what he was thinking about. Zhu Shurjiu shook his head. His eyes solemn. I suddenly had a premonition that this trip would be very bad. Chapter 289, the correct way to use observation. Zhu Shurjiu boarded the port again. Captain Thorne was coldly confronting the blonde white man, rejecting the military's intention to talk to them. Zhu Shurjiu was concentrating on everything around him, trying to find something that made him die inexplicably without any awareness. He thought for a long time, but couldn't think of anything that could kill him silently in his sleep. It must be something that kills quickly, and does not cause any pain. With his extraordinary physical fitness, it is not easy to kill him in this way. Prophet, you seem very nervous. Is it necessary to be so vigilant now? We will go to kill the alien insects tomorrow. 03 on the side said. I am used to being vigilant all the time. Zhu Shurjiu replied indifferently. Is that so? At this time, the blonde white man, who was ruthlessly rejected by Thorns, unexpectedly had good hearing, and heard the conversation between Zhu Shurjiu and 03. His eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to have heard the word prophet. Captain Thorns stood at the front of the team. The blonde white man immediately approached Captain Thorns to talk, but was rejected. At the same time, he was also observing, and did not find another title holder prophet. But he did not expect that the other title holder was hiding at the very end of the team. What kind of magical team arrangement is this? He is obviously a title holder, but he was arranged at the end. Could it be that the Black Soldier organization, which respects strength, actually has open and secret suppression? Thorns and the prophet don't get along with each other? After thinking about it for a while, the blonde white man hesitated for a while, and continued to walk to the end of the team with a bright smile on his face. Sorry, I just heard your conversation. Are you the prophet? Zhu Shurjiu raised his eyebrows. This was something that had not happened in the previous round. Apparently, his conversation with 03 had caught the attention of the blonde white man. Yes. Zhu Shurjiu nodded. He thought that friendly contact with the military of Papua New Guinea was not a bad thing. But he didn't know what this guy wanted to do. Our military. The blonde white man repeated what he had said to Captain Thorne. Zhu Shurjiu was surprised, then realized that this guy might have regarded him as someone with the same authority as Captain Thorne. He shook his head and said, I am just an ordinary member of the team. I don't have any authority. Please contact Captain Thorne for all matters related to the team. The blonde white man smiled and looked at Thorne. Then at Zhu Shurjiu. Is that so? But what if the military wants to invite you to the meeting alone? To be honest, the order given to me by the superiors is to invite at least one of the 2 title holders to the meeting. If I fail to do so, I am afraid things will be very troublesome. Zhu Shurjiu immediately asked. What is the main content of the meeting? It is mainly our long-term observation and experimental report on alien insects, which includes some rare intelligence. We want to connect with the Black Soldier organization. The blonde white man smiled and said something with a very terrifying meaning behind it. Observation and experimental report? What observation? What experiment? Zhu Shurjiu's thoughts turned back, but he verbally showed an appearance of extreme obedience to the organization's arrangements, and euphemistically kicked the ball to Captain Thorne. Sorry, I don't have the right to decide. Without the captain's order, I can't leave the team without permission. The blonde white man smiled bitterly and said, Okay, I'll talk to Captain Thorne again. Captain Thorne would naturally not allow Zhu Shurjo to leave the team. Zhu Shurjo had already discovered that she seemed to have always treated him as an ordinary black soldier. And the weakest one at that. And didn't look up to him just because he was a member of the elite team. Zhu Shurjo didn't know whether this attitude was good or bad. But he had decided to wait and see. At least he could be sure that the first danger would happen later in the night. We will arrive at the Zerd nest on time at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Captain Thorne sent the blonde man away. Then looked at Zhu Shurjo. Still did not say anything to Zhu Shurjo, but announced to everyone. Then turned around and took everyone to the military vehicle prepared by the military. It was another familiar part for Zhu Shurjo. The military vehicle drove all the way to the gate of the military camp and stopped. Then everyone got off the car and accepted the worship and discussion of the local soldiers when they walked into the military camp. In this case, Zhu Shurjo entered the tent, found the bed position yesterday, and lay down neatly. 03 like the previous round. He also lay down on the bed next to him and asked, "Prophet, what did you mean by what you said during the day?" "Nothing. I seem to hear you say something about a big villain. Captain Thorne has big breasts. But are you talking about Captain Thorne?" Zhu Shurjo, who was originally in a very serious mood, almost sprayed you fucking. "Captain Thorne's breasts are not big?" "Big," 03 said as a matter of course. "That's it?" After a while, Zhu Shurjo couldn't help asking, "How big is it?" 03 honestly said his judgment. "It's estimated to be C." Zhu Shurjo, "Fuck. You really answered me?" 85E. At this time, the black soldier on the bed opposite Zhu Shurjo suddenly spoke coldly and interrupted the conversation between Zhu Shurjo and 03. "How much?" Zhu Shurjo was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. He was not shocked that the black soldier also interrupted and talked about their captain in an inappropriate way, but was shocked by the magnitude of the amount that the black soldier said. 85E. "But I heard that the captain usually wears a chest binder, so it looks like an ordinary C. But in fact it is 85E. The black soldier said confidently. "I am from the reconnaissance team. Don't doubt my judgment. I passed the observation training course with full marks." Zhu Shurjo, "Is this how you use observation?" He couldn't help looking in the direction of Captain Thorne. The woman seemed to have not heard the conversation here. She sat on the edge of the tent with her eyes closed, holding a gun in her arms and chest, and seemed to have fallen asleep. Although she was asleep, if there was danger, she would open her eyes immediately, because her sixth sense, which had been trained to a first-class level, would allow her to detect threats from the outside world even in her dreams. And her brain was always in a semi-dormant state. "Go to sleep. Don't talk nonsense," Zhu Shurjo said casually, and then closed his eyes. 03 and the other black soldier didn't want to talk more about Captain Thorne's chest. 03 wanted to ask Zhu Shurjo about the great evil he mentioned in the morning. What happened? But now Zhu Shurjo obviously didn't want to say more, so he had to give up and closed his eyes. Zhu Shurjo closed his eyes, but didn't sleep. He remained awake and squinted his eyes. The night couldn't block his sight. He had already trained his light sense to see things in the dark. He was really waiting for the murderer to appear. He waited for about half an hour. The black soldiers around had already fallen asleep and made steady and long breathing sounds. Just then, rustling. Suddenly, Zhu Shurjo heard a sound. It was the sound of someone suddenly getting up in the tent. Chapter 290, Miss Thorne has a point. What? Is it a traitor? Zhu Shurjo was a little bit unbelievable. His eyes turned, and he saw a black shadow in the dark night. The black shadow was very light, and his body control ability at the level of a black soldier made him walk without making any sound, except for the slight sound of his clothes rubbing against each other when he walked. There was no other sound. And this sound was also extremely light, and it was basically negligible when combined with the sound of the wind blowing the tent. If Zhu Shurjo had not let go of all his senses to the limit of what he could let go, he really wouldn't have heard this level of subtle sound. Zhu Shurjo looked at the black shadow. The black shadow slowly stepped into the tent, in order to ensure that he didn't make too much noise. The whole person moved as slowly as a sloth. After 10 minutes, he moved a short distance. But judging from the direction of the black shadow was coming towards him. For half an hour, Zhu Shurjo had been forcing himself to maintain a steady and long breath. And he was actually ready for battle. The muscles hidden under the uniform slowly exerted force until the black shadow came to him. And Zhu Shurjo did not act rashly. He finally saw clearly that the black shadow was holding a standard firearm in his hand. Slowly raised it up and pointed it at his head. Zhu Shizhou finally understood why he died quietly. It turned out that he was shot directly in the head. In terms of the power of the black soldier's firearms, shooting at his head was enough to instantly annihilate his entire brain, not to mention making him feel pain. A critical moment. When the black shadow was about to pull the trigger, Zhu Shizhou's already tense muscles exerted force instantly. He quickly rolled to the left, and while rolling, the firearm in his arm slipped into his prepared hands, and the muzzle was aimed at the black shadow in an instant. The black shadow reacted quickly, but facing Zhu Shizhou's muzzle, the black shadow did not dodge, but suddenly stepped on the ground and rushed forward. "Come on! Die!" Zhu Shizhou laughed and pulled the trigger hard. "Are too late. You definitely won't make it. Although the distance between us is not long, it is not enough for you to rush to me. Unless you can teleport, this shot will hit." "No way." As Zhu Shizhou pulled the trigger, the black shadow immediately judged that he could not rush to Zhu Shizhou in time to stop him. So he used the gun in his hand as a baton, holding the barrel, and using the length of the gun to make up for the distance between the two. The butt of the gun hit Zhu Shizhou's muzzle from bottom to top. Zhu Shizhou only felt an irresistible force coming. The muzzle was deflected upwards. White light shot out from the muzzle, and with a bang, it went straight to the ceiling of the tent. Zhu Shizhou's heart sank, and the black shadow had already rushed to him, stretched out his hand like lightning to grab his gun barrel, and with the other hand, he swung the gun with one hand, holding the gun again, and the muzzle directly hit Zhu Shizhou's forehead. Since Zhu Shizhou's shot was aimed at the ceiling of the tent, the white light flashed and directly pierced the tent to create a bright passage. The moonlight fell straight down the hole and fell on the black shadow. Zhu Shizhou saw that the chest, which was said to be 85E, was also ordinary C even with a corset, and could identify people by their chests. He opened his mouth wide and stared at the black shadow. Captain Thorn? The person who killed him in the previous round was Captain Thorn. Zhu Shizhou thought of many possibilities, but he didn't think of this. It wasn't an alien insect attack, but Captain Thorn killed him directly. Under the cold moonlight, Captain Thorn held the gun with one hand. The butt of the gun was firmly stuck on the side of the chest, and the muzzle was against Zhu Shizhou's forehead. Zhu Shizhou was half squatting in a daze, staring at the person who attacked him in front of him. In addition to his chest, the exposed eyes also showed that this guy was Captain Thorn. The fight between the two ended quickly, but it was not without any sound. Zhu Shizhou laughed during this period, and some black soldiers were woken up by it. As soon as they woke up, they saw Captain Thorn beating the prophet. What happened? After noticing the situation, they immediately reached for the guns in their arms. Everyone continued to sleep. Thorn shouted seriously. The black soldiers looked at each other in silence, and then fell asleep with their guns. "Oh my God! You guys are so careless?" Zhu Shizhou looked at everyone in disbelief. But there was still one person who didn't sleep among all the members. That was 03. He was looking at Zhu Shizhou with doubts in his eyes, as if he couldn't understand the current situation either. "Why?" Zhu Shizhou took a deep breath and asked. "Why do you want to kill me?" Captain Thorn stared at him, slowly pulling the trigger with his finger, but never really fired the shot. After the two sides were deadlocked for a while, Captain Thorn murmured, "Not you." "Zhu Shizhou?" Captain Thorn put away his gun and released Zhu Shizhou's gun barrel at the same time. Zhu Shizhou realized that Captain Thorn was not prepared to kill him. Could it be that there were too many witnesses, so it was inconvenient to do it? He was still alert in his heart. "Can you explain it?" Zhu Shizhou asked with gritted teeth. Thorn put away the gun lightly, frowned and said, "I sense the danger, but I am not sure where the danger comes from." Zhu Shizhou was stunned. "Your sixth sense detected the danger, and then you suspected that I was the potential danger. So you planned to kill me at night?" He understood. "What kind of weird brain circuit is this?" "Kill you? I don't have the intention to kill you. However," Thorn said, "don't talk about you. My sneak attack just now couldn't kill an ordinary black soldier. You have a sixth sense. Do you still need to worry about my sneak attack just now?" Zhu Shizhou. Can he say that he doesn't have the so-called sixth sense? This is embarrassing. He understands how he died in the last round. Captain Thorn sneaked up to him with a thick nerve and shot him with the idea that he must have a sixth sense to react and dodge. The result, of course, was that his entire head was annihilated in his sleep, and he died on the spot. I just subdued you. And I am sure that I can kill you as long as I shoot. But the danger detected by my sixth sense has not disappeared, which proves that the danger still exists and has not changed at all. So I am sure that you are not the source of danger detected by my sixth sense. Zhu Shizhou wanted to curse, but held back. So, why do you doubt me? Just because I just joined this team, Jingji replied indifferently. Because you are a member of the elite team. You have a code name like me. So I judge that your strength is not weaker than mine. If there is anyone in this team who can threaten my safety, then that person must be you. Zhu Shizhou finally understood that Jingji did not regard him as an ordinary black soldier. On the contrary, she valued him very much and even thought that he might be the only threat to her. Jingji said, "But just now I found out that I was wrong. You are very weak. At least close combat is very weak." Zhu Shizhou's face sank. He wanted to refute, but Ms. Jingji made a lot of sense. His close combat was indeed not up to par. Chapter 291, Thorns and the Prophet. Separate actions? Zhu Shizhou's face turned black. But fortunately, the lower half of his face was hidden under the mask. He stood up and said, "Don't worry about whether I am weak or not. Did you notice it? Where did the danger come from?" The sixth sense of an elite black soldier warned. This is no joke. Since the cause of his death in the previous round is clear, he doesn't need to worry too much. He can only comfort himself in this way, since he is still alive in this round. He now wants to find out where the danger that made him die in vain came from. At Zhu Shizhou's question, Thorn shook his head and said, "Let's go out and talk." Zhu Shizhou sorted out his upset mood and followed Thorns out of the tent. When he walked out of the tent, Zhu Shizhou found that the battalion commander was surrounded by a circle of fully armed soldiers. And the blonde white man in the lead was staring at him, and Thorns, who walked out of the tent nervously. "What happened?" Zhu Shizhou asked. The blonde white man replied helplessly, "We should ask this question. We were just about to ask what happened, when suddenly a white light penetrated the roof of the tent. Our equipment detected a high-energy reaction in an instant and sounded the alarm. We thought it was a bomb explosion. That was the result of your shooting just now. Right? Don't tell me it was just an accidental discharge." Before Zhu Shizhou could speak, Jingji said, "I just had a sparring with the Prophet." Zhu Shizhou nodded. "Sparring?" The blonde white man glanced at the surrounding soldiers speechlessly. "You guys are not sleeping in the middle of the night. Fighting in the tent? Is this sparring you're talking about a serious sparring? And it's a sparring between two title holders." Of course. Although the blonde white man was curious, he was not so ignorant. He thought of the possible suppression in this team, and all kinds of open and secret struggles rolled in his heart, and he imagined a big drama. The blonde white man preconceived that Thorn and the Prophet had a conflict, so he would naturally draw a wrong conclusion. "It's okay. Disperse." Zhu Shizhou made a round. The blonde white man had no choice but to let the surrounding soldiers return to their original positions. Thorn and Zhu Shizhou came to a more remote corner of the military camp. Thorn didn't say a word and told Zhu Shizhou directly, "The danger I sensed with my sixth sense appeared after arriving at the port. What about you? What about me?" "What me? I didn't sense the danger at all. I was fucked by you yesterday for no reason." Zhu Shizhou shook his head. "I just felt that someone wanted to kill me. But I didn't expect that person to be you." This explains why he was prepared just now. Jingji nodded. "It's no wonder. Although you have the sixth sense in advance, your physical fitness is not up to standard after all. It's normal that the sensitivity of the sixth sense is not obvious. Your sixth sense now should be similar to that of ordinary black soldiers." Well, I'm not very clear." Zhu Shizhou was vague and perfunctory. "The danger level of my sixth sense has not been alleviated in the military camp. In fact, as time goes by, the danger level is still rising. It's still like this now. I suspect that if I continue to sleep like this until tomorrow morning, the danger level will be off the charts. There must be something wrong. I now have two suspicions. One is that the danger comes from the local military, and the other is that the danger comes from the Zerg. My suggestion is that we two don't need to sleep tonight. It's best to investigate where the danger comes from. What do you think?" Thorn acted very cold in front of others, doing everything in a fair and just manner, treating Zhu Shizhou as an ordinary black soldier. But when he was alone with Zhu Shizhou, he seemed to respect Zhu Shizhou's opinion. After all, Zhu Shizhou was not really an ordinary black soldier. This guy was the nemesis of the Zerg. In the first command class, He killed more than 100 Zerg monsters in the Zerg forest, although his close combat level was very poor, compared with the efficiency of killing Zerg. Thorn did not dare to guarantee that he could be higher than him. You mean, the two of us act separately? One person investigates the Zerg, and the other investigates the military? Thorn nodded. Yes. Which one do you choose? Zhu Shizhou answered without thinking. Zerg. Why? Because the worst result of investigating the alien Zerg is nothing more than being eaten by the alien Zerg. But if he investigates the military, he can't guarantee that he will succeed in committing suicide. If the situation that makes Thorn feel dangerous is man-made, it will be too terrible, and there is a risk of being caught. Thorn said. Okay. Then I will investigate the military. Let's keep in touch. Do you have any requests before you leave? Zhu Shizhou said. Give me 3 guns. Thorn nodded. Okay. This shows the benefit of Zhu Shizhou's previous display of 3-gun skills. If Zhu Shizhou had not proved himself in advance, then there would be basically no possibility of getting 3 guns, and he would be directly treated as a joke. But Zhu Shizhou had demonstrated his 3-gun skills in the Zerg forest, so he now asked for 3 guns, and Thorns quickly agreed. The number of guns is limited. Zhu Shizhou wants 3 guns, so the other 2 can only be taken from other black soldiers. Thorns took Zhu Shizhou into the tent and walked directly to the bed of 03. Then Zhu Shizhou watched 03 and the black soldiers on the bed opposite Zhu Shizhou take out their guns under Thorn's orders. Although these 2 people are indeed the weakest in the team except Zhu Shizhou always feels that this is a revenge act because she heard them talking about the size of her breasts. If you find out the results, come back immediately, and don't get involved in the battle with the Zerg. If you can't find out the results, then return to the barracks before 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thorn's orders to Zhu Shizhou were quite concise. She believed that Zhu Shizhou had his own judgment. At least, she thought no one would be stupid enough to rush into the Zerg nest alone and commit suicide. Zhu Shizhou asked, What if I don't get back to the barracks on time? If you don't get back to the barracks and I can't contact you, then I can only conclude that you are dead. It's a pity, but we won't waste time looking for you. Or do you want to switch tasks with me? How about I investigate the Zerg, and you investigate the military? Zhu Shizhou shook his head. Forget it. It's the best decision for me to investigate the Zerg. To be honest, I am very confident in killing insects. I am more worried about whether you can get useful information from the military. Or I don't know if you can survive and reunite with us after you get the information. Thorn said. If I fail to join you, it means I am dead, and the mission will stop automatically. At that time, you need to report the news of my death to the Black Soldier Organization, and the organization will send more people to investigate. The same is true in reverse. She doesn't want to die. Zhu Shizhou will lead other black soldiers to find out the truth of her death. Zhu Shizhou didn't say anything else, just nodded. Really? Then I wish you good luck. Thorn said lightly. Blessings are meaningless. Blessings are meaningless, Zhu Shizhou thought. But death is. As long as Thorn dies, it proves that there is something wrong with the military. In this way, he doesn't even need to take extra risks. He can directly take this as a conclusion and hammer the military directly in the next round. Chapter 292, Insect Man Research Plan. Zhu Shizhou left the military camp with 3 guns on him. No one knew what he was going to do. The military defense of the local military in Papua New Guinea was extremely tight. When Zhu Shizhou left for about half an hour, the military saw Zhu Shizhou's agile figure climbing over the wall from the surveillance video. That's right. Zhu Shizhou climbed over the wall directly in front of the surveillance, without even a trace of cover, openly and dignifiedly, as if saying, what can you do if you see it? In fact, it was true. The military expressed cordial concern for Zhu Shizhou's contemptuous departure. They also sent people to the door to carefully ask whether the insects could be exterminated as planned tomorrow. Jingji said that Zhu Shizhou was just going to explore the way, and the plan would proceed on time tomorrow. So the military was relieved. On the surface. In fact, tonight, in the local military residential yard in Papua New Guinea, a pot-bellied general was panicked after receiving the news reported by his subordinates. Has anyone left the barracks? Max, can you confirm what he is doing? If someone is watching on the other end of the phone, they should find that the person the general contacted is the blonde white man who is responsible for connecting with the Thorn team. The blonde white man is Max, a military staff officer and diplomat of Papua New Guinea. Max said on the phone. No. He left too quickly, and Thorn said there is no need to worry about him, and the plan will proceed on time tomorrow. After she said this, we have to stop asking. TSK. These guys had to come at this time. We have been asking for help since last year, but they have never responded. But this year, when our research project was at a critical juncture, they came. Bastard. Are you targeting our project? Damn. General. Do you want to stop? No. Things have reached an irreversible point. If our research plan can succeed, then we don't need to be afraid of the Black Soldier Organization. There is no need to be timid all day and worry about being controlled by the Black Soldier Organization. Max smiled bitterly and said, I understand. Anyway, I will keep an eye on them carefully. Please strengthen the armed defense force in the near future. General. Alas, what's the use of a strong armed defense force unless we promote the project we are researching on a large scale? Unfortunately, it's not possible. That is a forbidden power that the world cannot tolerate. After the general and Max chatted with each other for a while, they hung up the phone and deleted all their call records. After Max finished these operations, he sat down on the sofa weakly, scratching his smooth blonde hair with both hands. If these damn black soldiers had come half a year earlier, we wouldn't have set foot on this road. What road? At this time, a cold voice sounded behind Max. CK. Max's hair stood up instantly. The whole person almost jumped up from the sofa. But the next moment, he was about to jump up, but was held down by a hand. The person behind him just held his shoulder with one hand, and Max then felt something hard against the back of his head. Gun! It's a gun! Max's forehead was sweating. Who are you? The woman behind him said his name. No. To be precise, a code name. Thorn. She used Pidgin, which was the language Max used when he talked to the general just now. Max's whole body was about to break apart. What he feared was really what happened. What happened? He asked himself frantically in his heart, trying to find out where he was wrong. But he couldn't think of it after thinking for a long time. So he comforted himself in his heart that maybe the other party didn't know. However, the next second, his expectations were broken. I heard your conversation just now, Thorn said lightly. And this sentence was also said in Pidgin. You mean? Max's smile was stiff, and his heart was beating fast. What research plan? What forbidden power? Sure enough, your military is working on some dangerous project? I remember that you are an allied country under the protection of the Black Soldier Organization. If you have a research plan, have you reported it to the organization? The words of Thorn were like a sharp knife, directly cutting through Max's disguised mask. Then, don't try to deceive me. I will only give you 10 seconds. If you don't explain everything in 10 seconds, I will shoot. 10. Wait a minute. This is not something that can be explained in 10 seconds. 9. Wait a minute. I said. 8. Max knelt down decisively after Thorn counted 3 numbers, and he shouted loudly in collapse. Zerd people. I only know that the country has a research project. They are researching Zerd people. Zerd people are a new artificial species that is born after the genes of alien insects are implanted into the human body, and the human body undergoes a transformation. The lowest level of Zerd people move faster than black soldiers. Their skin is as hard as steel, and their dynamic vision and muscle dimensions are far better than elite soldiers. The gun that Thorn was holding against Max's head exerted a little force, but stopped counting, as if he was digesting the news he had received. So Max knew that he had hope of survival. He spilled the beans and spilled the country's secret intelligence. We have developed the first generation of insects, but the problem is that they have no wisdom or reason at all, and only know how to eat meat. Although they are physically strong, they are very slow in the face of threatening weapons. So we judge that they should be easily killed. We are studying how to make these inferior insects regain human wisdom. You can ask the Institute for details. I am willing to serve as an undercover agent of the Black Soldier Organization infiltrating the Institute. My authority is useful to the Black Soldier Organization. Max's desire to survive was bursting. The Thorns behind him put down their guns. I have heard of insects. This is a project that the Black Soldier Organization had abandoned. Why did you start researching it again? With your simple conditions. How did you cultivate insects? Max had a sad face and began to hesitate. Thorn said calmly. 7. Wait. I'll tell you. Max quickly wiped the sweat off his face and began to tremble. It's the quantity. We win by quantity. We conduct batch tests on living people every day and night. The research project has been going on for more than half a year. We finally succeeded in producing a first-generation insect man recently. The first-generation insect man we cultivated is a female. Normal human male sperm cells cannot survive in the body of an insect man. Therefore, we want to cultivate males without reproductive isolation. In this way, the two can reproduce the second-generation insect man, who can reproduce with humans. At that time, let the offspring reproduce with humans to produce intelligent third-generation insect men. This is our complete insect man plan. Chapter 293: Encountering Zergman. Death. After listening to Max's confession, Thorn said indifferently, in other words, most of the death data you reported to the organization were actually forged by you? Max was silent, his face full of despair. That's why he didn't want to say it just now. Because they reported obviously abnormal death data in the past 6 months. The Black Soldier organization believed that the number of alien Zerg that appeared here exceeded the standard. So Thorn was sent to investigate. That's right. It's just an investigation. On the surface, it's said that they are here to eliminate the alien Zerg. But in fact, if Thorn judges that the number of alien Zerg far exceeds the level that their 20 people can deal with, Thorn will apply for support from his superiors. But now Thorn doesn't care whether it's Zergman or not. This A-level mission is simply fake. The death data are all reported by Papua New Guinea's crude and rough research. They blame the death of the experimental subjects on the alien Zerg. I see. I understand. Thorn nodded. Max was shaking all over, trembling and afraid to speak. In other words, there are not that many Zerg in the Zerg nest? Yes. But? The reason why we study Zerg is not to fight against the Black Soldier organization, but because the Zerg are too strong, and we almost couldn't hold on and applied for support from the organization a year ago. But the organization didn't pay any attention to us, so we had to embark on this evil path. 1 year ago. Thorn shook his head. Not to mention a year. In recent years, more and more countries have asked the Black Soldier organization for help, and more frequently. There are only so many Black Soldiers in total, and the Black Soldiers basically have no days to rest. Papua New Guinea's danger rating in the organization was only sea level a year ago. Wherever there are Zerg, the death toll will show an exponential growth curve. The Black Soldier organization concluded that the world is being eaten away by Zerg little by summarizing the data. Last year alone, 120 countries asked them for help. These countries have seen a sharp decline in both economic strength and population. The Black Soldier organization destroyed Zerg nests one by one, but it had little effect on the overall situation. They often realized it too late to react. The organization simply couldn't take care of a small place like Papua New Guinea. Where are the first-generation Zerg people now? Thorn had almost concluded that the threat she felt when she first entered the port of Papua New Guinea should be caused by the Zerg people. Max was about to cry. She ran away. Thorn tilted his head slightly and asked almost word by word, "What did you say?" Because the military's control was insufficient. She ran away. Thorn walked slowly in front of Max, bent down and looked directly at the man who was sitting on the sofa and was so scared that tears and snot came out. So, even so, you are still studying Zerg? Yes. Do you know why the organization gave up the Zerg plan? Do you know? Seeing Max was silent, Thorn asked again. Yes. Max's face was pale. Because although Zerg cannot give birth to offspring with humans, they can give birth to offspring with Zerg. If Zerg once combined with Zerg. Thorn stood up and held a gun directly to Max's forehead. She took over and said, "Then, there will be a new species in the world that is a deadly threat to humans. You. Damn it!" At this moment, in the cold moonlight, Zhu Sergio stood in the forest with a confused face, staring at the humanoid monster standing upright in front of him, with insect tentacles on his head, multiple shells on his body, and his hands replaced by sharp limbs like sickles. No, it should not be called a monster. To be more precise, the one standing not far in front of him is a girl. A pale and expressionless girl of 7 or 8 years old with a human figure, like an anthropomorphic alien insect. The two were 50 meters apart. The girl stood on the uphill in the forest, and Zhu Sergio stood on the downhill. The man and the monster looked at each other in silence. Hello? Zhu Sergio felt like he was dreaming. He was ready to take a casual walk around the alien insect nest and hold on until tomorrow morning before returning to the camp. But he didn't expect to encounter this thing that made him wonder if he was hallucinating not long after he came out. A person who looks like a bug? Or a bug who looks like a person? He swallowed his saliva and tensed up. Boom! In response to Zhu Shizhou's call, the girl responded with a loud bang. It was the sound of the soil being kicked away. The girl disappeared on the spot. With Zhu Shizhou's dynamic vision, he could only see a trace of afterimage. So fast! Zhu Shizhou was shocked. Is this the speed that humans can reach? The girl's speed was slower than that of the alien insects. But it was still beyond the range that Zhu Shizhou's dynamic vision could capture. Zhu Shizhou only felt that a foreign object was stabbed into his chest the next moment. This girl made Zhu Shizhou feel the illusion of being slaughtered by alien insects. What kind of perverted thing is this? Don't look at how he dealt with alien insects in the alien insect forest so smoothly before. But in fact, that was all the proficiency gained from death. If he was put in a completely new environment to deal with alien insects, I don't know how many deaths he would have to go through. Now the girl's speed exceeded Zhu Shizhou's reaction limit. Zhu Shizhou felt a pain in his chest. And then he saw that this girl, whose height was only as high as his abdomen, had rushed in front of him and directly inserted her leg into his chest. Zhu Shizhou had no choice but to use his legs to try to escape and retreat. But he had no chance. The girl stabbed his chest with her left foot, and the other right foot quickly cut over at the same time. Zhu Shizhou felt as if he was cut by a giant pair of scissors. The next moment, his entire body, including his chest and arms, was easily cut off by the foot. As the word means, the whole person was cut into two. Shock! This was the only thought in Zhu Shizhou's mind. His right arm, which was half of his body flying in the air, just had time to raise the gun and point it at the girl's head. The girl did not dodge, and seemed to not regard the gun as a threat at all. She was indifferent to Zhu Shizhou's gun barrel. At this critical moment, Zhu Shizhou pulled the trigger. A white light blasted out from the muzzle of the gun, and her head was directly and accurately annihilated by his shooting. Her body also lost all vitality and fell backwards. The small headless body fell to the ground and became a neighbor of Zhu Shizhou's fallen upper body. Zhu Shizhou was in a daze. Half of his body fell to the ground. He wasn't dead yet, but he was going to be dead soon. From the time the girl attacked, to Zhu Shizhou finding that his whole body was cut off, to the time he fought back, the whole process took less than a second. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou's consciousness was blurred, and only a thought could flow through his mind at this time. What the hell is this? Chapter 294. Where are you going? Zhu Shizhou didn't know what happened to the thorns, but he was sure that what he encountered was quite bizarre. He had never heard of a humanoid bug in the world. What was that? The speed of movement completely exceeded his dynamic vision, and the hands were not human hands at all, but insect legs. But these were not the problem. The real problem was, fuck, that face. Isn't it the face of a little girl? This was what scared Zhu Shizhou the most. A monster with a human face gave Zhu Shizhou a bad premonition. A lot of bloody plots popped up in his head, such as the evolution of the alien insects, the evolution of human bodies, and whether the next step was to evolve human wisdom. Zhu Shizhou's back was sweating. Prophet. What did you say? 03 heard Zhu Shizhou talking to himself, rubbed his eyes, and got up from the bed and asked. No. Nothing. Zhu Shizhou put away his shocked expression. Anyway, he was sure that there was such a monster near the military camp. If so, he could prepare in advance in this round, so that he would not die as miserably as in the previous round. And he noticed that the insect girl seemed to have no idea of the danger of guns. The alien insects would flee when facing the muzzle of the gun, but the insect girl did not move when facing the muzzle of the gun. She did not think it was a threat at all. No matter how fast she moved or how sharp her legs were, she stood there without dodging and letting people shoot, which was basically equivalent to a target. In other words, as long as he took the initiative, the first shot could kill the insect girl. He hadn't had time to contact Thorn yet, and he didn't know if this thing was made by the military. Anyway, he felt that he needed to remind Thorn to try to go in this direction when investigating. So when the submarine arrived at the port of Papua New Guinea, when everyone was boarding the port, Zhu Shizhou directly overtook from the end of the team and came to Thorn's side. Thorn glanced at Zhu Shizhou and said, Prophet, don't disrupt the order of the team at will. Zhu Shizhou didn't waste any words and said directly, Did you notice it? My sixth sense detected the danger. Thorn frowned. She actually took Zhu Shizhou's words very seriously in her heart. She carefully felt the sixth sense and didn't notice anything. Obviously, if Zhu Shurjiu was not joking, then this seemed to indicate that Zhu Shurjiu's sixth sense was even more acute than hers. Thorn said lightly, "I know. Return to the team." Zhu Shurjiu's move was just to let Thorn understand that the source of danger she later detected with her sixth sense was not him. In this way, this guy will not attack him in the middle of the night when everyone is asleep. With Zhu Shurjiu's reminder, Thorn also fully released his sixth sense. For elite black soldiers, it is normal to use the sixth sense as their normal sense. Just as other senses become sharper when people close their eyes, black soldiers can also strengthen their sixth sense by closing their other senses. So, Max saw the leader Thorn with his eyes closed and his hands covering his ears at the port. Max was confused. What was going on? Thorn opened his eyes and looked at the blonde white man who was welcoming her. I felt a faint sense of danger. It was not a sign of death, but a sense of danger similar to the brain's judgment of the presence of alien insect activity around through pheromones. Jingji's sixth sense was vague, and she didn't know if Zhu Shurjiu was like this. But now her sixth sense told her that Zhu Shurjiu did sense the danger before her. "Master Jingji?" Max, who was standing in front of Jingji, called the woman in front of him cautiously. Without saying a word, Jingji raised the gun in his hand and quickly pressed it against Max's forehead. "TF?" Max screamed in fear, raised his hands, and dared not move. At this time, the soldiers behind Max all reacted and raised their guns at the black soldiers in a panic. "No! No! No! Put your guns down! Put your guns down!" Max kept shouting. Are these guys crazy? They actually pointed ordinary guns at these black soldiers? He knew that the equipment on the black soldiers was completely bulletproof, and they were all superhuman warriors with enhanced bodies. They could easily dodge bullets, and they were like undead monsters. Even if they were hit in the vitals, they could still move. Max didn't know what the woman in front of him was crazy about, but he knew that the soldiers he brought to welcome the black soldiers were not enough for the team to kill in 5 minutes. With cold sweat on his face, he raised his hands in a surrender posture and asked, "Excuse me, what happened? Did we not treat them well? Let alone treat him?" He didn't even have time to say a word before he was pointed at the forehead by this guy. Thorn confirmed that the sense of danger he felt came from the breath on Max. "You smell like Zerg," Thorn sniffed, feeling the faint smell, and spoke lightly. Max's body froze. What are you talking about?" Thorn put down his gun. "Let's not talk nonsense. Take us to rest now. We will arrive at the Zerg nest on time at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." Thorn has not noticed any more abnormalities yet. Max wiped his sweat. He pretended to be normal on the surface, smiling and said, "Master Thorn. And who is the prophet? Please come with me. Our military has arranged a meeting." "There is no need to hold a meeting." Thorn was about to refuse. "I'll go." At this time, Zhu Shurjiu slowly walked up from the end of the team again. Thorn looked at Zhu Shurjiu, and Zhu Shurjiu looked at Thorn. Max looked at the scene in front of him and asked cautiously, "Could this be the prophet?" "I am the prophet. If you just want at least one of me and Captain Thorn to attend your meeting, I can attend," Thorn said. "Take us to the camp first, and then the prophet will attend your meeting." Max smiled brightly. "Then I will be relieved." "What are you nervous about?" Suddenly, Thorn stared at Max and asked. Max's heart skipped a beat. Thorn looked at Max and said, "I can feel that you are very nervous now. Not only nervous, but also very scared. What are you afraid of?" Max's heartbeat accelerated again, and his lips trembled slightly. "That's because you suddenly pulled a gun on me before, and I'm scared now." "I understand." Jingji nodded. Zhu Shurjiu looked at Max deeply, and Max didn't even dare to raise his head, let alone look at Zhu Shurjiu. Everyone took a car to the military camp again. But this time, after everyone entered the tent, Jingji waved his hand to stop everyone from falling asleep. Then Jingji made a gesture. Zhu Shurjiu didn't understand, but the other team members quickly took action and began to search in the tent. What were they looking for? Zhu Shurjiu soon understood, because a black soldier quickly came up with a small listening device. Eavesdropping device? Zhu Shurjiu was shocked. Jingji was not a vegetarian. She noticed the abnormality under Zhu Shurjiu's reminder, and then confirmed that Max, or the military, had a problem. Max's fear and nervousness were not because of her sudden action of drawing a gun, but because of something else. Thorn confirmed this. So when he came here, He ordered the team members to find the bug first. And they found it. The military arranged bugs in their accommodation, which means that they must have the intention to monitor their movements. And there is obviously something wrong. There are 8 bugs in total. Zhu Shurjiu was a little speechless. This is simply treating the Black Soldier organization as a fool. With 8 bugs, they are not worried about being exposed. Their courage is commendable, Thorn said. Destroy it. Zhu Shurjiu was a little surprised. Won't this alert the enemy? Thorn said coldly. We are the Black Soldiers, and we represent the Black Soldier organization behind us. This sentence is enough, and it is domineering. At this moment, Max was hiding in a military residential yard, and heard Thorn say, we are the Black Soldiers, and we represent the Black Soldier organization behind us. And then a noisy noise came from the headset. Max collapsed to the ground. It's over. Everything is over. They are not here to exterminate the alien insects. They must have discovered the existence of the insect people. And everything we do is under the surveillance of the Black Soldier organization. We have to run away. Max was a frightened bird, and he couldn't stop the idea of running away. He believed that everything the military had done had been exposed. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Thorn pulled a gun on him as soon as he saw him. He was so scared that he had no other thoughts at all. Whatever meeting he was in, I'm going to run away. Although he was a staff officer and diplomat of Papua New Guinea. In fact, anyone with a little ability in this broken place could hold a high position. Just like the general, who was his immediate superior. Although his head was full of defense, he still sat in the position of general. He had no loyalty to the military and started packing his luggage directly. It must be said that he was a very decisive man. As soon as he found that the eavesdropping device was destroyed, he knew that he was in danger. So he decisively gave up his current power and status, packed up his things and prepared to leave this dangerous place. However, when he walked out of the residential courtyard with a bag full of gold, silver and jewelry on his back, a person had already been waiting outside. Zhu Shurjiu leaned against the courtyard wall and said to Max, who froze when he came out of the door, Hey, where are you going? Are you going to a meeting? Take me with you. Chapter 295 Confrontation with the Military. Military Meeting Room. The original plan of the military was to connect with the Black Soldier organization and report the latest intelligence about the alien insects they knew. Although the organization had known about the intelligence about the alien insects for a long time, they still had to pretend. The purpose was simple. That is, to involve the energy of the Black Soldiers and convey false information to the Black Soldier organization to cover up their research plan in secret. And now, this research plan has been shattered. When Max appeared in front of everyone with a sad face and pale face, the military leaders, who had already sat in the meeting room, also realized what had happened. Zhu Shurjiu, who appeared behind Max and put a gun to his head, made them more certain of what the Black Soldier organization had discovered. Hello everyone. I am the Prophet. Zhu Shurjiu greeted politely with an expressionless face, and then took Max to sit on a chair, and sat next to Max. A man in military uniform asked nervously, Sir Prophet, what is this? Let's have a meeting. Zhu Shurjiu said calmly, including Zhu Shurjiu and Max. There were a total of 10 people in the meeting room. Middle-aged men and women were wearing the official military uniforms of Papua New Guinea. They looked decent, but some of them had realized something and looked pale. Only a few who were not quick-witted had not realized why Zhu Shurjiu threatened Max with a gun to enter the meeting room. Those who really realized what was happening were trembling with fear by the young man Zhu Shurjiu. Wait a minute. I think I just found out that I took the wrong meeting materials. A man at the round table stood up holding his report and said tremblingly, You took the wrong one? In such a serious occasion, you can even take the wrong meeting materials? Zhu Shurjiu smiled teasingly. Yes. The man still said it with a stiff face. Zhu Shurjiu then asked, What are you going to do? I want to go home first and get the real manuscript. Is it in time? It must be very difficult to make a new manuscript at home. We don't have time to wait for you. The man nodded hurriedly. In time. In time. My Chinese is not very good. What does it mean to make a new one? Just like the manuscript you are holding in your hand now. The manuscript in your hand is made up. How long did it take to consider the data? How much fake information and intelligence did you add? Is it an hour? The man froze. Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop in the meeting room. Zhu Shurjiu nodded at the table without questioning. Meeting. Then he looked at one of the men opposite him, who had his hands under the meeting table, and was doing something unknown, and said calmly, "It's useless. The signal is blocked now, and any information you transmit will not be spread out. And now this place is surrounded by black soldiers. Are you sure you want to be enemies with the organization? I'll say it one last time." Zhu Shizhou emphasized calmly. "Meeting. Report to me according to your original plan without missing a word." Max, standing aside, bowed his head and said nothing, feeling desperate. It's useless. Everyone. This guy didn't care how false the data on the paper was. He just wanted to have solid evidence to prove that the military tried to deceive the organization with false intelligence. Once this fact was hammered, everyone would be finished. Max closed his eyes and gave up struggling. Yes, it was him who betrayed these people. Let alone false data and false intelligence. He even said how many lovers a certain big boss present had secretly. He was just short of confessing the color of his underwear. Everything was betrayed by him for free. Everyone present was shocked and doubtful. But the gun in Zhu Shizhou's hand was the truth. They had no choice but to start the meeting process tremblingly. The meeting process was very simple. Even crude. Basically, everyone took the paper report and read it. Each person read it for 10 minutes. Squeezing out the false information bit by bit like squeezing toothpaste. After listening, Zhu Shizhou took out the mobile phone that was recording. It's finished. He gently placed the phone on the table and glanced at everyone. So, does anyone want to confess now? Confess? Confess what? Everyone knew what Zhu Shizhou wanted to hear, but no one dared to speak. So everyone could only remain silent. In the silence, suddenly, a phone rang in the conference room. The beautiful ringing sound echoed in the conference room. Long and endless. Everyone looked at the owner of the phone. A woman hung up the phone in a panic. But the next second, the arc that was hung up came back again. Answer it. Turn on the speaker. Zhu Shizhou sighed. He was worried about the quality of the so-called local military leaders, who did not mute their phones during meetings and only read a paper report verbatim. The woman was pale and bloodless, so she could only bite the bullet and turn on the hands-free mode. Report. The insect man has appeared. Ah! Screams could be heard from the other end of the phone. And in the end even the person who was talking to the woman screamed, as if she had encountered something terrible. In response, Zhu Shizhou just said "It's coming. It's coming." In the previous week, he saw the insect girl in the forest near the military camp, which means that the insect girl is obviously wandering around the military camp, ready to attack the military camp at any time. If Zhu Shizhou and his black soldiers were still in the military camp, they might be able to help them eliminate the insect girl. But this time, they chose to start directly from the military. All the black soldiers except the thorns surrounded this house. And the group of crooked melons and cracked dates in the military camp were obviously unable to resist the attack of the insect girl. Now Zhu Shizhou cares more about the reaction of these people. When they heard the word insect man, their expressions all changed. Insect man? Do you know what's going on? Zhu Shizhou sneered at these panicked military leaders. Don't you dare to say it? Insect man is your research project. You used a large number of humans to conduct experiments, but did not report it to the organization. You deceived the organization with false data, which was actually to conceal your research plan. Until now, the first generation of Insect Man you developed has escaped. But you are still researching Insect Man, right? All the leaders in the conference room were desperate. Zhu Shizhou's words directly exposed what they had been trying to hide. And they were desperate. I asked you to confess. In fact, to give you a way to atone for your sins. But I gave you a chance. But you are useless. Zhu Shizhou stood up and said, "We have reported it to the organization. You'd better wait for the organization's judgment." These guys didn't dare to speak the whole time. Zhu Shizhou left the conference room and looked at the cold moonlight outside the window. The thorns should be almost over. Right? Chapter 296, Capture the Insect Girl Alive. The insect girl is very fast. At least for Zhu Shizhou. The insect girl's movement speed completely exceeds his dynamic vision, and has an attack power comparable to that of the alien insects, killing him almost instantly. Her physical fitness can be regarded as the ceiling of humanoid creatures. It would be very simple for Zhu Shizhou to kill her. It is nothing more than dying a few more times, finding an opportunity to dodge the insect girl's attack, and then shooting her in the head. Anyway, the insect girl will not avoid the attack of guns. The difficult part is to capture her alive. Yes, Zhu Shurjiu and Jingji discussed it after listening to Max's criminal statement. Zhu Shurjiu advocated killing the insect girl because he had seen the indifference of the insect girl, which could no longer be called a human being. Even if she was a little girl, it was all in the past, so it would be better to help her get rid of it as soon as possible. But Jingji proposed a different view. That is, to capture her alive. And the reason is also very simple. She is not sure whether the organization needs to study her. According to her understanding, the organization had done a research project on insect people. But because the cost of the experiment was too huge and the experimental results only created a new species that was harmful to humans, the organization finally gave up the plan halfway. Now the insect woman created in Papua New Guinea was created at the cost of hundreds of thousands of people. It can be said that she is a ready-made experimental subject. It is best to bring her back to the organization's research institute for research. Maybe a method that can perfectly transform the human body can be developed. So Captain Thorne contacted the organization directly. The research institute was excited about the news and strongly requested them to capture the insect woman alive. Of course, if it is really impossible to capture her alive, then kill her. The existence of the insect girl is quite special. It is rare to see an insect man among millions of experimental subjects. Even a fully developed adult cannot accept the genes of alien insects. Not to mention that the experimental subject is an underdeveloped child. This is a brand new idea. Maybe it is because humans are not fully developed that they can combine with the genes of alien insects. In short, if it doesn't work, don't force it. We will submit an application to the organization for a replica experiment. This is what the institute said to Captain Jingjing. Replica experiment? What is the replica method? There is no doubt that if Zhu Shurjiu and Jingjing fail to capture the insect girl alive, then the organization will start to use children for experiments. So Zhu Shurjiu changed his original idea of killing and hit it off with Captain Jingjing and decided to capture the insect girl alive. This time Zhu Shurjiu did not apply for the battle, because if he came by himself, then there is no doubt that he would die countless times. But if Captain Jingjing came, it might be much easier. Therefore, the two swapped their tasks. Captain Jingjing went to deal with the insect girl, and he came to deal with the military. Originally, Zhu Shurjiu wanted to keep a few black soldiers in the barracks, but Captain Jingjing said that she alone was enough. When Zhu Shurjiu came out of the house, a group of black soldiers were waiting for him outside. For these black soldiers, code names are not completely meaningless, putting aside all irrational thoughts. In their rational logic, black soldiers with code names must be better than them. This is a fact. Therefore, although Captain Jingjing did not say it explicitly, they still chose to let Zhu Shurjiu lead when Captain Jingjing was not there. Zhu Shurjiu was not at all intimidated. He ordered the black soldiers to go back and support the captain. Yes, the black soldiers did not feel anything wrong and accepted Zhu Shurjiu's order calmly. So they rushed back to the barracks in a mighty manner. Then, they saw the corpses all over the barracks, and Captain Thorne standing in the sea of blood and corpses. At her feet, a petite figure was lying quietly in a pool of blood, with a peaceful look on her face. Zhu Shurjiu's face changed slightly, and he hurried forward. What is this? Didn't you say to capture her alive? Didn't you fail to hold her back? Captain Thorne shook his head. No, I just let her fall asleep. As she spoke, she took out Alpha 7 from her arms. Zhu Shurjiu now understood why she was so confident before the battle. With the sixth sense, Alpha 7, and elite strength, it was easy to stun a bug girl. But the question is, how do you know that she will be knocked unconscious by Alpha 7? The insect girl's body should be very different from that of humans. Captain Thorne shook his head. I'm not sure. Zhu Shurjiu was puzzled. If Alpha 7 can't knock her unconscious, then I have no choice but to kill her, because her physical fitness far exceeds the limit of the human body. I can't subdue her while ensuring my own safety. Zhu Shurjiu's heart sank, and he couldn't help but feel lucky that Alpha 7 could knock the insect girl unconscious. In this case, it seems that the insect girl's body's reaction to drugs is closer to that of humans. Zhu Shurjiu squatted down beside the insect girl and poked the insect girl's body with the barrel of the gun. It was very hard, just like poking a hard stone. It seems to be true at the moment. But in order to ensure that she will not wake up midway or pose a threat to us after waking up midway, I removed her leg joints after knocking her out. Zhu Shurjiu took a look and found that the insect girl's leg joints were indeed dislocated. The insect girl's movement method is the same as that of humans, both of which are driven by legs. so dislocating her legs is an effective way to make her lose her threat. Zhu Shizhou had another question. He stood up and looked at the military camp where almost everyone had died. Then why did so many people die? The ground was covered with mutilated corpses. The ground was stained red with blood. And the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. This shocking scene looks quite impactful. Captain Thorne said, as a matter of course. We only have paper information about the insect girl. So I chose to use these ordinary soldiers as bait to test them. My original plan was to use ordinary firearms to cripple her. But through them, I confirmed that ordinary firearms would not work on her. So I chose Alpha 7. Zhu Shizhou looked at the dead soldiers in silence. Before, they were still living lives. But now they have become corpses that can't move or speak. Obviously, everyone is the same. A soldier who exists to fight against alien insects. But just because they are not black soldiers, they become bait for black soldiers? No wonder Thorne said before that she was enough. And other black soldiers didn't need to stay in the camp. It turns out that Thorne had prepared such a simple and crude idea. What's wrong? Thorne looked at Zhu Shizhou indifferently. Zhu Shizhou said, if you do this, will our mission rating drop? Mission rating? You pursue perfection more than I thought. But don't worry. Because the original mission intelligence was wrong. The organization will reclassify our mission after we return to the organization and report. If nothing goes wrong, this mission will be rated as B level. It has been downgraded from A level mission to B level. No, none of this is important. What's more important now is whether he wants to go back. From the overall situation, going back is meaningless. Because the survival of these people will not affect the operation of the world at all. His performance in this mission is also remarkable. He gave a warning one step in advance. And he also personally recorded the key evidence that the Papua New Guinea military tried to conceal and deceive. Compared with Jingji, who just caught a bug girl, his contribution should be a little greater. But he always thought that he was just an ordinary person, with ordinary people's joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness, and a sense of morality in the ordinary sense. Zhu Shizhou felt cold at the sight of the corpses on the ground. When they met before, they looked at them with admiration and awe. But now their eyes have lost their spirit. Will they regret before they die? Will they regret dying in the cause of fighting against the alien insects? Let's go! Our next mission is to escort the insect girl to the Research Institute on Illinois Island. This mission is a new mission, and is rated as a Level X confidential mission. Captain Thorne did not notice Zhu Shizhou's heart. And the other black soldiers naturally could not understand it. Even 03, who was in the emotional recovery period, did not care about it. He had seen the cruelest things before. And this scene was just a small problem. Zhu Shizhou just sighed for a while. And didn't let anyone notice his extra emotions. Go back? No. If nothing unexpected happened, he didn't plan to go back. He had never met these people before. And his feelings about their death were more like a rabbit dying and a fox mourning. Want him to waste his life to save these soldiers? Forget it. Everyone didn't plan to delay. The situation in the military camp would sooner or later be reported to the military headquarters. They were not sure whether the military would be bold enough to fight against the Black Soldier organization. So it was better to set off overnight. So Captain Thorne grabbed one of the insect girl's legs with one hand and dragged her out of the military camp. You just drag her away like this? Zhu Shizhou followed and couldn't help asking. What do you mean? Thorne asked. Zhu Shizhou wanted to ask, do you know how weird this scene is? A fully armed black soldier grabbed a 7 or 8-year-old child's twisted and dislocated leg with one hand and dragged him on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. Are you worried about damaging her body? Don't worry. Her body is very strong, let alone dragging like this. Even if it is like this, Captain Thorne said as he suddenly threw the insect girl up, flipped her 180 degrees in the air, and smashed her hard on the ground. Zhu Shizhou saw with his own eyes that the insect girl's face was facing down and in close contact with the ground. But nothing happened. There was a concave mark on the mud, and there was only some dust on the insect girl's face, and the rest was intact. It's okay like this. It's okay. Zhu Shizhou felt a little annoyed and said nothing more. Everyone left the barracks, in order to prevent being intercepted halfway. They did not take a car, but relied on their legs to trek to the port. The bug girl was dragged along by Captain Thorne like a rag doll. Even if they hit trees or rocks on the road, they did not stop. Zhu Shizhou only paid attention to the bang 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 sound of collision, which gave him a headache. When the sky was slightly bright, everyone finally arrived at the port. Chapter 297. A large number of alien insects gather. The port is empty. Being empty does not mean that there is no abnormality. In fact, it is really abnormal that no one stays at the port, Thorns judged. It seems that the military has no intention of going against the organization. Zhu Shurjiu looked at the port. Does this mean that we can leave? A group of black soldiers hid not far from the port. Thorns frowned and said, I can't be sure. But I don't know why. My sixth sense has been sensing danger along the way. And the danger signs are getting worse and worse. Do you feel it? It's the sixth sense again. Zhu Shurjiu didn't feel the danger, but felt that every time he heard the black soldiers talk about the sixth sense, it was like listening to a group of mental patients talking nonsense. But this group of mental patients often talk nonsense very accurately. Zhu Shurjiu couldn't say that he had no feeling, so he could only answer, I also sensed it. But I couldn't confirm the source of danger. Could it be that the military ambushed us at the port? Thorns thought for a while, then took out Alpha 7 from his arms, and sprayed it on the insect girl's face again. After closing her eyes, and feeling for a while, she opened them. It's not her. Could it really be the military? Thorns had sprayed several times along the way, spraying once every once in a while, all to ensure that the insect girl would not suddenly wake up. But in her sixth sense, the danger has not disappeared or eased, Zhu Shurjiu said. Anyway, this port is our only way to leave. Even if there is danger ahead, we have to force it. Right? Thorns nodded. This is true. She couldn't help but look up to Zhu Shurjiu. Little did she know that Zhu Shurjiu didn't care. He could go back anyway. Thorn nodded. You're right. So the black soldiers escorted the insect girl, armed and alert, out of the hiding place, and came to the open port. However, there was no ambush, let alone an ambush. They didn't even see half a person. Nothing unusual happened until they boarded the submarine. Is the sixth sense wrong? Zhu Shurjiu asked. The sixth sense is not 100% accurate, but I will not deny the existence of danger. I only know that there is danger. But what kind of danger there is, and when the danger will break out, I don't know. While speaking, Thorn ordered the black soldiers to check whether there was any tampering in various parts of the submarine. She considered the possibility that the military had tampered with their submarines, such as installing bombs. But after the inspection, no problems were found. Thorn took out Alpha 7 again and sprayed it at the insect girl. Zhu Shurjiu said helplessly, Is it necessary? A bottle of spray is almost used up. We still have 2 days to go back even if we go at full speed. Just for safety. Okay. Lock her in the confinement room. The confinement room is the white room that Zhu Shurjiu has seen before. It is a blockade measure specially used to confine alien insects. There is a 360-degree laser device in it. If the alien insects locked in the confinement room are about to break through the blockade of the room, the laser device will automatically start and kill the alien insects. At the same time, the room that constructs the confinement room is made of alien insect biological materials combined with the strongest steel in the world. And it is expensive. Even if the laser equipment failed to kill the Zerg immediately, the hard walls of the room could temporarily prevent the Zerg from breaking through the blockade. The time it took for the Zerg to break through was enough for them to have a meal. The confinement room was generally only used as a temporary room for Zerg detention. Organizations usually weaken the Zerg and then put them in the confinement room for observation and research. In fact, this was not a proper prison for Zerg detention. Zhu Shurjiu and Jingji escorted the Zerg girl to the confinement room and were about to throw her in. But at this moment, Jingji suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Zhu Shurjiu asked. Jingji stared at the Zerg girl's closed eyes for a long time. Zhu Shurjiu looked over, and after a long time, the Zerg girl's eyelashes moved slightly. She's going to wake up, Jingji asserted. What's going on? Haven't we been knocking her out? Drug resistance, Jingji said. She has developed drug resistance to Alpha 7. Zhu Shurjiu was speechless. Alpha 7 was originally a product of a research institute developed for humans. It can't play a big role against alien insects, or this kind of monster body. This is also normal. Lock her up first. The insect man was locked in the confinement room by the two. Then the two came to the monitoring room. The monitoring room can clearly see the scene in the confinement room. And it is not just a monitoring device that is monitoring, but it is observing from multiple angles at the same time to ensure that every corner of the confinement room can be viewed. Zhu Shizhou continued the previous conversation and asked, "Is this normal? It was obviously not resistant to Alpha 7 at the beginning. You sprayed it several times in the middle. And you just sprayed it once. In just a few hours. Its body has developed such a strong drug resistance to Alpha 7. Thorn shook his head. Don't forget. All the gases in the Alpha series are extracted from Zerg toxins. It has Zerg genes, which means it is easy for it to produce related antibodies in its body. We release Alpha gas to it, which is equivalent to actively helping it adapt to Zerg genes. The organization once studied Zerg people. Do you know what the result was? The more Zerg-related the product is, the easier it is for Zerg people to accept it. If the organization transforms Zerg people in the direction of Zerg, the research progress will be incredibly fast. But if the Zerg people are adjusted in the direction of humans, the research progress will seem to be stagnant. It is precisely because of this that the organization gave up studying Zerg people. Is this the reason why you keep spraying Alpha 7 on its face? Did you know it would develop drug resistance? Yes. But it's strange. It's been sleeping all the time. But I always feel the danger. Even now. It's been locked up in the confinement room. But the sense of danger, I feel, has not disappeared. Zhu Shizhou frowned and looked at the screen. On the screen, the Zerg girl opened her eyes. Yes. Just 1 or 2 minutes after being thrown into the confinement room, the insect girl opened her eyes. This is too coincidental. Right? She woke up not long after being locked in. Zhu Shizhou's bad premonition became stronger. He always felt that the insect girl was not knocked unconscious all the time, but pretended to be knocked unconscious after waking up in the middle of the night. In other words, Zhu Shizhou suspected that the insect girl had a certain degree of wisdom, although this wisdom did not allow the insect girl to escape their confinement. This possibility could easily evolve into further danger. What is it doing? Thorn suddenly said. In the picture, the insect girl raised her legs and fiddled with the tentacles on her head, and her whole small body began to twist on the ground. Combined with the expressionless look of the insect girl, the whole picture was quite weird. Zhu Shizhou and Thorns looked at each other, just as the two of them were silent about this picture. Suddenly, Captain Thorns' communication rang. Thorns answered the communication. Report. A large number of Zerg are gathering at the port. Chapter 298 Adaptation of the Insect Girl. What? Zhu Shizhou was shocked. After hearing the report from Jingji's communication, he immediately turned his head to look at the insect girl on the screen. At this moment, the insect girl was still using her legs to fiddle with the antennae on her head expressionlessly, twisting and rolling on the ground. This cute scene made Zhu Shizhou feel hesitant. The gathering of alien insects at the port. Is it related to this insect girl? Obviously. Jingji also thought of this. She reacted quickly. Leave quickly. But the report in the communication brought another shocking news. Alien insects entered the water. They surrounded the submarine. This is impossible. Jingji suddenly pressed the headset and asked, how many are there? Thousands? No. Tens of thousands. It is impossible to calculate in a short time. Jingji looked at the insect girl on the screen, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Let's go! Jingji was quite decisive. He turned around and took Zhu Shizhou out of the monitoring room. Zhu Shizhou listened to the conversation on the side, and was even more shocked. Why did Thorn say it was impossible after hearing the report of Zerg entering the water? Because Zerg dislike water just as much as they dislike electromagnetic waves. And the speed of Zerg moving in water is far slower than on land. So entering the water is a behavior that is extremely inconsistent with their biological habits. But now the Zerg still enters the water. What does this mean? This means that there is a reason why they have to enter the water, driving them to surround their submarines. The most likely driving force is the Zerg girl. When Thorn first heard the report, she questioned its authenticity. But at the same time her professional ethics told her subordinates not to falsify numbers on such an important issue. Therefore, she did not have time to question it, and directly deduced from this premise that the siege of the alien insects must be related to the strange behavior of the insect girl now. We have to kill the insect girl, Captain Thorn said to Zhu Shizhou. No. Zhu Shizhou answered subconsciously. The insect girl must be killed. Captain Thorn said coldly. I know you care about the mission evaluation, but that kind of thing is useless. The behavior of the alien insects surrounding the submarine is undoubtedly related to the insect girl. I temporarily speculate that she has the ability to summon and attract other alien insects. Zhu Shizhou rushed to the confinement room with Captain Thorn, while admonishing with a headache. I also thought of this possibility. But if the insect girl died, Then the organization can cultivate it again? He did not say anything else. He knew that Captain Thorne could not understand his current thoughts. The death of the insect girl means that the organization will use children for experiments. This is too scary. Papua New Guinea used hundreds of thousands of people to experiment with the bug girl. After the birth of the bug girl, the local military also tried to use other children to breed more bug girls. But it didn't work. Until now, they are not sure whether using young children to breed bug girls is a special case or a general answer. The Black Soldier organization will not care so much. The organization will not give up any tiny possibility. They will continue the research of the Papua New Guinea military and use children to experiment in an attempt to replicate the bug girl. That is an obvious way that will cause many children to lose their lives. Don't worry about the follow-up problems. The organization's task for us is to bring the bug girl back. But the problem is that if we don't kill the bug girl, we will not be able to take the bug girl away. And we will also be killed by the alien bugs. If we kill the Zerg, then it's just a mission failure. The experimental organization can still continue to replicate. But there will be one less reference subject. I think you should understand which is more important. Right? While the two were talking, they had already arrived at the door of the confinement room. There was also a surveillance screen at the door of the confinement room. After the two confirmed that the Zerg girl was still lying on the ground in the middle of the confinement room, twisting and rolling, Thorne and Zhu Sergio opened the door and walked in. Without saying a word, Thorne raised his gun and pointed it at the Zerg girl. Wait! I want to ask. Doesn't the submarine have any countermeasures? When this submarine was designed, it was not considered that the Zerg would go into the water. That is a specification only for strategic-level underwater warships. And even if it is a strategic-level warship, it can only temporarily block the Zerg, whose movement speed in the water has been greatly slowed down. Jingji was ready to pull the trigger at the insect girl again. But Zhu Sergio stood in front of Jingji this time. Jingji's eyes were cold. Prophet, don't disobey orders. Zhu Sergio's brain was working fast. Wait a minute. I have an immature idea. Since we speculate that the insect girl is the culprit for the alien insect siege, and the organization wants to keep this experimental subject, why don't we release the insect girl first, and then ask the organization for support, and use stronger force and more sufficient means to capture the insect girl? Zhu Sergio's words made Jingji's eyes move slightly. She couldn't help but think about the rationality of his suggestion. To be honest, Zhu Sergio's thinking is completely different from hers. But after thinking about it carefully, Zhu Sergio's suggestion is more reasonable. In such a critical moment, he can think of other means besides violent resolution. Zhu Sergio's thinking is much more agile than she thought. I think your suggestion is reasonable. I agree. Jingji put down his gun. This woman has a high execution ability. She was determined to kill the insect girl 1 second ago. And she agreed with Zhu Sergio's idea the next second. She walked towards the direction of the insect girl in a swift and decisive manner, ready to execute the plan she agreed to. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The insect girl stood up again with her legs. What? Be careful. Her legs. The insect girl's legs were still in a state of dislocation and twisting. And her small body was also tilted to a certain extent because of the bending of her legs. Jingji didn't expect that the insect girl could actually stand. But how fast was her reaction? She raised her hand and fired a shot. But it was not aimed at the insect girl's vitals, but at the insect girl's legs. But the next moment, the insect girl disappeared from the spot. Obviously, she has regained her previous super fast movement speed. No, it seems to be faster than before. Obviously, her legs were forcibly dislocated and twisted. But there was no obstruction when using them, and they became stronger. Zhu Sergio didn't see what happened clearly, and saw the insect girl appear in front of Jingji in an instant. From extremely fast speed to forced stillness, raising her legs and slashing at Jingji from bottom to top. Jingji turned sideways, and the sharp sickle-like legs flashed in front of her chest. At the same time, she twisted her waist, raised her knees, and kicked the insect girl's chest at a short distance. This attack was fast and fierce. Because the insect girl's attack was ineffective, she couldn't react. So she was kicked by Jingji, and her small body was kicked out by this attack. Zhu Sergio, who had experience fighting with the insect girl, knew how difficult it was to do this. The insect girl does not have any fighting skills, nor does she need to, because she has a body that is much stronger than humans, and has unparalleled speed. which gives the insect girl the qualifications to be powerful. But now, this strength is frustrated by the elite black soldier Thorn. Zhu Shizhou discovered something in this short battle. Thorn. Something is wrong. It suddenly has the ability to judge the danger of guns. Yes. This is what Zhu Shizhou noticed. When Captain Thorn raised his gun towards the insect girl, the insect girl dodged directly. You know, the insect girl used to ignore the threat of guns and would stand still as a target. Now she started to dodge? What caused the difference between the two? Zhu Shizhou felt that this last layer of window paper was about to break. And he did think of a possibility. But it has yet to be confirmed. Pick up your gun and support me, Captain Thorn suddenly ordered. Zhu Shizhou opened up the space for Captain Thorn to fight with the insect girl and raised the gun in his hand. It seemed that the insect girl could sense where Zhu Shizhou was aiming. Whenever Zhu Shizhou aimed at it, it would move around, making it impossible for Zhu Shizhou to aim at it. There's a problem. It's consciously dodging the gun attack. The gradually increasing resistance to Alpha 7. The dislocated legs were repaired within a few hours. The repaired legs were stronger and produced stress-dodging behavior against gun attacks. All these seemed to indicate that the insect girl was gradually adapting to the disadvantages it had encountered. But this conclusion could not be confirmed. Before Zhu Shizhou could remind Jingji and the insect girl exchanged 2 moves. And Jingji was kicked in the abdomen by the insect girl. And the whole person flew backwards. What? Zhu Shizhou didn't even see what happened. And Jingji flew away. Jingji adjusted the direction in the air. And when he flew out, he aimed his gun at the insect girl, trying to stop the insect girl from chasing her. At the same time, after spinning in the air and landing, she also confirmed that it is learning my fighting skills. Zhu Shizhou was more certain of his guess after hearing this. It not only learned your fighting skills, and it will become stronger and stronger. Its body will become stronger after being injured and repaired. It is constantly adapting. Jingji didn't have time to reply. Zhu Shizhou directly forced a shot at the insect girl, and a white light flashed. The insect girl really dodged Zhu Shizhou's attack the next moment. It doesn't have to be faster than the speed of light. It just needs to be faster than the gunman. Zhu Shizhou's attack didn't work, but it gave Jingji more time to breathe and answer. Jingji shouted to Zhu Shizhou directly. Retreat! Don't forget our goal. We have to lure it out. Lure the insect girl out of the submarine, and put her back in Papua New Guinea. This is their goal. Papua New Guinea is an island country. If the alien worms are released, there will be no serious consequences in the short term. The most serious thing is that nearly 10 million people in Papua New Guinea are eaten by alien worms. If the alien worms do not eat up the food stored on the island, they will not move their nests. This gives the Black Soldier Organization time to mobilize troops. While dodging the attack of the insect girl, Thorn retreated to the door. Zhu Shizhou knew that he could not help much at the scene, so he left the room directly and pressed the headset to give orders to the team members on behalf of Thorn. Attention everyone! The mission goal has been changed. It is tentatively scheduled to release the insect girl back to Papua New Guinea. Chapter 299 confirmed. The insect girl has wisdom. The other black soldiers were not so relaxed. Some alien insects had penetrated the submarine's solid wall. As the seawater poured into the submarine, they were dealing with the alien insects that entered the submarine. They also heard Zhu Shizhou's order. Attention everyone! The mission target has changed. It is tentatively scheduled to release the insect girl back to Papua New Guinea. After hearing this order, they did not cooperate immediately. Because even though Zhu Shizhou was a title holder, he actually did not have the authority to command them. If Captain Thorn was still there, they would always obey Captain Thorn's orders. If Zhu Shizhou wanted to command them, he needed more clear evidence. But soon they heard Captain Thorn's voice again. Team Prophet, temporarily take over the command group. So they understood that Captain Thorn was not convenient to command now. Perhaps because he was caught in a battle. So Zhu Shizhou temporarily replaced the command group to command them. Zhu Shizhou looked at Captain Thorn, whose abdomen was bleeding in the battle. Is it necessary? You just need to focus on the battle. There is no need to take the risk of connecting the communicator to give orders to the team members. Captain Thorn pressed the headset during the fierce battle with the insect girl just now, resulting in a mistake in the battle. The insect girl took the opportunity to scratch Captain Thorn's abdomen with her legs. Don't underestimate the quality of the black soldiers. They will not obey your orders easily. Only after I give you the authority to command. You can command them. The two have reached the corridor of the submarine at this time. The insect girl's goal is very clear. That is to kill Captain Thorn. Perhaps after killing Captain Thorn, she will also kill Zhu Shizhou. Captain Thorn dealt with the increasingly powerful insect girl while commanding Zhu Shizhou where to go. Zhu Shizhou further ordered on behalf of Captain Thorn. Everyone abandon the submarine. Escape. The insect girl is learning the fighting skills of Captain Thorn. From the beginning, she knew nothing about various fighting skills. But now she can fight back and forth with Thorn. This is all credit of Thorn. Even the insect girl showed a tendency to gradually suppress Thorn in a short period of time. Thorn and Zhu Shizhou fought with the insect girl and came to the edge of the submarine. Shoot through the wall of the submarine. Zhu Shizhou did not ask what to do if seawater poured into the submarine. Every black soldier knew the skill of swimming. But he did not guarantee that he could break through the encirclement of alien insects outside in the sea. He had never fought alien insects in the sea. But he still did it. Because this was indeed the fastest way to release the insect girl. A beam of white light shot out from Zhu Shizhou's gun, melting and piercing the submarine's wall. The next second, seawater poured into the corridor. The pressure in the sea caused the seawater to produce a strong clustering impact force. The seawater pouring in from the hole washed the corridor. Soon the water level in the entire corridor reached half a person's height. At the same time, the insect girl Jingji and Zhu Shizhou were both staggered by the impact of the seawater. When Jingji and Zhu Shizhou climbed up from the corridor flooded by seawater again, the figure of the insect girl had disappeared. The corridor was filled with the sound of violent seawater hitting the steel wall. Zhu Shizhou shouted loudly, "She's gone? I don't know. Let's evacuate first." Jingji responded that the water level in the corridor had already reached the necks of the two. After saying that, Jingji swam directly towards the submarine hole. Zhu Shizhou dived into the water, trying to check the position of the insect girl. However, when he opened his eyes in the water, he was suddenly shocked. Zhu Shizhou was almost choked by the water, spit out 1 or 2 bubbles from his mouth, and then quickly closed his mouth. The insect girl did not leave, but her height was not enough. When the water level reached their chests, the insect girl was directly submerged. The submerged insect girl moved around in the water expressionlessly, and her small body burst out with great energy, stirring the waves under the water into chaos. And bubbles were constantly gurgling from her mouth and nose. Could it be that the insect girl can't swim? Zhu Shizhou was shocked when he had this idea, and then thought of the key to the problem. No, it's not just a problem of not being able to swim. The main problem is that the insect girl's body density is much higher than that of humans. It has a smaller body than an adult human, but its muscle density and bone density are all similar to those of the alien insects. Its skin is as hard as steel. At this moment, the insect girl stood expressionlessly in the flooded corridor. Instead of floating like Zhu Shizhou and the others, the water level almost submerged the entire corridor. The insect girl struggled in the water and began to imitate Zhu Shizhou's swimming movements. But it was useless. The body density of the insect girl and the physiological structure of her limbs meant that she could not float even if she imitated the movements. The insect girl cannot die. This is something that all the Thorns agree on. But now the insect girl has lost the ability to breathe and is still in a state of oxygen deprivation. Zhu Shizhou was not sure whether the insect girl's physiological structure could support it to hold its breath for a long time. But the insect girl couldn't swim even if she wanted to. If they wanted to take the insect girl out, they had to help. Zhu Shizhou hesitated for only a moment, and then he immediately swam towards the insect girl. Anyway, the result couldn't be any worse. He would have to go back later. If he was killed by the insect girl, he could go back and adjust. This was all a matter of following the trend. The reason why he didn't go back now was to try to live longer, and to confirm the various habits or skills of the insect girl as much as possible. When the insect girl saw Zhu Shizhou swimming towards her, she immediately stopped struggling, put her hands and feet in front of her chest, and made an aggressive move. When Zhu Shizhou swam about 1 meter away from her, the insect girl's feet drew a black light in the water. The sea water was clearly demarcated by the insect girl. But perhaps because it was in the sea water, or perhaps because the insect girl was exhausted, Zhu Shizhou swam back and avoided the insect girl's knife from bottom to top. Zhu Shizhou was anxious. He didn't care whether the insect girl could understand or not. He pointed at himself, then at the insect girl, and then pointed upwards. The insect girl had no expression on her face and didn't move. She was still in an aggressive posture. Zhu Shizhou tried to swim over again, but this time the insect girl didn't move and let Zhu Shizhou grab her legs. Damn! 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 Zhu Shizhou exclaimed 3 times in his heart. The insect girl is so smart. At least she understood what he wanted to say. If you think about it carefully, it's not surprising. After all, even the alien insects have the wisdom of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Now the insect girl is the product of the combination of alien insect genes and humans. It's normal for her to have a certain degree of wisdom. Zhu Shizhou didn't have time to marvel more, and directly dragged the insect girl to swim upwards. This was equivalent to him dragging a lowly shaped steel weight to swim. To be honest, it was a test of his physical strength. But what was more surprising was that the insect girl seemed to want to reduce Zhu Shizhou's burden, and her 2 short legs also began to swing back and forth like him. And there was no other movement. Zhu Shizhou directly dragged the insect girl to the surface of the water. At this time, the corridor was basically irrigated with seawater, leaving less than 10 centimeters of space from the ceiling. Zhu Shizhou dragged the insect girl's hand and exerted force, and the insect girl was dragged by him to the surface of the water, with her small head and nose exposed in the air. Cough, cough, cough. The insect girl coughed for a while, and then she panted greedily for air. Zhu Shizhou swam behind the insect girl and dragged her with both hands to let her breathe more smoothly. The seawater gradually flooded the corridor. Before it was completely flooded, Zhu Shizhou shouted to the insect girl, "I don't know if you can understand me, but take a deep breath and dive." After that, Zhu Shizhou personally demonstrated to the insect girl how to dive. Then, Zhu Shizhou saw that the insect girl really took a deep breath as he said. Zhu Shizhou finally confirmed that the insect girl was really intelligent, and her intelligence was at least at the level of being able to understand human behavior. Chapter 300 Obtaining the Right to Investigate. The fact that the insect girl has wisdom made Zhu Shizhou figure out a lot of things instantly. For example, how did the insect girl manage to summon other alien insects from a distance after boarding the submarine? The simplest guess is that the insect girl actually adapted to Alpha 7 halfway. But out of wisdom, she chose to pretend to be unconscious and left pheromones that humans could not detect along the way for other alien insects to track her. Of course, whether this is the case remains to be studied. However, there is one thing that caught Zhu Shizhou off guard. That is the number of alien insects. The military did not confess to them that there were so many alien insects. Maybe it was because they didn't know it all. Or maybe it was because they wanted to hide it. At least Max, who was questioned by them, thought that the most serious problem in Papua New Guinea was the problem of studying the Insect Man plan. But now Zhu Shizhou confirmed that the problem was still the alien insects. The number of alien insects that suddenly appeared was overwhelming. At least different from what Max said. If you want to solve this incident perfectly, you can only kill the insect girl silently after rewinding the file. On the one hand, it can prevent the organization from discovering the insect girl and giving birth to the idea of studying insect people. And on the other hand, it can prevent the insect girl from summoning other alien insects. Before this round was over, Zhu Shizhou was thinking about the route of the next round. At that moment, the insect girl took a deep breath and dived into the water like him. And then she lay still quietly, letting Zhu Shizhou pull her legs and swim out. Then, Zhu Shizhou died. Zhu Shizhou sat up suddenly from the bed. He was killed by alien insects. Outside the submarine, there were dense swarms of alien insects, which were hovering outside the submarine like torpedoes in the water. So far, everything was in line with his expectations. However, the problem was that he subconsciously thought that he would not be attacked by alien insects if he was with the insect girl. He thought that since the insect girl could summon these alien insects, she should be able to order them to avoid him. But he was wrong. The alien insects outside the submarine not only did not make way, but instead rushed towards Zhu Shizhou at full speed. Zhu Shizhou wanted to dodge immediately, but in the water, he did not have the ability to dodge flexibly like on land, and was hit hard in the chest by an alien insect. Just as a large area of his scarlet blood was diffused in the water, he saw the insect girl beside him, who was also pierced by the alien insects for most of her body. The picture finally froze on the insect girl being surrounded and eaten by the alien insects, while he, who had lost the ability to resist, kept falling down. And no alien insect came to eat him at all. This is fucking. After waking up, Zhu Shizhou was depressed. But not completely depressed, because he had already planned to go back to the game. But this time, the return was a little more sudden than he expected. He was a little bit unexpected, and there were a lot of doubts in his heart. What's going on? Could it be that the insect girl only has the ability to summon alien insects, but not the ability to command them? Or is it that the insect girl's performance is limited in the water, so it can't release pheromones? Zhu Shizhou knew very little about the insect girl, so he could only guess. Also, why didn't even a single alien insect come to eat me, but chose to eat the insect girl's body? Obviously, in terms of meat volume, I should have more meat. Could it be that in the eyes of the alien worms, the insect girl is of higher quality and more delicious? Combining the unreasonable points before and after, Zhu Shizhou suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. The pheromones released by the insect girl when summoning other alien worms may not be come and save me, but come and eat me. In this way, the alien worms went into the sea against their biological habits, and went against common sense to leave him alone and eat the insect girl. Which can be explained. The insect girl does not have the command ability over the alien worms as he imagined. It is just more delicious than humans. It leaves the food aroma that is extremely delicious to the alien worms. From the number of alien worms and abnormal behavior, it can be seen that the alien worms want to eat the insect girl crazily. The pheromones released by the insect girl are a fatal temptation to the alien worms. The insect girl took advantage of this, and tried to use the alien worm's desire for it to create an opportunity to escape. But she did not expect that she would be surrounded and eaten by the alien worms. Intelligent but not much. Is that right? Zhu Shizhou got up with a look of pain on his face. On the bed beside him was the familiar 03 mumbling to himself, still worrying whether he would die tonight. Prophet. Zhu Shizhou waved his hand to interrupt 03's words. Don't talk. Good luck on this trip. 03 was confused. A group of people got off the submarine and rushed to the port under the leadership of Thorn. Then it was the familiar scene again. Max came up with a flattering smile and said the same words as before. Zhu Shizhou just watched and said nothing. Captain Thorn glanced at Zhu Shizhou in the middle. Zhu Shizhou knew what this meant. She had already noticed the sudden and strange omen of danger. The omen of danger had triggered Captain Thorn's sixth sense. I'm afraid Captain Thorn still thinks that he is the potential dangerous person who caused this omen of danger. Zhu Shizhou did not respond to Captain Thorn's guess and always kept an indifferent expression. Who is the prophet? I am. Zhu Shizhou stood up. Do you want us to attend the military meeting? Okay. I will attend on time later. Captain Thorn frowned and looked at Zhu Shizhou. Prophet, I don't remember giving you the right to make your own decisions. Your position in the team is just an ordinary member, and you have no authority to represent the team in negotiations with the military of other countries. Zhu Shizhou pretended to be enlightened and said, Oh, I forgot. Thorn didn't know what Zhu Shizhou was doing and shook his head. Max was a little confused when he saw this. But then he realized that the person who was standing at the end of the line and speaking was the prophet. How did he end up at the end of the line? And it seemed that Thorn and the prophet seemed to be a little at odds with each other. As a social expert, he could even see that Thorn looked at the prophet with a hint of vigilance. What was going on? Could it be that there were some petty oppressions in the Black Soldier organization? Max's mind was turning, but he couldn't say much. After all, the captain of this team was Thorn. Max really wanted to understand the conflict between the two, but Thorn didn't give him a chance to understand, and got on the military vehicle and went all the way to the military camp. When all the black soldiers entered their tents, Thorn suddenly said to Zhu Shizhou, Prophet, I want to remind you that in this team, your position is just an ordinary member. I know. Zhu Shizhou nodded, and he no longer hid his intentions at this time. He turned to look at Thorn. Captain Thorn, I wonder if you have noticed that you suddenly feel a strong sense of danger after arriving at the port? Thorn frowned and looked at Zhu Shizhou. And after looking at him, he said, You mean, the one who poses a threat to me is not you? Zhu Shizhou shook his head. Of course not me. Because I also feel the danger. Not only that, I also think that Max may have some information about the source of danger. I don't know what it is specifically. I think this matter needs to be investigated. Captain Thorn's thoughts were immediately diverted by Zhu Shizhou. So you wanted to have a meeting with the military when you were at the port? Zhu Shizhou nodded. Yes. Captain Thorn shook his head. You are too naive. Have you ever thought that intelligence can be forged? Maybe they are the source of danger that caused our sixth sense crisis. Wouldn't it be like attending a hangman banquet if I go there in person? Zhu Shizhou knew what Captain Thorn meant. He just wanted to investigate the intelligence himself and go directly to the door in the simplest and crudest way. This was also Zhu Shizhou's intention. He tried to induce Captain Thorn to think in this direction. Sure enough, the next moment Captain Thorn said, First of all, I am not sure that the military has the means to threaten us. But I respect your ideas. If you want to investigate, I can give you certain investigation authority. But this is conditional. Zhu Shurjia was slightly surprised. What conditions? This was a conversation that had never happened before. Captain Thorne said, "Obey orders. That's my condition." "What?" Captain Thorne said seriously. "You may have your own ideas, but you can't act on your own. As I said before, I position you as an ordinary member of the team. In this case, you should treat yourself as an ordinary member. If you act on your own like you did at the port again, I will apply to the organization to demote you and send you back to the trainee period for retraining.